I was reborn. Staring at the familiar furnishings in the room, Su Ming could hardly believe his own eyes. Hearing the voice, Su Ming looked up and saw the family's housekeeper, Aunt May, walking into the living room, carrying a plate of freshly washed fruit. You? The moment he saw Aunt May's wrinkled face, Su Ming almost wanted to slaughter her on the spot. It was this very old woman before him who 1 month after the zombie outbreak colluded with the security guard she was secretly involved with and opened the villa's front gate. A group of strong, able-bodied security guards swarmed in and snatched away every last bit of supplies Su Ming had stored. What enraged him even more was that, after plundering everything, those security guards actually threw Su Ming outside the residential compound to feed the zombies. And the reason they did so was entirely because of one sentence from Aunt May. If we rob him now, he'll definitely come back for revenge in the future. Thus, after an entire month of generously helping this pack of ingrates, Su Ming ultimately died in the jaws of zombies. Aunt May's voice snapped Su Ming out of his memories. He looked up and saw her gazing at him with a puzzled expression. I'm fine, Aunt May. Forcing down his fury, Su Ming waved her off, and at the same time fished his phone out of his trousers. April 18th. Staring at the date displayed on the phone screen, Su Ming finally confirmed that he had truly been reborn. Although he knew that in the future this old woman before him would be the one to cause his death, there were still a full 3 months to go before the zombie outbreak. So no matter how furious he was, Su Ming could not act rashly for the time being. After all, the apocalypse had not yet begun, and he was still bound by the laws of the Daxiao nation. Since heaven had granted him a second life, he would have to cherish it. What Su Ming needed to consider most urgently was how to survive the apocalypse that would arrive 3 months from now. Just as Su Ming was about to get up and wash his face to clear his head, a flash of white light streaked across his mind, followed by a mechanical voice. Congratulations, host, on awakening the strongest human system. System binding in progress. System binding complete. The mechanical voice in his mind left Su Ming frozen on the spot. This was a system. Before Su Ming could react, the mechanical voice rang out once more, now issuing the first mission. Upon completion, the host will receive a novice gift pack. Mission first training. Mission description: the host must complete 20 push-ups within 1 minute. This mission has no overall time limit. Once it is completed, all rewards from the novice gift pack can be claimed. The system clearly had no intention of giving Su Ming time to process anything, issuing the mission immediately after binding up. For a moment, Su Ming was so taken aback by the sudden mission that he failed to react. The next second, he snapped back to himself, dropped straight to the floor, and began doing push-ups. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission first training. Now distributing the novice gift pack. Congratulations, host, you have obtained system space. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the physique of an ordinary reconnaissance soldier. Novice gift pack distribution complete. As the system's announcement ended, Su Ming instantly felt his body grow significantly stronger. So this is the physique of a regular reconnaissance soldier. Feeling the qualitative change in his body, Su Ming finally realized just how pathetically weak he had been before. With the physique of an ordinary reconnaissance soldier, he could easily take down 5 of his former self. Boss you. In stark contrast to Su Ming's excitement, Aunt May was clearly frightened by what she had just witnessed. Seeing the fluster in her eyes, Su Ming shook his head at her. I'm fine, I just suddenly felt like doing some push-ups. Oh, then I'll go prepare lunch. Accepting his explanation, Aunt May nodded silently and did not press further. But just as she was about to head to the kitchen to prepare lunch, Su Ming's voice sounded from behind her. Aunt May, I'm giving you a 3-month vacation. I'm going to have this villa demolished and rebuilt. Once it's done, I'll call you back to take care of me. Very well, boss, I'll leave this afternoon after I finish making your lunch. No need, I won't be eating at home at noon. After rejecting Aunt May's proposal, Su Ming picked up the plate of washed fruit and returned to his bedroom. System space. This is truly a marvelous thing. As soon as he closed the door, Su Ming impatiently began to study the system space within his mind. Guided by the system, Su Ming quickly learned how to store and retrieve items with his hands. He had to admit the storage space granted by the system was truly enormous. By his rough estimation, the space's area was equivalent to at least 50 football fields. The reason he had brought the plate of fruit into the bedroom earlier was precisely to test whether the system space could preserve food freshness. After putting the entire plate of fruit into the system space, Su Ming loaded the property certificates for his other houses and his passport into a backpack, then walked straight out the front door. Stepping into the courtyard, Su Ming took in the flowers and plants growing there and drew in a deep breath. It really has been so long since I last smelled such fresh air. After sighing with emotion, Su Ming casually plucked a flower and tossed it into his storage space. As for how he would survive the apocalypse 3 months from now, he had already made up his mind deep in his heart. Su Ming had been a second-generation rich kid to begin with. When he was 18, his parents died in a plane crash, leaving him an inheritance worth nearly $2 billion, with several properties alone. Despite inheriting almost $2 billion, Su Ming had been nothing more than an ordinary person with an extraordinary amount of money. Without his parents' protection, no one was willing to give this newly adult rich heir any real respect. Money could not be traded directly for power. Especially in this era of self-media, those in authority no longer dared to act as recklessly as they once had. Without layers upon layers of connections, one could not even find a way to give money to those in power, even if one wanted to. Even so, Su Ming had still taken a portion of the money to invest and register companies. Perhaps heaven had favored him, for over the years, both his investments and company operations had gone remarkably smoothly. At present, Su Ming held nearly $3 billion in cash alone. Counting his properties and companies, reaching a total net worth of $4 billion was absolutely no problem. As for how to face the apocalypse 3 months from now, Su Ming knew that besides preparing an abundance of supplies, what he lacked most were means of attack and defense. In terms of offensive tools, he knew that in the Daxiao nation, the only things one could legally purchase were simple self-defense items, crowbars, batons, and at best items like chainsaws and compound bows. But Su Ming knew that such things would never be enough to guarantee his safety. After all, these were merely items that anyone could obtain. Even though Su Ming now possessed the skills of a reconnaissance soldier, his experience of the previous apocalypse had taught him that the strength people could unleash in desperate situations was truly terrifying. Therefore, in this life, he had to stockpile a massive arsenal. As for defensive measures, the situation was even more pressing. Even if Aunt May did not secretly open the villa's door, as long as she spread word throughout the community that his home still had supplies, the starving residents would easily break into his villa. The floor-to-ceiling windows installed in the villa would, the moment the apocalypse descended, become ticking time bombs ready to shatter at any time. So I should just sell these houses first. Leaving the residential compound, Su Ming looked at the bustling crowds on the street, then slowly walked into the real estate agency closest to the community entrance. Hello, sir. How may I help you? Sir, I'm Xiaohua from sales. Are you here to buy or to sell a house? Sir, I have several excellent properties on hand. Would you like to take a look? The moment he stepped through the main entrance, several salespeople immediately stood up with exaggerated enthusiasm to greet. These sales agents had long since honed a pair of sharp, discerning eyes. From the instant Su Ming walked in, they judged his financial standing from his clothing and overall appearance. So, Su Ming had no intention of wasting words with them. He simply reached into his backpack and drew out 6 bright red property ownership certificates. In 3 months, this world would plunge into the apocalypse. Keeping these houses would be utterly meaningless. Thus, when he uttered the words, "sell the houses," his face remained completely expressionless. However, Su Ming's casual move of pulling out 6 property certificates at once instantly stunned the sales staff before him. Without a doubt, in all their years on the job, they had never encountered a client selling so many properties in one go. Take a look at the locations of these properties first. Unhurried, Su Ming spread the 6 certificates out one by one on the table. With each one he opened, the breathing of the salespeople grew increasingly rapid. A large, fully furnished luxury apartment in Biguan Huachin Community, 260 square meters. A large, fully furnished luxury apartment in Wank Real Estate, Zuan Community, 300 square meters. A standalone villa in Bali Garden. A standalone villa in Qingqing Real Estate, Lujin Garden. A standalone villa in Longhu Real Estate, Zijin Huaqing. A standalone villa in Huaran Real Estate, Longqing Community. All 6 properties belonged to real estate companies ranked among the top 10 in Daxiao Nation. Each one was located in the best districts of the city with convenient transportation and neighbors who were all elite professionals. As for those 4 standalone villas, there was even less to be said. Anyone able to live in a villa within the city was unquestionably wealthy and powerful. As long as the prices were reasonable, these properties would be snatched up in an instant. In the current market, properties like these were practically once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. All right, these are the 6 houses I... At his words, intense excitement burst forth in the salespeople's eyes. What did it mean to be truly rich? This right here was what a real rich man looked like. 2 of the female sales agents even began sending him flirtatious glances. If a man like this took a liking to them, their entire fate could change overnight. Compared to the women's natural advantages, the 3 male agents hurried to serve tea and water, one moving a stool, while another offered him a premium cigarette. They had no choice. Lacking the innate advantages of the 2 female colleagues, they could only try to make up for it with extra attentiveness. That's enough, no need to trouble yourselves. I still have other matters to attend to. While refusing the items they offered, Su Ming opened the WeChat QR code on his phone. This is my WeChat. My requirements are sell them as quickly as possible. The price must not be below market value and payment must be made in full at once. The salespeople hastily pulled out their phones to add his WeChat. After he approved each of their requests, Su Ming did not leave immediately, but instead silently regarded the group in front of him. As sales agents, they were naturally as shrewd as old foxes. Seeing his expression, they understood at once that this big shot must have more to say. Seeing their reactions, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. Of course, he also knew that since they were so shrewd, they would inevitably harbor little schemes of their own when selling the properties. After all, salespeople earn money through commissions on property deals. Faced with such excellent listings, they would surely try to push the price to a level that satisfied them before closing a sale. Such behavior, however, would inevitably slow down the pace at which his properties were sold. To avoid jeopardizing his plans, Su Ming decided to offer an extra reward to stimulate their enthusiasm. I'm in urgent need of cash. Whoever can sell these houses within 2 weeks will receive an additional 5% commission from me for each one. A collective hiss echoed in their hearts. Those words were like a stone dropped into a still lake, stirring up towering waves. The 5 agents couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. 5% extra commission. Those 2 large, fully furnished apartments alone were each valued at nearly over 6 million. Selling just one would earn them an additional 300,000 in commission. As for the 4 standalone villas, in that instant, all 5 sales agents' eyes turned red with desire. That's all I have to say. If you can't find buyers, then don't bother contacting me. With that, Su Ming gave a meaningful glance at the two women who kept throwing him coquettish looks. Yes, sir. The three male agents replied at once, feeling even more fired up than before. Moments ago, they had worried that the two female colleagues would take a shortcut and overtake them, but now it seemed this boss was absolutely fair and impartial. Take care, boss. After seeing Su Ming out the door, the five agents looked at one another, then in the next second rushed back to their desks and began dialing their phones like mad. Director Lee, that standalone villa in the city center you've always wanted. There's finally a listing available. Brother Chin, this is Xiao Wang from sales. That large, fully furnished school district apartment you were looking for. I've just gotten the perfect property in hand. Bosco, weren't you looking for a villa before? Leaving the agency, Su Ming did not waste a single moment and headed straight back to his own villa. Earlier, he had been so excited about having been reborn that he actually forgot to bring his car keys when he went out. Just as he pushed open the door, he saw Aunt May, the housekeeper, rummaging through the refrigerator for food. You're back, sir. Clearly not expecting Su Ming to return so soon, Aunt May. Caught red-handed. Couldn't help. Didn't you say you were going to renovate tomorrow? I thought I'd check if there was any food in the fridge about to expire. Hearing this clumsy excuse, Su Ming sneered inwardly. Even if there were ingredients about to go bad in his refrigerator, it was not her place as a housekeeper to dispose of them at will. And judging by the large canvas bag at her feet, this was clearly not her first time stealing things. If he hadn't happened to walk in today, he might never have discovered it. Remembering what Aunt May had done to him during the apocalypse, a dark, conniving plan surfaced in Su Ming's heart. Since she liked stealing so much, the food stored in his basement would expire in less than 3 months anyway. He might as well let her take her fill in one go. Having thought it through, a kind, gentle smile appeared on Su Ming's face. It's fine. If you want something to eat, just take it. The house will be under renovation tomorrow anyway. Thank you, sir. Seeing that Su Ming wasn't pursuing the matter, Aunt May let out a long sigh of relief. Watching her reaction, Su Ming knew the fish had fully taken the bait. Aunt May, I've also stored quite a lot of food in the basement. It's about time to replace it with a new batch. Please help me deal with the— All right, no problem, it's just the key. Su Ming had never given her a copy of the basement key. After handing the basement key to Aunt May, he went to his bedroom, picked up his car keys, and left the villa once again. At least you know what's good for you. Once Su Ming was gone, the previously meek and deferential Aunt May instantly revealed a completely different face. She excitedly used the key in her hand to open the basement door. When she saw the food reserves inside, comparable to a small warehouse, she was utterly dumbfounded. This brat really is wasteful. Without the slightest hesitation, she quickly pulled out her phone and told the security guard she was close with to hurry over and help move the goods. After making the call, she went back to the refrigerator and continued stuffing food into her bag at a furious pace. Su Ming was not worried that Aunt May would steal anything else from his home. Firstly, it was not the apocalypse, yet society was still governed by law. Moreover, having witnessed the scene today, she absolutely did not have the guts to steal anything else. Secondly, Aunt May had no idea about the apocalypse that would come in 3 months. The reason Su Ming asked her to help clear out the basement was to show her his habit of stockpiling emergency supplies. Only in this way, when the apocalypse arrived, would Aunt May come looking for trouble with him. Additionally, Su Ming wanted to see what kind of conduct the homeowners in his community would exhibit during the apocalypse. Navigate to Tung Dun Security Company. Following the guidance of the navigation system, Su Ming drove directly to Tung Dun Security Company. Tung Dun Security Company primarily dealt with security services. In addition to providing bodyguard services, Tung Dun Security Company was also a global leader in building shelter. Su Ming's purpose was simple: to create an impenetrable shelter for himself in the impending apocalypse. As for the system in his mind, after teaching Su Ming how to use the system space, it had not spoken again. But this was fine. After all, Su Ming's urgent task was to quickly build a shelter and stockpile weapons and supplies. If the system suddenly issued a task, he might indeed find it overwhelming. Hello, sir, how may I assist you? Faced with the receptionist's inquiry, Su Ming got straight to the point. I would like to commission your company to build an impenetrable shelter for me. All right, sir, let me take you to the conference room. The receptionist showed no surprise at Su Ming's request. If an ordinary person had heard this demand, they would surely have laughed out loud. After all, in this peaceful era, who would be so idle as to encase themselves in a steel tortoise shell? However, this was Tung Dun Security Company, and building shelters was one of their main businesses. Moreover, the wealthier a person was, the more afraid they were of death. Many wealthy individuals had already built their own exclusive shelters over a decade ago. Thus, the staff at Tung Dun would not be surprised by Su Ming's request. Please wait a moment, sir, a staff member will be with you shortly. After pouring Su Ming a cup of tea, the receptionist left the conference. Soon a man in a tactical uniform pushed the door and walked in. Hello, sir. May I ask your name? Su Ming glanced at the man who entered and couldn't help but nod inwardly. Tung Dun truly was the leading security company in the Great Xia Kingdom, who just the presence of this man radiated a subtle but palpable aura of danger. Su Ming. Hello, Mr. Su, I am Shi Tianhao, the head of the business department. I just heard from the receptionist that you want to build a shelter for yourself. You can first take a look at the detailed introduction regarding shelter requirements here. With that, Shi Tianhao picked up a tablet from a nearby table and handed it directly to Su Ming. Looking at the various introductions about different shelters on the tablet, Su Ming felt he had underestimated Tung Dun Security. The shelters built by Tung Dun could truly be said to be limited only by one's imagination. Su Ming found it hard to imagine how they constructed their shelters underwater. Of course, Su Ming also knew that building a shelter underwater was not a service he would currently need. I just want to convert my villa in the city into an impenetrable shelter. Su Ming roughly looked through the introductions about the shelters and began to select his requirements on the tablet. First, the outer and inner walls of the villa's yard needed to be wrapped with the highest strength alloy around the concrete, and the outer wall had to be equipped with a high-voltage electric fence. Both the yard gate and the villa door must be made with the highest grade vault doors in the world. As for the ceiling and floor, they would be constructed according to the same standards as the walls. The glass in the villa should be replaced with the best bulletproof glass available, and shooting holes should be left. Secondly, the entire shelter must have a complete infrared monitoring system ensuring 360-degree surveillance, without blind spots inside and outside the house. Only by understanding the movements outside in real time could Su Ming make correct judgments. There must be a separate power supply system to connect the generator to supply electricity to the entire shelter. Air filtration and heating systems were also essential given that winter in Su Ming's city was extremely cold. Since he chose to build a shelter, he naturally wanted one that would keep him comfortable. Each room in the villa must have independent partitioning and fire extinguishing functions to ensure there would be no chaos in case of an emergency. Finally, the most crucial part. This shelter must have radiation detection and isolation capabilities. In short, this shelter must be truly impenetrable. After Shi Tianhao received the tablet from Su Ming, he looked at the densely packed requirements without showing much change. However, when he saw the last requirement for radiation protection, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Mr. Su, if you want to build the shelter to look like a villa unless you dig a bunker deep into the ground, I'm afraid we won't be able to fulfill that last request. After a moment of silence, Shi Tianhao couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. Forgive my boldness, Mr. Su, but how much trouble have you gotten yourself into? Facing Shi Tianhao, who looked helpless, Su Ming understood that the other party had misunderstood his intentions. Mr. Sure, what I mean by radiation protection is not to deal with a nuclear bomb, but for certain radioactive pollutants such as the radioactive materials in MRI machines in hospitals. Hearing Su Ming's explanation, Shi Tianhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, we can inject lead between the two alloy walls and set a separate lead wall for the windows inside, which would ensure protection from ordinary radiation damage. All right, then I'll leave everything to you. Seeing that Shi Tianhao had provided a solution, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. Looking at the generated model on the tablet, Su Ming couldn't help but admire Teng Dun for being a professional security company quickly determining the renovation plan. Mr. Su, the total cost for your shelter is 800 million, and it will be completed in 2 months. A deposit of 240 million is required up front. If there are no issues, let's sign the contract. Su Ming briefly reviewed the generated electronic contract on the tablet and signed his name. Pleasure doing business with you. After sending the deposit, just as Shi Tianhao intended to shake hands with Su Ming to celebrate their partnership, Su Ming proposed a new request. Mr. Sure, I wonder if Teng Dun Security Company could customize a national-level protective off-road vehicle for me. A national-level armored off-road vehicle. Facing the new request posed by Su Ming, Shi Tianhao found it hard to grasp the intentions of the boss before him. Logically, one would expect those who create such high-level shelters to choose to hide inside and never come out. But what about having just invested 800 million to build a shelter for himself? He was now asking for a national-level armored off-road. Yes, for a national-level armored vehicle, a custom-made one would cost around 50 million. Aside from the fact that it doesn't have guns hidden inside like foreign vehicles, its other functions are the same. Hearing Shi Tianhao's words, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. It seemed that hoarding firearms would ultimately require him to go abroad to buy them. Although Su Ming believed that Shi Tianhao should have the capability to acquire firearms, he was merely a customer of Teng Dun Company and didn't possess any special status. Instead of letting Shi Tianhao use his connections to help him acquire 1 or 2 firearms, it would be better for him to go abroad and seek cooperation with a shell company. At that time, he could utilize his system space to bring all the purchased weapons back without leaving any traces. That would be the real solution to the problem. However, although the Great Xia nation prohibited private ownership of firearms, there were no hard regulations on bulletproof vests and protective suits. One could even easily buy bulletproof vests produced by Northern Manufacturing Company on online shopping platforms. Since he had entrusted all matters regarding the shelter and transportation vehicles to Teng Dun Security Company, Su Ming naturally didn't mind spending a little more money to purchase protective gear. Moreover, he wasn't familiar with these items, so it was better to leave it to a professional like Shi Tianhao. In that case, he'll give you a deposit of 100 million. In addition to the vehicle I just mentioned, could you please help me buy some radiation cleaning vehicles and various bulletproof vests and protective suits? Sure, I will deliver all of these to you when I deliver the shelter. Facing Su Ming's request, Shi Tianhao had become even if Su Ming were to express that he needed a set of space suits in the next moment, Shi Tianhao wouldn't be surprised. Of course, he couldn't acquire those either. This is my address. If possible, please arrange for someone to start working tomorrow. After adding Shi Tianhao on WeChat, Su Ming sent him the address of his villa. Don't worry, you will definitely receive an indestructible shelter in 2 months. When Su Ming returned to his villa, he found that both the basement and the food stored in the refrigerator had been completely empty. This old hag was indeed greedy. She hadn't even spared the QQ candies I had in the fridge. However, since he had already achieved his goal, Su Ming didn't feel any frustration. In 3 months, the apocalypse would arrive, and the food in his underground warehouse would not last until then. That old hag would surely sell it at a low price as soon as she noticed it was close to expiration. And by that time, money would be nothing more than a pile of waste paper. After throwing all the items he needed into his system space, Su Ming first informed the property management and then drove directly to the most luxurious hotel in the city center to book a presidential suite. After enjoying an extravagant meal that he considered a luxury, even on ordinary days, the busy Su Ming quickly fell into a deep slumber. The next day around 10 in the morning, Su Ming, who was still sleeping in, was awakened by a call from Shi Tianhao. However, upon hearing Shi Tianhao's complaints, his sleepiness vanished instantly. The renovation team, led by Shi Tianhao, had been stopped by the security at the gate, and it seemed that a dispute had erupted between the two parties. Su Ming had reported to the property management yesterday afternoon, expecting everything to go smoothly, but unexpectedly a problem had arisen halfway. "All right, just wait there. I will be right back." Hearing this news, Su Ming quickly drove back to his community. Upon arriving at the entrance, he indeed saw Shi Tianhao standing aside with several trucks. "Mr. Su, do you want me to handle this, or?" Su Ming naturally knew what Shi Tianhao meant by handling it himself. A security company of this level should easily deal with a security guard, right? "Then you handle it." Just as Su Ming was about to let Shi Tianhao solve it himself, he noticed that many onlookers had gathered around, and quite a few were recording videos. Moreover, Su Ming also discovered that Aunt May was watching the show among a crowd of onlookers. "Just watch. Of course I will handle this." No kidding. With so many people gathered at the scene and many filming videos, if Shi Tianhao really dealt with it, the police might come looking for him. In the internet age, it is far too easy to ruin someone's reputation. Whether it was Aunt May or the security guard, both would undoubtedly be seen as the weak ones in the eyes of those onlookers. Su Ming definitely didn't want to have to clarify rumors for the next 3 months because of this. Even if he found someone to take care of them, what if that person couldn't keep quiet? He would be in deep trouble again. In short, Su Ming wasn't willing to take that gamble. Once he lost the bet, it would be utterly disastrous. Moreover, the apocalypse was only 3 months away, what couldn't wait until then to be dealt with slowly. Having understood this, Su Ming feigned confusion and walked towards the security guard. "Uncle Su, my villa is going to be demolished and rebuilt. I reported this to the property management yesterday, right?" However, in response to Su Ming's courteousness, Uncle Su, who was close to Aunt May, snorted coldly. "I say, Mr. Su, although you are the owner and I am the security guard, I indeed did not receive any notification. According to my duty, I certainly cannot let you pass." Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but sneer inwardly. "How could I remodel without your knowledge? You must know that the food stored in my basement is enough to fill a small warehouse. Would that old hag have been able to take it all with?" However, when he saw Aunt May sitting idly in the security room, he instantly understood what was going on. It turned out this old fellow was helping his partner out. Su Ming lived in a high-end community, and Aunt May, as the nanny, was under the management of the property management. Since he reported yesterday afternoon that he would demolish and rebuild the villa, Aunt May, as the nanny, was automatically classified as a standby employee and could only receive a standby salary. Although that old hag took plenty of food from him yesterday, how could someone as greedy as her know when to stop? However, Su Ming was not angry. He bought 2 packs of huazi from a nearby convenience store and directly handed them to the old fellow. "Hee, Uncle Su, you are my elder. How can you hold it against me?" Seeing the 2 packs of huazi in his hand, the old fellow was clearly tempted. Just as he was about to let him pass, he suddenly remembered that his partner was sitting in the security room. Su Ming watched this unfold, still maintaining the demeanor of a good person, and walked into the security room to greet the old. "Aunt May, this matter is my fault. I should have informed you in advance. To express my apologies, I will still pay you your salary for these 3 months. How about that?" Upon hearing that Su Ming was willing to give her 3 months' salary for free, Aunt May's old face instantly broke into a radiant smile. "Oh my! Boss, you were too polite. Old Su, hurry and let him in." Seeing her partner speak up, old Su quickly lifted the barrier and even gave a standard salute. Thus a farce came to an end. Su Ming did all this solely to prepare for the apocalypse in 3 months. Although he lost some money now, in 3 months Su Ming would reclaim all of this along with the debts from before his rebirth. As for now, let them be pleased for a while. Su Ming had always been a very patient person. Compared to directly eliminating his enemies, he enjoyed the thrill of playing cat and mouse. After clarifying the matters of his company, Su Ming took advantage of his visa, not yet expiring, to purchase a plane ticket. Having previously engaged in commercial cooperation with several companies in Country M, Su Ming easily set foot on the territory of Country M after landing. Initially, Su Ming considered buying second-hand and counterfeit firearms from Country B. However, if these weapons were to malfunction, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ultimately, Su Ming decided to go through legitimate channels in Country M to purchase firearms. Of course, buying them as an individual was nearly impossible. So well before his departure, Su Ming had already identified a nearly bankrupt security company in Country M, Dalilan Security Company. The owner of Dalilan Security, Dalilan, was indeed foolish. The world was already unstable, yet Dalilan openly promoted support for the war to enhance the reputation of his security company. While many security companies in Country M showed verbal support, only Dalilan truly dispatched the 2 mercenary teams he had to the battlefield. As for the consequences, both mercenary teams were completely wiped out. One of the teams was even captured directly. Now Delilon had turned a clever move into a blunder. It's known that the thought processes of the people of Country M are quite peculiar. Following the release of the footage, an overwhelming wave of public opinion ensued. Anti-war sentiments, support for human rights, criticisms that it embarrassed the greatest country. Various opinions pushed Delilon security to the brink of bankruptcy. The arrival of Su Ming became Delilon's last lifeline. Although Delilon knew Su Ming was from the Great Xia Kingdom, the current situation didn't allow him to care about nationalities. Anyone with money was considered one of their own. Moreover, after the last blunder, even if Delilon wanted to disclose Su Ming's identity, he dared not try again. Just because of a decision-making error, he had already been burdened with so many accusations. Now that the situation had finally improved, Delilon naturally did not want to be accused of colluding with the Great Xia Kingdom. After the two parties met, Su Ming first rented a large warehouse to store the firearms. Then, leveraging Delilon Security's reputation, he purchased over 1 million tons of firearms from various arms dealers in Country M. Due to the bulk purchase, a standard assault rifle priced at $12.99 could be obtained for just $1,000. Moreover, without the backing of Delilon Security's reputation, not only would Su Ming be unable to purchase many firearms, but the ones he could acquire would also be civilian versions. Though Country M has very loose regulations on firearms, there is still a fundamental difference between military and civilian. Furthermore, to make his refuge even more impenetrable, Su Ming also bought a significant number of landmines and rocket launchers. Such levels of military supplies are definitely not available in street-side stores. Although Su Ming knew that this quote still had a degree of inflation. However, considering the amount of arms he could gather, it was already quite a feat. After all, Delilon was the head of a security company, and he was on someone else's turf. Furthermore, these firearms would be his means of survival in the future, so a little loss was acceptable. This time, aside from reserving the final payment for the refuge, Su Ming exchanged all the remaining $2 billion cash into US dollars for purchasing firearms. However, taking into account the actual situation of the Great Xia Kingdom, half of the firearms purchased by Su Ming were primarily assault rifles and handguns. Of course, apart from that, he also bought a considerable number of machine guns, mortars, grenades, various landmines, rocket launchers, and even flamethrowers. As a citizen of the Great Xia Kingdom, Su Ming also wanted to support domestic products. However, as the apocalypse was approaching, he didn't want to draw attention from the Great Xia Kingdom at this critical moment. After all, most of the firearms exported from the Great Xia Kingdom were sent to countries friendly with them, and Country M's attitude towards the Great Xia Kingdom determined that the firearms exported to them were not recognized. Thus, Su Ming was genuinely worried that such a sudden large order would alert the Great Xia Kingdom. If they were to discover any clues and summon him for an inquiry, all his meticulous preparations would go up in flames. After nearly a week, the firearms Su Ming purchased gradually arrived at the warehouse he had rented in advance. When poor tactical maneuvering, when rich, just blast them away. Looking at the neatly arranged firearms in the warehouse, Su Ming almost drooled. With the shooting holes in the refuge, he believed he could survive well in this apocalypse. After inspecting several times, Su Ming opened his system space and stored all the millions of tons of firearms in. Watching the hundreds of tons of firearms quietly lying in the system space, a smile involuntarily appeared on Su Ming's face. As he admired the firearms in the system, he suddenly noticed the flower he had placed in there a week ago. A week had passed, yet the flower remained as vibrant as when he picked it. Even the dew on its petals was clearly visible. Wow, no wonder this is a product of the system. Originally, Su Ming thought that the system space could only slow down the passage of time, but it now appeared that time was completely frozen within this space. This meant he could prepare a large amount of cooked food to store inside, and when the apocalypse arrived, he could take it out and enjoy. As a native of the Great Xia Kingdom, Su Ming did not want to be like those foreign survivors who hoarded cans at home, nibbling on them during the apocalypse. With such a system space, Su Ming felt that if he didn't eat fresh food, it would be an insult to his system. It's time to go back now. Facing the empty warehouse, Su Ming realized there was no longer any meaning in staying in Country M. It was time to return to the Great Xia Kingdom. After sending Delilon a farewell message, Su Ming directly tossed the phone he had purchased in Country M into the system space. Ding dong. With the sound of a notification from Shat, Su Ming, who had just disembarked from the plane, felt a flicker of curiosity. It was already 11 o'clock at night in the Great Xia Kingdom. Who could be messaging him? He glanced at his phone. In the next moment, he became utterly flustered. It's actually her. The person who messaged Su Ming was Bai Xiaoxiao, whom he had pursued throughout his previous life. Pursuing a girl. Indeed, one must pay a certain price to win her over. However, Bai Xiaoxiao didn't genuinely have feelings for Su Ming. She was simply fixated on his money. In the last week before the apocalypse in his previous life, this Bai Xiaoxiao successfully deceived Su Ming out of a substantial amount of money after gaining his trust. Su Ming's company nearly went bankrupt because of this. Although he reported it to the police after realizing the truth, by that time Bai Xiaoxiao had already fled abroad with the funds. Later, with the outbreak of the apocalypse, Su Ming lived in constant fear, overshadowed by zombies. How could he still remember being swindled? Even after his reincarnation, Su Ming had completely forgotten about being deceived by Bai Xiaoxiao. After all, wealth is ultimately just an external possession. Having experienced an apocalypse, how could Su Ming still dwell on this matter? However, the chat message from Bai Xiao just now made Su Ming remember this former enemy who had nearly driven him. What are you doing, brother? I noticed you haven't contacted me lately. Are you mad at me? Faced with Bai Xiao's message, Su Ming couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He was just about to forget this matter, yet Bai Xiao had come knocking on his door. In that case, he wouldn't hold back. Su Ming did not reply to her message immediately. He intended to make Bai Xiao anxious. He knew that in his previous life, he would always reply instantly upon seeing her messages. Now that he wasn't replying instantly, she must be getting anxious, right? After all, this woman was still fixated on. Since his villa was still under renovation and his other properties were entrusted to agents for sale, Su Ming simply chose to stay in a hotel near the airport. After comfortably sleeping through the night, it wasn't until noon the next day that Su Ming picked up his phone to reply to Bai Xiao's message. Sorry Xiao, I just returned from Country M last night. I was on a business trip there, so I haven't had the chance to reach out to you. However, just as Su Ming sent the message, Bai Xiao immediately replied with a pouting emoji. Well, that was a quick reply. Thinking of Bai Xiao waiting for his message with her phone made Su Ming feel quite amused. It's good that you're not mad at me. Shall we have dinner together tonight? Looking at the message from Bai Xiao, Su Ming knew he had hooked the fish. However, he didn't want to meet Bai Xiao so soon. After all, this woman was only after his money. Meeting her would likely cost him quite a bit. This woman was not easily dealt with like Aunt May. If Su Ming wanted to reel her in before the apocalypse, he estimated he would have to spend at least several $100,000. I'm sorry Xiao, but I still have some business to attend to. I hope you understand I'm doing this for our future. After sending this message to prevent Bai Xiao from becoming suspicious, Su Ming decided to directly transfer her 10,000 yuan. Consider this a small compensation for this time. Treat yourself to something good tonight. Having completed all this, Su Ming ignored Bai Xiao's subsequent messages and directly purchased a ticket back to Jiangnan. It was time for him to go out and have some fun. Although Su Ming had visited some cities over the years, each trip was solely for business negotiations, leaving him no time to truly appreciate the scenery. With just over 2 months left before the apocalypse, Su Ming certainly didn't plan to miss this opportunity. Due to the tight schedule, he had to choose only the more famous tourist attractions to visit. At each attraction, he would make sure to take photos as mementos. After all, once the apocalypse struck, he might never have a chance to visit these places again. Of course, Su Ming did not forget about stockpiling supplies. Whenever he arrived in a new city, he would rent a large. After negotiating with local supermarkets, restaurants, and businesses, he would have them deliver the items he purchased directly. After all, he would spend no more than a day at each attraction. By the time night fell, Su Ming would use the system space to transfer all the supplies from the warehouse. Thus, Su Ming traveled across the Great Xia Kingdom, combining tourism and stockpiling for over a month, during which he returned to his city twice. The first time was to sign contracts with clients buying properties, and the second time was to sell his company. These two transactions added another 800 million to Su Ming's wealth. After receiving the money, Su Ming set off again, planning to experience the beauty of the Southwest. Of course, during this time, he also kept in touch with Bai Xiao. From time to time, he would send her a couple of messages to check in or have a delivery guy send her flowers or something. Su Ming's goal was simple. He had to keep this woman firmly in his grasp. As time passed, day by day, Su Ming's system space had stored enough supplies. Looking at the nearly overflowing system space, Su Ming knew the supplies inside were enough for him to survive over 200 years in the apocalypse. As for what would happen after those 200 years, if he didn't have superpowers, Su Ming felt he wouldn't be able to survive that long. It's about time to go back. With only 2 weeks left before the apocalypse, Su Ming realized it was nearly time. There are 3 matters that Su Ming needed to handle personally. First, he had to procure a large quantity of supplies in his city to transport to his shelter, ensuring that Aunt May and the others saw he had enough resources. Second, he needed to find a way to get Bai Xiao to live in the same community as him. The community where Su Ming lived was a mixed type, of combination of villas and high-rise apartments surrounded by walls. This is also a significant reason why his community did not fall to zombies at the first instance. If Bai Xiao didn't live in the same community, all of Su Ming's previous efforts would have been in vain. As for the most crucial point, he still hadn't learned how to use the functions of his shelter. After all, it was a shelter that cost 800 million to build. Su Ming didn't want to end up dying in this apocalypse due to operational errors. After agreeing on a time with Shi Tianhao, Su Ming purchased a ticket back. Thinking about finally being able to close the net, Su Ming felt a surge of excitement. The grievances of his past life could finally be repaid 100-fold. Mr. Su, allow me to introduce the shelter's key functions first. Hold on a moment. I need to take it all in. Su Ming immediately declined Shi Tianhao's offer to begin the tour, staring in astonishment at the utterly transformed villa. Truly, those 800 million yuan were well spent. From the outside, it appeared nothing more than a sleek modernist residence. No one would ever suspect it was a high-security shelter. Tengduan Security Company, undoubtedly China's industry leader, had executed even the exterior design with flawless precision. Very well, Mr. Su. Please feel free to explore at your leisure. Shi Tianhao, having anticipated precisely this reaction, stood quietly aside, watching Su Ming dart up and down with unrestrained enthusiasm. Earning his client's unequivocal approval filled him with quiet pride. All right, now you may explain the shelter's full functionality. After his initial burst of exhilaration subsided, Su Ming steadied his racing pulse and invited Shi Tianhao to walk him through the shelter's capabilities. Of course, Shi Tianhao first guided Su Ming to the outer wall and began explaining its structural per your specifications, every component, the walls, floors, and ceiling, is constructed from the world's strongest alloy. To prevent undermining or collapse, we anchored the entire above-ground structure directly to your subterranean basement level. Noticing Su Ming's slight confusion, Shi Tianhao opened a digital blueprint on his tablet and handed it to him. Think of it this way: the shelter is a vessel buried underground. The villa above serves as its command deck. Studying the schematic on the tablet, Su Ming nodded approvingly. Indeed, it was a veritable fortress of steel. One point requiring your attention, Mr. Su, because this is fundamentally a shelter. The courtyard soil depth is less than 3 meters. Insufficient for planting trees, though flowers and shrubs will thrive. We trust you'll understand. I fully understand. Su Ming had no intention of planting trees in that courtyard. Its soil was reserved for land. Even with high-voltage perimeter fencing, the outer walls alone could not deter determined intruders. After all, they were intelligent humans, not mindless zombies. To preserve structural integrity, Su Ming had specifically procured the lowest-yield landmines available in the United States. Upon detonation, each mine could sever only a lower leg. But in the resource-starved chaos of the apocalypse, such injury would render victims utterly incapacitated, trapped between life and death. After completing the exterior tour, Shi Tianhao unlocked the villa's main entrance and led Su Ming inside. As requested, the indoor ventilation system meets aerospace-grade standards, capable of filtering any toxic gas. Furthermore, to fulfill your radiation shielding requirements, lead-lined baffles have been installed at every air intake, remotely operable at your discretion. For redundancy, we've also integrated a sealed aerospace-grade internal circulation system, ensuring uninterrupted habitability even if all external vents are fully sealed. On the balcony, Su Ming observed that the floor-to-ceiling windows appeared unchanged from the exterior, except for a heavy armored door mounted overhead. This is ultra-reinforced ballistic glass. In emergencies, the overhead door descends instantly to serve as an additional defensive barrier. After concluding the infrastructure overview, Shi Tianhao retrieved a tablet, several keys, and a thick manual, roughly the size of a dictionary, from his backpack, placing them neatly on the coffee table. Mr. Su, this manual details how to independently replace all critical components, a necessity given inevitable wear and tear over time. As a precaution, we've stored complete spare parts for the entire shelter within your basement. Having finished the manual's introduction, Shi Tianhao gestured toward the tablet and keys on the table. This tablet serves as the central control interface for the entire villa. Should power fail, these keys grant emergency access to all secured doors. Shi Tianhao then escorted Su Ming through the second and third floors, and finally into the basement, demonstrating every function of the shelter in meticulous detail. In sum, it was nothing short of a flawless sanctuary. The radiation decontamination vehicle, hazmat suits, and ballistic vests you specified have already been placed in the basement. Now allow me to show you your custom-built, nationally certified armored off-road vehicle. Following Shi Tianhao into the garage, Su Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. A jet-black off-roader sat motionless, coiled like a crouching beast, radiating raw, unyielding power. Was this truly a nationally certified armored vehicle? Even its silhouette exuded sheer visceral strength. Engineered for extreme environments, this vehicle delivers unmatched performance and protection, the pinnacle of current global engineering. Its full complement of spare parts rests on the garage shelves, ready for replacement per the manual. At this, Shi Tianhao offered a knowing smile and lifted the rear hatch. A small personal gift. Hope you'll find. Peering inside, Su Ming found 3 crossbows resting serenely beside a dozen matte green crates. Though I cannot fathom your precise purpose in building such a shelter, this represents the absolute limit of my capability. These 3 crossbows are military grade. I've supplied 1,000 bolts. Gazing upon the trio of crossbows, Su Ming felt genuine surprise. In Daxiao, even civilian ownership was strictly prohibited, let alone military spec ordnance. Indeed, Shi Tianhao possessed rare skill and influence. Once the full tour concluded, he withdrew a formal acceptance contract from his backpack. If everything meets your approval, Mr. Su, please sign here. Should any issues arise later, contact us immediately. We'll rectify them without delay. Agreed, no concerns. Su Ming signed swiftly and decisively. After all, this was merely procedural. He had transferred the final payment 2 weeks earlier. That very gesture had enabled Shi Tianhao to procure the 3 military-grade crossbows, for should Su Ming ever misuse them, Shi Tianhao himself would bear legal liability. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Su. Pleased to collaborate. Likewise. Su Ming extended his hand. The 2 men exchanged a firm, respectful handshake. Should you require personal security personnel, Tingduan Security stands ready. Feel free to call me directly at any time. Understood. I'll reach out if needed. After bidding Shi Tianhao farewell, Su Ming shook his head wryly. Bodyguards. In the apocalyptic wasteland, where currency had collapsed into worthless paper, no mercenary would obey mere orders. With the tablet and keys securely stowed, Su Ming knew the next step: acquiring vast quantities of supplies. This time before Aunt May's watchful gaze. Are you kidding me? Yes. I want 10000 meal sets. Yes, you heard it right. I want 10000 iced Americanos. If you don't fulfill my order, I'll report your store. Yes, that's right. I really want that much. Please deliver it to me today. Yes, you didn't miss here. I've already paid you online, and do you still think I would run away? Today is destined to be an extraordinary day for the delivery workers and restaurant owners in Lingnan City. All because there is a madman crazily ordering takeout on the delivery platform. As one order after another is prepared, a continuous stream of electric scooters heads towards the Jinju Garden where Su Ming resides. At the same time, the large supermarket in Lingnan City also received Su Ming's order online. However, the large supermarket does not have delivery workers like restaurants, and besides, the weight of these items is beyond what a delivery worker can handle. As the army of delivery workers arrived at the entrance of Jinju Garden, the on-duty security guard thought that a resident inside had offended the delivery workers and was about to call the police. Fortunately, one of the delivery workers showed the information displayed on the platform, which resolved the misunderstanding. Upon seeing that the delivery address was a villa area, the security guard chose to let them through. It is known that the villa area is inhabited by wealthy individuals. It is not surprising for them to have some peculiar hobbies. Oldly, what's going on here? Why are there suddenly so many delivery workers in our community? The security guard referred to as Oldly turned his head and saw that the newcomer was Mei Yi, the newly appointed staff member of the community. During the renovation of Su Ming's villa, Mei Yi, who usually had nothing to do, successfully became the community staff member thanks to her son's connections. Now Mei Yi's status has indeed risen significantly. Even her usual loud voice has grown considerably. Aunt Mei, you know that our community allows the delivery of packages and takeout. They indeed have orders from the platform, so I have no choice but to let them through. Look at what you just said. These delivery workers are making our community chaotic. Can't you see that? Faced with Mei Yi's unreasonable attitude, Oldly really didn't want to argue with her any longer. He pointed in the direction the delivery workers were heading and said, Aunt Mei, I suggest you communicate with the person who ordered the takeout instead. Upon hearing Old Li's words, Mei Yi found it reasonable. She adjusted the red armband on her arm and walked with her head held high towards the villa area. When she arrived at the location where the delivery workers were stationed, she realized that the person ordering takeout was Su Ming. This little brat is wasting food again. Mei Yi muttered under her breath and arrogantly approached Su Ming. I say, Xiao Su, don't you have any sense of public morale? Huh? Su Ming never expected Mei Yi to come at him with such an accusation. What era is this? Mei Yi is actually viewing him through colored glasses. However, when he saw the armband on her arm, he instantly understood what was going on. This old hag has risen in status. In fact, Su Ming is somewhat familiar with Mei Yi. Her son seems to be an office director in a state-owned enterprise and is also a resident of Jinju Garden. The difference is that Su Ming lives in the villa area while Mei Yi's son lives in a high-rise building in Jinju Garden. Xiao Su, I'm not criticizing you, but why did you order so much takeout at once? Can you finish it all? Look at how you're making our community restless. Hearing the old hag's words, Su Ming naturally did not intend to indulge her any longer. Previously, Su Ming was willing to avoid conflict purely out of concern that this old hag might cause trouble in his act. If he offended Shi Tianhao, and that person got angry enough to scare this old hag into moving out overnight, Su Ming's situation would be dire. But now the situation is completely different. Moreover, this old hag is just an ordinary staff member of the community and has no right to interfere with his takeout order. Realizing this, Su Ming couldn't help but snort coldly. What? Is your community going to manage my takeout orders? Besides, if I can't finish it, you can always pick up the leftovers, right? You. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Mei was about to explode, but found that Su Ming had already taken out his phone and pointed it at her. Aunt Mei, as a community staff member, you have no right to interfere with my takeout orders. This falls under property management. If you continue to bother me, I will upload this video online and mention how you worked as a maid in my house over 2 months ago. Faced with Su Ming recording her on his phone, Mei Yi's expression changed instantly. Now she is a community staff member, which counts as a position of authority, and she certainly does not want Su Ming to expose her past. Moreover, this matter does not fall under the community's jurisdiction, and she is indeed at fault. After thinking it over, Mei Yi left in anger, reminding him to sort the garbage properly. This is truly interesting. Watching Mei Yi walk away, Su Ming shook his head with a cold smile. He was initially worried that this old hag would witness his takeout ordering, but he never expected her to come looking for him. The most interesting part is that this old hag has transformed into a community staff member. Su Ming is somewhat looking forward to what kind of mischief this old hag will create when the apocalypse arrives. As the afternoon progressed, a steady stream of delivery trucks arrived, blocking the road from the community to the villa area. Now almost all the residents of the community know that there is a madman buying a pile of items in the villa area. Many residents scoff at such behavior. Although they have seen many doomsday theorists hoarding supplies abroad, this is the first time they have witnessed it in reality. Meanwhile, as Su Ming finished collecting all the takeout inside his house, the delivery truck arrived at the door of his villa. Due to the sheer volume of items he purchased this time, he simply let the unloading personnel place everything in the yard. By nightfall, Su Ming stored all the accumulated supplies in his system space. The residents of the community should know that I bought a large amount of supplies now. Recalling the last life, due to the outbreak of zombies leading to the community being sealed off, many residents living in high-rise buildings began to set their sights on the villa area. The owners of the villa area joined forces with the security and property staff to prevent the residents of high-rise buildings from entering. They initially thought that this disaster would be resolved quickly, but as time passed, the zombies still existed. In the end, Jinju Garden became a world of cannibalism. Simply put, even if Mei had not opened the door to his villa back, then soon those residents would have stormed into his villa. As for the impending apocalypse, Su Ming has only one principle: to sit in his shelter and watch them wail. Let's see if Bai Xiao is still asleep. After placing all the supplies in the yard into the system space, Su Ming sat on the sofa in the living room and sent a message to Bai Xiao. Xiao, I'm back. Really, brother? Then let's have dinner together tomorrow night. Sure enough, her reply came instantly. As looking at the message from Bai Xiao on his phone, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Su Ming's mouth. Naturally, he planned to deceive Bai Xiao into living in Jinju Garden. He was genuinely curious about what choices Bai Xiao would make in the face of the apocalypse. However, he also knew that in order to bring Bai Xiao over, he would have to pay a certain price. This woman was not an ordinary gold digger, she was simply fixated on her own money. Otherwise, upon learning that Su Ming had so much money, she would have already been all over him. The reason she kept stringing Su Ming along was to gain his trust, and then take advantage of him to steal all his funds. Since it was like this, Su Ming also decided to turn the tables and launch a bold plan against Bai Xiao. Sure, I have a surprise. After sending the message, Su Ming tossed his phone aside and began checking his balance. However, he was startled when he did. It wasn't that he had overspent recently, but rather that he still had over 6 million. What a miscalculation. Seeing that he still had so much left, Su Ming felt a bit overwhelmed. With 12 whole days until the apocalypse, that meant he needed to spend at least 500 a day. To be safe, Su Ming naturally did not plan to engage in any illegal activities to deplete this money. If he were really caught, it would be disastrous. It seems he would have to give in to Bai Xiao tomorrow. Just thinking about it made a wry smile appear on Su Ming's face. The reason he avoided meeting Bai Xiao was that he was afraid she would make him pay too high a price. But now he had to rely on her to deplete this balance. It's truly ironic. Forget it, it's all about spending money anyway. If I don't win her over, it would be a loss. After realizing this, Su Ming quickly washed up and went to sleep. Early the next day, Su Ming arrived at a real estate agency near the community. Boss Su, you've come. Hey boss Su, long time no see. Without a doubt, these salespeople remembered Su Ming's actions from over 2 months ago. They greeted him enthusiastically as I want to rent a house in Jinju Garden, any type will do. Do you have any available? The salespeople were momentarily taken aback upon hearing Su Ming's request. Could it be that boss Su has fallen on hard times? But upon further thought, if he could rent a place in Jinju Garden, there must be another reason. If he really were down on his luck, how could he specifically choose to be in Jinju Garden? A male salesperson glanced at his computer and reported the details of 2 available houses. There are 2. One is a 3-bedroom on the 18th floor for 400 a month paid quarterly, and the other is a 4-bedroom on the 16th floor for 500 a month, but this one requires 6 months rent in advance. Alright, I got it. Hold both for me, I'll bring my friend to choose tomorrow. After paying a deposit of 100, Su Ming reserved a table at the best Western restaurant in the city. Then he chose a diamond ring worth 100 at a jewelry store, which was the surprise he had mentioned to Bai Xiao the night. The evening soon arrived, and Su Ming drove his car to wait at the entrance of Bai Xiao's community. Soon a graceful figure in a white dress walked out. Xiao, long time no see. As soon as he saw Bai Xiao, Su Ming greeted her warmly. Oh brother, are you going to abandon me? Bai Xiao pouted and hugged Su Ming's arm, shaking it, which made Su Ming pause for a moment. It must be said that Bai Xiao was indeed beautiful, and with that pouty expression, any normal man would be captivated. Silly, what are you looking at? Seeing Su Ming's reaction, Bai Xiao felt a sense of pride. After all men are the same. As long as she acted a bit spoiled, they would cling to her like crazy. I'm just admiring how beautiful my future wife is. Su Ming simply went along with Bai Xiao's words. Oh brother, what are you saying? Looking at Bai Xiao, who was blushing in front of him, Su Ming couldn't help but admire her acting skills. This girl really blushed when told to. If she were to act, she would probably have already secured the Best Actress title. Alright Xiao, I booked the best restaurant this time, I must treat you well. You're so nice, brother. Bai Xiao accompanied Su Ming to the restaurant, and halfway through the meal, he took out the ring he had just bought that morning. Xiao, you should know my feelings by now, so will you be my girlfriend? Facing Su Ming's sudden confession and the diamond ring in his hand, Bai Xiao was momentarily stunned. However, she quickly regained her composure. She looked intently into Su Ming's eyes, sincerity filling her gaze. I can, but I still want to know more about your work, brother. After all, we are dating with the intention of getting married, right? So I want... No problem. Su Ming had no idea what Bai Xiao was actually thinking. Once I dismiss my former financial director, I'll let you take over and manage my money. However, at this point, Su Ming slowly lowered his head, appearing hesitant. However, what? Seeing Su Ming's demeanor, Bai Xiao felt a bit anxious. Could it be that this man wanted to do something inappropriate? If that were the case, she would immediately turn him down. She understood that if she agreed, she might lose her value in Su Ming's eyes. Men must be kept on a string. Only the things that are hardest to obtain will make them more obsessed. Facing Bai Xiao's inquiry, Su Ming pretended to ponder for a moment, putting on a careful look as he gazed at her. There are 2 houses in our community for rent. I want you to live closer to me, so it will be more convenient for picking you up and dropping you off for work. Hearing that Su Ming merely wanted her to live closer, Bai Xiao felt a bit ridiculous about her previous thoughts. She really had overestimated Su Ming. How could this man dare to cross any boundaries in front of her? Thinking of this, Bai Xiao's face once again blossomed with a sweet smile. Of course I can. I hope to be closer to you, brother. Let's go see the houses tomorrow. Great, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Seeing Bai Xiao agree, Su Ming let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he succeeded. In fact, Su Ming had already decided that if Bai Xiao refused, he would just kidnap her to his community on the last day. Thinking about successfully luring Bai Xiao to Jinju Garden, a silly smile appeared on Su Ming's face. However, to Bai Xiao, that smile was a sign that he had taken the bait. Thus, the dinner concluded in a pleasant atmosphere for both sides. Food, drinks, medical supplies, gasoline, and diesel entertainment items. It should all be ready. Time passed day by day, and soon it was the last day before the apocalypse. Su Ming sat in a cafe watching the flow of pedestrians outside and couldn't help but sigh. By tomorrow, all of this will cease to exist. Despite being fully prepared, Su Ming's heart still felt quite complicated. As time passed, the game of cannibalism in the community would eventually come to an end, and what awaited him would undoubtedly be the endless solitude of a long night. Detected imminent apocalypse, please hurry to the safe house. The sudden voice in his mind startled Su Ming. This voice, isn't it his system? Ever since he completed the first task given by the system, it seemed to have vanished. If it weren't for the existence of the system space, Su Ming would have thought his system had flown away. Goodness, you're still here. The system did not respond to Su Ming's words. The only thing left in his mind was a countdown. 12 hours of 56 minutes and 3 seconds. It seemed that the apocalypse would precisely erupt at midnight on the 19th. At this moment, Su Ming suddenly became curious about how this zombie crisis would unfold. Looking at the remaining 200,000, Su Ming decided to buy the best camera drone. The reason he could spend so much money in less than 2 weeks was that Su Ming suddenly remembered there were some crucial items he hadn't purchased. Those were the items used to cultivate one's sentiments, such as brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones for calligraphy, sketching boards for drawing, various musical instruments, books, and corresponding teaching videos. These were all things that could enrich one's spirit during the apocalypse. Although he was ready to watch the spectacle of cannibalism within the community and had bought quite a few gaming consoles and game discs, Su Ming knew that with these items his life in the apocalypse would be much more colorful. After spending nearly 100,000 on a high-definition camera drone, Su Ming wandered around the mall for the entire afternoon. Just as he was preparing to head home at 7 in the evening, he suddenly received a WeChat message from Bai Xiao. Brother, what time should I wait for you downstairs tomorrow? Looking at Bai Xiao's message, Su Ming knew she would definitely stay at the house in Jinju Garden tonight. After all, to ensure that Bai Xiao would be trapped in the same community with him, Su Ming had promised to take her to his company tomorrow. 830 is fine, I'll come to pick you up then. Okay, brother. After putting down his phone, Su Ming drove towards Jinju Garden. Wait a minute. At that moment, Su Ming suddenly remembered something very important. Although Bai Xiao agreed to wait for him downstairs in the community, once it turned midnight the zombies would appear. What if Bai Xiao went out to play and didn't come back? Wouldn't that mean she was done for? Thinking of this, Su Ming hurriedly sped back to Jinju Garden. After parking his car in the public parking space, Su Ming was about to head to Building 6, where Bai Xiao lived, when he suddenly heard her melodious laughter coming from the main road of the community. This woman actually didn't run around today. Su Ming hid behind a large tree, quietly waiting for Bai Xiao. As her laughter drew closer, Su Ming surprisingly heard several male voices. He peeked out in the direction of the sound and discovered that Bai Xiao was with 3 black men. Seeing how those 3 black men looked at Bai Xiao, Su Ming knew this was definitely not a normal relationship. Goodness, she's really hiding it well, isn't she? While Su Ming knew that Bai Xiao was not a good person, he never expected this woman to have such tastes. Fortunately, he never thought about spending money to take advantage of her, otherwise if he caught some disease, he would truly have nowhere. Watching Bai Xiao and the 3 black men walk away, Su Ming finally felt relieved. It seems like Bai Xiao will be busy tonight. With the help of these 3 black men, Su Ming felt that Bai Xiao would likely have no energy to go out and party tonight. Moreover, having these 3 mixed into his community after the apocalypse seemed quite interesting to him. Today is a good day, everything I wish for can come true. After confirming that Bai Xiao would stay in her house in Jinju Garden, Su Ming hummed a little tune as he walked to the security room at the entrance. Oh, you are on duty today. Although the security guard from the last life had timely closed the gates of the community, at night, Su Ming still felt a bit uneasy. After all, he had made quite a few changes this time, and to prevent any butterfly effects from occurring, Su Ming decided to come and It's you, Ming Gu. What big business are you busy with lately? The security guard on duty tonight was named Qingchuan, and he was only 18 years old. Interestingly, this kid took this security job at Jinju Garden to attract the attention of wealthy women. Nothing, just the usual company issues. Su Ming waved his hand helplessly and then handed a pack of cigarettes to Li Qingchuan. Jinju Garden was different from other communities. In addition to the 4 main gates for entry, the entire area was surrounded by nearly 3-meter-high walls. Due to the flood disaster in Lingnan City a few years ago, Jinju Garden had installed floodgates at the 4 main entrances during construction. To prevent the floodgates from rusting due to prolonged inactivity, the property management would have the security guards close the floodgates after 11 o'clock on the 8th, 18th, and 28th of every month, reopening them at 5 the next day. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Li Qingchuan, Su Ming visited the other 3 gates to chat with the security guards on duty. Upon discovering that all the night shift security guards were young, Su Ming felt completely at ease. Young people don't want to sleep on night shifts like those old guards over 50. For them, the night is the best time to form connection. After checking everything, Su Ming returned to his shelter. It was already 10:30 at night. Only an hour and a half remained until the zombie outbreak. To further confirm that Bai Xiao hadn't gone out, Su Ming dialed her number. Brother. Huh. I'm exercising. Oh. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Su Ming suppressed his laughter after Bai Xiao's explanation and said good night before hanging up. At this point, he was completely certain that Bai Xiao would definitely not leave Jinju Garden tonight. After everything was ready, Su Ming started charging the newly bought drone. As time ticked away, it finally reached 11:55. To save battery, Su Ming had parked the drone on a rain shelter at a bus station 2 kilometers away from the community, quietly waiting for midnight to arrive. Finally, it's about to begin. As the clock struck midnight, Su Ming stared intently at the computer screen, eager to discover the origins of these zombies. On the screen, the street showed vague figures of pedestrians walking by, and at the food stall across the bus stop, several young people were enjoying late-night snacks. Everything seemed just like any other day. However, Su Ming quickly noticed something unusual happening with the manhole covers on the street. With a loud bang, the heavy manhole cover actually soared into the air and then crashed down onto the road. What's going on? What just exploded? The intense noise soon attracted a crowd, especially the young people still eating at the food stall. Perhaps due to the alcohol, they staggered to the edge of the manhole, using their phones as flashlights to peer down. Seeing the footage on the screen, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at the curiosity of these individuals daring enough to lean in for a closer look. Oh. With a scream filled with terror, several shadows suddenly emerged from the manhole, one of which firmly grabbed the ankle of the person closest to the opening. What is this? My God, there are actually people hiding in the sewer. The person whose ankle was grabbed was frozen in shock, unable to move as he faced this horrifying scene. But soon the sharp pain in his ankle jolted him back to reality. The shadow emerging from the sewer was gnawing at his ankle. Help! Blood poured out from the man's ankle, and the other shadows, like sharks, sensing blood, lunged towards him. My God, what is happening? Is this a movie shoot? Faced with this bloody scene, the onlookers were a mix of terror and excitement, some thinking it was all part of a film. Some passers-by, eager for more excitement, took out their phones to capture the moment, while 2 others, seemingly streamers, set up a selfie stick and began live broadcasting. Everyone, it seems that the Great Xia Kingdom is about to film a zombie movie. I am currently at. However, the voices of the crowd quickly drew the attention of the shadows, which rushed towards the onlookers. What's wrong with these people? Help! There's a murder. Call the police. Suddenly, cries for help and terrified screams echoed throughout the street. As the chaos on the street escalated, those who had fallen in pools of blood slowly began to rise. What's happening? Are we not allowed to sleep? The residents of the nearby community, hearing the ruckus, thought it was just drunk people fighting and came downstairs to watch. What they didn't know was that curiosity would ultimately lead to their demise. As time went on, more people fell into pools of blood, and the dead began to rise as zombies. Soon there were no living beings left on the street, only zombies with stiff movements wandering by the roadside. This zombie crisis actually erupted in such a manner. Watching this unfold on the screen, Su Ming felt a chill running down his spine. Who would release zombies into the sewer? In his previous life, he had no idea how this zombie crisis had begun, but now witnessing the scene on the street, Su Ming felt certain that a terrifying mastermind was behind this crisis. With the sound of sirens blaring, police cars mixed with ambulances could be heard. But when Su Ming saw the police officers disembarking from the police cars armed only with riot shields and batons, he realized these individuals were doomed to meet the same fate. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Facing the incessant notifications from his phone, Su Ming knew they were definitely messages from the community owner group. Eager to witness the excitement, Su Ming had turned on the message notifications for the community owner group tonight. Slowly entering the chat, he found it was buzzing with discussions about the events outside. Manager Chun from the property management, did you see what just happened outside the community? I just used my telescope and saw the street is in complete chaos. I saw it seems there was a brawl on the street outside, and I even called the police. Manager Chin, dude, look closely, that's not a fight. Even when the police arrived, they were still attacked. Now that street is completely silent. Yeah, Manager Chun, it looks like the situation outside isn't a fight, it resembles the zombies from a movie. It seems it really is zombies. They are gnawing at the police. The messages in the group continued, but the property manager Chun, who had been bombarded by messages from owners. Meanwhile, the security guard stationed at the 4 gates of Jinju Garden received a message from Manager Chun in the property Everyone, security guards on duty tonight quickly closed the community gates, no questions asked. Although the on-duty guards didn't know what was happening, they were mere workers, so they naturally followed the property management's orders. Moreover, this was the first time Manager Chun had directly issued orders bypassing the security department. Everyone, please take pictures of the gates after closing them and send them to the group. As 4 pictures were uploaded to the group, Manager Chun finally let out a sigh of relief. What he had witnessed tonight was indeed. However, he knew that there was currently no better solution. Previously, he had come across a short video on social media analyzing what ordinary residents should do if a zombie outbreak occurred in the Great Xia Kingdom. He never imagined that such a video would become useful now. After confirming that all 4 gates of the community were closed, Manager Chun opened the community owner group again, which had been bombarded with messages. Everyone, the 4 gates of Jinju Garden are now completely closed. Please rest assured we will dispatch security to patrol inside the community. Please do not panic. Regardless of what happens, our property management will prioritize the safety of all owners. The phone rang with a notification sound just as Su Ming set it down. Urgent message: multiple incidents of violence have suddenly erupted in the city. Citizens are advised to stay indoors and not to open the door regardless of any sounds heard outside. We will do our utmost to resolve this crisis. After glancing at the message, Su Ming set his phone down again and continued to dig out explosives stored in the system space. Similar events are unfolding across the globe, and it is evident that countries on Blue Star have yet to realize the magnitude of this disaster. Su Ming still clearly remembers that in his past life, nations confidently assured that their armies would easily eradicate all the zombies, but that assurance quickly vanished. This was a meticulously planned zombie crisis, and the armies of various countries were almost entirely wiped out at the— However, rather than worrying about these global issues, Su Ming's immediate priority was to bury the explosives in his yard. Phew, it has truly been quite a challenge. After nearly 3 hours of hard work, a variety of explosives had been buried. After a comfortable hot shower, Su Ming laid down on his bed exhausted. Accustomed to playing on his phone before bed, Su Ming glanced at the messages in the homeowners group and noticed that everyone was now optimistic due to that message. Even though it was already 3:30 in the morning, many homeowners appeared unusually excited after what had just happened. I told you, as long as we hide for 2 days it will be fine. Exactly what zombie can withstand 762. Cough cough. Just a friendly reminder, the caliber in our great Xia country is 5.8. Seeing many homeowners joking in the chat, Su Ming scrolled through some short videos before setting his phone to do not disturb mode, turning off the lights, and entering dreamland. It's already noon. After waking up, Su Ming found that it was already 12 o'clock. After a quick wash, Su Ming looked out through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the balcony and saw that the entire community remained in a peaceful atmosphere. As the 4 main gates of the community were closed by security and no zombies had been found inside, many people were taking leisurely strolls within the community. Especially in the villa area where Su Ming lived, many homeowners were enjoying this leisure time with their children or elderly family members. Indeed, the residents living in the villa area were mostly company owners. If it weren't for this zombie outbreak, when would they have time to spend with their families? Enjoy your last moments of leisure. Su Ming paid no attention to the crowd wandering and making a commotion in the community. Instead, he picked up his phone. But when the screen lit up, Su Ming exclaimed in surprise. Since 7:30 this morning, Bai Xiao had been incessantly messaging and calling him. Fortunately, he had set his phone to do not disturb mode, or he would have been driven crazy by her messages. Brother, I saw in the homeowners group that there were zombies last night, and I received a message saying we shouldn't go out. What on earth? Brother, those zombies won't break in, right? I'm so scared. Brother, are you still not awake? Brother, once the zombies are dealt with, I promise to be with you, and we will never part ways. Upon opening Bai Xiao's messages, Su Ming found them to be nothing but silly, unnutritional messages. With a cold smile, he looked at the messages sent by Bai Xiao and felt a wave of nausea. Just as he was about to mock her, he suddenly felt it was too early to do so. After all, it was just the first day of the apocalypse, and everyone's mindset was quite optimistic. If he were to confront Bai Xiao now, it would only result in her cold sarcasm and getting blocked. Since Bai Xiao liked to toy with him, why not play along? With this thought in mind, Su Ming deleted the half-written message, and after some contemplation, his fingers swiftly danced across the screen. Don't worry, those zombies should be dealt with soon. I need to arrange for my employees to work online, so Xiao, why don't you watch some short videos to pass the time? This time, Bai Xiao did not reply immediately. However, Su Ming was not surprised by this. This woman was probably enjoying herself so much that she had no time to respond to his messages. Then Su Ming glanced at the messages in the homeowners group again, only to find Aunt May shouting loudly in the group. The funniest part was that Aunt May had even changed her nickname to community worker Mei Xiaoang. Everyone, there are those so-called zombies outside, so the garbage truck will not come to Jinju Garden for garbage collection, but I still hope all residents of Jinju Garden will practice proper waste sorting and disposal. Please cooperate. Everyone, this is a critical time, and I sincerely hope all residents can unite and cooperate with the property department of Jinju Garden to get through this difficult period. Residents facing difficulties can also reach out to me. Goodness, this woman really thinks of herself as someone important. Looking at the messages this old hag was sending in the group, Su Ming couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Persist. Just a little longer. Done. As the countdown in his mind reached 0, Su Ming collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath in ragged heaving gulps. Though the system had indeed granted him the physical constitution of an ordinary reconnaissance soldier prior to this, Su Ming had spent the past 3 months doing nothing but stockpiling supplies and wandering leisurely through mountains and rivers, never once engaging in physical training to maintain his fitness. Let alone the constitution of an ordinary reconnaissance soldier. Even that of an elite special forces operative would not withstand such reckless indulgence. Congratulations, host, on completing the quest Transcend Your Limits. Reward distribution commences now. Congratulations, host, on acquiring mastery of all firearms. As the system's voice resonated, Su Ming instantly felt a flood of comprehensive firearms knowledge surge into his consciousness. He could now disassemble and reassemble any firearm with flawless precision and instinctive fluency. Phew, at least this mission is complete. After lying prone for a few moments, Su Ming slowly rose to his feet and retrieved an iced Americano from his system storage space, tearing open the delivery bag and drinking it down in deep, satisfying gulps. Truly, the system's spatial storage was extraordinary. After all this time, even the ice cubes in the coffee remained perfectly intact. Exhilarating. Having finished the iced Americano, Su Ming stretched luxuriously, preparing to consider what to eat next, when suddenly his phone chimed again. Well, by Xiao Xiao again. Seems she's finally free. Glancing at her reply, Su Ming responded with a single. At that very moment, inspiration struck. A brilliant plan flickered to life in his mind. Without delay, he withdrew a drone from his system storage and began charging it. The following dawn rose gently over Golden Residence Garden, and the neighborhood WeChat group stirred back to life. How much longer will this zombie outbreak last? No idea, but I hope it lasts long enough that I won't have to go to work. I sincerely hope my idiotic boss gets bitten by a zombie. That way I'll never hear his scolding again. Friendly reminder. Your boss is also in this group, and lives in the Villa District. Su Jiahuang Unit 1602, Building 8. Message retracted. Brother Su, retract yours too. Across the group, many white-collar workers were already daydreaming about how long the state council might extend their national holiday. Since Golden Residence Garden had been fully sealed off, residents who remained inside could still exercise in the garden or play chess, unimpeded. For a time, life even seemed rather idyllic. Mei Xiaohong, community officer. Annie May, I'm out of vegetables. Could you please ask around if anyone has extras? I'm happy to pay. As soon as one resident posted this, dozens more quickly chimed in, tagging Mei Xiaohong to report their own dwindling food supplies. At that moment, Mei Xiaohong was watching a drama at home. Upon seeing the mentions, her first thought was Su Ming. Dutifully, her fingers tapped deliberately across her phone screen. Su Ming, Villa No. 8. Little Su, I recall you purchased a large quantity of goods from the supermarket recently. Now that some residents are facing hardship, would you kindly share part of your stock with the community? Su Ming, mid-workout, heard the message alert, but ignored it. After all, only 2 people ever messaged him by Xiao Xiao, or Mei Xiaohong tagging everyone in the group again. That old witch herself. Peering through the entrance surveillance feed, Su Ming instantly recognized Mei Xiaohong pressing his doorbell, and immediately deduced her purpose to demand supplies. Amid the persistent ringing, he first switched his phone to Do Not Disturb mode, then calmly pulled out his shelter control tablet and disabled the doorbell notification entirely. At last, peace restored. After a luxurious shower, Su Ming picked up his phone, only to find several new mentions awaiting him in the group chat. Su Ming, Villa No. 8. I rang your doorbell, yet you refused to open the door. Do you realize this constitutes defiance of a community officer's directive? Su Ming, Villa No. 8. Everyone saw how much you bought that day. This is precisely when you should contribute to the neighborhood. You can't possibly consume it all alone. Why not share? Su Ming, Villa No. 8. If you continue ignoring these messages, rest assured once the crisis ends I will formally report your selfish conduct. Absolutely, Support Officer Mei. Su Ming, just share what you can't finish. It's no great sacrifice. Exactly. We're all neighbors. No need to be so stingy. Unsurprisingly, Mei Xiaohong's remarks found widespread resonance. In their eyes, Su Ming, a villa-dwelling resident, was undoubtedly wealthy beyond measure. And having recently stocked up so extravagantly, he was now morally obligated to distribute his surplus. Regarding such bandit logic, Su Ming let out a cold, disdainful laugh. Because he had stockpiled supplies, he was expected to surrender them. Only day 2, and already some had revealed their true nature. Su Ming genuinely wondered what would they become by day 7. That said, Su Ming had no intention of indulging either Mei Xiaohong's authoritarian posturing or the collective entitlement of the residents. Why should I hand over goods I paid for with my own money? If you're so selfless, why don't you donate your own supplies? And you, Mei Xiaohong, didn't you receive an entire storage room's worth of goods from me during my renovation? Why not contribute those? With that, Su Ming uploaded a previously saved video directly to the group chat. The footage clearly showed Mei Xiaohong and security guard Lao Su hauling supplies out of the basement. What I stockpiled I bought with hard-earned money. What you took was freely gifted. So unquestionably yours is the stash that ought to be shared. The group erupted. Dozens of residents swiftly turned their accusations toward Mei Xiaohong, demanding she surrender every item she'd acquired for free. Mei Xiaohong, community officer. Auntie Mei, you've already taken so much. Why not share something now? Exactly. Auntie Mei, hurry up and distribute some. Don't hoard it all yourself. Watching her former allies defect en masse, Mei Xiaohong was left seething with fury. She'd long since sold off Su Ming's gifts, alongside security guard Lao Su, to opportunistic buyers. Not a single item remained in her home. Even if she had retained anything, she certainly wouldn't relinquish it willingly. As the group's outrage swelled, Mei Xiaohong realized if this continued, her reputation would be utterly ruined. Understanding this, she wasted no time, dialing security guard Lao Su without hesitation. In truth, Su Ming knew that the owners who were making a ruckus in the group were not lacking food at home. They simply had no friends. Aside from the owner who initially mentioned spending money, the others who joined the commotion were definitely the type who would seize a bargain whenever possible. So I hope you all know how to take care of yourselves. Su Ming chose to ignore the messages in the owner group and took out his brush, ink, paper, and inkstone along with a bottle of rural spring water, heading into his study. After all, he had hoarded so much water that he couldn't possibly finish it all. It was better to let his ink creations exude a breath of nature. Old Su the security guard became furious upon receiving a call from Mei Xiaohong. What? This little brat dares to bull. I'll go teach him a lesson. After making a solemn promise to Mei Xiaohong, Old Su immediately hopped on his electric bike and arrived at the entrance of Su Ming's villa. After ringing the doorbell several times without getting a response, Old Su opted for the most straightforward and forceful method. He banged on the door. Bang! Upon hearing a dull thud, Old Su stood frozen in place. This door. The sound and feel are off. He had initially thought that this villa door was merely wooden, but was surprised to hear such a heavy sound. Wealthy people's quirks are truly numerous. Old Su cursed, and then took out his security baton, striking the door hard. Dong! Using a tool and not worried about hurting his hands, Old Su exerted nearly 80% of his strength. However, he did not expect that the recoil from the baton would send a numbing sensation through his hands. What kind of material is this door made of? Is it solid? Undeterred, Old Su continued to strike the door with his baton several more times, but aside from some dull thuds, the door showed not even a dent. Su Ming, get out here. Frustrated, Old Su began to curse loudly at the villa. What Old Su didn't know was that at that moment Su Ming was in his study joyfully splattering ink on rice paper with ink mixed with rural spring water. To create a pleasant atmosphere, he had even set up his computer to play music of mountains and flowing water. The study, already soundproof, made it impossible for Su Ming to hear the commotion outside. Moreover, how much noise could a rubber baton make against a solid metal door? Su Ming, come out. Hurry up. Faced with the situation, Old Su initially thought about leaving in disgrace, but recalling the promise he made to Mei Xiaohong, he decided he absolutely could not give up halfway. However, banging on the door and shouting inside was indeed not a solution. He had long heard that villas built by wealthy people generally had good soundproofing, and as a man over 50, he certainly couldn't match the energy of the younger generation. Just as Old Su was lost in thought, his gaze suddenly shifted to his electric bike. Right? Why do I have to shout myself? I have high-tech too. Old Su aimed the front of the electric bike at Su Ming's villa and decisively pressed the horn button. Beep. Along with a series of piercing honks, Old Su, with a cigarette in his mouth, couldn't help but feel proud of his cleverness. How annoying. Just as Old Su sat smugly on the electric bike, a sharp roar suddenly erupted behind him. Oh my god! The sharp voice startled Old Su so much that he jolted. Even the cigarette he was holding slipped from his fingers and fell to the ground. Are you done? What are you doing? Turning around, he saw a burly middle-aged woman who had somehow appeared behind him, glaring fiercely at him. Faced with the middle-aged woman's questioning, Old Su was so frightened he couldn't speak. Why are you honking so early in the morning? Are you trying to let people sleep? While cursing Old Su, the middle-aged woman pulled out her phone and dialed the property manager. Manager Chen, right? I want to file a complaint. Seeing Old Su trying to approach her, she pointed directly at his nose. Faced with the middle-aged woman's fierce demeanor, Old Su realized he had truly gotten into deep trouble. Yes, it's your security guard. Early in the morning, riding a broken electric bike in our villa area and honking. Just now he even banged on number 8's door. What's his name? The middle-aged woman glanced at the name tag on Old Zu's chest. His name is Su Jianxun. Huh, you want to give him a call? Fine. Looking at the phone handed to him by the middle-aged woman, Old Su cautiously took it and put it to his ear. Hello. Hello, your mother. Even without activating the speakerphone, Manager Chen's furious roar came through the receiver. What are you going crazy about early in the morning? Why are you honking in the villa area? Do you know that the zombies outside the community are attracted by sound? Faced with Manager Chen's anger from the other end of the line, Old Su suddenly became tongue-tied. Manager. I what? Aren't you just causing trouble for your romantic interest? What? Are you planning to mess with the owners? Do you know what kind of people live in the villa area? Just as Old Su was about to explain, Manager Chen's voice came through again from the other end. Alright, don't say anything. Your salary for this month is all deducted. If there's a next time, you can go feed the zombies. Thus a farce ended with Old Zu's disheartened return. After apologizing to the middle-aged woman, Old Su, riding his electric bike, looked back at the still tightly closed gate of the villa, his eyes filled with resentment. That was a full month's salary. At this moment, Old Su wished the zombies outside wouldn't be cleared away so quickly. After all, he had witnessed how his father took him to rob their neighbors during a famine when he was young. He had truly experienced that world of cannibalism. As long as he waited for another 10 days or so, when everyone's stored food was nearly consumed, he could lead a group of owners to directly scale the wall, grab Su Ming, give him a good beating, and then seize all his supplies. Robbing one person is called theft, but if a group robs one person, the police could never possibly arrest all these. Furthermore, if everyone was willing, they could easily throw Su Ming out to feed the zombies outside. Little brat, just let you be arrogant for a few more days. Thinking of this, Old Zu's mood brightened, and he rode his electric bike back to his security booth. Hiss. Why can't I write the 4 characters thick virtue carries all well? Su Ming, still in his study trying to figure out how to master calligraphy, was completely unaware that he had become the target of resentment. At this moment, he just wanted to know why he couldn't get those 4 characters right. It must be because of the rural. Days passed by, and now it had been 6 days since the zombie outbreak. Does anyone still have food at home? My stock is running low. Don't even mention cleaning up. I just took a look with binoculars, and not only hasn't it decreased, but it has increased. Watching the group chat filled with discussions about the situation outside the community, Su Ming realized that this place was about to descend into a world of cannibalism. If I'm not mistaken, the entire city will experience a power outage in 2 days. On the 7th day, which is tomorrow, the property manager Chun will pull all the residents of the villa area into a separate chat group. This could somewhat be considered the treatment that the wealthy enjoy in the apocalypse. In her previous life, Mei Xiaohong was still working as a maid at this time and didn't have a falling out with me like now. So naturally, Su Ming couldn't predict what would happen in this life. Brother, why haven't the zombies outside been cleared yet? I'm so scared the food at home is almost gone. That's not right, Xiao Xiao. I bought quite a bit of food for you and put it in the fridge. How could you run out so fast? I know, but my neighbor came over and said they have no food at home, so I shared some with them. I must say Xiao Xiao's lie was indeed clever. It not only showcased her kind character, but also evoked sympathy from us. Most importantly, she acted as if she had no idea about her previous bulk purchase. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming decided to pretend he hadn't seen it. Xiaobai loves coffee, so it was you all along. If it weren't for your profile picture being your own photo, I wouldn't have found you. Could you let me, your neighbor, have some peace? Why do you have to make noise even during the day? I can't believe you were able to make such a loud noise with your mouth closed. Is it chest resonance? Undoubtedly, this owner, named Qin Xiaodian, had reached his limit. It seemed he had been tormented by his new neighbor Xiao Xiao for these 6 days. Xiaobai loves coffee. Stop pretending not to see. I usually don't say anything about your quirks, but can't you keep a fixed schedule? I could wear headphones in advance. Seeing the messages in the group, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh, and many owners began to chime in. Wow, is this for real? This girl is quite something. Haha, Xiaobai loves coffee. I think you should change your name to Loves Chocolate instead. Especially dark chocolate. I've got an idea. My new book will be titled At the Beginning of the Apocalypse, I Have 3 Black Boyfriends. Watching the constant barrage of messages in the group, Su Ming was also curious about how Xiao Xiao would react. However, what surprised Su Ming was that Xiao Xiao did not contact him immediately to explain. Instead, she stopped messaging. Is she planning to pull a fast one on me? To be fair, Su Ming admired Xiao Xiao a bit. If it were an average person in such a group situation, they would likely choose to come out and explain. But Xiao Xiao chose to play it cool, especially since there were zombies everywhere outside. Her scandal would be drowned in various messages within hours. At that time, she would still appear to Su Ming as that pure and kind girl. Although Su Ming admired this aspect of Xiao Xiao's character, he knew that she could never be used for his purposes. Thus, Xiao Xiao had to die. But before that, Su Ming didn't mind making things a bit more entertaining. He quietly took out another phone and directly added Qin Xiaodian on his alternate account. Bro, I saw what you said in the group. Ew, I have evidence of that girl with those 3 people. Do you want it? I want it. At this moment, Qin Xiaodian was consumed by anger. His family's food supply was running low, and his neighbor was making such a racket every day. What kind of family is this? At this time, they are still making such a waste of energy. Okay, I'll send it to you right away. Seeing Qin Xiaodian agree, Su Ming quickly sent him the video taken by the drone that night. Thanks, bro. After receiving the video, Qin Xiaodian didn't think twice and immediately hit the forward button, sending it to the owner group while tagging Xiao Xiao again. Xiaobai loves coffee. Come see if this is you. I must say you are quite fierce. You are simply the female Lu Bu. Brother, our house has run completely out of food. Bai Xiao Xiao did not send her message to Su Ming until evening, clearly intending to verify whether he had seen the video circulating in the residential WeChat group. Reading her message, Su Ming's lips curled into a faint cold smile. If this woman insisted on pretending, then he was more than willing to play along. After all, he had nothing urgent to attend to at the moment, so why not type a few extra words and indulge her game? Xiao Xiao, you're far too kind. But if you've already given everything away, what will you eat yourself? Whoa, brother, I never imagined this calamity would last so long. Su Ming knew instantly that her plaintive tone was calculated to provoke him into volunteering his own supplies. Alas, this time around, Su Ming already knew exactly who Bai Xiao Xiao was. He had hoarded provisions, not to place. Moreover, 3 black men lived with Bai Xiao Xiao. Su Ming eagerly anticipated what chaos they might unleash within the compound. After all, even in ordinary times, they flouted the laws of Daxiao Nation, let alone during an apocalyptic descent into cannibalism. By now, everyone in the compound knew he had stockpiled vast quantities of supplies. Su Ming knew full well their collective ire would soon fix upon him. They had yet to denounce him publicly in the group chat only because most households still held modest reserves. Once those dwindled to nothing, that world would truly become one of man devouring man. With Bai Xiao Xiao, Su Ming adhered to a single principle: so long as she refrained from revealing her true face, he would continue placating her with typed words, no matter how absurd. After brief contemplation, his fingers flew across the screen. Xiao Xiao, my own pantry is nearly bare. Most of what I bought at the supermarket were daily necessities, few edible or drinkable items. But if you need toilet paper, I can ask security to deliver some to you. Having sent the message, Su Ming returned to his study to practice calligraphy. Gazing at the instructional video playing on his tablet, he gripped the ink brush and drew a slow, deep breath. I refuse to believe I cannot master these 4 characters. By the 7th day, Su Ming sat poised beside his phone, awaiting the expected message. According to memories from his past life, today Manager Chun of the property management would gather all villa resident owners into a new WeChat group. Everyone, greetings, esteemed villa owners. The zombie crisis outside remains unresolved. With most households nearing depletion of food supplies after careful deliberation, our property management has decided to prioritize your protection. Thank you, Manager Chun. We're deeply grateful for your efforts. Now I won't have to fear theft from high-rise residents. Watching the 9 other owners' responses, Su Ming sneered inwardly. There was no such thing as a free lunch. The manager's motive was transparent extortion under the guise of protection. We appreciate your gratitude. Yet, given the current state of our community, please understand that protecting the villa zone entails significant operational costs, and thus cannot be provided gratis. As expected, the group fell silent the moment Manager Chin spoke. What was this then? Blatant protection racketeering. Manager Chin, your proposal of paid protection is unreasonable. Isn't safeguarding our interests precisely your duty as property management? Resident, recall that Jinju Garden is a mixed-use compound. High-rise tenants are also our clients. Prioritizing villa owners' safety naturally demands commensurate compensation. The owner confronted fell speechless. Indeed, by now they all sensed the zombie crisis might endure far longer than imagined. If paying a price ensured survival, they were willing to pay. You're absolutely right, Manager Chen. From now on, our safety rests entirely in your hands. Once one villa owner conceded, the rest, including all but Su Ming, acquiesced to Manager Chen's term. How precisely will fees be structured, Manager Chen? At that moment, an owner posed the pivotal question. Fear not the cost. Our security fee is modest, sufficient provisions for 2 people per day. Alternatively, 20 grams of gold per day. Also, we accept neither cash nor electronic transfers. Please understand. As Manager Chun unveiled his exorbitant terms, stunned silence descended upon the group. They did possess supplies, but those were their lifeline. Still, they reasoned if high-rise residents stormed in to seize them, the outcome would be far less merciful than Manager Chen's offer. Understood. I'll begin payment tomorrow. Thank you, Manager Chun. With consensus achieved among all others, only Su Ming, residing in Villa No. 8, remained uncommitted. Su Ming, Mr. Su, will you accept our protective services? Seeing himself tagged, Su Ming knew his moment had arrived and felt a thrill of anticipation. Manager Chin, if you intend to levy protection fees amid this chaos, say so plainly. No need for euphemisms. I categorically reject your protection. And let me warn everyone, once your supplies dwindle, these very protectors will turn on you. Tread carefully. Oh, and if you dare send your staff to harm me, go ahead. I'll see you sentenced to 10 years or more in court. He sent the message and exited the group chat without hesitation. His warning was deliberate, designed to incite Manager. Su Ming knew Manager Chin well. Though now a property manager, the man's origins lay in unlawful demolition gang. At heart, he was a thug, making Su Ming keenly eager to witness his next move. Su Ming burned with curiosity. How would Manager Chin react upon confronting an impregnable fortress where he had expected easy prey? In his past life, he had surrendered vast supplies to property staff and security, only to perish devoured by. Even when Mei Xiaohong proposed casting him out, not a single soul dared speak in his defense. This time Su Ming would repay every debt in full. This brat actually dares to disrespect me like this. Manager Chen looked at the message from Su Ming on his phone, and a surge of anger ignited within him. Now Manager Chen had roughly grasped the situation outside the residential area. 7 days had passed since the outbreak of zombies, yet the Great Xia Empire had still issued no new notifications or taken any action. Although news was still being broadcast every day, the anchors mainly spouted irrelevant nonsense, and there were even 2 days where no news was aired at all. In other words, there were no rules left in this world. Manager Chen clearly understood that in this world where humans devour each other, all laws would be rendered as mere scraps of paper. Thus, all the residents of Jinju Garden would become his first pot of gold in this era of chaos. Are you still planning to sue me in court? I think I should first send you to have tea with Yama. Manager Chen glanced at the message sent by Su Ming and couldn't help but let out a series of cold laughs. Since Su Ming wants to be the early bird, Manager Chen didn't mind using him as an example to warn others. I am Manager Chen from the property management. All security personnel come to my office for a meeting. After putting down the intercom, Manager Chen felt a bit unsatisfied, so he picked up his phone again and sent a message in the villa owners group. Everyone, due to the unwillingness of Su Ming, the owner of No. 8 Manor, to cooperate with the property management, the property will carry out a special operation to expel him from the community at 1 p.m. today. All owners interested in observing may come to No. 8 Manor for a visit. Upon seeing this message, the remaining 9 owners in the group fell silent. Everyone knew what it meant to expel someone from the community, which was to leave Su Ming with no way out. But at this moment, what could they do? Some of them indeed thought about screenshotting this message and sending it to Su Ming. However, even if they informed him, what good would it do? Now the area outside Jinju Garden was filled with zombies, and going out was equivalent to walking to one's death. Nevertheless, 2 owners still chose to screenshot Manager Chen's words from the group and warned Su Ming to run quickly. Before it was even 1 p.m., the outside of Su Ming's villa was already crowded with residents who came to watch. Not bad, not bad. It seems everyone supports our property management's action this time. As Manager Chen's proud voice echoed, the crowd hurriedly turned to look at the source of the sound. Manager Chen walked at the forefront, chest puffed out, followed by a group of security guards wielding batons and riot shields. The way he carried himself made it clear that he intended to break into Su Ming's villa. Faced with the fully armed security guards, the crowd quickly made way, their gazes towards Su Ming's villa, filled with pity. It seems the owners are all very supportive of our property management's work, Manager Chun said, glancing at the fear-stricken villa owners in front of him. A sense of pride welled up within him. It must be said that Manager Chun was quite grateful for the arrival of this apocalypse. If it were in times of peace, he would never have been able to hold such a high position in front of these wealthy people. Smash this broken door open. Manager, wait. Just as a group of security guards prepared to smash the door with rubber batons, old Sue, who had already experienced the door's peculiarities, hurriedly ran to the front to stop them. Manager, this brat's door is odd. Do you remember the time I was complained about for honking? It was because smashing his door had no effect, that's why I honked. Hearing old Zu's words, Manager Chun took a baton from one of the security guards and walked to the door, knocking on it. Knock. This brat's door is actually a solid metal door. Hearing the feedback from the knocking, Manager Chun couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt arise within him. Although he knew that many wealthy people's habits were quite strange, it was still the first time he had seen someone turn the gate of their yard into a solid metal door. Manager Chun, why have you brought so many security guards here? Everyone looked up and saw Su Ming's figure appearing behind the floor-to-ceiling window on the second-floor balcony. Su Ming opened the door quickly. Otherwise, once we get in, your only fate will be to become zombie food. You can come in and talk about it. Su Ming gave Manager Chun an international gesture and began leisurely eating a bag of potato chips. Good, good, good. Faced with Su Ming's provocation, Manager Chun gritted his teeth and said, 3 goods. He glanced at the wall that was about 3 meters high and waved his hand. Bring me the ladder. Upon hearing Manager Chin's command, 2 security guards quickly brought over a folding ladder from the patrol. Xiao Wang, once you get over, open the door. The summoned security guard Xiao Wang showed no hesitation and immediately set up. One could see him holding a baton in one hand while using the other hand to grasp the edge of the ladder, swiftly climbing to the top, resembling a soldier attacking a city in ancient times. Well done, Xiao Wang. The cheers from the group of security guards below made Xiao Wang feel a bit elated. However, just as his hand touched the top of the wall, he suddenly discovered that there was a groove at the very top. Z. Accompanied by the sound of electricity, the previously arrogant Xiao Wang instantly stiffened and fell. Damn, his wall actually has an electric fence. Quick, save him. The group of security guards, seeing Xiao Wang lying on the ground, unable to move, rushed forward to try to rescue him. However, they had not learned any first aid knowledge, and faced with Xiao Wang, whose skin had mostly carbonized, they had no idea how to deal with the situation. Seeing Xiao Wang's breathing grow weaker, the group of security guards panicked, all looking toward Manager Chun. Manager, Xiao Wang can't hold on any longer. I see, but there's nothing I can do right now. Manager Chun glanced at the Xiao Wang lying on the ground, and then at the crowd in front. If he dies, he will likely become a zombie like those outside. Find a rope and tie him to a tree. Seeing that the crowd had no response and were all looking at him, Manager Chun realized that his words were indeed rather cruel. I know what you are all thinking, but you must understand that it was not me who killed Xiao Wang, but Su Ming. That's right, it was clearly Su Ming who did it. Exactly, Manager Chun didn't know there was a high-voltage electric fence up there. With the chorus of agreement from several confidants, the security guards quickly tied the almost lifeless Xiao Wang to a tree. Without timely treatment, Xiao Wang quickly stopped breathing. Su Ming stood on the balcony watching Xiao Wang tied to the tree below. He knew that soon Xiao Wang would turn into a zombie that only knew how to gnaw on flesh. Su Ming felt no pity for these people. However, he truly didn't expect that the high-voltage electric fence on his outer wall would take a life so quickly. Well, next it's time for the landmines to play their role. Su Ming naturally understood that once the high-voltage electric fence was exposed, it would quickly lose its effectiveness. After all, the property management in the community must have tools like pliers. As long as those high-voltage wires were cut, the electric fence would become useless. However, Su Ming initially built the outer wall to prevent zombies, and the electric fence was merely a one-time tool. Forget it, I'd rather practice my calligraphy than watch this any longer. At this moment, the group of security guards below did not continue their assault on Su Ming's villa, but were nervously staring at the already breathless Xiao Wang. They were also uncertain whether Xiao Wang would turn into a zombie. As time passed second by second, Xiao Wang, who had originally kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. Grr. A series of low growls completely shattered the last hope of the crowd. There was no doubt that Xiao Wang had thoroughly transformed into a zombie. Forget it, let's give him a quick end. Manager Chun looked at the clawing Xiao Wang and sighed helplessly. He slowly took out a dagger from his waist and fixed it onto the riot control fork that had already been disassembled. Holding this makeshift spear, Manager Chun aimed at Xiao Wang's eye socket and lunged forward sharply. The dagger pierced into the eye socket, and Xiao Wang did not emit any further sounds. Alright, wrap Xiao Wang's corpse and throw it outside the community later. After dealing with the now mutated Xiao Wang, Manager Chin's gaze turned once again to Su Ming's villa. You set up the ladder, and you go get me a pair of pliers. I will go up and cut the electric fence on his wall. Since things were not going well on his side, Manager Chin decided it was time to boost morale by taking personal action. The 2 security guards who were called upon did not dare to delay, and the rest of the security guards were all impressed by Manager Chin's courage. This is what a leader should be like. Done. After some busy work, Manager Chun cut through a section of the electric fence on the wall and slowly climbed down from the ladder. Brothers, charge in and pull Su Ming out. Let's avenge Xiao Wang. As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 security guards who had a good relationship with Xiao Wang immediately turned readied. They both climbed up the ladder in succession, jumped over the wall, and directly leaped down. Boom. The sudden loud noise startled everyone outside, and then a series of extremely tragic wails echoed from the court. Help! My leg! Oh! Hearing the miserable wail of that security guard, everyone immediately froze in place. That loud noise just now. Could it have been a landmine? But why would there be landmines buried in Su Ming's courtyard? Quick, save him. Xiao Chen's leg has been blown off. Hurry and bring a rope. The security guard who hadn't triggered the mine spoke with a noticeable tremor in his voice. Although his legs were shaking, he dared not move an inch. He clearly knew that he had just been spared by luck. If he moved forward, perhaps luck would abandon him. Quick, the fire rope. Get him out. Hearing the tragic wails from inside, the security guards outside hurriedly brought the fire rope. After tying one end of the rope to a tree trunk in the courtyard, they directly tossed the other end into the yard. Damn it. Who the hell threw this rope? Can't you throw it accurately? I can't reach it. The security guard who had not triggered the mine looked at the rope, which was still 2 meters away from him, and immediately began to curse. The security guard responsible for throwing the rope heard the curses coming from inside, and quickly pulled the rope back. After climbing to the top of the ladder and seeing the position in the courtyard, he finally threw the rope in the right place. Damn, this place is terrifying. After getting the rope, the security guard who had not triggered the mine no longer cared about Xiao Chun, who was groaning in pain. Tightening the rope, he directly leaped and threw himself over the wall. During this time, he did not dare let his feet touch the ground at all. After adjusting his posture, he stepped on the wall with his feet, exerting all his strength to climb up, and finally managed to flip over the wall. Phew. Phew. This is terrifying. Thinking back to his experience in the courtyard, that security guard sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Quick, save me. Please, I beg you to save me. Facing Xiao Chen's cries from the courtyard manager, Chen picked up the rope and quickly climbed the ladder, tossing the rope to Xiao Chen's location. Xiao Chen, quickly tie yourself up with the rope. We'll pull you up. At this moment, Xiao Chen gradually calmed down from his earlier panic. Although his right leg was still in excruciating pain, he clearly knew that he could only save himself now. After seeing Xiao Chen firmly tie the rope around his waist, manager Chen hurriedly instructed the other security guards to start pulling Xiao Chen out. As Xiao Chen was pulled out over the wall, the security guards quickly supported him down. Hurry and bandage him. Facing Xiao Chen, whose face had turned pale from excessive blood loss, everyone was frantic. There was nothing they could do. Although there was indeed a first aid kit in the office, none of them knew how to bandage. First, let's take him to our property's meeting room. We need to disinfect and stop the bleeding. Eventually, it was one of the older security guards who reacted first. The others, who had finally come to their senses, were now too flustered to do anything else. They hurriedly lifted Xiao Chun onto the patrol car and sped towards the meeting room. Seeing that most of his security guards were busy trying to save Xiao Chen, manager Chen naturally knew that continuing the assault on Su Ming's villa today was impossible. They had already lost 2 security guards, and the morale of the others had plummeted to the lowest point. Today they certainly— Damn it, what's so interesting to watch? With nowhere else to vent his frustration, manager Chen finally targeted the onlooking residents nearby. If you keep watching, do you believe I'll throw all of you out to feed the zombies? Manager Chen's words caused the onlookers to scatter, but it still did not relieve his frustration. He glanced at a burly middle-aged woman. Wasn't she the one who complained a few days ago? You'll be the first one to face the— Having found a new target, manager Chen exchanged glances with a few of his trusted subordinates, and they quickly walked toward the middle-aged woman's villa. Congratulations to the host for killing a survivor, reward 5 points. Facing the voice echoing in his mind, Su Ming, who was still practicing calligraphy, realized that the person must be the security guard who had triggered the mine. Goodness, he's finally dead. Su Ming looked at the Xian paper on his desk, which bore the phrase "thick virtue nurtures all," and ultimately crumpled it into a ball and tossed it into the trash. This points reward from the system was activated only after Su Ming killed Xiao Wang, and the purpose of the points was to acquire various items from the points mall. To unlock the points mall, 1,000 points were required. However, Su Ming was not worried about the points at all. Everyone in the community knew that he had purchased a large amount of supplies prior to this. He believed that before long they would take risks to come and steal or even rob supplies from him. Sigh. I really look forward to the arrival of that day. As Su Ming stretched and picked up his phone placed on the desk, he noticed that there was another message mentioning him in the owner's group chat, causing him to frown slightly. At No. 8 Manor, Su Ming, can you please provide some supplies to help everyone? At No. 8 Manor, Su Ming, let me remind you that we have international friends in our community that don't embarrass the group. Aunt May is right. Why don't you take out some supplies? As expected, it's that Mei Xiaohong causing trouble in the group. However, to Su Ming's surprise, the 3 black men had yet to engage in any robbery. Logically, they shouldn't be so restrained. But faced with the bombardment of messages from Mei Xiaohong and the uproar of the homeowners, Su Ming naturally had no intention of giving in. Su Ming went to the food storage room in the basement, took a photo with his phone, and posted it in the group. I do have supplies, but I won't share them with you. As the news spread, the homeowners group erupted. My goodness, this person actually has so many supplies. I bet the others in the villas have similar supplies. Is anyone going with me to that side? Anyway, these people are all heartless rich. Oh, what's wrong with taking a little from them? Watching the homeowners group respond continuously, Su Ming was about to continue provoking when he noticed manager Chun had actually chimed in. To everyone, our property management has already verified the other 9 homeowners in the villa area. They indeed have very little food, and only Su Ming from No. 8 Manor has refused to cooperate with our verification. Please remain rational and do not disturb the other 9 homeowners. Manager Chun is trying to get these unfortunate souls to step on a landmine for him. Su Ming understood perfectly that Manager Chin's intention was to shift all the homeowners' anger onto him. Sure enough, under Manager Chin's guidance, the homeowners turned their fire towards him. Faced with their condemnation, Su Ming pulled out a steak and a bottle of red wine from his system space, found a good angle, and took a photo to upload. Are you envious? You don't have any. Brother, can Xiao Xiao come to your house? I've been hungry all night. At this moment, on the other end of the phone, by Xiao Xiao had completely lost her previous mindset. Now almost the entire building knew that she had 3 black men at home, and countless homeowners had watched her video, 3 heroes battle Lu Bu. Men from the Great Xia would never associate with a woman like her, so even if she wanted to exchange her body for supplies, it was impossible. Moreover, the 3 black men at her home were only interested in sports, behaving like lords otherwise. Without supplies, Bai Xiao Xiao couldn't command these 3 lords, and she even received a slap this morning. Originally thinking she could use her physical advantage to keep these 3 black men under her control, Bai Xiao Xiao had miscalculated. Men from the Great Xia might become submissive due to love, but black men would not. She had initially thought that after nearly a week of friendly exchanges, these 3 black men would obey her like other men. However, reality poured a bucket of icy cold water over Bai Xiao Xiao. Helpless, she could only turn her thought. If Su Ming hadn't seen her video, she could sneak to his villa even if it meant paying with her body. After all, Su Ming would never be angry with her, let alone hit her. As a message notification sounded on her phone, Bai Xiao Xiao quickly checked her phone. Xiao Xiao, don't come over yet. You saw the messages in the group? These people would swallow me alive if they caught you, and it would be dangerous. They'll take some supplies out to distribute to them later, then I'll bring the rest, and head to your place after dark. Seeing Su Ming's message, a hint of joy appeared on Bai Xiao's face. Indeed, Su Ming cared for her, and most importantly, Su Ming had not seen her video. As for Su Ming's plan to distribute some supplies, Bai Xiao Xiao was reluctant, but she realized it was truly the only option. Bai Xiao Xiao replied to Su Ming with a cute emoji, lost in thought. Honestly, she didn't know how to choose. Although Su Ming treated her well, and indeed had supplies, how much could he bring out alone? If she continued to rely on these 3 black men using their strong physiques to rob the surrounding homeowners, might also be a good choice. For a moment, Bai Xiao Xiao found herself in a quandary. This woman seems to have realized that the 3 black lords are not listening to her anymore. Su Ming smirked as he put down his phone, continuing to enjoy his red wine and steak. After a hearty meal, he intended to stretch when he noticed a large number of residents gathering outside his yard. Oh, they came quickly. Through the window, he saw at least 50 people behind Mei Xiaohong. It seemed they were indeed infuriated by his photo. Su Ming, get out here right now. Hand over the supplies. As Mei Xiaohong picked up a megaphone, she resembled a police officer surrounding a robber. Su Ming, I now represent the community and urge you to hand over the supplies immediately, or what awaits you will be the people. Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud. He had to admit that Mei Xiaohong was quite talented, even mentioning the people's punishment. Su Ming felt as if he had time traveled back to the last century. Su Ming, you are surrounded. Do you think you can fend off so many of us? They'll give you 1 minute to think, right? Aunt Mei is right. Hurry up and come out. Exactly. Su Ming, get out. Mei Xiaohong's words drew cheers from the crowd behind her. In that moment, they all seemed to represent justice. But they forgot that justice never resorts to coercion. Perfect, you can practice your shooting on me. Facing the crowd's provocations, Su Ming showed no courtesy this time. He took out a Glock handgun from his system space, loaded the magazine, and quietly opened the shooting hole in the wall. Mei Xiaohong still needs to stay out, otherwise life would be quite dull. After careful selection, Su Ming ultimately decided to make his first target a young man with dyed yellow hair. With a crisp gunshot, the young man with dyed yellow hair fell to the ground. I must say Su Ming's shot was remarkably accurate, the bullet directly striking the yellow-haired youth's face, completely eliminating the possibility of him turning into a zombie. In the face of this scene, everyone was initially stunned, but upon seeing the yellow-haired youth lying on the ground, they quickly understood. A murder. Run. He has a gun. Under the threat of the gun, the residents lost their previous bravado and hurried. Especially Mei Xiaohong, who at over 50 years of age surprisingly found herself among the first to run. Watching the crowd of people fleeing in panic, Su Ming quietly closed the shooting hole. He knew that for the foreseeable future, no one would dare to trouble him again. Sigh. I might as well write my virtue. Seeing his fun come to an end, Su Ming helplessly took out some rice paper and picked up a brush to write the 4 characters of virtue carries all once again. Everyone, that Su Ming has a gun. No way is this real. Absolutely true. I was one of those who surrounded his villa earlier, and a yellow-haired guy got his head blown off by him. My God, why does he have a gun? Su Ming's act of shooting soon spread throughout the entire community's owner group. Those who initially boasted about robbing Su Ming's supplies in the owner group dared not speak up after hearing this news. Su Ming actually has a gun. Manager Chun had just finished dealing with Xiao Chen's body when he noticed the topic of Su Ming having a gun being discussed in the owner group. My God, what is this kid's background? First the high-voltage electric fence, then landmines, and now a gun. At this moment, Manager Chun felt as if he were not living in the same world as Su Ming. Why does it seem like Su Ming has everything? Boss, what should we do next? Facing the inquiry from his trusted aide, Manager Chun couldn't help but furrow his brows. It can be said that he had been forced into a corner. From the very beginning, he had underestimated the situation. Now they had already lost 2 security guards, and if he didn't recruit more men soon, he would likely be overthrown by the group of owners. However, to attract those owners, he must have sufficient leverage. Just like a boss paying salaries to employees, what he lacked now was exactly that leverage. It seems I need to give my subordinates a great victory. After realizing this, Manager Chen hurriedly returned to his dormitory with a few trusted aides. Boss, you aren't thinking of. Seeing Manager Chen rummaging under the bed, one of the aides seemed to have guessed his thought. Exactly. Manager Chen struggled to push aside a pile of clutter and pulled out a box from the back. We really need to return to our old profession. As the box slowly opened, Manager Chen cheerfully pulled out a handgun and tucked it at his waist. Manager Chen then took out a crude shotgun from the box, distributing the remaining knives and electric batons to the 5 aides in front of him. Before working in property management, Manager Chen had been involved in illegal demolitions. However, with the development of the times, Manager Chen knew that in this era of self-media, the path of demolitions was no longer viable, which led him to start working in property management with his 5 trusted aides. Now that the zombie outbreak had occurred, Manager Chen keenly sensed that a time of his own was returning. Immediately notify the security team to gather in the meeting room. We are about to undertake a great operation. Manager Chen. When a group of security guards entered the meeting room, they were all startled by Manager Chen's appearance. All this time, Manager Chen had always presented a refined image in front of everyone, but now he seemed like a completely different person. Although he was still wearing leather shoes and dress pants, his formerly neatly buttoned shirt was now completely unbuttoned. The gruesome scar on his chest, the fading tattoo, and the shotgun in his hand further proved that Manager Chen was not as simple as he appeared. Seeing a few security guards attempting to escape, 2 aides hiding behind the door hurriedly closed the meeting room door and brandished their knives menacingly at everyone. Sit still. Faced with the gleaming knives, the security guards ultimately chose to obediently find a place to sit. Even though they had security clubs at their waists, no one wanted to be the one to stick their neck out. Moreover, Manager Chen had, "All right, everyone, don't be nervous, relax a bit." Seeing all the security guards sitting obediently on their chairs, a satisfied smile appeared on Manager Chen's face. "The reason for calling everyone here today is so that you can live well in the future." Noticing the confused expressions, Manager Chen pointed outside. "You all know that Su Ming has a gun, right?" The security guards nodded in unison. "I have one too." Manager Chen raised the shotgun in his hand, then slung it over his shoulder. "But unlike Su Ming, who will only hide, I will lead everyone to survive together." For the silence among the security guards, Manager Chen seemed to have anticipated it. He scanned the room and waved at the 2. "Now those willing to follow me stay here, those who don't want to can leave. I Chun Tianhao will never force anyone." The door to the meeting room was opened again, and the room fell into silence. In fact, most of the security guards present understood that the entire world system had probably completely collapsed. If they wanted to survive, there was only one way out: the law of the fist. And Manager Chen holding the shotgun belonged to that category of people who understood the law of the fist. "Manager Chen, I am willing to follow you." As one security guard slowly spoke up, the others echoed in agreement. "I am willing to. I am willing to. Manager Chen, I will follow you from now on." Seeing that no one in the meeting room chose to leave, Manager Chen nodded with satisfaction. "Good. Since you are willing to follow me, I Chun Tianhao will definitely ensure you don't suffer." After evenly distributing the 48 security guards by age, they were divided into 3 groups. Groups 2 and 3 were each led by 2 of his 4 trusted aides, while Manager Chun and his last aide were in charge of 1 group. After the groups were formed, Manager Chun placed 1 foot on a chair in front of him, his eyes filled with a ruthless glint. Group 2 will handle villas 1, 2, and 3. Group 3 will handle villas 4, 5, 0, and 6. Group 1 will manage villas 9 and 10, leaving Villa 8, where Su Ming is untouched. We will seize all their supplies. Yes. In response to Manager Chen's orders, groups 2 and 3, led by his 4 aides, left the meeting room. After turning away 2 groups of people attempting to force their way into his home for supplies, Su Ming spent nearly the entire day practicing calligraphy in his study, utterly indifferent to the chaos unfolding beyond his walls. As night descended, Su Ming picked up his phone while preparing dinner, hoping to see if anyone had sent him a message. Sure enough, Bai Xiao had messaged him privately. "Big brother, I saw the discussion about you in the residential group. Where did you get that gun? If you really have a gun, can I move? If you're willing to come stay with me, I'll come to your villa tonight. I can even help you carry supplies. Does that sound good?" Big brother. Reading Bai Xiao's messages, Su Ming sensed her motives ran far deeper than mere cohabitation, and he had no intention of exposing her true agenda. Since she had already expressed her desire to come, Su Ming was more than willing to grant her wish. "Xiao, message me as soon as you arrive at the gate of my villa. Be extremely cautious. Every resident is now fiercely coveting supplies, and you must not let them spot you." "Thank you, big brother. I'll message you the moment I get there." As expected, Bai Xiao replied instantly. It had already been 7 days. Many residents' emergency rations were likely running dangerously low. Su Ming suspected that Bai Xiao would almost certainly bring the 3 black men with her tonight. At the thought, a faint smile curled across Su Ming's lips. "Ha. For some reason, I'm suddenly quite looking," he agreed. True to Su Ming's prediction, Bai Xiao immediately relayed the news to the 3 black men waiting inside her apartment. "Oh yes, not only will we seize his supplies, we'll also claim his gun." One of the men burst into cheers, his large dark hands already growing restless. Morgan, we must conserve our strength. Seeing Morgan reach once again for by Xiao Xiao, the black man seated on the sofa swiftly intervened. Mike is right. Once we've secured that man's supplies tonight, we'll throw a wild celebration inside his villa. Exactly, Morgan. You must save your energy now. After we take over his villa, we'll all celebrate together. Seeing the other two men remain level-headed, by Xiao Xiao quickly pressed her hand over Morgan's. Fine. But Otto, you served in the military before. You'll be responsible for subduing that man. In response to Morgan's request, Otto, the black man named Otto, rolled his eyes and gave an impatient, dismissive, "Don't worry. He's just an ordinary civilian. Even armed, he poses no real threat. I'll hide on the opposite side of Xiao Xiao. You'll lure him to open the door, and then I'll snap his neck in one swift motion." No way. That's out of the question. That man is filthy rich. Hearing Otto's plan for an instant kill, Morgan, do you have any idea how much money he has? With that fortune, we could find countless women across Daxiao after peace return. Wait, since when do we need money to date women in Daxiao? Mike, still seated on the sofa, frowned at Morgan's words. You're right. Otto glanced at Morgan, who remained clueless, and shook his head in weary resignation. Morgan, do you truly believe this catastrophe will end anytime soon? Given the current situation, we'll likely be fighting these zombies for years to come. Seriously. Faced with the trio's incredulous stares, Otto sighed inwardly. During my service, I studied the Daxiao military closely. They're soldiers who sacrifice themselves for civilians without hesitation. Some have even died rescuing a farmer's cow or sheep. Yet no military forces have appeared here for days. What does that imply? This is a premeditated assault, and judging by the scale, it's global. After all, if only Daxiao were affected, the M-State military would have already deployed onto Daxian soil. After finishing his explanation, Otto retrieved a sharp fruit knife from the kitchen. Let's move out. Under cover of darkness, we must conclude this confrontation swiftly. Led by Xiao Xiao, the four quickly arrived at the main gate of Su Ming's villa. Xiao Xiao, send him the message. Just to avoid exposing his two less capable companions, Otto stationed them farther from the gate, while he himself crouched silently in the shadows beneath the perimeter wall, clutching the fruit knife. All right. After sending the message, Xiao Xiao took several deep breaths, carefully composing her expression, determined not to betray even the slightest hint of deception before Su Ming. Soon Su Ming's reply appeared on her screen. Xiao Xiao eagerly opened the chat, only for her smile to freeze then vanish entirely. It was a photograph, a screenshot from her own video, 3 heroes against Lu Bu. Before she could process it, another message arrived. Did you honestly think I didn't know about you? By the way, that footage was captured by my drone. Her mind went utterly blank. Reality itself seemed to waver before her eyes. So she'd been exposed all along. But when had Su Ming grown so calculating? Was this truly the same Su Ming she'd always known? Xiao Xiao. Noticing her pallor, Otto rose from the shadows and snatched her phone. His eyes narrowed, cold, ruthless, as he read the exchange. Now that their cover was blown, concealment was pointless. Mike, Morgan, get over here, now. Peering briefly into the courtyard, Otto crept along the wall to its corner and signaled urgently for the two to join him. That man already knows about our arrangement with her. There's no chance left of tricking him into opening the gate. Shoo. Seeing his companions about to speak, Otto glanced at Xiao Xiao, still stunned, and whispered, we'll skirt the wall to the rear, climb over, and kill him outright. Once consensus was reached, they abandoned Xiao Xiao standing alone at the main gate and began moving stealthily along the wall toward the villa's rear. In Otto's estimation, Su Ming's attention would inevitably be fixed on the front gate. A swift, silent infiltration through the backyard would still allow them to eliminate him under cover of night and seize both his weapons and supplies. Su Ming, you bastard. Xiao Xiao finally snapped back to awareness and screamed furiously into the quiet villa. The stillness of the night amplified her voice sharply. Hearing it, Otto, who had already led his men around to the rear, immediately signaled his companions to freeze. Seeing that 2 companions had formed a human ladder, Otol took a few steps back and then made a dash forward. With the help of the human ladder, Otol's hands easily grabbed onto the wall. However, feeling the sensation in his palm, Otol couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why was the top of this wall concave? Filled with doubt, Otol climbed over the wall. When he saw the arrangement on the wall, he was immediately drenched in cold sweat. There was actually an electric fence on this wall. Upon seeing the electric fence in front of him, Otol nearly stumbled and fell. No, wait. There was no electricity. Having once been a soldier, Otol quickly calmed down. It seemed that this electric fence had already been tampered with by someone else who otherwise, when his hand touched the wires above, he would have surely been electrocuted. Quick, I'll pull you up. Sitting on the wall, Otol extended his hand to his companions below, wanting to pull them up as well. Although Su Ming's attention was entirely focused on the main gate of the courtyard, Otol still decided to have his 2 companions attract his attention in the courtyard while he took the opportunity to sneak behind him for a deadly strike. Morgan, you go first. Since Morgan was the least physically fit, Otol decided to pull him up first, allowing Mike to assist. Don't be afraid. The electric fence up there is not powered. Without a doubt, Otol understood Morgan's character well. To prevent him from panicking when he saw the electric fence, he gave him a heads up in advance. With Mike's help, Morgan quickly climbed over the wall. Just as Otol turned around to pull Mike up, Morgan impulsively jumped down. Boom. A loud explosion erupted in the quiet night, and before Otol could comprehend what was happening, he was knocked back by the shockwave of the explosion. With his hand still holding onto Mike at the base of the wall, he lost his balance and fell directly off the wall. Fuck. Morgan's shrill scream immediately echoed through the courtyard. My butt. One must say Morgan was indeed quite fortunate. Due to his lack of physical activity, he landed directly on his backside after jumping off the wall, and his bottom just happened to land on a landmine buried by Su Ming in the courtyard. Damn it. Why would this man have landmines buried in his courtyard? Otol shook his dazed head, his dark face filled. This man even chose the least powerful infantry mines. As a retired soldier from M country who had previously attempted to steal oil, Otol could naturally judge the explosive power of the landmine by the sound and shockwave of the explosion. Undoubtedly, this man was intent on tormenting those who intruded into his courtyard. Otol, what should we do? Seeing Mike anxiously pacing nearby, Otol quickly calmed himself down. He swiftly tore off a branch with a fork from a nearby tree and ripped a piece of his clothing to use as a rope to secure his. After activating the recording mode, Otol sent the branch over the wall. Using the angle of the fork, the phone quickly captured the situation inside. When Otol retrieved his phone and saw Morgan in the courtyard, his eyes widened in shock. My God! He saw Morgan lying on the ground in pain, blood continuously flowing from between his legs. Undoubtedly, this guy had sat directly on a landmine. Otol, how is Morgan? Facing Mike's anxious query, Otol handed the phone to Mike. He's beyond saving, and now we just have to see if that man in the villa is willing to give him a merciful end. A wall over 3 meters high and landmines in the courtyard. Even if Otol himself were in this situation, he wouldn't be able to save himself. After all, the explosion likely shattered his pelvis, and under such circumstances, he wouldn't be able to move freely, let alone climb over a wall over 3 meters high. Moreover, the previous explosion must have attracted Su Ming's attention, and if he rushed to save Morgan, he might end up putting himself in danger. That man has a gun. Otol, are we just going to abandon Morgan? Seeing Otol wanting to go back, Mike quickly stopped him. We can't just watch our companion die. You think I'm just watching him die, eh? Hearing Mike accuse him of that, Otol's already grim face grew even darker. A wall over 3 meters high, landmines in the courtyard, and that man with a gun. How do you expect me to save him? Seeing Mike wanting to say more, Otol pointed again at the top of the wall. You saw the electric fence up there, right? Have you considered that the man deliberately turned off the electricity to trick us? It was just that Morgan didn't follow our plan and chose to jump down first. If you want to save him, then go yourself. Otol threw off Mike's arm that was trying to stop him and walked away. Standing under the wall, Mike listened to Morgan's woeful screams from the courtyard, feeling tormented inside. But just as Otol said, unless he was Superman, there was no way he could save Morgan in the courtyard. Morgan, I'm sorry. I truly apologize to you. Mike kept murmuring apologies to himself, gritting his teeth as he left Su Ming's villa. Otol, Mike, quickly save me. At this moment, Morgan in the courtyard had no idea that his 2 companions had already left him, enduring the intense pain and continuously calling for help. But as time went by, Morgan felt his body growing colder and his vision becoming blurrier. Help! Help me. Congratulations, host, you have killed a survivor, reward 5 points. Finally dead. Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Su Ming, who was lying in bed scrolling through his phone, looked out the window. He saw the once lifeless black man quickly opening his eyes again. He wanted to stand up, but found himself unable to do so, only able to flail his arms on the ground. Next, let's see if killing zombies yields points. Bang! The bullet accurately shot into the zombie's head. Just like that, Morgan, who had just turned into a zombie, was sent back to hell by Su Ming once more. Congratulations, host, you have killed a common infected, reward 5 points. Common infected. Facing the voice of the system, Su Ming couldn't help but widen his eyes. If the system referred to this as a common infected, could there be other types of infected? System, what other types of infected? System. Calling system. Damn it. However, no matter how Su Ming inquired, the system did not respond again. In the end, with nothing gained, Su Ming could only choose to end his day with a classic phrase before sleeping. That night, Su Ming was haunted by a nightmare. In his dream, he watched as a hulking zombie smashed through the gate of his courtyard with a single brutal punch. Clutching his weapon, Su Ming fired wildly at the creature, but the bullets struck its body like mere pinpricks, failing utterly to halt its relentless advance. Just as despair tightened its grip, a voice echoed suddenly within his mind. Host, deploy the pea shooter immediately. Huh? Stunned by the system's prompt, Su Ming froze, only to glance toward his courtyard and discover to his astonishment that it had been divided into neat grid-like squares. Following the system's instructions, Su Ming planted the pea shooter into the soil of his courtyard. Pew, pew. As the pea shooter spat peas unceasingly at the advancing zombie, Su Ming's heart hammered with mounting tension. To his utter disbelief, the seemingly invulnerable zombie crumpled beneath the barrage of ordinary peas. It actually worked. Su Ming exhaled, only to freeze again as a new horror emerged, a zombie with a pea shooter sprouting from its skull. As the creature slowly lifted its head toward him, a pea larger than his own skull hurtled straight at his face. Damn it. Jolting awake, Su Ming scrambled to peer out the window at his courtyard. Thankfully, the courtyard bore no trace of grids. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Su Ming sighed deeply. So the system's earlier remark about a common infected had truly rattled him, enough to conjure Plants vs. Zombies in his sleep. Glancing at the clock hanging on the wall, Su Ming decided to rise immediately. After a quick wash, he retrieved a KFC family bucket from his system storage. Rich aromas filled the air, yet Su Ming felt no appetite. Will I in this life truly meet my end between a zombie's jaws? Recalling last night's common infected, Su Ming shuddered inwardly. If these were the common ones, what horrors might the uncommon ones unleash? Instantly, the image of a Gatling-wielding zombie from Resident Evil flashed across his mind. Could his shelter possibly withstand such a monstrosity? Beep, beep, beep. Just as Su Ming wrestled with these grim thoughts, shrill bike horns pierced the morning silence outside. Damn it, shut up already. Already irritable, Su Ming erupted in fury at the intrusive noise. He strode to the floor-to-ceiling window and saw once more a crowd gathering beyond his courtyard. There stood Manager Chun, flanked by security guards and residents, all kneeling together on the ground. The moment Su Ming appeared on the balcony, the piercing horns ceased abruptly. Su Ming, open your gate and share half your supplies. We'll spare their lives. Refuse, and every minute I'll execute one of them. Seeing Manager Chen cowering behind two guards while clutching a megaphone, Su Ming knew exactly why the man feared being shot if he stepped forward. Su Ming, please save us. I don't want to die. Open the gate, please. At Su Ming's appearance, the kneeling residents pleaded desperately. Faced with Manager Chen's brazen attempt to blackmail him with human lives, Su Ming couldn't help but admire the man's audacious imagination. Did he honestly mistake Su Ming for a policeman? Logically, as property manager, Chen should have meticulously noted the professions of all villa residents. So how precisely had he devised such an absurdly ingenious scheme? Yet judging by the scene outside, Chen clearly commanded the entire security force. Unlike in his previous life, when he'd shared supplies with management, this time Su Ming had withheld them, prompting Chen to act far sooner. Still, Su Ming understood Chen's true ambition to seize Jinju Garden as his personal stronghold and launch his grand dominion over the apocalypse. Yet, this man remained dangerously naive. Would such crude tactics truly sway him? With a sigh, Su Ming picked up the megaphone mounted beside the window. Each room featured one, and its signal would relay his voice to the speaker mounted on the second floor. Manager Chun, do you genuinely believe this approach will work on me? Let me make it clear now, it won't. With that, Su Ming activated the shelter's soundproofing mode and turned his back on Chun and his entourage outside. But moments later, muffled explosions echoed faintly within the courtyard. Though softened by insulation, Su Ming recognized the grim truth. Chun was forcing the residents to serve as human minds. Admittedly, it was a cunning tactic, and soon the explosions in the front courtyard fell silent. Watching two guards scale the wall via ladder and reach the courtyard gate, Su Ming knew their intent to open it from within and flood the yard with the rest of the security team. Fine, I'll give you a sliver of hope. He'd originally planned to lock the gate remotely, but then reconsidered. After all, Chun and his men deserved a taste of triumph. His courtyard gate operated on a rail-driven mechanism, its motor buried deep underground. Without massive explosives placed directly beneath it, neither the rails nor the drive unit could be breached. Besides, if the gate was already open, who would bother closing it again? Charge! As the gate swung wide, the guards surged triumphantly into the front courtyard, just as Su Ming had predicted. Not a single one spared the gate a second glance. Manager Chen watched elated as his forces breached Su Ming's first line of defense, without a single gunshot fired in response. That meant Su Ming had run out of ammunition. A surge of jubilation swelled in Chen's chest. Su Ming is out of bullets. Storm the compound, drag him out, and feed him to the zombies. Yes, sir. Old Su, gripping a heavy sledgehammer, charged ahead and swung with all his might at a glass-paneled section. Tum! The hammer struck the glass with a thunderous hollow boom and instantly rebounded, flying from Old Su's. Staring at the unblemished pane, the crowd erupted in shock. What kind of glass is this? Is it bulletproof? Manager Chen watched them cluster around the glass, a cold sneer curling his lips. Bulletproof. So be it. If this was Su Ming's ultimate defense, then today marked his inevitable demise. Chen had seen bulletproof glass in countless films and knew its limits well. True, it resisted bullets, but only up to a point. Strike the same spot repeatedly, and even this vaunted barrier would shatter. For some time, Chen had yearned to reassert his authority before the masses. This very pane of bulletproof glass was Su Ming's unwitting gift, a stage upon which Chun would reclaim dominance. Realizing this, Chun cleared his throat. Ahem, step aside. Let me handle this. A group of security guards heard the voice of Manager Chen behind them and quickly made way. Manager Chen's expression was cold, striding forward with a shotgun in hand resembling the T-800 from Terminator, exuding an aura of lethal intent. What's the fuss about bulletproof glass? After glancing at the security guards surrounding him, Manager Chen snorted coldly. He mimicked Schwarzenegger's one-handed loading style, chambering a bullet and aiming at the bulletproof glass before pulling the trigger. Bang! After the gunshot, a wail arose from the crowd. Everyone, including Manager Chen, quickly turned to look at the source of the sound, only to see Old Su clutching his thigh, groaning on the ground. Next time don't stand so close, to get him down and bandage him. Manager Chun instructed two security guards to carry Old Su away, then shifted his gaze back to the bulletproof glass. Although his last shot was indeed somewhat embarrassing, as long as there was a crack in the bulletproof glass, it would prove his efforts. What the hell? What kind of glass is this? However, reality was often cruel. The bulletproof glass showed no cracks, not even the slightest scratch. Don't waste your effort, you can't break this glass. When Su Ming's mocking voice echoed overhead through the loudspeaker, Manager Chen knew he had to salvage some morale. After a careful search, Manager Chen indeed spotted the loudspeaker on the outer wall of the second floor. Although the speaker was embedded in the wall at such a close distance, he was confident he could shatter it with a single shot. Su Ming, don't think that just because you have bulletproof glass I can't do anything about you. When we break down your front door, be prepared to feed the zombies outside. With that, Manager Chen drew his handgun, aimed at the loudspeaker on the second floor wall, and pulled the trigger. With a crisp gunshot, everyone quickly looked towards where he aimed. No need to look, Su Ming can no longer make a sound through that loudspeaker. Manager Chen slowly reholstered his handgun, waiting for cheers from his subordinates. However, in the next moment, Su Ming's voice reverberated throughout the courtyard once again. Ha ha ha, Manager Chen, are you an idiot? Just because I can install bulletproof glass doesn't mean I can't add an extra layer of protection on it. Facing 2 consecutive failures of his bravado, Manager Chen's mentality completely exploded. Smash down that little brat's door. I want to slice his flesh piece by piece. Hearing Manager Chen's order, the security guards quickly grabbed their weapons and began to hammer fiercely at the villa's front door. Manager Chen, there's a dent. As they saw the door visibly caving in, everyone couldn't help but feel extreme joy. They could finally take revenge for the humiliation suffered at the bulletproof glass. Seeing this scene, Manager Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there was some effect. Su Ming, oh Su Ming, you were wise all your life, but foolish at this moment. What use is even the strongest bulletproof glass? How could the door have been struck just a few times and already be caving in so easily? Brothers, keep smashing. As splinters continued to fall, a vision of Su Ming kneeling before him begging for mercy flashed through Manager Chen's mind. This door is actually metal. As the wood chips fell, what appeared before everyone was a shiny silver. Congratulations on successfully breaking through the wooden decorative layer of my door. Keep it up. Su Ming's voice shattered the fantasies in Manager Chen's mind once more. Looking at the metallic door before him, Manager Chen felt his heart race noticeably. He snatched the hammer from a nearby guard and threw it on the ground, glaring fiercely at everyone. What are you still doing smashing a metal door? Go get a chainsaw and break it open. Faced with Manager Chen's ire, the crowd dared not voice their anger and hurriedly left the courtyard to fetch the chainsaw and generator from the vehicle. Bang! Bang! Just then there were 2 crisp gunshots from upstairs. The bullets targeted the 2 security guards who had gone to fetch tools. My God, how does he still have bullets? Oh no, didn't Manager Chen say he was out of bullets? Before the guard could finish his sentence, he found Manager Chen staring coldly at him. Run! It was unclear who shouted first, but as the guards came to their senses, they immediately dropped their tools and scrambled to flee towards the courtyard's entrance. Bang! 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 After the gunshots, 3 more security guards fell. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Get back. Wait for me. Seeing the chaos among the security guards, Manager Chen understood that today's operation would definitely end in failure. And what about Su Ming? He continued to pull the trigger, harvesting the lives of the security guards. You 2 come here. But at this moment, he couldn't afford to worry about anything else. Taking advantage of the chaos, Manager Chen quickly pulled his 2 trusted aides and ran toward the outside of the villa. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. As Manager Chen was rushing out, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his calf. Before he could react, his body collapsed to the ground. Boss. Seeing Manager Chen shot in the leg, his 2 aides rushed to help him escape, but at that moment several gunshots rang out from the direction of the villa. Seeing his 2 aides fall shot in the chest beside him, Manager Chen instantly understood what Su Ming intended to do. This kid wants me to die in the mouths of zombies. As he saw the breaths of his 2 aides growing weaker, Manager Chen hurriedly drew his handgun and shot each of them in the head. Then he picked up one of their bodies as a shield and crawled desperately toward the exit. What a ruthless guy. Located on the second floor, Su Ming admired the decisiveness of this man as he saw Manager Chen shoot dead his 2 aides without hesitation. Seeing him use a companion's corpse as a shield, Su Ming lost any desire to continue playing with him. This person must not be left alive. After tossing his Glock into the system space, Su Ming's right hand flashed with white light, and a Barrett sniper rifle appeared in his grasp. I just don't know if you can block this with a corpse. Set the gun. Aim. Pull the trigger. With his proficiency in all firearms, Su Ming executed each step seamlessly. With a dull gunshot, the bullet flew straight toward Manager Chen, who was still crawling forward with his aide's corpse on his back, and he was instantly blown in half. The man Shin Tianhao, who aspired to become a dominant force in this apocalypse, saw his path to supremacy come to a complete halt today. No wonder it is called an infantry cannon. Seeing that through the scope, even Su Ming, who had braced himself, felt genuinely. When the bullet pierced Manager Chen's body, the tremendous impact pulverized his torso, flinging muscle outward and strewing his entrails across the ground. The spectacle was undeniably macabre and grand. Yet when the shock subsided, Su Ming felt his stomach roil. He could not contain it and began to gag, admitting to himself that he had vastly overestimated his capacity to adapt. Struggling to suppress the nausea, Su Ming hurried into the system space and fetched an iced Americano, hoping the coffee would steady his nerves. It was his first time witnessing a human body ground to pieces by a bullet. Previously, whether the black man in the yard or the security guard and the blonde he had killed with a pistol, the corpses had at least remained intact. But today the Barrett had reduced Manager Chen to fragments. After several long swallows of iced coffee, Su Ming suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. He understood that such scenes would likely recur. He would have to learn to acclimate. Su Ming pulled a pair of binoculars from the system and fixed his gaze again on the shattered heap that had been Manager Chun. He retched again within 2 seconds, then conceded that adaptation must be gradual and resolved to proceed more slowly. He downed more iced coffee and retrieved a Glock from system space. Outside, the security guards he had just shot were starting to rise, sluggishly regaining their feet. After clearing away the zombified guards, Su Ming took out his phone and opened the owner's group chat. It was the 8th day since the apocalypse began. If his memory was correct, the high-rise residents would soon start raiding the village. Because of his unpredictable presence, the high-rise residents were noticeably less frantic than before. Still, Su Ming noticed their attention had turned to another topic. Someone reported a commotion upstairs, like a door being smashed, and said someone had fallen. Another answered that the jumper was Qin Xiaodian from the 16th floor. One person confessed the image was replaying in their mind. Another said Qin Xiaodian had been completely mangled. Someone else wondered aloud whether it could be something else. One asked the poster to retract the message and offered to continue in private. Another confirmed it had been retracted. The thread died there and was replaced by the usual flood of petty complaints about Daxia country and ramblings of panic. Hearing that the dead man was Qin Xiaoyan, Su Ming frowned. He remembered Qin Xiaodian well. That volatile fellow had once ripped into by Xiao Xiao in the chat and even posted the drone footage he had taken directly to. There was no doubt Qin Xiaodian had not leapt on his own. Yet Su Ming felt no real surprise at his death. Beyond by Xiaoxiao's cruel temperament, the mere presence of the 2 black men in her apartment made Su Ming predict what would follow. Even in M country, those men had dared to provoke the police. In a cannibalistic apocalypse, matters could only be worse. Su Ming had reviewed last night's surveillance. One of the black men moved like a soldier who had seen the battlefield. Still, Su Ming had no intention of meddling with the high-rise residents. If so many people could not best 2 men, then dying in this apocalypse would be their own doing. That said, a little morale boosting, Su Ming went to the 2nd floor, photographed the black man who had died in his backyard with his phone, and uploaded the image to the owner's group chat. A message accused him. No. 8 manner. Su Ming, you casually killed an international guest. Come out and surrender. I have saved the evidence and will hand this photo to the police once the disaster is over. To his surprise, the first reply came from the old hag Mei Xiaong. She taunted him, saying she remembered he ran the fastest that day and that Qin Xiaodian had clearly been killed by those 2 men. Why would he not act? She sneered, accusing him of going weak in the face of an international guest. After trading barbs with Mei Xiaohong, Su Ming felt his mood lift. He tossed his phone aside and began a slow jog on the treadmill inside the house. After the previous ordeal, Su Ming had formed the habit of exercising. The constitution the system had granted him would atrophy without training. Having seen Manager Chen broken into pieces, he intended to vent through exertion. Just then the system in his mind chimed. Ding. The system detected the host's anxiety about survival in the apocalypse and issued a task-mad physical task description. Since the host has discovered that the zombies encountered so far are merely ordinary, this system will not allow you to remain ordinary. The host must complete an extreme set of push-ups within 1 hour. The task window is 6 hours. The more you do, the higher the reward tier. If fewer than 600 are completed, the task is considered failed. Failure will result in reclamation of systems. Hearing such a brutal requirement, Su Ming inhaled sharply. No fewer than 600 push-ups in 1 hour. That meant at least 10 push-ups per minute. The hardest part would be allocating his stamina. He also knew that though the window spanned 6 hours, he had only 1 attempt. After all, his endurance would not reset if he retried. He muttered ironically that the system was truly delightful. After a brief warm-up, Su Ming fetched another iced coffee from system space, drank it down, and set himself to the task. While Su Ming hammered out push-up after push-up, the security guards in the conference room were panting for breath. Where was Manager Chun? After a short rest, the men realized he had not returned. Haven't seen him, someone replied. And Tiger Go and Dog Go were also missing. 3 trusted men glanced at one another, left the conference room, and sprinted toward the villa district. Manager Chin's boys are really something. Oh, look how worried they are, one guard remarked as he watched their retreating figures. A moment later, another guard stood up to contradict him. What dependable? They're going to fetch guns, he snapped. Exactly. At those words, the guard snapped to attention. In times like these, whoever had a gun wielded authority. They no longer cared whether Su Ming might shoot at them again. One after another, they sprinted desperately toward the villa district. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Crazy body refinement. The host has completed a total of 1831 push-ups with an overall evaluation of A. Rewards are now being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining all the skills of an elite special forces soldier. Finally completed, damn it. At this moment, Su Ming was completely exhausted, lying on the ground and gasping for breath. For the sake of a so-called higher reward, he really pushed himself to the limit in this hour. All skills of an elite special forces soldier. As the rewards were distributed, a flood of previously unencountered fields surged into Su Ming's mind. From firearms, shooting explosives, battlefield first aid to even foreign languages. Even Su Ming had to admire how many skills an elite special forces soldier needed to learn. After resting for a moment, Su Ming slowly got up. Just as he was about to go to the bathroom for a good shower, he was shocked by the scene outside the window. He saw a large group of security guards gathered around Manager Chen's corpse, fighting among themselves. They seemed to be struggling over the 2 guns belonging to Manager Chun. Since you're fighting so fiercely, let me add a bit of fun for you. Su Ming smiled maliciously as he took out a Barrett from the system space and set it up at the shooting hole. Bang! With a loud gunshot, the group of security guards that were originally fighting scattered in an instant. How boring. Perhaps due to having all the skills of an elite special forces soldier, Su Ming no longer felt any discomfort when faced with the bloody scene through the scope. The large-caliber bullets easily shattered the first two security guards in front, while the last one was relatively lucky, successfully avoiding being dismembered. Forget it, let's leave this zombie for these people. Watching the security guard get back up shortly after falling, Su Ming chose not to fire again. After all, the residents of the high-rise would eventually set their sights on him, so this zombie could serve as a welcome gift for them. With that in mind, Su Ming moved his sore arms and turned towards the bathroom. Sigh. The fun is all gone. As night fell, Su Ming slumped on the sofa after dinner feeling sluggish. Now no one was sending messages in the owner group, and for a moment Su Ming really felt a bit bored. Forget it, let's read a book. Su Ming was not someone who liked watching TV series. He took out a book known as one of the most difficult novels in the world to understand, 100 Years of Solitude, and began to read it carefully on the sofa. If this were any other time, Su Ming would have definitely lacked the patience to continue reading. Life moves so fast, who has the time to read such complex and difficult novels? But now it was different. Since entering the end times, he had prepared himself to hide in this comfortable refuge. After all, those residents in the high-rise wouldn't set their sights on him so quickly, and Su Ming now had plenty of time to study what this book was really about. But the next second, everything went dark. What the hell? I just wanted to read a bit, and the power went out. Faced with this irresistible force, Su Ming decided to stop reading. Although his refuge would soon connect the power supply to the generator located in the basement, Su Ming felt that this power outage was heaven's way of preventing him from reading. I've decided to respect heaven's choice. As the generator started, the lights in Su Ming's refuge brightened once more. After tossing the novel aside, Su Ming picked up his phone again. He had been in Do Not Disturb mode, so he hadn't received any notifications. When he saw these two text messages, nearly an hour had passed since they were sent. These messages were from the World United Nations and the official government of the Great Xia. Dear citizens of the world, this disaster has completely spiraled out of control. We urge citizens to actively combat the external zombies and engage in self-rescue to rebuild a bright future for humanity. Dear citizens of the Great Xia, this disaster has completely lost control, but we will still do our utmost to ensure the basic electricity needs of our citizens. Since the military has already fallen at the first opportunity, we ask all citizens to unite and help each other through this difficult time. Sigh. If only people could really unite and help each other. Looking at these two text messages on his phone, Su Ming shook his head helplessly. In a world without order, humanity would resort to any means necessary for survival. Many others hope to establish their own dominance in this end time. Looking at the pitch black outside, Su Ming took out a drone and went to the small balcony on the third floor. I want to see what these high-rise residents are up to now. After launching the drone, Su Ming directed it towards the high-rise residential area. Thanks to the high-definition infrared camera on the drone, the returned images were still quite clear. For a moment, Su Ming felt like an outsider observer watching the various evils awakened in humanity at this time. Wow, has it already begun? As the drone transmitted the captured images back, Su Ming couldn't help but widen his eyes. He saw many residents of the high-rise starting to raid their neighbors' homes for supplies. People were being pushed out of the windows. This notification was only released an hour ago, and already at least dozens of people had lost their lives. Indeed, the world of cannibalism has only just begun. Looking at the scenes on the screen, Su Ming shook his head helplessly. Now he understood why in his past life, when he was thrown out to feed the zombies, none of the security guards pleaded for him. It had only been 8 days and the residents of the high-rise had already begun their own $0 purchase activities. Forget it, let them continue fighting. After nearly 5 minutes of watching, Su Ming lost all interest in continuing and pressed the drone's return button. As the drone flew over the buildings and returned to the balcony of his villa on the third floor, Su Ming suddenly noticed that many dark figures seemed to be approaching his villa. Already coming so soon. Seeing the scene before him, Su Ming was somewhat incredulous. The news of him having a gun had spread throughout the neighborhood, yet these residents still chose to come to rob him. Indeed, as order collapsed, everyone had gone mad. In his previous life, within a month of him being alive, not a single high-rise resident had come to the villa area to rob it. For a moment, Su Ming couldn't help but admire Manager Chen's methods. However, even without Manager Chen with a stockpile of 1,000,000 tons of arms, Su Ming naturally wasn't afraid of these high-rise residents. Seeing these shadows getting closer to his refuge, Su Ming silently opened the shooting hole on the third floor. Since you chose to come to your own death, don't blame me for sending you to hell. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of gunfire shattered the stillness of the night. Through his night vision goggles, Su Ming could clearly discern the silhouettes concealed within the darkness. Watching one resident after another fall beneath his rifle's aim, Su Ming assumed, just as before, they would flee in panic. This time, however, he was mistaken. He's alone. Storm the villa. Charge. Seize his supplies. We'll survive. His bullets are finite, and tonight he can't even see where we stand. Charge. As cries erupted from the crowd, the residents surged forward like a frenzied tide, racing headlong towards Su Ming's villa. Well, now this is unexpectedly fierce. Su Ming watched the mob sprinting wildly toward him, momentarily struck by astonishment. Yet surprise did not slow his hands. Even as he emptied another magazine, the residents advanced nearly 10 meters during his brief reload. So you think I'm a sick cat just because I've stayed quiet? Time to show you a tiger's wrath. Su Ming holstered his assault rifle into his system space and withdrew a flamethrower, swiftly assembling it. While Su Ming assembled the weapon, the charging residents outside broke into grins, convinced in their minds that his silence meant his ammunition had run dry. Charge! He's out of bullets. Shouting triumphantly, they pressed closer, ever nearer to Su Ming's villa. Very well. Let me grant you a surprise. Having completed assembly, Su Ming opened the lowest firing port and extended the flamethrower's barrel outward. Goodbye. Without hesitation, Su Ming squeezed the trigger as the mob drew within lethal range. Boom! A roaring dragon of fire erupted, blazing across the night sky. Faced with flames exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, the vanguard barely registered the heat before being instantly carbonized. What is that? Mamma mia, run! How does Su Ming even have such a weapon? Those trailing behind froze mid-stride, stunned by the spectacle. Perhaps we should just call it off. The searing heat tempered their fervor. Many began reconsidering retreat. Yet hunger soon rekindled their resolve. What's there to fear? He's only one man. Let's encircle him from all directions. A voice bellowed from the crowd, and in an instant the mob scattered, converging on Su Ming's villa from multiple flanks. Well now, this is seriously intense. Su Ming stared at the spectacle, momentarily speechless. Couldn't these people simply forage elsewhere? Instead, each insisted on seizing his supplies. But since they'd chosen this path, Su Ming would honor their wish to descend into oblivion. Fine then. If you're so clever, let me offer you a taste of sweetness. Slightly adjusting his aim, Su Ming fired one. This time the scorching jet missed its targets. Their flanking maneuver had indeed proven effective. Huh. Su Ming, prepare to die. Exactly. He can only cover one direction. Once we reach his blind spot, his end is sealed. Seeing Su Ming shift his aim only slightly confirmed their hope. They glimpsed victory dawning. Soon they surrounded Su Ming's courtyard. Su Ming, come out now. Surrender your weapons, or face death. Hand over your supplies. Since Su Ming had sealed the courtyard gate at dawn, the charging residents huddled beneath its 3-meter-high wall, shouting hoarsely into the compound. Charge! Drag Su Ming out. Receiving no reply, they knew retreat was impossible, and hastily formed human ladders to scale the wall and breach the courtyard. Boom, boom, boom. They entered from 4 directions, but Manager Chen's team had only cleared mines. Thus many who stepped inside were instantly maimed, legs blown clean off by buried mines. Mines! Run! Then you go disarm them. Some who remained perched atop the wall, seeing the carnage below, tried to retreat, only to be shoved inward by those. Numerous residents who might have escaped instead tumbled into the minefield, losing limbs to detonations. All mines cleared. Charge! The remaining mob surrounded Su Ming's villa. Just as they believed victory was imminent, ready to drag him out, they found themselves utterly unable to breach the main door. This door's reinforced. We can't break it. So is the glass. I can't shatter it with rocks. Rocks. Not even a crowbar makes a dent. Watching the frantic crowd whirl helplessly in his courtyard, Su Ming quietly retrieved several grenades from his system space and dropped them through a firing port into the throng. What the hell just hit me? Stop worrying about what hit you. Focus on getting in. Dropped from above, the grenades went unnoticed amid their single-minded obsession. Their full attention remained fixed on breaching the villa. Boom. When the grenade detonated among them, stunned silence gave way to belated realization. He's got grenades. Run. Run. No, smash the glass. Get inside and drag Su Ming out. You handling this? Let me try. No matter how fiercely they struck, not a single scratch marred the glass. Repeated failure gradually dawned on them. This was no accident. It was deliberate. Yet gazing through the window at the stockpiled supplies gleaming in the living room, surrender felt impossible. Human nature remains peculiar. Even when sensing a trap, we often insist on verifying it ourselves. Yet in their frenzy, they overlooked one grave truth: the dead rise again, as zombies. Something's biting me. Zombies. Run. As those slain by courtyard mines, reanimated chaos erupted, panic boiling over like a cauldron. They screamed, scrambled, and vaulted over the wall, only to find beyond it dark figures standing motionless and clack, clack, clack. Those silent figures were the very residents who'd fallen earlier along the assault route, now reawakened as flesh-hungry undead. Watching fresh food tumble from the wall, the undead gathered silently outside, waiting patiently to be fed. Finally, peace at last. Su Ming surveyed the scene beyond, shaking his head wryly. Indeed, tonight had been nothing short of surreal. After such relentless slaughter, he was certain no resident would dare return, at least not for some time. Enough. The zombies can wait until tomorrow. With them guarding the perimeter, I might even sleep soundly. Feeling drowsiness settle in, Su Ming activated the shelter's soundproofing mode and drifted swiftly into. Indeed, having zombies guarding the premises is quite reliable. Su Ming, who had risen early, gazed out at the wandering zombies and couldn't help but exclaim. Looking around, there were at least a dozen zombies in his yard, while outside the yard there were over 100. Of course, Su Ming knew that the number of zombies was definitely more than that. The reason there were only so few outside the yard was definitely because they had lured the zombies away to the higher floors during their escape last night. Shouldn't I record a video to commemorate this? In a good mood, Su Ming took out his phone and started recording from inside the yard, continuing until he reached outside. To add insult to injury, Su Ming specially used software to add a very catchy BGM to this video. Then he directly posted this video to the owners group. Su Ming, don't think you're so great just because you have a gun. Your bullets will eventually run out. That's when your demise will come. That's right, don't think we're scared of you. This is called a strategic retreat. Let me tell you, Su Ming, my husband was killed by you yesterday, and I will make you pay for it. My son too, Su Ming, is a murderer. Goodness, these people are utterly shameless. Facing the outcry of the residents, Su Ming couldn't help but find them laughable. It was clear that they wanted to break into his home to seize supplies, yet they wouldn't allow him to resist. Such robber logic truly opened Su Ming's eyes. However, since the lines had been drawn, Su Ming naturally had no qualms. He approached the window on the first floor and pulled. Looking at the zombies wandering in the yard, Su Ming directly took out his phone to snap a picture of them, then uploaded it again to the owners group. Which one in the picture is your husband or son? Hurry and tell me, I want to slowly play with it. Feeling a bit unsatisfied, Su Ming pulled out several boxes of bullets from the system space and placed them in the living room, then leaned a few guns against the boxes. Then Su Ming picked up his phone again for a selfie, capturing all the guns and ammo behind him. After adding a warm filter, he uploaded this photo to the owners group. I still have plenty of bullets, and I welcome your arrival at any time. Su Ming's actions indeed infuriated many in the. However, they had no way to retaliate and could only vent their impotent rage through insults. Haha, are you getting angry? Seeing the barrage of insults rolling through the group, Su Ming didn't feel there was anything to be angry about. However, he still decided to show them his breakfast. For breakfast today, Su Ming chose a prime-cut steak. After washing the plate, he took out a food container wrapped in foil from the system space. It must be said that the system space was indeed powerful. When the food container was taken out, Su Ming could still feel. After taking the steak out of the foil and plating it, Su Ming poured himself a glass of red wine. I need to add a food filter too. Since Su Ming was not skilled in photography, he simply chose to use a filter to enhance the food's appeal. Today's breakfast is still steak with red wine. It's truly a dull and boring day. After uploading this photo to the owners group, the group, which had been furiously insulting Su Ming, suddenly fell silent. There was no doubt they were broken. However, the silence was only temporary, as soon a different kind of mockery arose in the group. They said things like eating too much beef would make him sick and drinking wine would cause gout. Some even uploaded some nauseating images to the group. In short, as long as it made Su Ming lose his appetite, it was there. These people are really interesting, Su Ming chuckled as he watched the messages scrolling in the group. Having acquired all the skills of an elite special forces soldier, Su Ming found that not only could he look at these disgusting images without issue, but even if the items in the images were placed before him, he would remain unaffected. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Su Ming checked his points. Current points 1295. Now I can unlock the points mall. Su Ming looked at the shopping cart icon in his mind and clicked in without hesitation. Type 95 assault rifle 100 points 5. 8mm bullet 1 point for 10 rounds. A box of Kong Shui Fu instant noodles with 12 cups 5 points. Looking at the dazzling array of products in the points mall, Su Ming couldn't help but twitch his lips. He had thought that with over 1,000 points he could see what he could exchange. But now he found that the items here were either things he didn't need or things he couldn't afford. Forget it, let's see what expensive items there are. Although Su Ming knew that the further down he scrolled the more expensive the items became, he was still very curious about what else was in the points mall. It couldn't be that there were only weapons and food, right? Is that a tank and a fighter jet? Su Ming's eyes widened at the sight of the tank and fighter jet, costing a staggering 6,000 points. However, Su Ming also knew that there was no need to exchange for such things. Firstly, a fighter jet needed a runway to take off. As for the tank, he wasn't playing GTA. Did he really think that as long as the tank didn't flip over it would be invincible? However, as Su Ming continued scrolling, he discovered many different items. Gene mutation serum, 10,000 points. Shelter system, 20,000 points. What are these two things? With strong curiosity, Su Ming clicked on the descriptions of the gene mutation serum and shelter system. Gene mutation serum, after use you can obtain abilities that surpass human limits. Shelter system, after activation the host can integrate the current house into the system, allowing for renovations and upgrades using points, and the shelter can be stored in the system space and carried with them. Goodness, this is going to the next level. After seeing the descriptions of these two items, Su Ming's eyes widened. Ever since learning from the system that the zombies he killed were ordinary infected, Su Ming's heart had been weighed down by though he had always tried to persuade himself to live in the moment, his worries had never dissipated. However, with the emergence of these two items, Su Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he quickly amassed points to exchange for them, he would have the ability to confront the extraordinary infected in the future. It seems I can only start by cleaning up the zombies outside. After exiting the system mall, Su Ming turned his gaze to the zombies outside. Originally, he intended to have these zombies guard his home, but now it seemed that his top priority was to quickly gather enough points to exchange for those two items. Su Ming picked up the assault rifle beside him, opened the shooting hole, and pulled the trigger at the zombies wandering outside. Can you guys come and attack my villa? I have plenty of food here. This is a giant lobster. And there are crayfish too. I also have steak and red wine. Hurry up and come. Young people should challenge the impossible. For several days, Su Ming kept sending messages in the homeowners group to provoke the residents of the high-rise buildings. He needed points. However, those residents are not fools. How could they willingly walk into death? At first, they would counter Su Ming with insults, but today not a single person responded to him. Damn it, if you don't want to risk it, then you should just give up, right? Su Ming sighed as he looked at the silent homeowners group. Honestly, he could use food as bait to lure and kill those high-rise residents. Even though this method could earn him points, Su Ming was unwilling to do so, as it was the last shred of humanity he had preserved in this apocalypse. Sigh. I really overdid it a couple of days ago. Just thinking about his actions from a few days ago made Su Ming wonder, why did I have to show off and take that selfie? Now everyone knows I have plenty of guns and ammo. Who would be fool enough to come and die? Forget it, let's use a drone to see what those high-rise residents are up to. Su Ming released the drone again and controlled it to fly over the high-rise residence area. Without the constraint of rules, the high-rise area had already descended into chaos. All the residents were nearly the same. They frantically plundered the scarce resources of others, and many had formed small groups to fight each other. Why wouldn't it be more enjoyable to go out and look for resources instead? Although Jinju Garden is located in the city, it is positioned as a high-end community with no other neighborhoods nearby except for a few shopping malls. Compared to other places in the city, the shopping mall nearby is relatively safe. The main issue is that even if these people obtain resources through robbery, they won't be able to sustain it for long. Moreover, with casualties continuing to rise, the number of zombies gathered around Jinju Garden will only increase. For instance, right now, there are a large number of zombies in the garden below the high-rise residence area. If I could lure these zombies over, it might not be a bad idea. Su Ming suddenly had a thought when he saw the footage return. As long as he could lure these zombies to the outside of the shelter, he could earn points again. However, as soon as this idea appeared in Su Ming's mind, he completely rejected it. Su Ming certainly wouldn't dare to go out recklessly. Right now, he wasn't the only one in Jinju Garden who had guns. Manager Chin's 2 guns were still missing, and Su Ming was naturally afraid of being shot at when he went out. Forget it, I'll wait a couple more days to see how the situation develops. Now that Manager Chin's security team had turned into a disorganized group, the residents of the high-rise buildings were each fighting for themselves. After a couple more days, those people should have determined a victor, and then he could negotiate with them using the supplies he had. Ding dong. The notification sound from his phone made Su Ming feel a bit surreal. Who would be looking for him at this time? Recently, the homeowners group had been quite quiet, so Su Ming naturally didn't need to keep his phone in Do Not Disturb mode. Security Fan Ziyuan requests to add you as a friend. Is it him? Su Ming frowned at the message alert before him. Fan Ziyuan. Su Ming had some impression of this person. He was the most out-of-place one in the security team. Fan Ziyuan was probably in his 30s and rarely spoke. He doesn't smoke, drink, play cards, or game, which is how the other security guards described him. For a high-end community like Jinju Garden, the security guard's income was quite considerable. However, every time Fan Ziyuan received his salary, he would send most of it to his parents, keeping only a small portion for his living expenses. But Su Ming knew that Fan Ziyuan had definitely served in the military. Every time he stood guard, his posture and salute were always the most standard among the security guards. Forget it, let's see what he wants. Su Ming approved the friend request from Fan Ziyuan, but before he could open Fan Ziyuan's moments, a message came in. Hello, I want your protection. Su Ming was momentarily at a loss for words upon reading this message. I have to say, Fan Ziyuan really has a strong personality. But to be honest, Su Ming indeed lacked a helper right now. After all, the yard is filled with zombie corpses, and given the current weather, it will soon become unbearable. Su Ming was naturally unwilling to go out and clean up those corpses. If Fan Ziyuan could pass his test, after all, there are plenty of rooms in his shelter, and isolating one for him wouldn't be an issue. With that in mind, Su Ming replied to Fan Ziyuan. It's possible, but you need to prove your worth. I can't just support a useless person for no reason. Of course, I will definitely prove my worth. I have no need to hide it from you. I once served in the Snow Wolf Special Assault Team of the Great Xia Kingdom, and my skills have not diminished since leaving the military. Do you need women? I can send you the property registration information. Let me know which one you like, and I can help you bring her back. Of course, men are fine too. I saw 2 black men in our community. If you need me to help you bring them over, I can do that as well. Fan Ziyuan's response made Su Ming want to hit him with a gun. Is that really me? And what does men are fine too mean? But Fan Ziyuan's message successfully reminded Su Ming of Bai Xiao. I wonder if she is still alive over in the high. If possible, I would like to talk to you in person. Sure, you can come over directly now. Seeing that Fan Ziyuan sent another message, Su Ming chose to agree. As for the so-called Snow Wolf Assault Team, Su Ming, who had never served in the military, naturally had no idea what that was. After you arrive, you can directly climb over the wall. Su Ming stood quietly by the second-floor balcony waiting for his arrival after sending a message to Fan Ziyuan. Soon a figure riding an electric bike gradually approached from afar. Wow, he really isn't tiring himself out at all. Seeing that this self-proclaimed Special Forces soldier Fan Ziyuan actually came on an electric bike, Su Ming couldn't. It seems that Fan Ziyuan is quite clever. He stopped his bike 10 meters away from Su Ming's yard, then, with a burst of speed, easily leapt over the wall. Fan Ziyuan's skills are indeed impressive. Su Ming, now on the first floor, looked at Fan Ziyuan outside the window and slowly opened the shooting hole on the wall. So tell me, what can you do? What do you need? Although Su Ming was asking questions, his gaze remained nervously fixed on Fan Ziyuan outside the window, ready for any sudden moves. However, it seemed Fan Ziyuan could see through his thoughts. He placed his hands in front of him, indicating that he would make no sudden move. I want a room to rest in, and some supplies to sustain myself. In exchange, I can help you with anything you need. Facing the conditions proposed by Fan Ziyuan and his own worth, Su Ming silently nodded. The supplies now equated to salaries from the past. In essence, Fan Ziyuan was looking for a place to stay with meals provided. However, Su Ming did not understand why with such skills Fan Ziyuan was willing to come work for him. I have a question for you. Go ahead. You say you retired from the Snow Wolf Special Assault Team, and from what I saw of your skills earlier, you could easily unify the entire Jinju Garden. Why seek my protection? This was what Su Ming was most curious about. After all, even someone like Manager Chun could unify the security team. With Fan Ziyuan's experience and insight, he could certainly do even better. In response to Su Ming's question, Fan Ziyuan did not hold back. Because I have a 5-year-old daughter, and she doesn't possess skills like mine. I see. Fan Ziyuan's answer made Su Ming suddenly realize. Indeed, with a 5-year-old daughter to consider, Fan Ziyuan could not afford to take risks. Alright, then let's start proving your worth. Sure, what do you want? Looking at Fan Ziyuan waiting for his orders outside the window, Su Ming didn't hesitate. Go help me catch 2 people, one named by Xiao Xiao, and the other Mei Xiaohong. As long as you succeed, you can move in here with your... No problem, before noon tomorrow those 2 will show up in your yard. Without any hesitation, after hearing Su Ming's words, Fan Ziyuan directly climbed over the wall and left the yard. Fan Ziyuan's decisive actions left Su Ming somewhat taken aback. After all, the lower levels of the high-rise residential area were now swarming with zombies. Su Ming had originally planned to find a bulletproof vest or something similar for Fan Ziyuan as protection. But now it seemed that Fan Ziyuan was quite confident in his own abilities. Forget it, let's see the results tomorrow. Since Fan Ziyuan felt he didn't need any equipment to handle the situation, Su Ming naturally wouldn't bring up the matter of... However, seeing Fan Ziyuan's confident demeanor, it seemed he was quite sure about this task he had taken on. I should clean up the room for him first. Su Ming glanced at the empty room on the first floor, ultimately deciding to clear out the largest bedroom for Fan Ziyuan and his daughter. This bedroom was not only spacious, but also had a private bathroom and balcony, more than enough for the father-daughter pair. Well, since she's a little girl, I should leave some snacks and toys. Su Ming looked at the empty room and took out some children's books and snacks from the system space. These items were gifts from the owner. When Su Ming bought a large batch of books and stationery, since he had no use for them, it would be better to cheer up the little girl. That should be enough. After putting everything in place, Su Ming lowered the isolation wall, completely sealing off the bedroom. After doing all this, Su Ming resumed his fulfilling day. The next morning, Su Ming, who had just gotten up, rubbed his sleepy eyes and instinctively looked out the window, only to be surprised to find Mei Xiaohong and by Xiao Xiao fast asleep in his yard. Holy cow! Impressive. Seeing this scene, Su Ming instantly shook off his drowsiness. Just as he was about to go downstairs for a closer look, he found Fan Ziyuan cleaning up the bodies in the yard. Not bad. This guy is on the ball. Seeing Fan Ziyuan proactively tidying up the yard, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. Of course, Su Ming knew that Fan Ziyuan was doing this entirely to avoid frightening his daughter. After a quick wash and changing clothes, Su Ming opened the balcony door of the previously isolated bedroom. From now on, you and your daughter will live in this room. As for supplies, I can only provide you with 1.5 portions per day. Your regular task will be to help me clean up the corpses of zombies I kill. If there are special tasks assigned to you, the rewards will depend on the difficulty. Any questions? No problem. In response to Su Ming's inquiry, Fan Ziyuan shook his head repeatedly. He had originally thought Su Ming would only provide him with a storage room to live in, but he never expected his room to be so luxurious. Moreover, Su Ming had also prepared plenty of snacks and children's books for his daughter. In an instant, Fan Ziyuan felt a surge of gratitude towards Su Ming. Alright, the room is equipped with a computer, air conditioning, and other appliances. You can use them freely, just remember to lock the balcony door when you come and go. Rest assured I will. After checking the room, Fan Ziyuan quickly brought his daughter over. The little girl's name was Fan Xingqing, and she curiously examined her new home, but was soon captivated by the children's books and toys in the room. Watching on the monitor, Fan Ziyuan was reading a fairy tale to Fan Xingqing as a bedtime story, and before long, he fell asleep himself. Seeing her father asleep, Fan Xingqing dutifully covered him with a blanket, then snuggled beside him, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Without a doubt, this father and daughter could finally sleep soundly today. Su Ming ignored the sleeping pair on the monitor, as he still had something more important to do. He retrieved a hose for washing cars from the second-floor bathroom, then opened the shooting hole on the second floor, aiming the hose at Mei Xiaohong and by Xiao Xiao in the yard. Now it's your turn. Su Ming then pressed the switch. Though it was the scorching heat of July, a direct blast of cold water still sent an involuntary shiver down one's spine. Moreover, Su Ming did not wield an ordinary garden hose, but a high-pressure washer designed for vehicle cleaning. The forceful jet swiftly roused Mei Xiaohong and by Xiao Xiao, who lay unconscious in the courtyard. Help! Gulp! Gurgle! Cough! 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 I gurgle! Gurgle! Cough! Cough! Su Ming deliberately aimed the hose straight into their mouths. As the torrent flooded their nostrils and throats, both women instantly convulsed into violent choking coughs. Long time no see, ladies. Once certain they were fully awake, Su Ming stood smiling on the second-floor balcony, gazing down upon Mei Xiaohong and by Xiao Xiao in the courtyard below. You Upon spotting Su Ming's silhouette above, Mei Xiaohong erupted in fury. Su Ming, you shame, you! Gurgle, gurgle. Seeing Mei Xiaohong dare to curse him again, Su Ming immediately reactivated the hose and trained it squarely on her. Bai Xiaoxiao, witnessing this spectacle beside her, froze in stunned silence. I must say, you truly possess extraordinary courage, you old witch. As Mei Xiaohong once more choked violently, Su Ming shut off the valve. All right, ladies, do you know why I've invited you here? He cast a sardonic glance toward the two women below, then waited patiently for their reply. Time was plentiful, and escape impossible. After all, the courtyard's 3-meter-high wall was far beyond their reach. Brother, I was wrong. Wah! Trembling with terror, Bai Xiaoxiao burst into tears. She had no idea how she'd awakened, drenched and disoriented, in Su Ming's courtyard. Wasn't Otto, the dark-skinned man, supposed to be a veteran from the United States? Why hadn't he protected her? What Bai Xiaoxiao didn't know was that her beloved brother Otto had long since had his throat slit by Fan Ziyuan. Brother, I was forced, I swear. Please believe me. Though her face streamed with tears, Bai Xiaoxiao's mind grew steadily calmer beneath the facade. Her immediate priority was to evoke Su Ming's sympathy, and based on her understanding of men feigning utter fragility, would surely soften his heart. Wah! I truly love brother. Wah! Yet after sobbing for minutes, she realized Su Ming, still standing on the balcony, hadn't reacted at all. Instead, Mei Xiaohong broke the silence. Oh dearie, must you keep pretending? Bai Xiaoxiao was utterly unprepared for Mei Xiaohong to expose her. But she couldn't fathom why. She bore this woman no grudge. Why would this old hag betray her? Brother. Oh my, brother again. Don't you feel the least bit ashamed? Can't you speak like a proper person? Bai Xiaoxiao had intended to continue her performance of helplessness. Yet before the words even left her lips, Mei Xiaohong cut her off once more. Uffed. Watching the two women below, Su Ming couldn't suppress a chuckle. Neither woman was virtuous. But seeing Mei Xiaohong so bluntly unmasked, Bai Xiaoxiao struck him as darkly. You old witch, shut your mouth now. Interrupted yet again, Bai Xiaoxiao finally snapped. Fueled by rage, she stormed toward Mei Xiaohong and raised both hands ready to shove her to the ground. Yet in her fury, she forgot the stark disparity in their physical strength. Mei Xiaohong, a woman who'd labored in the fields for years, was broad-shouldered and powerfully built, far sturdier than the delicate Bai Xiaoxiao. Unwilling to yield, she braced herself against the assault. So you little slut dare lay hands on me. With one hand alone, Mei Xiaohong blocked Bai Xiaoxiao's lunge, then swung her right palm hard across Bai Xiaoxiao's cheek. Slap! A crisp ringing crack echoed across the courtyard as Bai Xiaoxiao staggered backward 2 steps from the force of the blow. You! Stinging pain flared across her cheek. She could scarcely believe it had this old woman actually struck her. How dare you slap me? I'll kill you. After a stunned pause, Bai Xiaoxiao lunged again, furious, reckless, and this time, however, she'd grown shrewder, abandoning brute force entirely. Instead, she seized Mei Xiaohong's hair with, let go, you little whore. Scalp burning, Mei Xiaohong retaliated without hesitation, clutching Bai Xiaoxiao's hair in turn. The two locked in a furious swaying standoff. Tui! Ha! Tui! Ha! Tui! Mei Xiaohong's street fighting experience vastly outstripped that of the pampered heiress. She employed not only physical force, but also psychological warfare, spitting thick phlegm with practiced precision. Ugh! Disgusting! From his perch on the balcony, Su Ming watched Mei Xiaohong unleash wave after wave of viscous saliva upon Bai Xiaoxiao, and felt a sudden visceral wave of nausea. Indeed, Mei Xiaohong's combat instincts far surpassed Bai Xiaoxiao's. As the barrage continued, Bai Xiaoxiao, her face slick with mucus, began retching uncontrollably. She tried mimicking Mei Xiaohong's tactic, only to realize she lacked the lung capacity, or the technique, to load such ammunition properly. Ha! Tui! Ha! Tui! Ha! Tui! Sensing her advantage, Mei Xiaohong pressed her assault relentlessly. Her lungs seemed inexhaustible. Each round loaded, fired, reloaded, and fired again without pause. Soon under Mei Xiaohong's relentless firepower, Bai Xiaoxiao was thoroughly overwhelmed. Yet her eyes burned with crimson fury. Seizing an opening, she drove her knee hard into Mei Xiaohong's abdomen. The older woman cried out in pain, and reflexively released Bai Xiaoxiao's hair. Bai Xiaoxiao wasted no time. She swung a clenched fist straight toward Mei Xiaohong's eye. Aff! Mei Xiaohong screamed, and stars exploded behind her eyelids. She hadn't expected such a treacherous strike from this girl. Her arms flailed wildly, and one landed squarely on Bai Xiaoxiao's nasal bridge. A sharp acidic sting flooded Bai Xiaoxiao's sinuses. Her vision blurred, her thoughts scattered. Thus ended their first clash, in a draw. As they broke apart, both women regained a measure of composure. Trapped together in Su Ming's courtyard, infighting was clearly the worst possible strategy. Yet just as they contemplated alliance, a crate stamped with compressed rations thudded onto the ground before them. Before either could react, Su Ming's mocking voice rang down from above. Fight to the death. Kill her, and you may walk away with that crate. Upon hearing Su Ming's voice, Bai Xiaoxiao and Mei Xiaohong were momentarily taken aback. They had both been hungry for almost 2 days. The sight of the box of supplies before them drove both of them into a frenzy. Mei Xiaohong was the first to react, spitting a thick wad of phlegm onto Bai Xiaoxiao's face in an attempt to seize the... However, upon seeing the box of supplies, Bai Xiaoxiao no longer cared about the disgust. She ignored the phlegm spat by Mei Xiaohong and swung her fist at her. Mei Xiaohong never expected her mental attack to have no effect. Faced with the fist so close she tried to dodge, but it was already too late. With a loud bang, Bai Xiaoxiao threw her fist with nearly all her might. Mei Xiaohong, who was struck, staggered back a few steps ready to retaliate, only to find Bai Xiaoxiao lunging at her once again. Bai Xiaoxiao yelled, "You old hag, why are you stealing the supplies my brother gave me?" She charged forward, using her momentum to knock Mei Xiaohong to the ground. She clenched her fists and desperately pounded Mei Xiaohong's face, but suddenly felt a tremendous force hit her abdomen. Before she could react, Mei Xiaohong kicked her away. "You little brat. I'm going to get you." Mei Xiaohong, now in pain from her face, spoke somewhat incoherently, yet quickly got back on her feet and charged at Bai Xiaohong. This time Mei Xiaohong didn't use her fists, but instead kicked forcefully at Bai Xiaoxiao's abdomen. One kick, two kicks. "I'm going to kick you to death." While she kicked, Mei Xiaohong continued to curse. Even though her speech was unclear, she did not give up on her mental attack. Just as Mei Xiaohong's third kick was about to land on Bai Xiaoxiao's belly, the latter, who had been wailing on the ground, seized the opportunity to dodge. With her kick missing, Mei Xiaohong immediately lost her balance and fell awkwardly. "You old hag, I'll fight you to the end." Seeing Mei Xiaohong fall, Bai Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth against the pain in her abdomen and directly mounted Mei Xiaohong, gripping her neck tightly. However, lacking any fighting skills, Bai Xiaoxiao quickly realized that her strength was no match for Mei Xiaohong. Mei Xiaohong easily pried her hands away and grabbed her hair again. Taking advantage of Bai Xiaoxiao's pain, Mei Xiaohong began to punch at her eyes. In this critical moment, Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly remembered a tutorial she had seen online about eye gouging. "I'll go for it." Bai Xiaoxiao steeled herself and seized the opportunity to jab her fingers into Mei Xiaohong's eyes. My eyes. With her long nails and the full force she had just exerted, her nails pierced one of Mei Xiaohong's eyeballs and blood instantly flowed down her face. Feeling the excruciating pain in her eye, Mei Xiaohong rolled on the ground, immediately releasing her grip on Bai Xiaoxiao's hair. Seeing Mei Xiaohong in such a state, Bai Xiaoxiao hurriedly went to grip her neck again. However, given her slender physique, how could she possibly restrain the wildly struggling Mei Xiaohong? Before long, Bai Xiaoxiao was once again thrown to the ground by Mei Xiaohong. Realizing that the neck-gripping tactic was ineffective, Bai Xiaoxiao quickly pressed both hands down on Mei Xiaohong's head, desperately trying to slam it against the ground. Bang, bang, bang. With each impact of Mei Xiaohong's head against the ground, she felt dizzy and driven by her strong survival instinct, Mei Xiaohong chose to bite. She clamped down hard on one of Bai Xiaoxiao's arms and began to twist her body. "What the hell? This is like a death roll." Standing on the balcony, Su Ming observed Mei Xiaohong biting Bai Xiaoxiao and twisting her body, reminiscent of a crocodile in the animal kingdom that spins its prey in the water. However, Mei Xiaohong was not in water. She could only twist her body to stop Bai Xiaoxiao's movements. Though human skin has a certain elasticity, it couldn't withstand such force. Soon Mei Xiaohong tore off a large chunk of flesh from Bai Xiaoxiao's arm. Accompanied by Bai Xiaoxiao's miserable scream, Mei Xiaohong hurriedly spat out the piece of flesh in her mouth, feeling around to grab Bai Xiaoxiao's body, and once again bit down. "Hiss! Is this even possible?" Su Ming gasped as he watched Mei Xiaohong gnawing at Bai Xiaoxiao. Not for any other reason, but because where Mei Xiaohong was biting was Bai Xiaoxiao's neck. However, due to her obstructed view, Mei Xiaohong did not bite down on Bai Xiaoxiao's carotid artery. In pain, Bai Xiaoxiao was desperately swinging her fists, continually attacking Mei Xiaohong's temples. Without a doubt, both of them had reached their limits. Although strength often favors the young, Bai Xiaoxiao's physique was not as robust as Mei Xiaohong's. Yet under Bai Xiaoxiao's relentless attacks, Mei Xiaohong felt her head spinning. They were locked in a brutal struggle, after all, who would willingly give up the hope of survival. As time passed, both Bai Xiaoxiao and Mei Xiaohong were exhausted. Yet they continued to fight with the sole intent of ending each other's lives. Whoa! Having somewhat adapted to the intense pain in her eye, Mei Xiaohong used her remaining vision to locate Bai Xiaoxiao's windpipe and bit down hard on her neck. Feeling a strong sense of suffocation, Bai Xiaoxiao struggled desperately. Her hands attempted to pry open Mei Xiaohong's jaw, but exhausted as she lacked the strength to do so. The lack of oxygen caused Bai Xiaoxiao's vision to blur further. She tried to do something, but found herself "Alright, you win. You can take the supplies and leave." Only after hearing Su Ming's voice did Mei Xiaohong dare to release her grip on Bai Xiaoxiao's neck. This battle had also left her exhausted, but faced with the supplies so close at hand, Mei Xiaohong desperately twisted her body and crawled towards the box. I won." Mei Xiaohong bore through the pain throughout her body, picked up the supply box, and intended to leave. However, when she saw the tightly shut door and the more than 3-meter-high wall, she froze in place. Click-clack. Upon hearing a series of low growls from nearby, Mei Xiaohong looked in terror towards the source of the sound, only to see Bai Xiaoxiao, who had been lying on the ground, now standing up. Bai Xiaoxiao's head stiffly turned to the frozen Mei Xiaohong. Her pale eyes now seemed to mock the victor Mei Xiao. "What if you won just now? Now come down and accompany me. Clean up the 2 corpses in the courtyard if you're awake." Fan Ziyuan stared at the message from Su Ming on his phone, then glanced sideways at his still sleeping daughter before slipping carefully out of bed. Dusk had already settled. As Fan Ziyuan stepped into the courtyard, the chaotic scene before him made his lips twitch involuntarily. A former Special Forces operative, he instantly recognized the signs of a fierce struggle having taken place here. Does Su Ming enjoy watching humans fight? Yet now that he had pledged allegiance to Su Ming, Fan Ziyuan naturally refrained from judging his new master's peculiar predilections. Still deep within, he resolved firmly under no circumstances would he allow his daughter to inherit such a taste. After thoroughly cleaning the courtyard, Fan Ziyuan sent another message to Su Ming. The courtyard is spotless. Where shall I leave the supply crate? Fan Ziyuan proves remarkably dutiful, mused Su Ming, reading the message on his phone, his respect for the man quietly deepening. In truth, that crate had been a subtle test. Had Fan Ziyuan seized it for himself, Su Ming would have quietly arranged their expulsion, father and daughter alike. Of course, Fan Ziyuan might merely be feigning loyalty. But with the apocalypse only just beginning, Su Ming saw no need to rush judgment. Keep the supplies for yourself, it's your reward. Also, I have a task for you. Upon seeing the assignment, Fan Ziyuan typed back without delay. What task? Lure the zombies from the high-rise apartments toward this location. Then meet me at the ground floor entrance to collect your equipment. Upon completion, you'll receive enough dried rations and drinking water to last 1 week. Understood. Though outwardly composed, Fan Ziyuan's mind churned with speculation about Su Ming's true intent. What exactly did this man he'd sworn fealty to intend? First, he'd ordered Fan Ziyuan to capture 2 women and pit them against each other like beasts in a cage. Now he commanded him to draw hordes of zombies closer. Fan Ziyuan knew Su Ming possessed ample weapons and ammunition. Yet logic dictated that in these early days of collapse, conserving strength was paramount. And yet Su Ming. He moved through the ruins as though engaged in a leisurely hunting game. Calm, unhurried, utterly. Enough. Better to simply complete the task. Fan Ziyuan banished those thoughts entirely. He was after all a guest beneath another's roof. A disposable pawn, nothing more. All he sought now was to secure more supplies for his daughter. Nothing else mattered. Should misfortune claim him one day, at least she might survive a little longer. He would even consent to betrothing her as a child bride, if Su Ming agreed. In this shattered world, mere survival was triumph enough. Following Su Ming's instructions, Fan Ziyuan arrived at the main gate, and there outside the villa sat the promised crate, ballistic vest, and a ballistic helmet. Seeing the armor within, Fan Ziyuan felt an unexpected warmth bloom in his chest. He truly hadn't chosen poorly. Strange as Su Ming's habits were, he clearly cared for Fan Ziyuan's safety. After all, the whereabouts of Manager Chin's 2 firearms remained unknown, and even Fan Ziyuan dared not guarantee his own safe return without protection. Weapons too. After removing the vest, he discovered nestled at the crate's bottom a collapsible baton, and he'd already felt profound gratitude upon seeing the vest and helmet. Yet Su Ming had gone further, equipping him with close combat arms. Firearms. Those Fan Ziyuan dared not even hope for. He knew precisely where he stood. Once he'd donned the gear with practiced ease, Fan Ziyuan vaulted the wall once more and strode toward the high-rise residence. Now, I wait for the prey to arrive. Watching Fan Ziyuan's retreating figure on the monitor, Su Ming retrieved the Barrett sniper rifle from his system space. The moment Fan Ziyuan lured the zombies into range, Su Ming would eliminate them, each shot placed with lethal precision behind his quarry. Having absorbed the full skill set of an elite special forces operator, his confidence in marksmanship was absolute. Su Ming chose the Barrett not only for its visceral satisfaction, but also to send a quiet, unmistakable message: do not entertain treacherous thoughts. I give you armor, therefore I hold the means to pierce it. Half an hour slipped by like mist. Just as Su Ming wondered why Fan Ziyuan had yet to return, his phone chimed, zombies arriving in 5 minutes. Su Ming whistled inwardly at the efficiency. He tossed the promised supplies through the window into the courtyard and waited, still, silent, watchful. 5 minutes vanished in a breath, and Fan Ziyuan appeared squarely within Su Ming's scope. Damn, this man's incredible. Behind him surged over 100 shambling figures. Most astonishingly, Fan Ziyuan's face showed neither flush nor labored breath, as if he'd barely broken a sweat. And in his eyes, not a flicker of fear, not a trace of dread. That right there, that was professionalism incarnate. A civilian attempting such a feat would likely fail outright, or if somehow successful, flee in blind panic. But Fan Ziyuan. Through the scope, Su Ming watched, astonished, as Fan Ziyuan deliberately slowed his pace, letting the horde close in. True mastery, indeed supreme skill, breeding unshakable courage. Boom. A deep, resonant gunshot startled Fan Ziyuan, but he recovered instantly. This was merely Su Ming's hunting ritual. Had Su Ming intended his death, he'd have struck long before now. Realizing this, Fan Ziyuan began running while glancing back, eager to witness the precision of Su Ming's aim. As zombie after zombie crumpled, each skull shattered cleanly at the brow, he surrendered utterly to awe. Su Ming's marksmanship rivaled his own. Every round found its mark with chilling consistency. From the distinctive timbre of the report, Fan Ziyuan recognized the weapon, a Barrett anti-material sniper rifle. In that instant, Su Ming's aura deepened, enigmatic, formidable, inscrutable. What manner of man was he truly? Enough. My task is done. Fan Ziyuan ceased his questioning and with effortless grace he cleared the wall, and there laid neatly in the courtyard rested his reward. Gunfire continued to echo. Worried the noise might disturb his daughter's sleep, Fan Ziyuan did not immediately re-enter the house, but instead sank onto the ground, waiting patiently for Su Ming's hunt to conclude. In the coming days, Su Ming would occasionally send Fan Ziyuan out to attract zombies while he positioned himself at the windowsill with a gun, sniping to earn points. Meanwhile, the residents in the high-rise buildings were still engaged in fierce battles, turning the area into a massive zombie factory. Over these few days, Su Ming had accumulated over 3,000 points. Just when Su Ming thought he could rely on Fan Ziyuan to grind points, here the security team from the property management stormed in. Su Ming, I give you 5 minutes to surrender, or we will break in. Hearing the call for surrender from outside the shelter, Su Ming helplessly glanced out the window. Sigh, can't you learn your lesson? But when Su Ming saw the situation outside, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. I must say, this time the security guards were indeed clever. They had moved the homeowners' cars outside the compound as cover, attempting to block Su Ming's line of sight. However, would this method really be effective? Ding! Hearing the notification sound, Su Ming glanced at his phone. It was a message from Fan Ziyuan. Mr. Su, do you need me to help you deal with them? Facing Fan Ziyuan's inquiry, Su Ming quickly chose to decline. What a joke, it had been a long time since there was such excitement at his doorstep. If Fan Ziyuan took care of them, what would he do for fun? Su Ming, if you don't surrender, don't blame us for being rude. Hearing the call for surrender again, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. He wondered what new tricks these security guards would bring him this time. Seeing that Su Ming had no response, the guards outside the compound chose to attack directly. Bang! The sudden loud noise startled Su Ming. But when he looked towards the source of the sound, he immediately understood what had happened. It turned out that these guards planned to ram their car directly into his home's wall, intending to break through it. I must admit, this method was indeed quite clever. They just needed to fix the car's direction and floor the accelerator, turning the vehicle into an unmanned siege engine. However, Su Ming's home wall was not as fragile as they imagined. An ordinary sedan weighs only 2 to 3 tons. How could it possibly damage the wall embedded with metal? Moreover, during the renovation, these walls were connected to the basement below. Not even an armored vehicle could break through. Is this what you call an attack? Looking at the car that had been deflected by his wall, the front completely deformed, Su Ming couldn't help but enter his mocking mode. I waited all this time for this. You guys are truly disappointing. The guards hiding in the distance couldn't help but grit their teeth upon hearing Su Ming's words. What on earth is this wall made of? Even a sedan can't knock it down. Boss, what should we do? Facing his subordinate's question, the newly appointed leader's expression darkened significantly. He originally thought that his meticulously thought-out plan would make him famous today, but he never expected such a result. This kid's home is as tough as iron. Unless we have heavy vehicles, we can't. Wait. A sudden flash of inspiration struck the newly appointed leader's mind. Right? There are heavy vehicles in the community. Just a day before the apocalypse, a garbage truck had broken down in the community. Since it was already peak time before the end of the workday, the property management had dragged the garbage truck to a nearby parking lot, planning to have it towed the next day. However, with the arrival of zombies, this matter was completely forgotten. Xiao Wang, hurry and notify the brothers in the office to fix that garbage truck quickly. Whatever it takes, we need it operational. Our chance to break through the wall depends on it. Got it. Hearing about the garbage truck, Xiao Wang's eyes lit up, and he quickly contacted the brothers on duty in the office. However, just then a dull gunshot shattered the joyful mood of the group. My God, he fired again. As Xiao Wang was about to flee, he was abruptly pulled back by his boss. Don't go out. If you do, you'll really fall for it. Seeing the fear still on everyone's faces, the boss couldn't help but show a sneer. Can you all strengthen your mental fortitude? Don't forget, we reinforced the vehicle with steel plates and sandbags. He can't penetrate our cover. Right? He can't penetrate. Hearing the boss reminder, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The vehicle was stuffed full of steel plates and sandbags. Unless it was hit by a heavy caliber machine gun, it was impossible to breach their cover. At that moment, Su Ming, holding a Barrett, aimed directly at the makeshift cover made of cars outside the yard. However, after firing several shots in succession, he did not hear the system notification sound in his mind. What the hell? Am I really that unlucky today? Seeing that he had fired several shots with no effect, Su Ming hurriedly looked inside the vehicle. To his surprise, the vehicle was stuffed with large amounts of sandbags and steel plates. No wonder he hadn't killed anyone after so many shots. They had tampered with the vehicle. Remembering the wasted bullets, Su Ming felt angry. Then don't blame me for using this. With a flash of white light in his right hand, a Gatling gun appeared instantly. After loading the ammunition belt, Su Ming unleashed a hail of bullets towards the car cover outside the yard. The gun barrel spun continuously, and the bullets poured out like ink splattering on a canvas. The security guards hiding behind the car cover hadn't even reacted to what was happening before they were turned into a sieve by the dense hail of gunfire. Congratulations, host, for killing a survivor. Reward 5 points. Congratulations, host, for killing a survivor. Reward 5 points. Congratulations, host, for killing a survivor. Reward 5 points. As a series of killing notifications echoed in his mind, Su Ming finally withdrew the Gatling gun with satisfaction. Indeed, in the face of overwhelming firepower, any strategy is ineffective. Did they really think stuffing steel plates in the vehicle made them invincible? Humph, boring. After finishing all this, Su Ming placed the Gatling gun on the ground, waiting for the barrel to cool. In his system, space-time is frozen. Su Ming did not want to be burned when he retrieved it next time. Thus, the newly appointed leader of the security team lost his precious life during his first attack on Su Ming's shelter. This should be the mark left by a Gatling gun. The next day, Fan Ziyuan was sent out by Su Ming once again. However, when he saw the pile of cars outside the courtyard riddled with bullet holes, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. In order to avoid disturbing his daughter's rest, he usually kept the soundproof mode on. He was unaware of the events that transpired outside the shelter yesterday. Seeing the scene before him, Fan Ziyuan felt that Su Ming was truly a master of weaponry. From the initial handguns and assault rifles to the later Barrett and flamethrower, now even a Gatling gun has appeared. Fan Ziyuan seriously suspected that Su Ming might even have a portable rocket launcher. Forget it. After clearing his mind of those thoughts, Fan Ziyuan set off towards the high-rise residential area. Watching Fan Ziyuan's departing figure, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. It must be said he truly chose the right person. Not only was Fan Ziyuan strong, but more importantly, he had great execution. Whatever task Su Ming assigned him, he would complete it with all his might. Today, however, Su Ming did not send him out to lure the zombies. Instead, he tasked him with scouting the high-rise residence. It was already the 15th day, and Su Ming estimated that the residents of the high-rise should have completed their unification by now. Su Ming was very curious about the current situation over at the high-rise. After all, this was crucial for his next decision. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Although Su Ming had stockpiled 1,000,000 tons of weaponry, he did not want to take unnecessary risks. In the apocalypse, survival is the true path to power. However, this time Fan Ziyuan did not return on the same day. If not for the message he sent, Su Ming would have thought that Fan Ziyuan had perished outside. It seemed that Fan Ziyuan had already made all the necessary arrangements with his daughter before leaving. The little girl did not cry or fuss over her father's absence. She either watched TV to pass the time or lay in bed. Originally, Su Ming was worried that such a young child might encounter trouble, but it seemed he had overthought it. Fan Ziyuan returned to the shelter by noon the next day, looking quite disheveled. 20 minutes before he returned to the shelter, Su Ming received a message from him. "I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I messed up this time, and I brought some trouble back for you. You can reclaim the reward for this mission since I haven't returned yet." Faced with Fan Ziyuan's message, Su Ming did not immediately gather the supplies left in the courtyard. Just as he was about to ask Fan Ziyuan what had happened, he suddenly noticed that someone in the long silent owner group was constant. "Eighth Manor. Su Ming, why did you send someone to provoke the dignity of our 7th building?" "Eighth Manor. Su Ming, we in the 10th building didn't provoke you. Why did you send someone over? Do you want to start a war with us?" Faced with the inexplicable accusations from the crowd, Su Ming was momentarily at a loss. What on earth? However, after seeing that Fan Ziyuan had returned safely, Su Ming ignored the incessant messages in the owner group and instructed him to quickly move the supplies into his room. Fan Ziyuan, what exactly happened? Using the phone in the shelter, Su Ming directly inquired about Fan Ziyuan. "I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I truly caused you a lot of trouble this time." Even through the receiver, Su Ming could hear the guilt in Fan Ziyuan's voice. "All right, just tell me what exactly happened." In fact, having seen the accusations against him in the owner group, Su Ming knew that Fan Ziyuan must have done something to lead to such an outcome. Now the residents of the high-rise have divided into several factions based on their buildings, with each faction having its own Oh, it seems they regarded you as an invader. Fan Ziyuan's words made Su Ming understand the situation completely. "Yes, as soon as they saw me, they tried to capture me. A few were taken down by me, and then they all rushed out trying to surround me, but Su Ming could clearly sense the guilt in Fan Ziyuan's tone. However, after understanding the cause and effect, Su Ming felt it was an opportunity. If the factions in the high-rise were to attack him because of this incident, wouldn't that be another chance to earn points? Alright, you don't need to dwell on this, just rest well. After hanging up on Fan Ziyuan, Su Ming faced the barrage of messages still ing him in the owner group without hesitation. "If you have grievances, feel free to come find me. Don't just yap in the group." In fact, Su Ming was not surprised by the current situation in the high-rise residential area. Given the zombie-filled world outside, these residents would naturally not be able to engage in infighting for long. They weren't fools. They knew that if they continued to fight among themselves, it would only lead to more zombies without any real change. Moreover, apart from himself, the residents of the entire Jinju Garden probably had little supplies left. They formed these so-called factions to plan for their next steps. However, Su Ming did not expect their territorial divisions to be so clear-cut. Fan Ziyuan merely went to take a look, and they wanted to capture him. Sigh, if only killing people could count as points for Fan Ziyuan. After putting down his phone, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. Naturally, he could not personally go out to find them. If Fan Ziyuan could earn points for killing, Su Ming could truly enjoy. Unfortunately, only kills made by oneself or zombies could earn points, which left Su Ming feeling somewhat regretful. However, he truly had no other methods for the residents of the high-rise. Su Ming only hoped that these residents could fulfill their boastful threats in the owner group and actually attack him. It seems there are a total of 5 factions among the high-rise residents in Jinju Garden. After reviewing the records in the owner group, Su Ming roughly estimated the number of factions in the entire community. Moreover, Su Ming felt that today's events would definitely unite the factions in the high-rise to join forces against him. With that thought, Su Ming felt a glimmer of anticipation for the days to come. For several consecutive days, no one in the owner's group sent any messages. Now it has been the 20th day since the outbreak of the zombies, and Su Ming felt that the residents of the high-rise buildings should have started going out to search for supplies. To be on the safe side, Su Ming had not sent Fan Ziyuan out in the past few days. He understood that while it's easy to dodge a direct attack, it's difficult to guard against hidden threats. However, Su Ming knew that if these people found enough weapons and equipment outside the community, they might very well choose to turn around and deal with him. One deep night after a day of training, Su Ming was sound asleep in bed when he was startled awake by the piercing alarm of the shelter. What the hell is going on? Startled, Su Ming quickly took out a handgun from the system as a means of defense, then turned to look out into the courtyard. He saw that both the walls and the ground in the courtyard were ablaze with fierce flames. It was clear that someone had thrown Molotov cocktails into his yard. After all, Molotov cocktails are extremely cheap to make. All you need is a bottle filled with gasoline and a lit cloth strip to create a simple incendiary device. While they are playing with fire. Startled by the alarm, Su Ming quietly turned off the alarm system. Through the surveillance cameras installed in the shelter, he discovered that quite a few residents had gathered outside his yard. Mr. Su, what should we do now? Do you need me to go out and extinguish all the fires in the yard? Fan Ziyuan and his daughter were naturally also disturbed by the alarm, and upon seeing the message he sent, Su Ming quickly refused. It's fine, you continue to sleep, they'll handle the rest. Are you kidding? Now that so many people have finally gathered outside his yard, Su Ming certainly did not want to waste this opportunity to earn points. As for the flames in the yard, Su Ming directly chose to activate the fire extinguishing mode of the shelter. After all, it was a shelter built at a cost of 800 million, and these simple Molotov cocktails were nothing. Even high-temperature gasoline bombs could be extinguished by the fire extinguishers equipped in the shelter. You all disturbed? As Su Ming murmured excitedly, he took out an assault rifle from the system space. With the help of the night vision device, he opened the shooting hole on the 3rd floor and began shooting at the crowd outside. Congratulations, host, you have killed a survivor, rewarded with 5 points. Congratulations, host, you have killed a survivor. Every time Su Ming pulled the trigger, the system in his mind quickly emitted a kill notification sound. To be able to earn double points, Su Ming specifically aimed for their chests rather than their heads. After all, once the brain is destroyed, these people would not be able to turn into zombies. However, this time the group of residents clearly had some experience in dealing with such situations. Upon hearing the gunshots, they quickly retreated and showed no intention of staying to fight. They're leaving just like that. Watching the crowd retreat rapidly, Su Ming felt extremely disappointed. He initially thought these people might have a next move planned, but it seemed they only intended to use Hitandran tactics to harass him. Everyone seems quite adept at applying what they've learned. Seeing that the group had already left his shooting range, Su Ming dealt with the few residents who had turned into zombies and then closed the shooting hole again. This time Su Ming only killed 8 people, and after eliminating those who had turned into zombies, he only earned 80 points. He couldn't help but feel extremely bored. Meanwhile, the residents who had retreated gathered together after confirming they had escaped to a safe distance and held a meeting. This won't do. If this continues, we will definitely suffer losses. That Su Ming has a gun. Yeah, boss, I think to break into that Su Ming's villa, the efforts of our Apocalypse gang alone are definitely not enough. We should call the leaders of the other gangs for a discussion. Facing the complaints from his subordinates, the leader of the Apocalypse gang frowned. Indeed, Su Ming's villa was just too difficult. Moreover, the kid has a gun. Just from the previous action, they directly lost 8 brothers. It should be noted that the members of the Apocalypse gang were carefully selected from the survivors of Building 2 and Building 3, totaling less than 80 people. Losing 8 all at once, how could he not feel heartbroken? Xiaohu, you are right. It is indeed necessary to sit down with the leaders of the other gangs and discuss how to deal with Su Ming. Su Ming's villa is definitely not something our Apocalypse gang can handle alone. After some thought, the leader of the Apocalypse gang ultimately decided to gather the other forces from the high-rise residential area to deal with Su Ming together. Currently, there are fewer than 600 residents left in the entire Jinju Garden. Excluding some elderly, weak, and sick individuals who can only wait to die, there are about 300 capable men. Prior to this, his Apocalypse gang was the largest gang in the residential building, boasting 78 members. Now, having lost 8 members all at once, even though his Apocalypse gang is still the largest gang in the entire Jinju Garden, he is not willing to just muddle through. What he wanted was to carve out a grand empire for himself in this apocalyptic world. Under the call of the Apocalypse gang, though the leaders of the other gangs were reluctant, they still came to the property management's conference room for the meeting. Ever since Su Ming used a Gatling gun to turn the security team that attacked his villa into a sieve, there are now only 8 security guards left in the security team. In the current Jinju Garden, power has already been replaced by 6 newly established gangs. I say, Lu Weigua, the leader of the Apocalypse gang, why did you gather the leaders of our other 5 gangs for a meeting? What's the matter? Lu Weigua is indeed the name of the leader of the Apocalypse gang. Haha, everyone, please don't be anxious. I want to ask everyone what you think about Su Ming. Faced with Lu Weigua's question, the 5 gang leaders frowned and pondered. After a while, a young man in outdoor clothing slowly spoke up. Su Ming is not someone to be trifled with. He not only has a gun, but also possesses heavy weaponry like the Gatling gun and flamethrowers. As soon as this was said, the other 4 gang leaders nodded in agreement. Yes, Chen Xian is right. Su Ming is definitely not someone to provoke. Yes, I have a security guard in the security team, and he told me that Su Ming's villa is fortified like a copper wall and iron bastion, and it's simply not something we can break through. Indeed, Su Ming likely had special channels to learn about the outbreak of this disaster in advance, otherwise he wouldn't have made such thorough preparations. What? Lu, are you not actually thinking of attacking Su Ming's villa, are you? Seeing the 5 gang leaders staring at him, Lu Weigua no longer concealed his inner thoughts. That's right, if we can break into Su Ming's villa, then in the future we can absolutely establish a kingdom of our own on this way. You must be crazy. If you want to attack, go do it yourself, and don't drag us of the Freedom Gang to die with you. Exactly, our Salted Fish Gang will not participate either. Seeing the 5 gang leaders in the conference room ready to leave, a cold smile appeared on Lu Weiguo's face. Bang! With the sound of metal colliding with the table, everyone's gaze turned towards the source of the noise. They saw a pitch-black handgun quietly lying on the conference table. Lu Weiguo, what do you want? The 5 gang leaders immediately became nervous upon seeing the gun. The underlings behind them also drew their weapons, nervously watching Lu Weiguo. Calm down, calm down. I just want to use this method to keep you here to listen to what I have to say. Lu Weiguo reattached the gun from the table to his waist, signaling the 5 gang leaders to remain calm. Seeing the 5 gang leaders sit down, Lu Weiguo slowly began to outline his plan. Listen to me, I intend to. Damn, are these people never going to stop? Su Ming was once again awakened by the alarm ringing in the room. This was already the umpteenth time today. Looking out the window, the yard was empty. Clearly these people did not intend to confront him head-on, but rather tormented his mind through constant harassment. Mr. Su, do you need me to take action? Seeing the message from Fan Ziyuan on his phone, he knew that Fan was also quite angered by the actions of this group. However, sending Fan Ziyuan out right now was clearly not a wise choice. He was in the open, while the enemy lurked in the shadows. Although Fan was indeed skilled, he was ultimately just one person, not a deity. Moreover, they had 2 guns left behind by Manager Chun, and Su Ming certainly did not want Fan Ziyuan to come to any harm. Alright, if you want to play, then play. After activating the fire extinguishing function of the shelter once again, Su Ming first declined Fan Ziyuan's request, then took out a small drone used for reconnaissance from the system space. This was a drone the size of a palm, a gift he received when purchasing weapons in Country M. At that time, those arms dealers had given him 3 of them, and he had thought they were of little use, but it seemed that this gadget was quite helpful. After fully charging the drone, Su Ming first turned off the lights in the 3rd floor room, and then released the drone from the window. After checking that there were indeed no people around his shelter, Su Ming retrieved the drone and began calculating when this group would next harass him. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Just as it was nearing 4 hours, a simple homemade Molotov cocktail was once again thrown into his yard. Goodness, these people have actually learned quite well now. Seeing the Molotov cocktail land in his yard, Su Ming quickly drew his gun and pulled the trigger at the fleeing figure. With Su Ming's precise marksmanship, there was no chance of escape. Since it's like this, just throw as you please. Su Ming directly set his shelter to automatic fire extinguishing mode and turned off the alarm. After instructing Fan Ziyuan not to act rashly, he fell back into a deep sleep. In the following 2 days, Su Ming continued his usual life. As for the people harassing him, he adopted a laid-back. As long as he happened to see them, Su Ming would definitely shoot them down. If he didn't see them, he wouldn't bother with them again. Now the entire shelter had been set to automatic fire extinguishing mode, and there would be no more alarms. Even in this mode, Su Ming had still dealt with 4 of the harassing residents. Each time Su Ming killed the residents who came to disturb him, he promptly recorded these glorious moments on his phone and uploaded them to the owner group. To achieve the best mocking effect, Su Ming would even take a picture of a gourmet meal to upload to the group. Today is yet another exquisite day. After killing the little scum who tried to ambush my villa, I decided to reward myself with some French-baked snails. Lu Weiguo, didn't you say your method would yield results quickly? Why does it seem like Su Ming is still flaunting himself? Faced with Su Ming's sarcasm in the owner group, the other 5 gang leaders could no longer remain calm. In just 2 days, they had lost 4 more subordinates. To achieve the best harassment effect, the people sent to disturb Su Ming were all among the faster subordinates. But what was the result? Su Ming's mental state had not only remained unchanged, but had even become more cheerful. Was this sending people to harass Su Ming? This was clearly to add some color to Su Ming's dull life. 5 leaders, please remain calm. Since the Sparrow War isn't working, we can try a tunnel warfare approach. Seeing the 5 in front of him looking somewhat confused, Lu Weiguo smiled sinisterly. No matter how solid Su Ming's house is, if the foundation is unstable, it's useless. We just need to dig a tunnel over, and we can break through his villa in one go. Hearing Lu Weiguo's words, the 5 gang leaders' eyes brightened immediately. Lu, you truly are the best. Yes, how come we didn't think of this method? Faced with the praise of the 5, a smug expression appeared on Lu Weiguo's face. He slowly picked up the book he was reading, which prominently displayed the 4 characters, Sun Tzu's Art of War. With the start of the tunnel warfare, the residents worked enthusiastically. After determining the direction of Su Ming's villa, they began to actively participate in the digging. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Soon they reached the edge of the wall. We've reached Su Ming's villa wall. Looking at the wall before them, although the residents did not understand why Su Ming had buried part of the wall underground, they felt a surge of confidence. After suffering numerous defeats, they finally saw a glimmer of victory today. Hurry up, dig out all the soil under his wall, and then we can coordinate with the people above for a combined attack. Alright. The diggers frantically dug the soil beneath the wall, and upon seeing that there was no wall remaining below, they planned to directly tunnel into Su Ming's yard. Why is there still a wall? However, just as they were about to continue digging upwards, they found that the concrete wall still loomed. Wait, how can Su Ming's wall be this thick? They had already pushed nearly a meter inside, while Su Ming's wall should only be about 50 centimeters thick at most. This scene stunned everyone on the spot. Should we dig a bit further in? Faced with the urging of the crowd behind the resident in front responsible for digging rolled his eyes in exasperation. If you want to dig you can come up and dig yourself. I can't do it anymore. Saying this, he threw his shovel to the ground and chose to go on strike. Look at your attitude. If I manage to dig through, don't you dare be envious. Seeing they were at the final step, the others naturally did not want to miss this opportunity and began digging again. But after a whole night of effort, they found that no matter which direction they dug, the concrete wall remained above them. Everyone, do you think it's possible that? Looking at the exhausted crowd, one resident glanced at the concrete ceiling. Could it be that Su Ming's wall is connected to the basement below? It's possible. Why didn't you say so earlier? Upon hearing what this resident said, the crowd instantly realized. After all, villas could be designed freely as long as they did not exceed the land use limits, and many villas naturally had base. This meant that as long as they broke through the concrete ceiling above, they could directly invade from within. Then their people would appear in Su Ming's villa like divine soldiers descending from the heavens. Let's leave it here for today. Tomorrow we will conserve our energy and launch a surprise attack on Su Ming. Yes, after so much effort, they could finally redeem their previous embarrassment tomorrow. Thinking about the fear that would be on Su Ming's face when facing them tomorrow, the residents responsible for the digging also revealed satisfied smiles. Oh, you're here so early. Su Ming, who had risen early, looked at the images transmitted back by the drone and couldn't help but shake his head with a cold smile. After realizing that he was no longer bothered by the sparrow attacks, he utilized the drone to conduct a thorough reconnaissance of the residents in the high-rise area. Upon seeing the cave not far from his villa, Su Ming instantly understood the intentions of these people. It must be said that they were quite clever to think of using tunnels to ambush him. Su Ming was extremely curious about what thoughts would arise in their minds upon discovering that the floor of the tunnel was also encased in alloy. Watching the footage of the users eagerly crawling into the pre-dug tunnel, Su Ming felt only regret that he couldn't eliminate those inside. It seems they plan to launch a full-scale attack today. Aside from a portion of people who crawled into the tunnel, most residents quietly waited nearby. Their goal was quite obvious: to wait for those underground to breach their floor, allowing for a coordinated attack. Faced with the footage transmitted back by the drone, Su Ming knew he had to take action. It must be said that they had chosen quite a good location for the tunnel entrance. This entrance was not only close to his shelter, but was also shielded by walls and trees. Unless attacked from directly above, they were completely helpless. Aha, so directly above, huh? He'll give you a chance. With all the residents too fearful to approach his shelter, Su Ming retrieved a mortar from the system space. Su Ming quietly opened the balcony door on the third floor and set up the mortar on the roof. After adjusting its position based on the footage from the drone, he raised a shell and placed it in the mortar's barrel, slowly releasing his grip. As the shell slid slowly to the bottom of the barrel, a loud bang echoed as the mortar shell shot straight towards the tunnel. Boom! The shell accurately landed among the crowd, and before anyone could comprehend what had happened, the next shell fell towards their position. Su Ming fired off 5 shells in quick succession before returning to his shelter satisfied. Based on the positioning of that group, 5 shells would be sufficient to inflict heavy casualties. What is going on? Was that explosion just now? Meanwhile, those inside the tunnel looked at each other in confusion upon hearing the explosion from above. But before they could react, the entrance of the tunnel collapsed with a loud crash. Why did this entrance collapse? Oh my god, what on earth happened up there? With the collapse of the tunnel entrance, the group was instantly trapped inside. Without oxygen, they would soon lose their lives due to asphyxiation. Everyone, don't panic. At that moment, a relatively older middle-aged man quickly stepped forward. Our urgent task now is to quickly break through Su Ming's floor so we can not only survive, but also gain access to all of Su Ming's resources and weapons. The middle-aged man's words acted like a shot of adrenaline, instantly igniting the trapped individuals in the tunnel. They hurried to the spot they had dug yesterday, desperately starting to dig through the concrete slab above. Wait, why is this concrete slab so hard? My god, it even has rebar mixed in. Something's not right. Why is there a metallic sound when I strike it with my pickaxe? As the concrete and rebar were gradually damaged, they revealed a metallic plate made of an unknown material. This is... Someone tried to knock on the metal plate with his hand, and their expression changed instantly. No way. This is a high-hardness alloy. What? That's impossible. Upon hearing that there was a metal plate in Su Ming's floor, those trapped in the tunnel became frantic again. Some, not believing in evil, frantically hammered the metal plate above with their tools. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't leave any marks on that metal. At this point, the oxygen in the tunnel had become less abundant, and many people felt their breathing becoming somewhat rapid. Quick, let's get out. Otherwise, we'll suffocate in here. Those who had regained their wits no longer cared about the metal plate above and rushed back to the collapsed entrance of the tunnel to dig frantically. Driven by their survival instinct, they finally cleared the collapsed spot of the tunnel. As a ray of sunlight shone into the dim tunnel, feeling the fresh air, everyone knew they had finally been saved. All right, let's hurry back and report this to the boss. The leader struggled to shovel away the dirt above, but as more air rushed into the tunnel, they clearly smelled a burnt odor. What is burning up there? Quick, let's go up. We'll know once we see. After setting up a ladder, 2 young men immediately climbed up, only to be greeted by a scene of charred earth and severed. This is... Before the 2 could react, they heard a series of low growls from zombies behind them. Help! The remaining people in the tunnel hurried up to help upon hearing the screams from above. But as soon as they poked their heads out, the zombies that were feasting outside lunged at them. Oh my god, these are zombies. Many were so startled by the sudden appearance of the zombies that they fell back into the tunnel, unable to comprehend why zombies were at the tunnel's entrance. Could it be because of the explosion just now? That Su Ming actually has artillery. The group began to discuss, animatedly unwilling to venture outside again. But they knew deep down that this was not a long-term solution. Should we report this to the boss first? Right now going out would be like delivering ourselves to the zombies. I think that's a good idea. Let's wait for the boss to rescue us. In the end, the group could only call their leader. At this moment, they learned that the reason zombies were near the tunnel entrance was due to Su Ming's bombardment. After a long day of effort, the group, trapped in the tunnel, finally escaped. The residents sat outside dejected and silent. There was no doubt they felt utterly helpless against Su Ming. However, just then Su Ming's message appeared again in the owner group. You guys are quite something to think of sneaking in through a tunnel. Fortunately, my floor is thick, or you would have succeeded. Then Su Ming sent another photo of steak paired with red wine to the group. This is my dinner for today. I wonder what everyone... Faced with Su Ming's soul-searching question in the owner group, the expressions of the residents instantly turned sour. It was one thing to be mocked, but to also send food. This was too much to bear. Yet, what could they do? Lu Weiguo looked at the residents slumped on the ground, his brows. To be honest, he never expected this kind of outcome. But just then a flash of inspiration suddenly crossed his mind, causing Lu Weiguo's eyes to light up. Wait, I have a plan. In my last life I died on this very day, he thought. Staring at his reflection, Su Ming silently took an iced Americano and drank it to steady his thumping heart. A month had passed since the apocalypse erupted. In his previous life, protected by Manager Chun of the property, he never saw what had truly occurred in the high-rise residential sector. This life was different because he had done away with Manager Chun. Su Ming had over the past month fully witnessed what genuine hell on earth looked like. Sigh. Who knows what the future holds? At the mere thought of the system's descriptions of the zombies, a cold dread crept over Su Ming. There were ordinary zombies, and then there were those far more sinister. For now, Su Ming's only goal was to accumulate points as quickly as possible to redeem serums from the points store and bolster himself. Enough, he'll provoke them a little as usual. Su Ming sighed, pulled out his phone, and opened the residents' group chat. Everyone, I have plenty of food at my place. Not only the usual chicken, duck, fish, and meat, but also fruits and vegetables. To prove his claim, Su Ming retrieved a pile of fresh food from his system space, photographed it, and posted the picture to come and attack my shelter. Su Ming had not originally intended to harm the high-rise residents. After all, in his last life, they had not offended him. Moreover, having stockpiled so many supplies this life, Su Ming only wished to stay safely in his refuge. Yet human nature proved so fragile. In an apocalyptic world, the evil in people's hearts grows rampant. Now that they had chosen to assault him, Su Ming had no intention of indulging them. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, his photo had detonated an uproar among the high-rise residents. Is that Su Ming even human? We're in the same compound. Does it have to come to this? Exactly, he has so much food. Why not share some with us? The residents, inflamed by the photograph, were seething with righteous anger and promptly forgot their earlier intentions to put Su Ming to death. All right, everyone, quiet down. Lu Weiguo looked at his increasingly unruly followers and spoke to halt them. After their previous defeat, fewer than 100 of them remained combat capable. Nearly 200 had been lost in the fighting, most infected and turned into zombies. Jinju Garden had ceased to be divided by the so-called 6 factions. Lu Weiguo gathered the remnants and became the undisputed leader. Facing his wavering men, Lu Weiguo knew they stood at the brink of survival. The group had lost the courage to confront Su Ming, and their scant supplies would barely last 3 days at most. If he did not organize sorties to scavenge for provisions, now the consequences would be unthinkable. I believe our priority should not be Su Ming, but to go out and search for supplies. Only if we survive can we continue to fight him to the end. But boss, there are zombies everywhere outside Jinju Garden right now. Yes, especially the gunfire from a few days ago, it attracted a great many nearby zombies. No sooner had Lu Weiguo spoken than his men began to grumble. In truth, there had been few zombies near Jinju Garden at first, but since Su Ming had been firing weapons and setting off explosions, the zombies, hardly deaf, had been drawn to the noises and swarmed in. Outside Jinju Garden's walls, wandering zombies were now everywhere, making foraging for supplies far more hazardous. So what? Lu Weiguo snorted at the doubts. Zombies have no brains. Are you lacking yours as well? Seeing their puzzled faces, Lu Weiguo pointed outside the meeting room. Have you forgotten that the high-rise area and the villa district can be sealed off from each other? The men suddenly understood. Right. We can lure all the zombies towards Su Ming. If he fires once, more zombies will rush to him, and we can take advantage of the chaos to go out and scavenge supplies. As expected of the boss, brilliant. Lu Weiguo felt a swell of pride as his men finally caught on. You Su Ming have guns and even artillery. It will come down to whether your ammunition lasts longer than the horde's numbers. Although the zombies near Jinju Garden were few for the moment, if every sortie lured a new pack into the villa district, the day Su Ming's ammo was exhausted would be his death knell. A sudden thunderous blast made the man practicing calligraphy start and shiver. Damn! The brush in Su Ming's hand skewed wildly at the explosion. Gazing at the ruined ink work on the rice paper, fury flared within him. 35 days in all. Each day he had carved out time to practice the 4 characters Hao Zai Wu. Great virtue carries all things. Today, having finally perfected the first 3 characters, only the final one remained. Yet that single explosion had destroyed the entire piece. I've really shown you mercy, haven't I? Su Ming glared out the window and saw a car burning fiercely not far from his yard. He could only stare in disbelief. What is this? Another Hitandran guerrilla raid to harass me. They'll see who it is this time coming here to court death. Su Ming angrily opened the firing port and withdrew his Barrett from system space, but at that moment, he heard the low growls of zombies outside. Is that the sound of zombies? With a frown, Su Ming looked toward the source through his scope, and in the next instant he was stunned. A dense horde of zombies was charging toward the source of the explosion. Su Ming roughly estimated their numbers at close to They intend to use these zombies to exhaust his ammunition. The moment he saw the horde bearing down, Su Ming understood why no one had dared directly assault his refuge these past days. It turned out they had been herding the zombies together, then sealed the high-rise sector's floodgates and detonated a car outside their yard to draw the entire horde toward him. Perfect. Watching the zombies race toward his shelter, Su Ming felt elated. He had been worrying about points these past days, and yet the high-rise residents had unwittingly provided him with timely assistance. Haha. Thank you all for sending the zombies my way. I love you all. After sending the message to the residents' chat, Su Ming abandoned thoughts of his ruined calligraphy, dropped the Barrett, and sprinted to the 3rd floor. Having placed the mortar and set its bearings, Su Ming fired into the tide of corpses. Violent detonations ripped through the horde, and a cascade of kill notifications rang in his mind. A system voice chimed, "Congratulations, host. Common infected eliminated. Reward, 5 points. Congratulations, host." Hee. I have struck it rich. The next morning, Su Ming woke up with dark circles under his eyes, his gaze filled. 35855 points. This is the result of Su Ming's efforts over a day and a night. It must be said that the residents of those high-rise buildings are truly impressive. Originally, Su Ming thought there were only about 2,000 zombies, and once he killed them, it would be over. Little did he expect that the gunfire would attract even more zombies. Thus, Su Ming chose to fight until dawn. If it weren't for his body reaching its limit, he would likely still be firing his. I have to take a break. At this moment, Su Ming slumped onto the sofa, feeling as if his arms could barely lift anymore after such a long battle. Meanwhile, Lu Weiguo and his group, having heard the gunfire for a whole day and night, were naturally excited. Although they didn't know where Su Ming had gotten so much ammunition, bullets were limited. Now the nearby zombies had all been drawn in by Su Ming's gunfire. As long as they waited a while longer until Su Ming ran out of ammo, they could find a way to break into his villa and capture him. Though they had already gathered enough supplies over the past few days, as the saying goes, when one is wealth, they think of desires. They certainly had not forgotten the ridicule Su Ming had directed at them. Boss, I believe that Su Ming won't be able to imagine the pain of running out of bullets. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Lu Weiguo felt quite pleased. To be honest, he was also looking forward to this day. Shally, when you go out to search for supplies tomorrow, try to bring back some zombies. We must ensure that Su Ming runs out of bullets. Boss, is that really necessary? One subordinate seemed a bit skeptical of Lu Weiguo's words. After all, the gunfire had lasted for a whole day and night. Although none of these people had served in the military, anyone with a little common sense knew that so much weaponry would take up space. Su Ming not only had guns, but also cannons, and even flamethrowers. Could it be that his entire villa was filled with weapons? It's still better to be cautious at this point. In response to his subordinate's words, Lu Weiguo, having learned from previous lessons, quickly admonished them. The situation is still unclear, and we have so few brothers with combat capability left. If we lose more due to carelessness, it would indeed be a loss for us. You're right, boss. Then let's wait a little longer. Thinking of the consequences of their previous failed missions, the subordinates broke into a cold sweat. Indeed, Su Ming is simply terrifying. All right, this time if you can find any weapons, bring some back. Lu Weiguo seemed to recall something, and quickly said to his trusted subordinate, we must grow stronger from here, so we need enough weapons. If you can find guns, bring them back. Don't worry, boss. His trusted subordinate answered repeatedly. In these times, having a gun is everything. Who doesn't know the importance of guns? Not to mention, just based on the 2 guns Lu Weiguo picked up from Manager Chin's corpse, the significance of having firearms. As the saying goes, a gun is fast 7 steps away, and within 7 steps it is both fast and accurate. As long as he had firearms on hand, Lu Weiguo was confident that he could lead this group to become the strongest gang in Lingnan City. And so the days passed one by one. With the efforts of Lu Weiguo and his subordinates, more zombies were attracted to the villa area of Jinju Garden. Faced with so many zombies, Su Ming had lost the initial excitement and began to balance work and rest. Whenever Su Ming prepared to eat, he would share his meals in the owner group. It had seemingly become a habit. Today's lunch was a KFC family bucket. After experiencing a battle-fried food like KFC is indeed a great choice. Today's dinner was fruit salad with grilled chicken breast. I've been eating so well lately that I've gained weight. I need to go on a diet. I want to see just how long you can be so arrogant. Lu Weiguo looked at the arrogant Su Ming in the group, a cold smile appearing on his face. Now it has been 5 days. Throughout these 5 days, Su Ming's gunfire has not stopped. Moreover, the scouts he sent out reported back that except for the 2nd and 3rd days when mortars and flamethrowers were used on the 4th day, there was only gunfire. Regarding this phenomenon, Lu Weiguo knew that Su Ming must have run out of ammunition for those 2 types of weapons. Especially the flamethrower, that thing is a massive weapon. One spray can cover a large area. By the 4th day, Su Ming was only using guns to deal with the zombies. It wouldn't be long before his bullets were completely exhausted. On the other hand, since they had attracted the majority of the zombies to Su Ming, the team sent out to search for supplies were essentially at zero risk. Since the nearby shopping center was right there, they not only found a large amount of food resources and cold weapons, but also discovered several handguns and a submachine gun in a police station. As long as they wait until Su Ming runs out of ammunition, they could lure the zombies away and finally launch a full-scale attack on his villa. What they didn't know was that Su Ming possessed a system space, which stored hundreds of tons of military supplies. Even if Su Ming had to endure like this for another month, the weapons and ammunition in the system space would still be abundant. I've struck it rich. Now I've truly struck it rich. After finishing a day of fighting, Su Ming took a quick shower and excitedly browsed the points store while sitting on the sofa. After 5 days of hard work, his points had reached 75835. It can be said that Su Ming was now a true big Originally, Su Ming had been worried about his points, but he never expected this group of residents to give him such a generous gift. Now, I don't have to worry about my future safety. After lying on the sofa for a while, Su Ming felt much better. This time, without any hesitation, he redeemed the long-desired shelter system with his points. Points deducted successfully, remaining points 55835. Would the host like to activate the shelter system immediately? Activate. Without a second thought, Su Ming chose to act. Shelter system installation successful. Scanning and mapping the host's current residence. Estimated time 2 hours. Please be patient, host. 2 hours. Upon hearing that the scanning and mapping would take 2 hours, Su Ming was somewhat surprised. However, Su Ming naturally did not plan to sit idly by and wait. Instead, he got up and walked into the study to continue practicing his thick virtue and bearing all. 2 hours passed in a flash, and the system's prompt echoed in Su Ming's mind once again. Scanning complete. A soft chime echoed within Su Ming's mind. Scan complete. The shelter's three-dimensional blueprint has been generated. The host may now upgrade and modify it via the shelter system. Upon hearing the voice, Su Ming immediately turned his attention inward, focusing on the system interface in his consciousness. There, beside the familiar icon of the system shop, a new emblem had appeared, a small stylized house. Without hesitation, Su Ming tapped it open, and instantly, a vivid rotating three-dimensional model of his shelter materialized before his inner vision. The model bore an uncanny resemblance to the one Shi Tianhao had once shown him on a tablet, yet this version was far more detailed. Every chamber, corridor, and structural element was precisely labeled with real-time metrics and functional specifications. Level 2 shelter and 400 points required to ascend to Level 3 in perimeter wall, durability 999, 1000. Repair cost 1 point in courtyard gate, durability 1000 in entrance door, durability 1000 in east exterior wall, first floor, durability 1000. Now the entire shelter had been fully digitized by the shelter system. Su Ming could inspect every corner, every bolt, beam, and panel with crystalline clarity. Well, I'll be damned. This is astonishing. And staring at the cascade of data unfolding in his mind, Su Ming exhaled in quiet awe. Yet even as wonder bloomed, a sobering realization struck him. The shelter he'd painstakingly constructed at enormous expense had been classified merely as Level 2. He could scarcely imagine what a Level 3 shelter might entail. Driven by fierce curiosity, he selected the entry for Level 3 shelter. Level 3 shelter enhanced defensive capabilities and superior structural integrity. Constructed from ultra-high-strength alloy capable of effortlessly withstanding armor-piercing tank rounds. Unlocks intelligent combat mode. The host may engage intruders remotely via the weapon's central control system. No need to manually open firing slits. Holy, this is unreal. Ni's eyes widened as the description registered disbelief, sharpening into it. For months, Su Ming's greatest frustration had been the necessity of opening firing slits during combat. A cumbersome, exposed process. So far, his adversaries had been ordinary civilians lacking precision marksmanship. But should elite snipers ever appear, just a few probing shots would suffice for them to thread bullets through those narrow apertures, turning his own defenses into fatal vulnerabilities. With intelligent combat mode, however, he could wage war from absolute safety. An upgrade, immediately. N4000 points deducted. Shelter upgrade initiated. A sharp jolt of memory pierced his elation. The thought of Fan Ziyuan and his daughter living on the first floor. No, I forgot. Halt. Stop right now. An upgrade sequence commenced. Termination is impossible. And shit. NAS, the mechanical voice chimed again. Su Ming tensed, scanning his surroundings with rising anxiety. He dared not assume the shelter's exterior would remain unchanged during the upgrade. If it did, shift Fan Ziyuan downstairs would surely be terrified beyond reason. Level 3 shelter upgrade complete. Please designate the location for the weapon central control system. At the system's prompt, Su Ming hastily surveyed the shelter's interior layout. Relief washed over him. The arrangement of rooms, furniture, and fixtures remained perfectly intact. And where to place the weapon central control system. After brief deliberation, he settled on the second floor. Confirmed placement of weapon central control system. Confirmed. Not his words, a metallic module, roughly the size of a household safe, materialized precisely. It unfolded smoothly like a futuristic command vehicle from his childhood game Red Alert. Panels, sliding joints, rotating hydraulics humming. When fully deployed, it revealed a sleek aircraft-style control console before him. Whoa, this is next-level sci-fi. Su Ming sank into the pilot's seat, gazing at the console in delighted. Guided by the system, he activated the weapon central control system. Defense Turret 1 in durability, 10001000 in ammunition, 5005 in upgrade. To Gatling Defense Turret and points in defense, Turret 2 in durability, 10001000. Incredible, absolutely incredible. N12 defense turrets were installed in total, distributed across all 4 cardinal directions on the first, second, and third floors. Even more astonishing was the option to activate fully autonomous targeting mode. This demands immediate testing. Through the console's high-resolution display, Su Ming watched undead figures shamble aimlessly outside. Following the system's cues, he engaged Defense Turret 1. The moment activation triggered, a seamless section of the second-floor exterior wall retracted, revealing a gun barrel that extended outward with quiet precision. Operating the system proved intuitive, akin to playing Counter-Strike, a crosshair on-screen, a mouse in hand, and instant responsive fire control. At the click of his mouse, the screen flickered faintly, then showed a zombie skull erupting in crimson mist as its body crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Congratulations, host. Standard infected eliminated. 5 points awarded. The chime confirmed it. This was no illusion. It was real. Su Ming had truly transcended the old constraints. No longer did he need to expose himself or open firing slits. He simply played, aimed, and killed. Now this is where the fun begins. Ni's playful spirit ignited. With surgical accuracy, he unleashed a relentless barrage. Zombies outside the courtyard fell one after another, collapsing in rapid succession. Only when the last infected figure vanished from the screen did he finally cease fire. In defense, Turret 1. Durability 990-1000. Repair cost 10 points in ammunition, 4900. Resupply cost 100 points in woe. This thing is absurdly efficient. To restore both durability and ammunition for just 110 points left him stunned, especially since he'd earned nearly 500 points in that single engagement. And that tally reflected only sustained fire and recoil control. Had he employed precise targeted bursts instead, consumption would have been even lower. Repair, without hesitation. And he spent the points without pause. Once Turret 1 was fully restored, he turned his attention to clearing the remaining zombies encircling his compound. Hope those fools send more soon. In with the perimeter secured, Su Ming stretched luxuriously, savoring the calm. Killing the undead had become as effortless as gaming. With such a flawless shelter system, the threat of expert marksman no longer haunted his thoughts. Time to figure out lunch. Just as he opened the system storage to retrieve food, a crisp chime resonated in it. Ding. Can a man even eat in peace? With a sigh, Su Ming withdrew from the system storage and waited resigned for the next directive. Detecting that the host currently has a more powerful shelter, the task is now being issued. Task introduction: the host now possesses a better shelter and must also have a better physique. Please complete 800 pull-ups within 1 hour. This task is limited to completion within 2 hours. If the task is completed, the reward will be a permanent elite special forces physique. What the hell does it have to be this cruel? Su Ming was stunned in place after hearing the cost of failing the task. What is this system about? Why can't it stand to see me do well? 800 pull-ups in 1 hour. Is that something a person? System, am truly at my wit's end with you. However, faced with the punishment for failing the task, Su Ming decided to obediently complete this terrifying task. 1 hour equals 60 minutes, which means he needs to do more than 13 in a minute to finish. Su Ming quickly assessed his physical strength and then obediently made his way to the room with the gym equipment, beginning his journey of physical refinement. Just as Su Ming was striving for those 800 pull-ups, the higher-level residential area also dispatched subordinates to scout the villa area where Su Ming was located. Initially, it was thought that these zombies would be enough to give Su Ming a headache, but the subordinate responsible for reconnaissance was rendered speechless when he used binoculars to look at Su Ming's villa. Once again, all the zombies surrounding Su Ming's villa were wiped out. How much ammunition does this Su Ming have? After regaining his composure, the man promptly reported this news to Lu Weigua. Oh, they're gone again. Upon receiving the subordinate's report, Lu Weigua couldn't help but frown. According to his calculations, this batch of zombies should have depleted all of Su Ming's weapon ammunition. Undoubtedly, he miscalculated. Su Ming clearly still had some strength left. Forget it, if they've run out, they've run out. We can always get some more for Su Ming. Although shocked by this news, Lu Weigua did not react too strongly. Right now, there was no shortage of zombies in Lingnan City. As a first-tier city, Lingnan City has a population of over 20 million. The zombies attracted here are merely the tip of the iceberg. After briefly examining the map, Lu Weigua ultimately locked his destination onto an urban village. This is an urban village located in the city center where the distance between buildings is incredibly narrow, even jokingly referred to as handshake buildings. The urban village is often inhabited by workers, and naturally the number of zombies inside is significantly higher than in ordinary residential areas. I'll wait tomorrow, take some people, and drive our modified jeeps to the entrance of this urban village, honk the horn, and lure all the zombies inside to Su Ming. Don't worry, boss. The subordinate named Ah Wei naturally understood what his boss wanted to do. Based on his estimates, there should be at least over 10,000 zombies in that urban village. As long as most of them are lured to Su Ming, that massive number would be enough for him. Just be careful. After advising Ah Wei, Lu Weigua pointed to a few women standing nearby. Away, you can choose one to accompany you tonight. Thank you, boss. Hearing Lu Weiguo's words, a lascivious smile immediately appeared on Awei's face. He slowly approached the group of women and ultimately chose one with a moderate appearance. Xiaoling, come keep me company today. As Lu Weiguo's subordinate, Awei naturally didn't dare to choose the prettiest one. After all, he knew that his boss' favorite was her. Even though it was the apocalypse, Awei, driven by the desire to survive, still dared not do anything too outrageous. Yes. The woman called Xiaoling glanced at Lu Weiguo behind Awei, and after receiving his approving gaze, she obediently took Awei's arm. Boss, I'll head back now. After a farewell filled with flattery to Lu Weiguo, as soon as Awei exited the conference room, his hands immediately began to misbehave. Huff. Huff. My arms. At this moment, Su Ming lay on the ground, unable to move. Congratulations to the host for completing the task redefining limits. With a warm flow passing through his body, Su Ming felt that the pain in his arms had diminished. Although there was still some soreness, at least he could lift them easily now. As expected of the physique of a Special Forces king, the effect is just different. Slowly rising, Su Ming marveled at the changes in his body while turning to head into the bathroom. Now, with the physique of a Special Forces king combined with the knowledge in his mind, he was nearing the pinnacle of human capability. Even against Fan Ziyuan downstairs, Su Ming was confident he could subdue him. The supplies on Fan Ziyuan's side should be running low too. After some calculations, Su Ming decided to deliver supplies to Fan Ziyuan after his shower. After all, he considered himself his boss and certainly could not neglect his subordinates. After observing for so long, Su Ming found Fan Ziyuan to be quite reliable. Moreover, now that he had the physique of a Special Forces king, he no longer worried about Fan Ziyuan having any ulterior motives. Most importantly, Fan Ziyuan had his daughter with him. If he dared to act up, Su Ming wouldn't hesitate to take his daughter hostage. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Su Ming arrived at the isolation wall. After taking out 2 boxes of supplies from the system space, he directly opened the isolation wall in front of him. Mr. Su. Undoubtedly, Fan Ziyuan in the room was startled by Su Ming. I brought some supplies for you. Your food should be running low soon, right? Su Ming naturally walked in holding 2 boxes of supplies. After placing the boxes on the ground, he noticed the little girl sitting on the bed, curiously staring at him. Daddy? The little girl seemed a bit shy. Upon seeing Su Ming looking at her, she quickly hid behind her father. Ching, don't be rude. Say hello to your uncle. Seeing his daughter still hiding behind him, Fan Ziyuan helplessly smiled apologetically at Su Ming. I'm really sorry, my daughter is a bit shy. Facing Fan Ziyuan's explanation, Su Ming waved his hand to indicate it was fine. During this process, both Su Ming and Fan Ziyuan were sizing each other up. The difference was that while Su Ming looked at Fan Ziyuan calmly, Fan Ziyuan was increasingly alarmed. The man before him was becoming more and more inscrutable. Recalling the first time he saw Su Ming, Fan Ziyuan could confirm that he was just an ordinary adult male, at most having some basic training. But now Fan Ziyuan felt that he could not possibly be a match for the man before him. Mr. Su, why do I feel you are somewhat different from a few days ago? After pondering for a long time, Fan Ziyuan finally asked the question that had been bothering him. Oh. It might be because I've been exercising recently. Of course, Su Ming couldn't say that he had transformed due to the system, so he could only casually find an excuse to brush it off. Fan Ziyuan naturally understood this. Everyone has their own secrets. If someone doesn't want to share, there must be a reason. After chatting with Fan Ziyuan for a while, Su Ming left his room. Now that he possessed the elite Special Forces physique, he was no longer afraid of Fan Ziyuan's skills. As he left, Su Ming did not lower the isolation wall in the room. This was also the final test for Fan Ziyuan. Hiss. Is this actually drinkable? Su Ming frowned slightly as he stared at the vial of gene mutation serum he had just redeemed from the Points Mall. Serums by definition are meant to be injected, not ingested. Yet the system explicitly instructed him to swallow. Gazing at the viscous crimson liquid inside the glass vial, Su Ming broke into a cold sweat. Fine, live boldly, die recklessly. After prolonged hesitation, he resolutely twisted off the cap and downed the entire contents in one swift go. His decision stemmed entirely from the unnerving nature of the system's reward for this mission. Previously, the system had granted him the physique of an ordinary reconnaissance soldier, a temporary enhancement requiring constant physical training to sustain. This time, however, the reward was radically different: permanent elite Special Forces commander physiology, meaning even if Su Ming spent every day lounging on his sofa devouring potato chips and soda, his physical condition would remain utterly unaffected. Recalling both the shelter system and the earlier system alert announcing enemy eliminations, Su Ming sensed that the future would likely prove far more complex than it appeared. Perhaps in time, even this so-called commander physiology would merely constitute the bare minimum threshold for survival in the apocalypse. Strawberry flavor. To his astonishment, the grotesque, blood-red viscous liquid released a delicate aroma of ripe strawberries upon contact with his tongue. After a few gentle chews, he even detected a subtle granular texture in his mouth. Could this truly be nothing more than strawberry juice? Ugh! Almost instantly, Su Ming felt the serum's power surge through him. His heart began pounding violently, forcing him to collapse onto the bed motionless. Soon after, waves of searing heat radiated from his body, as though he were burning with fever. Damn it! Must genetic mutation feel like this? As his temperature soared, his consciousness grew increasingly hazy. Just as he teetered on the edge of unconsciousness, an abrupt glacial chill seized him. as if he'd been hurled headlong into an icebound abyss. Cold, piercing marrow-deep cold, caused every pore on his body to contract sharply. The near-fatal fever-induced stupor vanished in an instant, jolting him back to full awareness. Yet before he could even exhale in relief, the ambient temperature plummeted further still. He now felt as though he stood alone amid the snow-laden wastes of distant Siberia. Well now, this is quite the spectacle, Su Ming muttered, straining to keep his mind lucid. Just as he feared, freezing solid, his body flared with heat once more. Clever trickery indeed. Lying supine, he fought desperately to remain conscious amid the violent oscillations within his flesh. In the end, darkness swallowed him whole. Good, still alive. When Su Ming opened his eyes again, it was already noon the following day. Gazing out the window, he saw the courtyard once more swarming with zombies. Oh, again. Yet he paid them no heed, for his body now felt astonishingly light, buoyant, almost weightless. So this is what genetic mutation feels like. Intrigued, he stepped off the bed and attempted a simple jump. Thud! A heavy, muffled impact echoed, and Su Ming clutched his head, collapsing onto the floor. He hadn't anticipated that even a casual leap would send his skull crashing hard against the ceiling. Is this the power of genetic mutation? Overwhelmed by the sheer exhilaration of his transformed physiology, words failed him entirely. His ceiling stood over 4 meters high, yet a mere effortless hop had struck it. What might a full-force leap achieve? I'll test that beyond the courtyard when the opportunity arises. After a quick wash and breakfast, Su Ming settled before the weapons control console. Now he resembled a battle streamer, mouse in hand, unleashing rapid bursts of gunfire across the screen at the zombies outside. Whoa, so many today. Indeed, the number of zombies gathered beyond the courtyard vastly exceeded his expectations. Undeterred, Su Ming welcomed them all, switching seamlessly into suppressive fire mode as the creatures drawn by gunfire surged toward the compound. Under relentless concentrated firepower, the zombies fell like wheat before the scythe, one after another, until the last had crumpled by afternoon. Is this perhaps too many? Su Ming frowned, surveying the scattered limbs and torsos littering the courtyard. Excess, after all, breeds complications, and the accumulating corpses now posed a logistical hazard. Fine, time to deploy the flamethrower. Retrieving the device from his system inventory, he opened the firing port and reduced every corpse beyond the courtyard to blackened, brittle cinders. All that remained was to await the next rainfall, nature's own cleansing agent, to wash away the charred remains. Having completed the task, Su Ming casually reopened the residential WeChat group. Your strategy is commendable, but alas, I still possess ample ammunition. Feel free to lure more zombies my way. Oh, I welcome the challenge. By the way, as a reward to myself, tonight's dinner will be Australian lobster. What's on your menu? A meticulously photoshopped image of baked lobster crowned with golden cheese appeared in the group chat. Damn it. Su Ming's rubbing it in hard. How on earth does he still have lobster? Before anyone could process the image, a group video call invitation blared across the chat. A curious member accepted, and there sat Su Ming at his dining table, before him a steaming plate of gourmet lobster. Fellow residents, I, Su Ming, never fabricate. From now on, I'll live stream my meals daily in this group. All are warmly invited to tune in. With that, he dug in with unrestrained gusto. Su Ming, you. I can't take it anymore. Why does he get lobster while we're stuck with emergency rations? Su Ming, you. The group erupted, flooded with expletives of staggering intensity and creative profanity. Su Ming merely offered a serene, elegant smile toward the camera, then muted his phone. Lu Weiguo, watching the smug grin on screen, clenched his jaw and slammed the video feed shut. Noticing his subordinate hovering nearby, lips parted, but voice withheld, Lu Weiguo shot him a venomous glare. Speak, if you dare, or get out. Emboldened, the man edged closer. Chief, how is it possible his ammunition seems inexhaustible? A crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the conference room. Do you think Su Ming is a god? After slapping the subordinate, Lu Weiguo seemed still unsatisfied. He stepped forward and kicked the subordinate in the abdomen. I told you to be endless. Facing the furious Lu Weiguo, the subordinate could only protect his head as best as he could to ensure his safety. After kicking the subordinate multiple times, Lu Weiguo sat back down on the chair. Go and call away, and the— Yes. Upon hearing Lu Weiguo's order, the subordinate, ignoring the pain in his body, struggled to get up and leave the conference room. Boss, what instructions do you have? Soon Wei and the others arrived at the conference room. Seeing Lu Weiguo's grim face, they realized what was happening. Have you all seen the video call with Su Ming in the group? Wei and the others nodded. This is a provocation against our Doomsday Gang, and we absolutely cannot tolerate the existence of someone like Su Ming. Upon hearing Lu Weiguo's words, Wei and the others fell silent. Undoubtedly, their boss was becoming increasingly obsessed with Su Ming. Boss, just give the order. At this moment, Wei had no way to intervene and could only wait to see what his boss was thinking. I want Su Ming dead. Lu Weiguo spoke these words through gritted teeth. Zombies. We need more zombies. As long as we surround Su Ming's villa with zombies, we can trap him completely. Alright, I'll arrange it right. Faced with Lu Weiguo, who was about to lose control again, Wei chose not to speak out against him. It was clear that their boss had completely lost his rationality, and reasoning with him was no longer possible. No, this time I'm going to. Upon hearing Lu Weiguo say he would go as well, Wei and the others were momentarily stunned, but before they could react, Lu Weiguo spoke again. Prepare the vehicle immediately, we are leaving now. Yes. Away, the first to react, hurriedly responded, and then signaled to the three people beside him. All right, boss, well, arrange it right away. We'll come to pick you up soon. The three who reacted quickly communicated with Lu Weigua and then followed Away out of the conference room. I said Away, our boss is. Once outside the conference room, one person could no longer hold back. You mean to say that our boss has completely lost his mind, right? Away glanced at the person who spoke and said it's actually normal. After all, our boss has been thinking about using Su Ming to establish authority. But brother Su Ming is clearly not someone to be trifled with. I know, but we only have two paths to take now. At this point, a strange color flickered in Away's eyes. Either we go out and find zombies as the boss said, or we. Away's words cut off abruptly, but the three knew what that meant. Weiga, I think you are right, we have no choice. I agree with the Biao, Weiga, let's just follow your lead. I also think our boss has been too arrogant lately. Hearing the trio's words, Away nodded and said, since you've made your decision, let's bring our trusted ones this time. I'll go prepare the vehicle. Okay, from now on we'll follow you. Facing the trio's promise, Away didn't say much, just nodded slightly and walked toward. At this moment, Lu Weigua was completely unaware that his actions had brought him a calamity. After receiving the message from Away, he got into the jeep heading outside the neighborhood. Away, I actually think Su Ming must be running low on ammunition. As long as we put in a little more effort, victory is just around the corner. Yes, I think you're right, boss. Sai, you've worked hard during this time. Seeing that Away did not show any sign of dissatisfaction, Lu Weigua patted his shoulder in relief. Don't worry, as long as we kill Su Ming, we can take all the supplies in his villa. Away, you can choose first. All right, I won't be polite then. Upon hearing Lu Weigua's promise, Away feigned a joyful expression. The group arrived at the entrance of another urban village in 3 jeeps. Xiaofeng, after turning the car around, started honking. Yes, Weiga. Upon hearing Away's order, the driver quickly turned as all 3 vehicles prepared, the harsh honking immediately rang out incessantly. The honking quickly attracted all the zombies within the urban village. Seeing the horde of zombies approaching closer, Lu Weigua nervously gripped the gun at his waist. Don't worry, boss, I know what I'm doing. Seeing Lu Weigua like this, Away knew he couldn't eliminate him in this situation. In such a confined space, there was only one chance. Compared to Lu Weigua, who had once served as a combat coach, Away was merely a petty thug. Xiaofeng, get ready to drive. I'll count to 3 and you hit the gas. Faced with the encroaching tide of corpses, Away's expression remained unchanged. 1, 2, 3, drive. The driver slammed the accelerator, causing the zombies that had reached the jeep to tumble to the ground due to the sudden inertia. The zombies that quickly got up immediately ran toward the direction the jeep was leaving, determined to devour everyone in. Don't drive too fast or those zombies will lose their target. Away expertly directed Xiaofeng, and Lu Weigua, seeing this scene, completely relaxed his guard. There's a chance. As Away saw Lu Weigua's face relax, he prepared to make his move, only to hear a series of dull thuds coming from not far behind. Boom, boom, boom. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a giant zombie about 3 meters tall. Despite its massive size, it was much faster than an average zombie and quickly ran to the front of the horde. Shake off this zombie. Seeing this scene, Away disregarded everything else. This giant zombie completely refreshed. What about ambushing Lu Weigua while he was distracted? At this moment, that no longer mattered. My god, there's even such. Compared to Away's panic, Lu Weigua's gaze was filled with madness upon seeing the giant zombie charging towards them. Away. If we can lure this zombie to Su Ming, we can definitely attack his villa. Undoubtedly, Lu Weigua wanted to use this zombie as a secret weapon to assault Su Ming's villa. Away glanced back at the giant zombie rushing towards them and ultimately nodded in agreement. Xiaofeng, slowed down and lure this zombie back. What is that sound? At this moment, Su Ming, who was practicing calligraphy in the shelter, frowned upon hearing a series of knocks. Since the residents had ceased their guerrilla warfare, Su Ming naturally did not turn off the soundproof mode of the shelter. Curious about the noise, Su Ming looked out the window and saw a towering figure in the distance, seemingly chasing something. What the hell? What kind of zombie is this? Seeing the scene before him, Su Ming quickly took out a pair of binoculars from the system space to take a closer look. The zombie stood roughly 3 meters tall with signs of decay all over its face and body. What astonished Su Ming the most was that this zombie moved much faster than ordinary zombies. Wow, it seems that having long legs is indeed an advantage. After observing for a while, Su Ming decided to ignore it. Undoubtedly, this zombie was chasing after the high-rise residents who had lured it. Since they enjoyed luring zombies so much, Su Ming certainly wouldn't shoot to attract it now. Forget it, I'll just continue practicing my calligraphy. After putting the binoculars back into the system space, Su Ming resumed his calligraphy practice. Meanwhile, Away and others were nervously tugging against the giant zombie. What do we do, Wei Gu? It seems to be fixated on us. Facing Xiaofeng's anxious question, Away wished he could Why was he so foolish? He had originally thought that the zombie would behave like other zombies and rush at the living people tied up at the entrance of the villa area. However, to everyone's surprise, this giant chose to ignore that and kept pursuing the jeep instead. Xiaofeng just head towards the villa area. Away knew there was no time to waste. If this continued, once the horde following the giant zombie entered the neighborhood, it would be a complete disaster. But Wei Gu, what about the villa area? I know. Away interrupted Xiaofeng, then moved to the front passenger seat. Just head towards Su Ming's villa. Following Away's command, Xiaofeng had no choice but to comply. Soon they led the giant zombie near Su Ming's villa. I told you to chase. Away drew his pistol and fired a shot at the giant zombie closely following them. The bullet hit the zombie's abdomen, causing a disgusting liquid to spill out. Roar! A wise shot seemed to enrage the giant zombie, which let out a roar and quickened its pace, crashing toward Xiao Feng. When we get close to the wall of Su Ming's villa, make a sharp turn and let it crash into it. Undoubtedly, this was the best plan Ao Wei could come up with. The larger the mass, the greater the inertia. At this moment, Ao Wei just hoped his middle school physics teacher hadn't lied to him. It's worth noting that Xiao Feng had quite a good mental fortitude. Faced with the relentless pursuit of the giant zombie, he still managed to remain calm. Just as they were less than a meter from the wall of Su Ming's villa, Xiao Feng suddenly swerved. The vehicle brushed closely against the edge of the wall, and fortunately they emerged unscathed. Bang! The giant zombie did not share the same fortune. Its massive weight left it unable to react in time, and it crashed directly into the corner of the wall. Quick go! Seeing the zombie collapse on the ground and not moving, Ao Wei didn't bother to watch the spectacle any longer and hastily urged Xiao Feng to drive away. What the hell? Su Ming, who was practicing calligraphy in the shelter, first heard the sound of an engine followed by a loud crash. Upon hearing that loud crash, Su Ming's expression immediately turned grim. It seemed those high-rise residents had indeed lured the zombie over. However, when Su Ming peered out the window, he only saw the giant zombie lying on the ground outside the yard. Well, you guys are truly ruthless. You are quite adept at doing inhumane things. Watching the zombie slowly rise from the ground, Su Ming initially thought it would continue searching for the person who had lured it, but unexpectedly the first thing it did upon getting up was to kick his wall. Bang! The loud noise startled Su Ming. What the hell? You are the foolish one, yet you blame my wall. Although Su Ming did not witness the moment the zombie crashed into his wall, he still found the zombie's action somewhat absurd. Its behavior resembled that of a child who after tripping kicks the object that caused them to fall. Bang! Another loud crash. Indeed, it was the giant zombie kicking the wall again. What the hell are you not? Seeing the scene before him, Su Ming quickly checked the information of the shelter in his mind. Upon realizing that his wall had lost one durability, his anger surged. You think you can kick my wall? As Su Ming cursed while heading up to the third floor, he pulled out a Barrett from his system space. Meanwhile, the giant zombie outside the yard continued to kick the shelter's wall. After opening the shooting hole on the third floor, Su Ming aimed directly at the giant zombie's head. Bang! With a dull gunshot, the bullet blew off the giant zombie's head. As a liquid splattered out, the giant zombie slowly collapsed to the ground. Congratulations to the host for killing the giant muscular infected, earning 10 points. Hearing the kill notification in his mind, Su Ming finally learned that this zombie was called the giant muscular infected. This thing is called giant muscular. Isn't that just a naughty kid? Reflecting on the zombie's juvenile behavior, Su Ming felt a wave of absurdity. This was also his first encounter with such a mutated zombie, further validating Su Ming's inner thoughts. Indeed, this was not a simple zombie crisis. However, Su Ming did not feel particularly affected by this matter. Ultimately, zombies were still mere flesh and blood beings. As long as the weapon caliber was sufficient, it was easy to kill such mindless corpses. After tossing the Barrett back into his system space, Su Ming looked towards the zombies rushing towards him from a distance, and couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. It seemed today would be another good day for earning points. Well, next comes the real-life CS moment. Back on the second floor, Su Ming leisurely opened the weapon control system and then activated his hunting time. Where did you find this zombie for me? If possible, you can bring us more next time. I can only survive on fried chicken. After eliminating all the zombies, Su Ming once again started a live eating broadcast in the owner's group. Likewise, Su Ming elegantly silenced his phone. Boss, I feel that this is not a solution. How about we? I don't care. Lu Weigua slammed the table in response to his subordinate's suggestion. I don't care how many weapons and ammunition Su Ming has, even if he has plenty, there will come a day when they run out. No buts. Lu Weigua interrupted his subordinate once again. Su Ming must die, otherwise we will never have peace. Seeing his subordinate still standing there in a daze, Lu Weigua felt a surge of anger. What are you standing there for? Aren't you going to let Wei and the others prepare? Yes, I will inform Brother Wei to prepare immediately. Seeing Lu Weigua about to explode, the subordinate hurriedly left the conference room. Sigh. When will this life come to an end? Undoubtedly, the continuous luring of zombies has exhausted those serving under him, both physically and mentally. At first, everyone thought this behavior would quickly deplete Su Ming's weapons and ammunition. However, as time passed, they found that Su Ming still had ample ammunition. Although they had found quite a few firearms during this time, compared to Su Ming, their efforts seemed insignificant. Did the boss really say that? Looking at the subordinate who came to relay the message, Wei sighed helplessly. Yes, the boss said we should lure the zombies over at all costs or else. Seeing the troubled look on his subordinate's face, Wei nodded. Alright, I understand. You go back and tell the boss that I will continue searching for zombies early tomorrow morning, so he can rest easy. Thank you, Brother Wei. Upon hearing Wei's agreement, the subordinate felt a huge relief. Both Lu Weigua and Wei were figures he could not provoke. Now that Wei had nodded in agreement, he had naturally completed the task assigned by the boss. Go on. Wei waved his hand at the subordinate, signaling him to leave. Watching the subordinate leave, Wei knew this matter could not be delayed any longer. He slowly took out his phone and opened a group chat with only 4 people. We should act quickly. Where am I? When Lu Weigua woke up again, he found himself tied to a tree. He quickly looked around and realized he was at the entrance of the villa area. The old, weak, sick, and disabled from the high-rise buildings had been tied up nearby to lure zombies to feast on these living people, allowing the convoy to escape. Now it was his turn, Lu Weigua, to be tied here. Boss, you're awake. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Weigua quickly looked sideways to find the subordinate who was responsible for delivering messages yesterday. What do you want? Away won't let you off. However, the subordinate laughed out loud upon hearing Lu Weigua's threat. Boss, this is what Brother Wei arranged for me to do. What? Hearing this news, Lu Weigua felt as if he had been struck by impossible. Away would never betray me. You better let me down. Don't be foolish, boss. The subordinate looked at Lu Weigua, who was still struggling desperately, and said helplessly, it seems you really don't know how excessive your actions have been during this time. Going out every day to lure zombies is just for your own personal grudges. You probably don't know how expensive gas is now. Also, our supplies are running low. You still have Brother Wei lure zombies to attack Su Ming while you have plenty of resources. What about us? In the current apocalypse, gang, no one will speak for you as the boss anymore. The subordinate saw that Lu Weigua was no longer speaking, looked at his watch, and then at Lu Weigua. All right, boss, judging by the time, Brother Wei and the others will be back soon. Didn't you want Brother Wei to lure the zombies? Then you can act as bait. After saying this, the subordinate left without looking back. Lu Weigua looked at the departing figure of the subordinate, wanting to say something, but didn't know what to say. Damn it, I don't believe I can't untie this rope. After calming down for a while, Lu Weigua started desperately rubbing against the rope that bound him to the tree trunk. Just then the roar of an engine reached his ears. As the engine sound grew closer, Lu Weigua desperately rubbed against the rope, trying to escape before the zombies came in. However, it was all too late. 3 jeeps slowly drove into the community, followed by a large group of zombies. To make it easier for the zombies to see their target, Away even drove the car right in front of Lu Weigua. As their gazes met, Lu Weigua saw pride in Away's eyes. It was the pride of taking his place as the boss. Away, you treacherous bastard. Lu Weigua will haunt you even as a ghost. Lu Weigua's roar instantly attracted the attention of the zombies, which rushed toward him, desperately gnawing at his body. I will fight you all. Feeling the pain spreading through his body, Lu Weigua struggled desperately. But what could he do as the number of zombies increased, Lu Weigua felt his vision growing dimmer from excessive blood loss. Away, a Biao, and that's Su Ming. Lu Weigua will not spare you even as a ghost. At this moment, Su Ming was unaware of the huge events happening within the Apocalypse gang. All he knew was that these fools had brought him another bunch of zombies. These people really are cute. Watching the zombies continuously swarm toward him, Su Ming returned to the weapon control system and started his journey. After so many days of effort, Su Ming had completely fallen in love with this feeling. His score had once again risen to 84365 points. However, when faced with the next choice, Su Ming found himself in a dilemma. Upgrading the shelter to level 4 required a full 800 points, but a brand new potion appeared in the points shop. Gene Evolution Reagent, 40000 points. One option was to upgrade his shelter, and the other was to enhance his own abilities. Forget it, I might as well choose myself. Looking at the vial in his hand that emitted a fluorescent green glow, Su Ming did not hesitate and directly tilted his head to drink it down. In fact, the system only provided a vague answer regarding the ability of this vial. It can stimulate the host's potential, allowing the host to unleash even greater power. As for what kind of potential it was, Su Ming had no idea. Compared to upgrading the shelter, after much contemplation, Su Ming decided to first enhance his personal ability. Though the shelter was good, it was ultimately a building that remained stationary. If the shelter were to be breached and he lacked the strength to escape, it would all be in vain. This time it's melon-flavored. After drinking the potion, Su Ming licked his lips and quickly laid down on the bed, awaiting the onset of pain. However, what puzzled him was that 10 minutes had passed, yet he still felt no discomfort in his body, only a sense of dizziness. Is the side effect drowsiness? Su Ming felt his eyelids growing heavier, and before he could even pull up the blanket, he fell into a deep sleep. How long have I been sleeping? When Su Ming woke up again, he found that the sun outside the window had long been replaced by the moon. He took out his phone to check the time, only to discover that he had slept for a full 3 days and 3 nights. Gulp. As a wave of hunger hit his stomach, Su Ming hurriedly retrieved food from the system space and began to feast. After satisfying his hunger, Su Ming looked out the window again. To his surprise, there wasn't a single zombie outside his yard. Did this group of people not lure any zombies to me? The scene before him made Su Ming feel somewhat puzzled. According to their usual habits, as long as they saw him kill all the zombies outside, they would bring him another batch within 2 days. But now 72 hours had passed, and there were still no zombies outside the yard. No way, I still rely on them to sustain me. Noticing something was amiss, Su Ming quickly opened the homeowner group chat, his fingers flying over the screen. Could it be that the car ran out of gas? I had lobster again today, are you sure you want to give up? Seeing that no one in the homeowner group was responding to him, Su Ming hastily pulled out a pile of fruits and vegetables from the system space and placed them on the table, taking a photo to upload to the group. Look quickly, I still have a lot of fresh fruits here, don't you want them? If you want to eat something else, I have that too. As long as you break into my villa, these will all be yours. Just as Su Ming was busy typing provocatively in the homeowner group, a friend request suddenly caught his attention. Weiguang Mingming has requested to add you as a friend. Who is this person? Seeing a stranger adding him, Su Ming couldn't help but frown. However, he still chose to accept the friend request, as he wanted to see what the other party was up to. Hello, I am Hishiwei, a resident from the high-rise building. You can call me Away. The message from Away made Su Ming frown. Could this person named Away be like Fan Ziyuan planning to have him shelter him? So, what do you intend to do by adding me as a friend? In response to Su Ming's question, Away quickly sent another message. Actually, I would like to represent the residents of the high-rise building to negotiate peace with you. How about we keep to ourselves from now on? Negotiation. Upon reading this message, Su Ming couldn't help but sneer inwardly. What is this? They want to pretend like nothing ever happened just because they can't win. Negotiation is impossible. Your previous actions cannot simply be brushed aside with a peace treaty. Su Ming certainly did not intend to negotiate with this group of high-rise residents. After all, it was thanks to them that he could attract more zombies and earn more points. If he negotiated, Su Ming would likely have to leave the shelter to find zombies himself. Mr. Su, given the current situation, I think it would be best to prioritize peace. If I'm not mistaken, your ammunition should be running low, right? The remaining ammunition is your only guarantee. Once it runs out, what awaits you will likely be a disastrous fate. To be honest, we have found quite a bit of weapons and ammunition over here, so I hope you think it over. While this Away is quite a talent. Facing the messages from Away, Su Ming felt that this Away was indeed skilled. Unfortunately, he currently not only possessed a system space, but also had a shelter system. One could say that his current ammunition supply was practically endless. Moreover, this group of high-rise residents had previously made quite a few attempts on him, so how could Su Ming possibly negotiate? You might as well stop dreaming. Negotiation is impossible. If you have the ability, feel free to continue using zombies to exhaust my ammunition. Having said that, Su Ming no longer paid attention to Away, but instead began to feel the changes in his body. After sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights, he believed that he would become stronger once again. This is unscientific. However, after testing, Su Ming found that there had been no changes in either his strength. This scene left him somewhat baffled. Could this thing be fake? After searching for a long time, Su Ming still found no. Thinking that he had spent a full 400 points to exchange for this thing, Su Ming felt extremely frustrated. This is really a dog system. How could it deceive me with fake goods? Looking at the fruits on the table, Su Ming was about to walk over to grab an apple to vent his frustration when he suddenly felt a strange sensation in his mind. For some reason, Su Ming felt as if he could control this fruit. How is this possible? Although he said it was impossible, Su Ming still raised his hand towards the apple on the table. Come here. However, in the next moment, the apple on the table seemed to be pushed by an unseen force, and it really moved towards Su Ming. What the heck? Witnessing this bizarre scene, Su Ming was taken aback. A glance at the glass of water on the bedside table confirmed that there had been no earthquake. The apple had indeed rolled on its own. Su Ming took a deep breath, focused his attention again, and reached out his hand towards the apple on the table. Come here. In the next second, the apple floated straight up from the table and slowly flew towards Su Ming's palm. Wow, this is really mental power. Who? After a day of training, Su Ming once again lay exhausted on the ground. I must say this mental training is far more exhausting than physical training. Just 1 hour, and Su Ming already felt it. After 2 days of repeated training, Su Ming could finally lift a 1-kilogram dumbbell with his mind. Although it was just a 1-kilogram dumbbell, having such a skill at a critical moment could indeed deliver a surprise strike to him. It seems he really didn't bring any zombies over. After resting for a moment, Su Ming looked out the window again. There were still no zombies outside the yard. It appeared that this person named Away was determined to negotiate. But is there really any point in negotiating now? Knowing that he had firearms, this group of residents still dared to attack him. If he didn't have firearms as a deterrent, this group of residents would probably camp outside his shelter every day trying to pry open the door. Since he refused to listen, don't blame me for provoking you. Of course, Su Ming had no intention of going out himself. Such tasks should naturally be left to Fan Ziyuan. After checking the surveillance from the past few days, Su Ming found that Fan Ziyuan had been obediently staying in his room. Even without the barrier wall, he still wouldn't step out of his room. Of course, there were exceptions. For instance, his daughter Fan Xingqing would occasionally curiously visit. But once he spotted her, he would quickly send his daughter back. Mr. Su. Seeing Su Ming come down from the second floor, Fan Ziyuan quickly stood up and greeted him while sitting on the bed playing building blocks with his daughter. Hello, Uncle Su. Hearing Fan Xingqing call him Uncle, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a bit downcast. Although he knew this was a sign of respect, he felt much older in that moment. Hello, Xingqing, are you playing with building blocks? With a forced smile, Su Ming slowly walked up to the father and daughter, picking up some blocks to tease Fan Xingqing. Can I build a castle for you? Seeing Su Ming approaching, Fan Xingqing clearly appeared a bit scared. After all, her father had never mentioned that Uncle Su would come to play with her. Noticing Fan Xingqing hiding behind Fan Ziyuan again, Su Ming shook his head helplessly. Am I really that intimidating? I'm sorry, my daughter is indeed a bit shy. Facing Fan Ziyuan's explanation, Su Ming rolled his eyes. She would be strange if she wasn't shy. Every time she wanted to visit the first floor, you would call her back, telling her that if Uncle Su found out, he would be angry. If she wasn't scared of me, it would be a miracle. After all, this is your home. Hearing Su Ming directly mention how he usually educated his daughter Fan Ziyuan, alright, if you both want to play on the first floor, just go ahead. As long as you don't let anyone else, and that's my only principle. Su Ming said this partly because his own strength now completely overwhelmed Fan Ziyuan. After so many enhancements, Su Ming could easily take down Fan Ziyuan. Secondly, after observing for so long, he found that Fan Ziyuan was a father who focused entirely on his daughter. As long as he treated his daughter well, Fan Ziyuan would never do anything detrimental to him. Here, this is for your daughter. Su Ming waved his hand behind him and took out 2 lollipops from the system space, handing them. Wow, uncle, you can perform magic. Seeing Su Ming's trick, Fan Xingqing immediately emerged from behind Fan Ziyuan, reaching out to grab the candy in Su Ming's hand. Fan Xingqing, however, before her hand could touch the candy, Fan Ziyuan scolded. What are you doing? I gave it to Su Ming glanced at the serious Fan Ziyuan with disbelief, then turned to Fan Xingqing and smiled, saying, don't mind your dad, just take it. Fan Ziyuan, seeing this scene, could only helplessly nod at his daughter. Well then, quickly thank Uncle Su. Thank you, Uncle Su. As Fan Xingqing was unwrapping the candy on the bed, Su Ming seemed to understand why many fathers were slaves to their daughters. Having such a lovely daughter is indeed quite heartwarming. Mister, so you're going to spoil her if you keep this up. In response to Fan Ziyuan's comment, Su Ming rolled his eyes again. 2 candies will spoil her. Then your educational method must have serious issues. Su Ming's sarcasm left Fan Ziyuan speechless. He glanced at Fan Xingqing, who was eating candy and playing with building blocks on the bed, then lowered his voice. Mister, Su, do you have any tasks for me? Although Fan Ziyuan was a slave to his daughter, it didn't mean he was a fool. He would not naively think that Su Ming had come just to amuse his daughter. Yes, there is indeed a task for you. Seeing Fan Ziyuan bring it up, Su Ming nodded at him. Xingqing, daddy is going to talk to uncle about something. You play by yourself for now. Okay. At this time, Fan Xingqing's attention was fully occupied by the building blocks and candy, so she had no thought of what her father was doing. Su Ming gestured for Fan Ziyuan to sit down in the living room, then turned and went upstairs. When he came down again, he was holding a box. Is that a weapon? Seeing the black box in Su Ming's hand, Fan Ziyuan had already guessed what was inside. That's right, but I don't know if you'll be used to the .556 caliber. As the box was slowly opened, a pitch-black M4 assault rifle lay quietly inside. Don't worry, it's no problem. Seeing that Su Ming had actually equipped him with firearms, Fan Ziyuan couldn't help but feel a bit What kind of task is this? Alright, then I can be at ease. By the way, there's also an M9 pistol and a set of individual night vision goggles in there. I've also equipped you with other tactical gear and silencers. Hearing that Su Ming had prepared so much equipment for him this time, Fan Ziyuan felt even more puzzled. What kind of task required such advanced gear? Mister, Su, may I ask what this is for? Seeing Fan Ziyuan's expression, Su Ming did not answer directly, but instead asked him a question. Have you practiced CQB before? CQB, or close quarters battle. This is a combat technique and tactical model developed by the special units of various countries' military and police forces, such as SWAT teams and anti-terrorism special forces, to cope with the ever-increasing terrorist activities, crimes, and special operations in urban areas. Although Fan Ziyuan did not understand why Su Ming suddenly asked him this, he nodded in response. I have trained for it. The special forces I used to be part of primarily focused on urban counterterrorism, which is our forte. That's good. This mission is quite simple. It's to provoke the residents of those high-rise buildings. Hearing Fan Ziyuan say this, Su Ming felt completely relieved. He took out his phone and handed over the chat logs from a couple of days ago with a way to Fan Ziyuan. Mister, Su, is your purpose this time to anger the residents of those high-rise buildings? Exactly. Seeing that Fan Ziyuan quickly guessed his intention, Su Ming nodded with satisfaction. Don't forget how these people treated me before. Now that they realize I'm not someone to be trifled with, they're thinking of reconciliation. I will never agree to such a thing. Alright, I understand. They'll set off tonight. After learning the purpose of the mission, Fan Ziyuan did not waste any more work. He took out paper and a pen from the room and began to draw an aerial view of the entire neighborhood on the coffee table in the living room. Okay, I won't disturb you any longer. Seeing that Fan Ziyuan had already started working on the combat plan for this mission, Su Ming chose not to disturb him. Soon evening arrived and Fan Ziyuan had fully donned his equipment. I must say Fan Ziyuan's appearance was indeed quite unique. He did not wear his own clothes, but changed into an old The dark gray security uniform was paired with a bulletproof vest and helmet produced by a company from the northern part of Great Xia, while he carried thermal weapons made by an American arms company. Upon seeing his appearance, Su Ming, who was on the second floor, almost burst out laughing. Mister, Su, this is Fan Ziyuan. Do you copy? In transmission. Hearing the call from the radio, Su Ming felt somewhat helpless. It was known that before being equipped with thermal weapons, Fan Ziyuan had always communicated with him via text messages. Now that he was armed, Su Ming could clearly sense his enthusiasm. Received. This is the command center. The opponent possesses an unknown number of thermal weapons. Please exercise caution. In transmission. My previous codename was Eagle Falcon. In transmission. Alright, Eagle Falcon, hurry up and go. Su Ming noticed that Fan Ziyuan looked momentarily stunned after hearing his words, then a smile appeared on his face. I must say this guy is indeed serious. Thus, after watching Fan Ziyuan disappear into the night, Su Ming once again entered his study to practice calligraphy. Compared to drinking and making merry, Su Ming preferred to pass the time by honing his writing skills. While Su Ming was cultivating his character through calligraphy, the residents of the high-rise buildings were completely unaware that tonight would prove to be anything but peaceful. The arrival of the apocalypse meant that electricity was only supplied every few days, and each time it lasted just over an hour. Since they had already received electricity yesterday, these residents would be without power for the next several days. To conserve phone battery, their nighttime lighting reverted to the most primitive methods of bonfires and torches. Wega, do you think Su Ming would really be willing to reconcile? At that moment, Wei was lighting candles while playing cards with 3 subordinates in the conference room. In response to his subordinates' inquiry, Wei first threw down a pair of 8s, and then nodded. I don't think he has any reason to refuse, besides we're not afraid of Su Ming now, are we? Exactly. As long as Su Ming shows up, he'll have to face the firepower of our 10+ guns. No matter how many weapons he has, it's just him and his subordinate. Alright, let's finish this round and get some sleep early. We need to go out and gather supplies again tomorrow. Seeing that everyone was eager to leave, Wei threw down another pair of 10s. But just then a strange sound came from outside the conference room. What is that sound? Upon hearing this sound, Wei immediately gripped his gun at his waist and stood up. In the next moment, a subordinate stumbled into the conference room, clutching his bleeding neck in pain. Wei. However, he did not finish his words before collapsing to the ground. Brothers, grab your weapons. Seeing his subordinate fall in front of him, Wei quickly shot him in the head. The other 3 hurriedly took out their weapons and moved towards the exit of the conference room. But when they stepped out of the conference room, they found that the subordinates who had been stationed outside were now all lying on the ground. Wei did Su Ming and his group come. Su Ming. Seeing that several of his subordinates had lost their lives, Wei's heart felt as if it were bleeding. You all take care of the bodies to prevent them from transforming, then call the brothers to drag those 2 out for me. Understood. After hearing Wei's orders, the 3 behind him quickly pulled out their handguns and approached the direction of the bodies. One of them stumbled unexpectedly over something on the ground. What just tripped me? However, before he could check, the corpse beside him suddenly exploded. Boom. Wei watched as he lost yet another subordinate, and he was immediately filled with rage. How dare Su Ming actually come to ambush him? Alright. Wei gritted his teeth and repeated the word alright 3 times before picking up the walkie-talkie from the conference room. All units assemble. That brat Su Ming has shown up. The subsequent battle was nearly one-sided. Not to mention that Fan Ziyuan was a professional soldier with the most sophisticated CQB training. Just having high-quality equipment like night vision goggles was enough for him to easily dominate Wei and his ragtag crew, who were blindly searching for him in the dark with torches. Fan Ziyuan was well aware that this was merely to provoke, so every shot he fired aimed at non-lethal areas of his. Faced with enemies outnumbering him by dozens, and using the cover of darkness, Fan Ziyuan executed guerrilla warfare to perfection. After a whole night of turmoil, Wei and his crew had not even seen a shadow of their assailants, while nearly 30 of their men had been shot in the legs and lost their ability to move. Su Ming. I will make sure to kill you. Looking at the injured subordinates before him, Wei was utterly enraged. Wei, what should we do? In response to his subordinates' inquiry, Wei sighed and said, ask if there are any doctors among the residents, and let's also prepare to go to the hospital for some medical supplies. Understood. Although Wei was thoroughly infuriated with Su Ming at that moment, he wasn't as reckless as Lu Weigua. After arranging his subordinates, Wei took out his phone and sent a message to Su Ming. Mr. Su, what exactly do you want? I already told you continue to lure the zombies for me. I want to play with them. If you refuse my condition, incidents like tonight will surely happen again soon. After replying to this message, Su Ming went downstairs to play with Fan Xingqing, waiting for Fan Ziyuan's return. He had just learned through the radio that Fan Ziyuan had successfully completed his mission. Next, it would depend on Wei's decision. Su Ming knew that if he sent Fan Ziyuan outside the community to find and lure zombies, it could also yield good results. However, after experiencing the giant zombie incident last time, Su Ming ultimately abandoned this thought. It is incredibly difficult to truly understand a person in this apocalypse. Su Ming had finally come to understand Fan Ziyuan's personality and weaknesses, and naturally, he would not easily gamble with Fan Ziyuan's life. You did well tonight. Seeing Fan Ziyuan enter through the balcony door, Su Ming nodded at him. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Su. I will return these guns to you first. No need keep them for yourself. As Fan Ziyuan was about to hand the guns over, Su Ming raised his hand to stop him, saying, just make sure your daughter doesn't get her hands on them. Feeling Su Ming's trust, Fan Ziyuan's heart warmed. I brought some canned fruits and vegetables for you. The child is growing, so nutrition must be balanced. Upon seeing the desk piled high with fruit and vegetable cans and a cut of beef, Fan Ziyuan's eyes widened. It wasn't that Su Ming was being overly generous, but he didn't expect Su Ming to have such good things. I have also placed the reward for this mission in your room. He'll head upstairs first. Mr. Su, wait, this is too much. Seeing Su Ming about to leave, Fan Ziyuan hurriedly stopped him. Go on, go. Stay out of the way. In the face of Fan Ziyuan's obstruction, Su Ming pretended to be impatient and pushed him aside. This is for Xiao Xingqing. You are just benefiting from it. If you don't like it, you don't have to eat it. However, after being pushed by Su Ming, Fan Ziyuan stood frozen in place. Fan Ziyuan had enough confidence in his own skills. But just now, when Su Ming pushed him, he felt an immense force surging toward him. If Su Ming hadn't grabbed his bulletproof vest to relieve some of the force, it wouldn't have just been a simple push. This was the first time Fan Ziyuan felt such a sense of helplessness facing an opponent since becoming a Special Forces member. For a moment, he found Su Ming even more mysterious. Mr. Su, I have something to say. Su Ming, almost at the door, paused upon hearing Fan Ziyuan's voice. Could it be that this guy didn't understand the gap between them? Su Ming turned around helplessly and asked, what is it? Mr. Su, I saw a figure staggering outside the community gate on my way back. At first I thought it was a zombie and wanted to help you lure it back, but when it heard the gunshot it ran off without looking back. And then, oi. Hearing Fan Ziyuan's report, Su Ming was taken aback. Although the community gate was wide open, anyone with a sound mind wouldn't choose to run outside alone at night. I shot him in the left arm, but he showed no reaction and kept walking outside. I see. Facing what Fan Ziyuan had witnessed tonight, Su Ming found it strange, but didn't take it to heart. Never mind whether it's a person or a zombie, don't worry too much. You should go get some rest. Okay, thank you for these supplies, Mr. Su. Back on the second floor, Su Ming took out his phone. Sure enough, Wei sent another message. Mr. Su, if you want me to help attract zombies, it's not impossible, but do you have any medical supplies? As long as you can provide me with enough medical supplies, I will lure a wave of zombies for you every 3 days in the future. Facing Wei's request, Su Ming knew he was definitely trying to treat his men's gunshot wounds. I must say Wei is indeed a good boss. Alright, I will throw the medical supplies outside the yard. You can send someone to pick them up. Treating gunshot wounds is nothing more than removing the bullets, stitching them up, and preventing infection. Su Ming naturally had plenty of these medical supplies in his system space. As for whether Wei would keep his promise after receiving these supplies, Su Ming was not worried at all. If he disobeyed, he could just send Fan Ziyuan to raid again. I must say Wei is quite trustworthy. After receiving the medical supplies, he returned the next day with a huge wave of zombies for Su Ming. Not bad, not bad. With Wei as a worker, Su Ming once again sat at the weapon control platform and began to deal with the zombies. Watching the zombies fall one after another on the screen, Su Ming's smile grew increasingly radiant. Soon a month passed in a rush, and with the help of worker Wei, Su Ming had accumulated nearly 100 points. However, what surprised Su Ming was that since the last time he had not encountered any mutated zombies similar to the giant. Could it be that the giant zombie was truly just an accident? To be fair, Su Ming certainly did not believe that. Normal zombies are simply a bunch of mindless creatures, essentially, just where there are living people they will eat, and they would never do. But that giant zombie clearly possessed intelligence. Although not high in Su Ming's view, it at least equated to the intelligence of a 6-year-old child. The zombie outbreak had only been going on for a little over 2 months. Perhaps those behind the scenes were still studying these zombies. Just like in the movie Resident Evil, initially, there was only the licker as a mutated zombie. But later on, there were those wielding Gatling guns, those with giant axes, and even flying ones appeared. So the urgent task at hand is to use workers like Wei to attract more zombies for himself to earn points to enhance his abilities and upgrade the shelter. As for whether he could survive in the future, to be honest, Su Ming wasn't sure himself. Ding-ling-linged. Just as Su Ming was lost and thought, his phone suddenly rang with a text message notification. Su Ming, I will not let you off. Su Ming frowned at the inexplicable text message. Who could possibly hold a grudge against him this time? Forget it, let whoever care. After contemplating for a while, Su Ming ultimately gave up on finding the sender of the message. It was most likely those residents from the higher floors. System, I want to upgrade the shelter. Su Ming searched the points store in the system, but found no new gene reagents. His points had nearly reached 100,000, and his worker Wei was continuously luring zombies in for him. Since he had enough points at the moment, Su Ming naturally chose to upgrade his shelter. Hearing the mechanical voice in his mind, Su Ming quietly waited for the upgrade to complete. The reason he chose to upgrade the shelter was that he discovered the level 4 shelter had more advanced technology, radar. If the level 3 shelter was merely a bunker, then the level 4 shelter was beginning to resemble a military base. Moreover, the level 4 shelter could also transform the courtyard walls into a liftable structure. Previously, every time Su Ming cleared zombies from upstairs, he had to stand at the high point on the 3rd floor to shoot at the zombies approaching his walls. There were even times when he couldn't deal with those zombies hiding in the shooting blind spots, and the only method was to wait for them to walk. But things would be different after upgrading to a level 4 shelter. When the walls were transformed into liftable ones, Su Ming would no longer be hindered by them while shooting. The upgrade for the level 4 shelter was complete. The radar function has been activated. Please set the radar control systems. Hearing the system instruct him to set the radar control system's location, Su Ming directly set it near the weapon controls. I need to lower the walls first to see how it works. Following the system's prompts in his mind, Su Ming quickly found out how to lift and lower the walls in the weapon control system. After pressing the confirm button, Su Ming hurried to the window. He watched as the courtyard walls slowly descended, and soon his view became unobstructed. Now it will be much easier to shoot zombies. Counting the days, tomorrow would be when Wei helps him lure in more. The thought of shooting freely tomorrow made Su Ming's heart race with excitement. Level 4 shelter, 160 points needed to upgrade to level 5 shelter. Wall durability, 500. Courtyard gate durability, 500. Main gate durability, 500. East side outer wall durability, 500. It seems that to reach the next level I need to accumulate a lot of points. When I saw that upgrading to a level 5 shelter requires a whopping 160 points, I realized I was still According to the system's description, the level 5 shelter had a drone system. And the drones here were not the toys Su Ming could buy in the market, but real attack drones. This meant that once Su Ming upgraded the shelter to level 5, he would have air superiority. But thinking about how it required 160 points, he couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged. After a whole month, he had only managed to earn a few tens of thousands of points, and he also noticed that the number of zombies Wei had been bringing back was decreasing. Of course, the decrease in zombies wasn't because Wei was slacking, but because there simply weren't that many zombies around anymore. The number of zombies was finite. Wei's willingness to help lure zombies was entirely due to that previous night raid. However, as the nearby zombies had nearly all been slaughtered by Su Ming, Wei had to drive at least 2 hours each time to find enough zombies. Forget it, if it really doesn't work, he'll just move and find a place with more zombies to set up the shelter there. Su Ming knew that Wei and the others were also reaching their limits. Unlike Su Ming, they didn't have such a large system space to stockpile supplies, and luring zombies was extremely time. He believed that it wouldn't be long before this group of high-floor residents would choose to go all out and attack Su Ming's shelter again. Of course, that was also what Su Ming wanted to see. Su Ming had no intention of letting a single one of these high-floor residents off. The reason for taking such an approach was to ultimately fleece them once more. After checking the general condition of the shelter, Su Ming began to study the radar. He had to admit this shelter system provided some truly advanced features. As the screen of the radar control system lit up, Su Ming immediately noticed many red dots and scattered yellow dots. According to the system's introduction, this radar had a detection radius of a full 5 kilometers. The red dots on the screen represented the positions of the high-floor residents, while the yellow dots indicated the positions of the zombies. This definitely calls for a celebration. Su Ming took out a cup of iced Americano from the system space and enjoyed a sip. However, after a few sips, feeling unsatisfied, he decided to go downstairs to find Fan Ziyuan. "Old Fan, come over and drink with me." Su Ming opened the fridge on the first floor and took out a can of beer. "Mr." Fan Ziyuan looked at Su Ming's delighted expression and couldn't help but feel curious. Was today Su Ming's birthday? Don't ask so much, just live in the moment and drink. Without further ado, Su Ming shoved the beer into Fan Ziyuan's hands, then raised his iced Americano. "Come on, you drink beer, and I drink coffee, let's toast." Faced with Su Ming in this manner, Fan Ziyuan, though still puzzled, opened the pull tab on the can and started drinking. "That's the spirit. Want another one?" Seeing Fan Ziyuan finish the beer in one gulp, Su Ming quickly grabbed another can from the fridge and handed it to him. As can after can of beer went down under the influence of alcohol, Fan Ziyuan felt his head getting a bit dizzy. Since the zombie outbreak, this was his first time feeling so relaxed. That's right. One can't live too stressed, otherwise it's easy to collapse under pressure. "Die? Su." "Mr. Su, what you said is die." At this moment, Fan Ziyuan's tongue was clearly getting tangled. "But there's one thing I don't understand." Seeing Fan Ziyuan suddenly stand up and stare at him, Su Ming couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that Fan Ziyuan harbored ill intentions? Fan Ziyuan slowly walked to the window, pointing at the unobstructed view outside. "Your walls can be lowered. Why do you still make me climb over every time?" Faced with Fan Ziyuan's loaded question, Su Ming found himself at a loss for words. The zombie horde outside is noticeably thinner this time. Gazing out the window at the shambling masses, Su Ming glanced again at the radar screen inside, then sighed helplessly. Fewer than 1,500 zombies encircled the entire shelter, while 5,000 points are still points. Sighing once more, Su Ming activated the weapon central control system. After sweeping the exterior zombies clean in a single devastating barrage, he checked his current point balance. 28755 points. Fine, time to upgrade the firearms. Since the shelter's built-in defensive machine guns were only chambered for 7.62mm rounds, Su Ming deemed their stopping power insufficient and resolved to upgrade them to 12.7mm Gatling-style rotary cannons. After brief deliberation, he decided to prioritize upgrading the 2 defensive turrets stationed on the 3rd floor. Confirm upgrade of Turret 10 and Turret 12. Yes. 2,000 points deducted. Upgrading Turret 10 and Turret 12. Please wait. Su Ming ignored the system's chime entirely and turned his thoughts toward what lay ahead. The zombies surrounding his residential compound had now been fully eradicated. Soon he would need to select a new location to expand and consolidate his strength. Lingnan City, a first-tier metropolis, naturally drew his ambition, relocating the shelter to its most vibrant, densely urban core. Yet relying solely on the customized jeep he'd acquired earlier felt perilously inadequate. Beyond the likelihood of encountering mutated abominations, such as the colossal zombie he'd faced before, the sheer scale of the undead tide alone could easily overturn even a heavily armored vehicle. Ugh, my head hurts just thinking about it. Just then it struck him the point-based exchange market offered fighter jets. If fighter jets existed in the catalog, then surely helicopters must be available too. Problem solved. Overjoyed, Su Ming immediately opened the system's point exchange marketplace. Civilian helicopter, 3,000 points. Stealth armed helicopter, 8,000 points. High-speed armed helicopter, 8,000 points. Surveying the 3 options, Su Ming dismissed the civilian model outright. Though cheapest, it was utterly unsuited to this hostile environment, and given the city's likely surviving population, its vulnerability was unacceptable. Rescuers waving frantically from rooftops posed little threat. Far more dangerous were those lurking with RPGs. Launch one missile, and the craft would vanish in smoke. As for the stealth variant, he wasn't storming the city center to wage war. No survivor here possessed radar-grade detection. Its cloaking function operated exclusively against electronic scanning, not human sight, rendering that feature of the high-speed armed helicopter, however, offered superior velocity, granting both swifter engagement and rapid disengagement should threats emerge. Once the shelter's deployment was complete, absolute security would be assured. Right. Acquire 1 high-speed arm. After deducting 800 points, a gleaming state-of-the-art high-speed armed helicopter materialized within Su Ming's system storage space. Bang! No sooner had Su Ming exited the interface than a gunshot cracked outside the shelter. A hairline fracture spiderwebbed across the bulletproof glass. His expression darkened instantly. Having upgraded the shelter to level 4, he'd grown habitually bold, often standing unguarded by the windows. Oh, so you dare ambush me now? Drawing on instinctive spatial awareness, he scanned the estimated firing direction, and there darting furtively into the distance was a fleeing figure. Fine. If you choose self-destruction, I won't hold back. He'd originally intended to let Wei and his group linger a few days longer, but clearly they had no intention of seizing their reprieve. A glance at the indoor radar revealed the truth: his shelter had already been surrounded. Fine. I'll grant you one final reckless act. On the monitor, crimson blips pulsed ominously. He'd nearly ordered full suppressive fire from the turrets. But recalling his remaining 755 points, pragmatism prevailed. That gunshot had irrevocably shattered any pretense of coexistence. To conserve points, he chose to remain inside, waiting patiently for them to come to him. As night fell, the shelter remained. Su Ming sat by the window, cradling an iced Americano, serene, unruffled. Bang! Another shot pierced the hush of night. Residents from upper-floor apartments armed with every manner of weapon converged tightly around his shelter. Brothers, smash it open. At the command, they surged forward, battering the reinforced entrance with frantic, futile blows. From the second floor, Su Ming watched silently, his face utterly impassive. His level 4 shelter was impervious, not merely to humans, but even to vehicular impact. Ugh, how tedious. After observing for a while, he descended the stairs, still holding his iced Americano. Mr. Su, what do we do now? Facing Fan Ziyuan, now fully armed, Su Ming gestured lazily toward the refrigerator. Drink, and watch the show. To shield Fan Xingqing from psychological trauma, he'd long since engaged soundproofing and deployed the isolation barrier. All he wished for now was to observe in quiet amusement how these desperate residents flailed like mayflies against an immovable mountain. Mr. Su, they've brought a crane. Fan Ziyuan stared at Su Ming's unruffled composure, anxiety tightening his voice. A quick glance outside confirmed that this was no impromptu assault. It was a meticulously planned nocturnal siege. Dozens of heavy-duty jeeps stood ready to ram the gate, and beside them loomed a crane and an excavator. A crane. Su Ming barely registered the warning. Noticing Fan Ziyuan's continued vigilance, Su Ming casually tossed him a chilled beer can. Even if they rolled up a tank tonight, it wouldn't make a difference. As their battering failed, the attackers swiftly cleared a path, clearly preparing to deploy the jeeps for a direct charge. Fan Ziyuan sat rigid on the sofa, eyes locked on the window, terrified the gates might splinter under impact. Go on, take a sip. No need to tense up. Su Ming cast him a wry glance and tapped his iced Americano. Ah yes. Fan Ziyuan had no appetite for drink. His pulse hammered as the jeep outside revved its engine and crept steadily closer. His heart leapt into his throat. Mr. So what do you think their reaction will be when they see that even the crane cannot break down this door? Fan Ziyuan relaxedly leaned back on the sofa, took a sip of his beer, his face filled with contentment, completely free of the earlier tension. Just now he had witnessed the entire process of that jeep getting smashed into scrap metal. Looking at the immovable door, Fan Ziyuan had completely relaxed. Their reaction will surely be quite spectacular. Su Ming took a sip of his iced Americano, silently watching as the crane approached their shelter. Seeing Fan Ziyuan wanting to grab another can from the fridge, Su Ming quickly stopped him, saying, "Wait until you come back to drink. We still need to go out and deal with the remaining enemies." "Oh, Mr. Su, are you going out too this time?" "Yes." Su Ming nodded and stood up, stretching. "I also want to stretch my legs. I'll go upstairs to prepare." Seeing Su Ming take his iced Americano upstairs, Fan Ziyuan's heart was filled with anticipation. He had never seen Su Ming's skills before, and was also very curious whether this mysterious Su Ming was all show or genuinely capable. It's time for some real-life CS. Returning to the weapon control center on the second floor, Su Ming sat back down in his chair and aimed the defensive machine gun at the chests of the residents, activating the burst fire mode. The reason for not aiming for headshots was certainly to get 2 kills from one person. After all, if he shot them in the head, the person would not turn into a zombie. As more and more people fell to gunfire, those outside the shelter trying to break down the door sensed something was wrong. "Run. We can't open this door at all. Damn it, weren't we told he had no bullets? How could this happen?" Faced with the panicked escape of those on the screen, Su Ming remained merciless, continuing to control the defensive machine gun to harvest their lives. Soon there was no sound left outside the shelter. Now it's time to deal with the zombies. Facing the zombies slowly rising from the ground, Su Ming once again controlled the mouse to shoot them in the head one by one. After all the zombies were dealt with, Su Ming glanced at the radar beside him. At this moment, there were no red or yellow dots outside the shelter, only nearly 200 small red dots, about 2 It's time to start moving. Su Ming took out his gear from the system space, called Fan Ziyuan downstairs, and then opened the door. "Let's go. It's time to settle the score with them." Gazing at the black jeep before him, Fan Ziyuan was stunned. Having lived here for so long, he had no idea that Su Ming had another jeep. Moreover, from the appearance of this jeep, Fan Ziyuan could tell it had been modified. As the vehicle slowly started, Su Ming and Fan Ziyuan set off on the road to revenge. This time we are here for revenge, so spare no one regardless of age or gender. At the same time, be careful of them turning into zombies after death. Once you get infected, you won't be able to accompany your daughter anymore. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I will be careful. In response to Su Ming's reminder, Fan Ziyuan nodded solemnly. Although he was once a soldier in this world, there was no longer any kindness to be found. During this time, Fan Ziyuan had witnessed too many cases of cannibalism. Just as Su Ming said, if he got infected, he would never see his daughter again. The two quickly drove to the area of the high-rise residential district. Tonight was another night without power. The entire neighborhood was shrouded in darkness. After donning their night vision goggles, Fan Ziyuan led the way, with Su Ming following behind, both with serious expressions. Move out. With Su Ming giving the order, the two immediately charged into a building. With the help of the night vision goggles, even though these people had firearms, it was still of no use. Amidst the sound of gunfire, these people quickly fell into a pool of blood. Remember to reload. Su Ming emotionlessly looked at the fallen people and shot each of them in the head. Watching Su Ming act decisively, Fan Ziyuan was deeply shocked. Although he had never cared much for the residents, he still had a general understanding. For instance, Su Ming was definitely not a soldier. Yet in the recent battle, whether it was his marksmanship or tactical moves, his level of proficiency was textbook standard. Fan Ziyuan even suspected that the Su Ming before him was a high-level agent sent by an enemy country. Alright, this building has been cleared. Oh, let's fly over from the roof. After eliminating all the residents in this building, Su Ming directly took Fan Ziyuan to the rooftop and right in front of him pulled out a grappling hook launcher. Phew. With a soft sound, the grappling hook easily shot into the wall at the top of the opposite building. Alright, let's go. After testing the strength of the rope and grappling hook, Su Ming was the first to climb over to the rooftop of the opposite building. Witnessing this scene, Fan Ziyuan appeared somewhat distracted. After all, where did Su Ming pull out the grappling hook launcher from? Fan Ziyuan distinctly remembered that before they set off, neither of them had any grappling hook launchers. Yet everything happening now felt like a surreal dream to him. Hey, what are you thinking? Seeing Fan Ziyuan still standing there in a daze halfway up, Su Ming couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. It seemed that the moment he took the item out from the system space had greatly shocked Fan Ziyuan. Oh, okay. Snapping back to reality at Su Ming's reminder, Fan Ziyuan quickly climbed up the rope, heading towards the opposite building. Using the cover of the night, the two soon cleared every building of their inhabitants. After nearly a night of tense battles, even the battle-hardened veteran Fan Ziyuan felt somewhat fatigued. Yet when he looked at Su Ming, he found no trace of exhaustion in his eyes. Alright, now there's just the property meeting room left. Gazing at the square, not far away, lit by torches and patrolled by groups of people, Su Ming knew that most of the remaining people were gathered here. Mr. Su, should we sneak in through the windows and launch a surprise attack? Facing Fan Ziyuan's question, a wicked smile suddenly appeared on Su Ming's face. He glanced at the meeting room not far away, then turned to Fan Ziyuan. Old Fan, do you know how to use a mortar? Mortar? I know how to use one. Faced with Su Ming's question, Fan Ziyuan was even more puzzled. Alright, then you can use this. As soon as Su Ming's right hand began to distort the space around it, when it returned to normal, a fully assembled mortar appeared in his hand. What is this? Stay calm, I will explain everything to you after this operation is over. Su Ming placed the mortar in front of Fan Ziyuan, then took out a box of mortar shells. Fire with all your might. There are plenty of shells. Okay. Although Fan Ziyuan didn't understand the principle behind this, he obediently set up the mortar. However, before he could load a shell into the barrel, he saw Su Ming pulling out a rocket launcher. Tonight, the entire Jinju garden blazed with chaos. Gunfire and explosions never ceased. Under the relentless artillery barrage orchestrated by Su Ming and Fan Ziyuan, the remaining residents had no chance to fire back. They were utterly swallowed by the storm of shells. Old Fan, your artillery precision is truly exceptional. After stowing the rocket launcher back into his system space, Su Ming couldn't resist praising him. No wonder you're a former Special Forces operative. Truly formidable. You flatter me, Mr. Su. Fan Ziyuan replied absently, clearly still reeling from the profound shock of Su Ming's earlier feat, summoning objects from thin air. Let's head back for now. Seeing that Su Ming had no intention of explaining, Fan Ziyuan simply nodded. Back at the shelter, before Fan Ziyuan could even open his mouth, Su Ming once again demonstrated his ability, reaching into thin air and producing an object effortlessly. Here, have a sweet peach. Staring at the luscious fuzzy peach suddenly materializing in Su Ming's palm, Fan Ziyuan was rendered speechless. Unless Su Ming had cultivated a peach tree on the upper floors, such fresh fruit should have been utterly impossible. In this, Su Ming pressed the peach into Fan Ziyuan's hand, then drew forth an iced Americano from his system space. As you've just witnessed, be it the mortar shells moments ago, or this peach now, they all emerge from another dimension accessible only to me. You cannot retrieve anything from it. Not yet. Though deeply astonished, Fan Ziyuan still nodded solemnly in response. To put it plainly, all zombies here have been eradicated. I intend to relocate, and this shelter will be absorbed into my... Hearing this, Fan Ziyuan's heart stirred with quiet awe. The abilities Su Ming displayed were nothing short of celestial. Yet, weren't immortals supposed to wield divine arts? Things like moving mountains, filling seas, or conjuring soldiers from scattered beans. And yet this immortal, Su Ming, fired bullets instead. Tat-a-tat. I'm telling you all this because I seek your counsel. I'll soon relocate the entire shelter to the bustling city center. And your decision. To stay with me or depart with your daughter rests entirely with you. Fan Ziyuan fell silent. He'd assumed Su Ming would retreat to some remote, uninhabited place, but never imagined he'd deliberately march toward the densest zombie infestation. Rest assured you've served me loyally, and I won't leave you unrewarded. Should you choose to leave, I'll provide you with weapons, ammunition, and essential supplies. Watching Fan Ziyuan's stunned expression, Su Ming took a slow sip of his iced Americano. He knew full well the powers he'd revealed tonight defied ordinary comprehension. Fan Ziyuan's hesitation was only natural. You have 24 hours to decide. I'll begin the relocation at dawn the day after tomorrow. Su Ming had no intention of waiting idly. He granted Fan Ziyuan one full day and night to reflect. Truth be told, Su Ming genuinely hoped Fan Ziyuan would accompany him. In this desolate world, having someone to converse with was indeed a rare comfort. Of course, should Fan Ziyuan insist on leaving with his daughter, Su Ming would not stand in his way. I'm heading upstairs to sleep. You may take your time thinking. But just as Su Ming placed his foot upon the first step of the staircase, Fan Ziyuan's voice rose from behind him. Mr. Su, why are you so determined to eradicate zombies? Su Ming smiled faintly. Because I enjoy it. Then, seeing Fan Ziyuan hesitate, tongue-tied, Su Ming, go ahead, speak freely. After a flustered pause, Fan Ziyuan suddenly dropped to his knees before Su Ming. Mr. Su, would you accept my daughter as your disciple? Would you teach her immortal cultivation arts? Su Ming's lips twitched involuntarily at the sight of Fan Ziyuan kneeling before him. Had the man been reading too many Xinxia novels? If Su Ming truly commanded immortal arts, why would he need to rely on God? Actually, Fan Ziyuan, I'm merely a metahuman akin to those American superheroes, not a cultivator from a Xinxia. Fan Ziyuan blinked, momentarily stunned. Please rise. Still, if ever I discover a method to strengthen you and your daughter, I'll share it with you both. Indeed, Fan Ziyuan was a devoted father. His thoughts, even amid apocalypse, remained steadfastly fixed upon his daughter. Su Ming spoke truthfully. Should zombies grow increasingly formidable, he would certainly seek ways to empower them both. For now, however, it remained unnecessary. His current abilities were still rudimentary, and more critically, he possessed no surplus points to expend. Mr. Su, I choose to follow you. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. Fan Ziyuan's reply was resolute and unwavering. Ever since I saw that three-turtle behemoth zombie, I realized these creatures would grow far more perilous than we imagined. Without your guidance, even with ample weapons and supplies, I fear I'll eventually fail to protect my daughter. Well said, a wise choice. Su Ming nodded approvingly upon hearing Fan Ziyuan's reasoning. Though Fan Ziyuan occasionally baffled him with eccentric notions and actions, the man retained sharp, rational judgment. Mr. Su, I'll go take a shower first. Unwilling for his daughter to smell gunpowder clinging to his clothes, Fan Ziyuan carefully placed the peach on the coffee table before beginning to unfasten his gear. Actually, I have plenty of such fruit. You needn't ration it. Now that Fan Ziyuan knew of his abilities, Su Ming saw no reason to conceal them further. He retrieved 2 bunches of bananas and a cluster of grapes from his system space, placing them beside the peach on the coffee table. Don't give them all to your daughter. Eat some yourself too. Thank you, Mr. Su. Gazing at the fruit arrayed on the table, Fan Ziyuan offered his sincere gratitude. There you go. So long as I live, these fruits will sustain you both for lifetimes. Since your decision is made, we'll relocate at dawn tomorrow. Su Ming had already lost all interest in remaining at Jinju Garden. His 5-kilometer radar sweep registered barely a handful of yellow blips. No justification remained to linger. By the way, Mr. Su, how shall we travel? Shall we drive that car again? Su Ming responded with a mysterious, you'll find out tomorrow. Dad, look. Uncle Su can perform magic. What's this? Faced with his daughter's excitement, Fan Ziyuan was. A high-speed armed helicopter was conjured out of thin air by Su Ming. Mr. Su, what is this? What do you mean by this? Are you really planning to drive that jeep? Su Ming placed the entire shelter into his space, then took a seat in the cockpit. If you don't get on soon, I'll leave you here. As the helicopter slowly ascended, Su Ming officially began his quest for a new shelter location. My goodness, it seems only a few people survived in Lingnan City. To ensure he could find a suitable location, Su Ming naturally headed straight to the most bustling street in Lingnan City. Looking at the densely packed zombies on the street, Su Ming nearly drooled. Points. So many points. Mr. Su, what's going on with you? Seeing Su Ming's expression, Fan Ziyuan couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Was his decision truly the right one? Why is Su Ming more excited to see zombies than women? Recalling the events that happened in Jinjua Garden, Fan Ziyuan's heart felt increasingly suspicious. Initially, the residents lured the zombies over to exhaust Su Ming's ammunition, but later Su Ming actually let them continue to lure the zombies. Now seeing Su Ming's expression, Fan Ziyuan was completely certain. Su Ming truly found pleasure in hunting zombies. It's nothing him just looking for a suitable location. Seeing Fan Ziyuan's unusual gaze, Su Ming quickly corrected himself. After all, we need to ensure the safety of our landing spot, right? Indeed, the zombies are densely distributed here, and there isn't enough space to place the shelter. For the scene before them, Su Ming was not in a hurry. As a native of Lingnan City, Su Ming remembered that there was a square nearby specifically for elderly people to dance. Although the city center is densely populated, the zombie outbreak occurred at midnight. Therefore, there shouldn't be too many zombies. Mr. Su, is that a living person over there? As Su Ming was flying toward the square, Fan Ziyuan, who was observing, suddenly pointed at a building. Goodness! It really is a living person. Following Fan Ziyuan's fingers, Su Ming saw two figures standing on the rooftop, desperately waving their hands. Mr. Su, should we rescue them? Faced with Fan Ziyuan's question, Su Ming couldn't help but roll his eyes. Brother, we have an armed helicopter that can only seat 2 people. If it weren't for the fact that my daughter is only 5 years old, 3 people wouldn't fit at all. Are you planning to let those 2 cling to the wings outside? Seeing that Fan Ziyuan seemed to want to say more, Su Ming pointed again at the 2 people still waving their hands on. Look at those 2, their mental state is quite good. They definitely have their own survivor organization. The reason they're waving at us is probably because they took us for military personnel and want us to help them find a rescue team. At this point, Su Ming paused. Besides, have you forgotten about your daughter? If we rescue those 2 and they have ulterior motives and take your daughter hostage, what will you do? I understand now. Faced with Su Ming's retort, Fan Ziyuan glanced at his daughter, who was peacefully asleep in his arms, and sighed. Indeed, why should he think about rescuing others? So many people were eaten in Jinjua Garden. What guarantee did he have that those 2 wouldn't repay kindness with malice? In the future, even if there are survivors wanting to join us, they must go through a test first. After all, this is not a charity. You should be grateful you have such a likable daughter. Seeing Fan Ziyuan's face darken, Su Ming chose not to continue. He was a man who had once served in the military, and those oaths he had once taken could not be forgotten so quickly. Su Ming could understand this. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Su Ming intended to continue flying toward the square, the helicopter suddenly emitted, "Have we been locked on?" Facing the missile proximity alarm, Su Ming calmly deployed a decoy. Boom. The missile directly hit the deployed decoy, and the massive explosion startled the still sleeping Fan. Dad, Uncle Su, what's happening? Seeing the terrified look on Fan Zinking's face, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a pain. Calm the child down, I'll take care of them. After dodging the missile, Su Ming quickly looked in the direction from which the missile came and discovered that the launchers were none other than the 2 survivors who had been jumping and waving on the rooftop. Goodness, there really are hidden talents in this big city. Although Su Ming truly had no intention of saving them, he never expected that these 2 would dare to ambush him. If he had previously opted for a regular civilian helicopter out of greed, he would have probably been toast by now. Faced with their reckless provocation, Su Ming directly activated the fire control radar. Aiming at the rooftop they were on, he launched a missile. Beep, beep, beep. Just when Su Ming thought everything was resolved, the missile proximity alarm unexpectedly sounded again. Someone on another rooftop was actually firing missiles at him. Goodness, have I stumbled into a den of bandits? Faced with the missile flying towards him, Su Ming deployed another decoy. However, this time Su Ming did not intend to continue. Clearly, there couldn't be just a few survivors with rocket launchers. The decoys on his helicopter were limited. Once the decoys ran out, the only fate awaiting him would be to be blown to bits. Understanding this, Su Ming didn't hesitate and flew the helicopter straight to the square he had previously selected. However, it seemed these people were not planning to let him off easily. Soon the missile proximity alarm sounded piercingly once more. What the heck, are they this ruthless? As the missile drew closer, Su Ming did not hesitate and deployed his last decoy. Using the cover of the explosion, Su Ming finally escaped from this place of trouble. Old Fan, we're about to land. You take the daughter down first, and I'll deploy the shelter. Okay, I understand. Facing Su Ming's command, Fan Ziyuan dared not slack off in the slightest. As the helicopter landed in the square, Fan Ziyuan was the first to jump down with his daughter. Good. Wait for me over there. Watching the father and daughter land safely, Su Ming jumped down from the helicopter while putting the armed helicopter into the system space. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, Su Ming quickly deployed the shelter. Go. Hurry inside. As the shelter unfolded like a red alert base vehicle, Fan Ziyuan hurriedly picked up his daughter and retreated into the shelter. Indeed, this broken thing only requires 8,000 points, and yet it can only be used 3 times for bait. Su Ming cursed as he arrived at the entrance of the shelter, pulling out a rocket launcher and firing it at the statue in the nearby square. There was no way around it. He was just too frustrated. If it weren't for this lousy aircraft, Su Ming would have sent all those who ambushed him straight to hell. At this moment, Su Ming only wanted to alleviate his dissatisfaction by killing zombies. Boom. With a loud explosion resonating throughout the area, Su Ming knew that the wandering zombies nearby would soon be attracted. Upon entering the shelter, Su Ming locked the door again, activated the soundproof mode, and instructed Fan Ziyuan to comfort his daughter. As for Su Ming, he returned to the 2nd floor and opened the radar. Sure enough, with the radar activated, he saw a multitude of small yellow dots on the screen moving towards him. Not bad. This truly was the most prosperous area of Lingnan City, with those small yellow dots nearly forming a cluster on the screen. However, Su Ming also noticed a small cluster of red dots lurking at the very edge of the screen. Based on their direction, these red dots should be the group of people who had just attacked him. What Su Ming found curious was why these people chose this place as their stronghold. After all, this was the area with the largest concentration of zombies, and each outing to search for supplies required immense risk. But this group, each one was lively, and they even possessed heavy weaponry. Generally, special police stationed in cities wouldn't have rocket launchers. Undoubtedly, this group had definitely searched the military's equipment depot. However, logically speaking, the military usually stationed on the outskirts of the city. After obtaining the equipment, this group not only did not choose the outskirts where there were more zombies, but reversed their course and returned to the city center of Lingnan City, leaving Su Ming perplexed. Forget it, let's just kill some zombies to earn points first. After pondering for a while, without coming to a conclusion, Su Ming decided to rely on killing zombies to accumulate points. Watching the yellow dots on the screen getting closer to his shelter, Su Ming also opened the weapon control system. It's time to try the fully automatic mode. After activating the automatic mode, Su Ming took out a cup of iced Americano from the system space and slowly stood by. As the zombie tide entered the range of the shelter, the 12 defensive machine guns also began their respective work. Good heavens, this thing is quite intelligent. Watching the zombies outside constantly getting their heads blown off, Su Ming's heart was filled with joy. He initially thought that the automatic mode would simply aimlessly shoot at zombies, but it seemed that this weapon control system obviously had its own calculation method. Every bullet fired from the defensive machine guns accurately hit the heads of the zombies. Even when faced with the overwhelming tide of zombies, these machine guns could still achieve perfection through computer calculations. Congratulations, host, for killing a normal infected, reward 5 points. Congratulations, host, for killing a normal infected, reward 5 points. Facing the constant kill notifications ringing in his mind, Su Ming knew he was about to become rich overnight. The continuous gunfire attracted nearby zombies, and soon the area outside Su Ming's house was piled high with zombie corpses. My heavens! This efficiency is truly remarkable. Watching the bodies outside stack up like sandbags, Su Ming chose to lie down directly. Since those zombies kept rushing over the mountain of corpses towards the shelter, he naturally was too lazy to use the flamethrower to burn the bodies. Maybe I should practice my shooting skills instead. After watching for about 10 minutes, Su Ming found everything. Sure enough, fully automatic mode was nowhere near as fun as doing it himself. Currently, there was still a large stockpile of military weapons in the system space, and over time these weapons were likely to be gradually eliminated. Moreover, even if the military weapons in his system space were exhausted, Su Ming could easily exchange for new ones, and therefore Su Ming didn't need to conserve so-called ammunition. However, to prevent someone from sneaking up on him, Su Ming still returned indoors to check the radar display. After confirming that the red dots remained in place and had not moved, Su Ming quietly took out an M4 from the system. However, just as Su Ming intended to practice his shooting skills on these zombies, the system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly chimed in. Ding. Detected that the host has moved from the original position, initiating task now. Hearing the system release a task under such a pretext, Su Ming couldn't help but feel speechless. This system really lacks martial ethics. Task: a new beginning. Task description: the host has now arrived at the most prosperous city center. How could one neglect their training? Please complete 100 squats within 1 hour. This task must be completed within 2 hours. If successful, reward a triple points card for 1 hour. If the task fails, the system space will be reclaimed. Wow, this reward is amazing. Hearing that the reward was a triple points card, Su Ming exclaimed in surprise. He quickly ran to the weapon control system to stop the automatic shooting and then began his task. 10,000 squats. That means he had to squat at least about 3 times per second. Even Fan Ziyuan couldn't complete such a task. But for Su Ming, while the task was challenging, it was not impossible. Huff. Since the task had to be completed within 2 hours, Su Ming had only one chance. After taking a deep breath, he began to squat furiously. 10 minutes passed. 30 minutes passed. 50 minutes passed. At this point, Su Ming felt a burning sensation in his legs, and his speed was clearly beginning to slow down. Keep going. I must hold on. As Su Ming encouraged himself, he gritted his teeth and continued to push through. Finally, with less than 5 seconds left on the countdown, Su Ming completed the remarkable feat of 100 squats. Huff. Finally completed. After finishing the last squat, his legs felt so weak that he dropped directly to the ground. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, a new beginning. Rewards will now be sent. Congratulations, host, for receiving a triple points card for 1 hour. Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Su Ming, lying on the ground, revealed a gratified smile. However, before he could catch his breath, the system's voice rang out again in his mind. Triple points card activated. Remaining time 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Wow. System, you really lack martial ethics. Su Ming never expected that this 1 hour triple points card couldn't be saved. Faced with the countdown in his mind, Su Ming dragged his legs, which were nearly numb, and struggled to crawl towards the weapon control system. System, I truly love you to death. With the triple points card's effect ending, Su Ming collapsed, utterly spent on. One must admit, this system is perversely clever. Su Ming could not fathom why the triple points card could not be saved. To maximize his points, Su Ming first enabled auto mode, then lay prone and fired madly through the walls, firing slit at the zombies below. When the countdown finished, Su Ming finally relaxed. The yield this time was indeed generous. Under the triple points card's blessing, Su Ming's score surged to a staggering 190 points. It was a blend of pain and pleasure. Staring at the ever-rising total in his mind, Su Ming sighed at life's caprice. With 190 points in hand, he first glanced through the items in the point store. After scanning the shop and finding nothing he wished to redeem, he ultimately decided to spend the 190 points upgrading the shelter's weapon systems. The shelter had reached level 4, yet the weapons were disappointing. Of 12 defensive machine guns, only 2 had been upgraded to Gatling guns. After converting the other 10 defensive guns into Gatlings, Su Ming intended to use the remaining 90,000 points to upgrade the 4 Gatlings on the 3rd floor, only to discover the upgrade path forked into 2 distinct branches. The first path led to larger caliber Gatlings with greater ammunition capacity and higher rate of fire. The second transformed them into flamethrowers, yielding a far more terrifying area effect damage mode. You can do it like this. Pondering the 2 divergent upgrade options presented by the weapons control system, Su Ming fell into thought. Caliber may determine raw power, but flamethrowers had their merits when it came to clearing corpses. A flamethrower could reduce remains to ash with ease. According to the control system, these flamethrowers outclassed the ones he had hoarded in both flame temperature and effective range. Forget it. Convert them all to flamethrowers. Thinking of the ever-growing mountain of corpses outside, Su Ming resolved to upgrade the 4 third-floor Gatlings into flamethrowers. After deducting 800 points, the 4 Gatlings on the 3rd floor began upgrading. In less than a minute, 4 tongues of flame burst forth, spearing into the hordes pressing toward the shelter. Under the searing heat, the piled corpses quickly reduced to ash. The battleground on until about 7 in the evening before finally subsiding. After an afternoon of slaughter, the zombies near the shelter were largely exterminated. That group still hasn't. Watching the red dots on the radar remain stationary, Su Ming was puzzled. The shelter was armed with heavy machine guns. Gunfire could be heard from 5 kilometers away. Earlier, Su Ming had even fired a rocket launcher at a nearby statue to lure zombies. Ordinarily, any survivors nearby would have heard the commotion. Why they had not acted yet, Su Ming did not know. For the moment, he could only rely on the radar to assess nearby conditions. To be cautious, Su Ming tagged those red dots on the radar. If the group moved more than 1 kilometer toward his position, the system would trigger an immediate alarm. After sharing a meal with Fan Ziyuan and his daughter, Su Ming spent some time playing blocks with Fan Qingqing. He had assumed the group would take no action that night, but at 11:30 p.m., the radar alarm sounded. They're really coming. Startled, Su Ming checked the radar and saw a small cluster of red dots moving. What puzzled him was that their path contained many yellow dots. Obstacles, perhaps. Yet their speed showed no... This makes no sense. Faced with the radar's display, Su Ming frowned. The city center teemed with high-rise buildings. So many zombies could be on different floors, but Su Ming also knew there were plenty of them on the streets. They couldn't all be Spider-Man, could they? Were they all acrobats vaulting between roofs? I'm curious what sort of devils these people are. Watching the red dots draw nearer, Su Ming extinguished every light in the shelter. Through the high-definition infrared cameras, their silhouettes soon appeared on the screens. So professional. Staring at the images, Su Ming could hardly believe his eyes. The group on the screen wore black tactical uniforms, bulletproof helmets, and night vision goggles, their bodies laden with an array of equipment. Among the gear was a grappling hook launcher. No wonder they could traverse streets choked with zombies. They were swinging between... Yet Su Ming was certain they were not official SWAT. After all, the high-speed armed helicopter he had redeemed was manufactured in Daxia. Even in the apocalypse, it sounded improbable that Daxia's special police would fire rockets at a Daxia military helicopter. The high-speed armed helicopter had only 2 seats and could not carry much in the way of supplies. Even if some had forsaken their beliefs and turned on those they once protected, what justification could there be for firing rocket launchers at an armed helicopter? A sheer waste of ammunition. Unless they possessed a system space like Su Ming, such extravagance would be unthinkable. As the group approached, Su Ming noticed them pause momentarily, stunned by the sight of the shelter. They quickly drew their weapons and advanced cautiously. Shall I give you a little surprise? Seeing the survivors closing in, Su Ming activated the 3rd floor flame. A tongue of flame erupted from the 3rd floor, firing slit the blistering blaze pouring over them. The tactical suits offered some fire resistance, so they did not ignite immediately, but the suits could resist flame. While faced with the roaring fire, those wearing night vision goggles first saw a flash before their bodies were enveloped by searing heat. Help! Run! The agonized cries pierced the still night, and Su Ming promptly shut off the 3rd floor flamethrowers. His intent was not to finish them outright, but to let them become zombies first and deal with them later. Double the points would be... Watching their tortured struggles, Su Ming pulled out an M4 and opened the firing slit. Rat-a-tat-tat. Brother Nan, we've lost contact with Jiming and the others. Upon hearing his subordinates report the man called Brother, Nan arched an eyebrow. It seems they've met a grim fate. Then what do we do now, Brother Nan? What do we do? Faced with his subordinate's question, Brother Nan seemed to have heard the most absurd joke imaginable. What else can we do? Do you honestly intend to go retrieve their corpses? I'm sorry, Brother Nan. Silence. Brother Nan cut off the apologetic subordinate mid-sentence and fixed his gaze upon the map hanging on the wall. Judging by the gunfire, it originated from the activity plaza. If Jiming and all 4 others have gone silent, they must have encountered a formidable adversary. Glancing briefly at the subordinate standing silently beside him, Brother Nan rose and retrieved the sniper rifle. Gather Team 2. Have them join me at the activity plaza to scout the situation. Our men will not die in vain. Yes, sir. Relieved by the order, the subordinate hurried out of the room to summon Team 2. Strange. Why are there so few zombies on the street now? Brother Nan frowned as he surveyed the shambling figures drifting along the asphalt. He knew this area intimately. Every supply run had relied on rappelling gear to enter through windows deliberately, avoiding the dense zombie horde that once choked the ground floor. Yet now nearly 90% of those zombies had vanished. Brother Nan, could yesterday afternoon's gunfire be related? One subordinate ventured a theory, eyeing Brother Nan's furrowed brow. Didn't an armed helicopter fly over at noon yesterday? They landed near the activity plaza. Could they be responsible? Unlikely, Brother Nan shook his head. That helicopter was combat configured, not transport capable. It couldn't possibly carry enough ammunition. Yesterday's gunfire echoed for hours. Even a dedicated transport chopper couldn't sustain that volume of fire. Brother Nan, let's go investigate directly. We may find answers and at least deliver a report to the chief. We have no choice but to proceed. With no alternative left, Brother Nan resolved to lead his men personally to the site. Yet deep within he made a silent vow, if someone truly lurked near the activity plaza and had slain Jiming and the others, he would gladly send them to their end with a single precise shot from his high-precision sniper rifle. Truth be told, Brother Nan had endured a grueling month. A discharged mercenary, he'd spent years working for Blackwater in the United States. After amassing sufficient wealth, he'd returned to Dachau this year with his loyal team, intending to open an outdoor gear store and live quietly until the zombie outbreak shattered that dream. Drawing upon years of battlefield experience, Brother Nan led his men across countless locations, amassing vast quantities of weapons and ammunition. Under his command, numerous survivors soon rallied to his cause. Originally, he planned to evacuate Lingnan City and establish his own sovereign enclave in some remote, uninhabited suburb, until an unexpected rival emerged. This man possessed supernatural abilities. Zombies ignored him entirely. Bullets striking his body were forcibly expelled. Most terrifying of all, he could command the undead at will. At first, Brother Nan intended to eliminate the man outright, but his forces dwindled with every engagement. The cunning foe coated his blades with zombie blood, then directed the undead into suicidal assaults. Driven beyond endurance, Brother Nan lay in wait, aiming for a clean headshot, only to realize too late that the corpse he'd struck was merely a zombie decoy controlled by the man. He had never glimpsed the man's true face. In the end, Brother Nan had no option but to submit and acknowledge the enigmatic figure as his superior. His ammunition was finite. Once exhausted, he would hold no further value. After all, he had no desire to become one of those mindless creatures gnawing hungrily at human skulls. He believed stability was finally within reach, until yesterday's armed helicopter claimed 2 of his men, and the elite reconnaissance squad he dispatched that night vanished without a trace. If he failed to act decisively, word would reach the chief, and he risked being replaced by others. Enough. Let's proceed cautiously and uncover what truly transpired at the activity plaza. Yes, sir. At Brother Nan's command, the group swiftly ascended to the rooftop nearest the activity plaza. Yet upon sighting the sleek modern 3-story villa standing squarely within the plaza, they froze in stunned silence. Brother Nan, wasn't there no villa here before? Indeed, it looks utterly alien amid its surroundings. Peering through his binoculars toward the villa, Brother Nan's brow tightened further. Where had this villa come from? Then in the next instant he spotted movement, figures pacing inside. There are people confronted by this inexplicable structure. Brother Nan felt the very foundations of his worldview tremble. He knew well Dachau's legendary infrastructure prowess, its capacity to erect buildings in a single day. But this was the city center. How could anyone construct such a villa amidst a teeming horde of the undead? Just as Brother Nan prepared to scrutinize the villa further, his gaze abruptly locked onto several charred corpses lying. Recognizing the weapons and gear slung across their blackened forms, Brother Nan instantly confirmed their identities. Confirmed. The corpses are Jiming and his team. Ignoring his subordinates' shocked expressions, Brother Nan calmly unslung his high-precision sniper rifle. Jiming had served under him at Blackwater, a true brother-in-arms bound by life-and-death loyalty. Without question, Brother Nan burned with vengeance for his fallen comrade. Yet as he raised the rifle, a chilling realization struck him: the villa's glass might well resist even his elite-grade rounds. A villa daring enough to rise in the heart of the city would surely boast reinforced non-standard glazing. Xiao Wu, load the rocket launcher and aim straight at the building below. Yes, sir. Obeying instantly, Xiao Wu assembled the rocket launcher with practiced efficiency. Fire at will once aligned. As the missile streaked toward the villa, a cold, mirthless smile flickered across Brother Nan. His strategy was ruthlessly simple: blast a breach in the villa's outer wall, drawing the nearby zombies with the explosion's thunderous roar. Once drawn in, they would flood the interior and devour everyone inside. Boom. The missile trailed a long plume of flame, soaring straight towards the villa. With a deafening explosion, orange flames erupted against the villa's outer wall. Humph, just wait to be devoured by zombies. Seeing this scene, Nangu couldn't help but smirk. No matter how sturdy the outer wall was, it couldn't withstand a missile strike. Nangu even envisioned the gruesome fate of the people inside the villa falling victim to the zombies. But as the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, he widened his eyes in disbelief. This was a missile after all. Even an ordinary armored vehicle would be reduced to scrap metal upon impact. And not only had the outer wall not been breached, but even the plaster had remained intact. Xiao Wu, did you even aim just now? Where did you shoot? Faced with Nan Guest's sudden questioning, Xiao Wu didn't dare to retort. Load another one this time, aim for the ground floor. Yes. With the ammunition-loaded Xiao Wu aimed again at the ground floor's French window and pulled the trigger. This time, Nangu clearly saw through the scope as the missile accurately struck the ground floor's French window, resulting in a violent explosion. However, as the smoke from the explosion settled once more, Nangu found the villa still standing intact. What the hell is this glass made of? Faced with this scene, Nangu couldn't help but curse. He had seen bulletproof glass before, but even the strongest bulletproof glass shouldn't remain unscathed after a missile attack. Nangu, what should we do next? A subordinate's inquiry left Nangu momentarily speechless. Watching as more zombies were drawn in by the sound of the explosion, Nangu could only darkly order a retreat. If even a rocket launcher couldn't break through this villa, there was clearly no need to continue. Nangu, what if the boss asks about? Hearing his subordinate bring up such an inappropriate topic, Nangu's already dark expression deepened further. He shot a fierce glare at the subordinate who spoke, initially wanting to kick him for a lesson. But thinking about his current situation, Nangu restrained his inner anger. Aside from the few brothers he brought back from M country, there was no one left who would truly be loyal to him. The people he had recruited later, while they seemed to follow his commands, Nangu knew they would never betray that mysterious boss who could control the zombies. If the boss asks, just report truthfully. Honestly, I've never encountered such hard walls and glass. I doubt anything other than tank-fired armor-piercing rounds could deal with this. Sighing at this point, Nangu felt a true sense of powerlessness in this villa located at the activity square. However, just as Nangu's group was preparing to retreat, they heard a dull gunshot from behind. Bang! Having participated in numerous battles, Nangu immediately recognized the sound as that of a Barrett sniper rifle. Seeing one of his subordinates' heads completely blown off, Nangu quickly shouted for everyone to take cover. The body with only half a head left fell straight to the ground, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Faced with this scene, Nangu couldn't help but gasp. This was definitely a serious threat. It's known that the Great Xia Kingdom prohibits its citizens from owning weapons. If that last shot had come from a domestically produced sniper rifle, Nangu could have understood. After all, with the zombie outbreak, survivors could find many firearms by searching police stations. However, that gunshot clearly belonged to a Barrett sniper rifle. How on earth did the owner of this villa bring such a weapon into the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom? Retreat. But now was clearly not the time to ponder this question. Nangu just wanted to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. After all, who could guarantee that the villa's owner didn't have a rocket launcher or some other heavy weapon? Under Nangu's leadership, the group managed to escape. However, to ensure timely intelligence, Nangu left 2 subordinates to monitor this mysterious villa. This time he chose to proactively report to that mysterious boss. Boss, a 3-story villa suddenly appeared at the activity square. Not only can this villa withstand a rocket launcher without a scratch, but its occupants also possess Barrett sniper rifles. Looking at the zombie standing before him, Nangu suppressed his inner fear. This mysterious boss always chose to appear before him, using the control of zombies whenever he reported. To be honest, Nangu was genuinely afraid that one day, if he inadvertently angered this boss, he would unleash the zombie. I understand. You don't need to worry about this matter. After a moment of silence, the zombie before him slowly nodded at, "Alright then, I'll take my leave, boss." Seeing that his boss didn't blame him, Nangu felt a sense of relief wash over him. MHM, go ahead. After watching Nangu leave, the zombie returned to its original state, beginning to wander around the room. What a great gift to receive upon my arrival. At this moment, Su Ming was excitedly controlling the mouse to kill. The reason he fired that shot earlier was entirely to thoroughly provoke these people. By then he could use those points to upgrade the I must say, this is indeed the most prosperous area of Lingnan City. The zombie resources are simply inexhaustible, and I believe it won't be long before I can upgrade the shelter again. Once I have a drone, I can launch aerial strikes against them. It seems they indeed have designs on me. Glancing at the radar beside him, Su Ming shook his head helplessly at the 2 unmoving red dots. With the radar, it was as if he had opened the perspective of a deity. He could observe any movement within 5 kilometers. Soon, with a flurry of operations, Su Ming cleared out the zombies attracted by the explosion. As for the 2 red dots on the screen, Su Ming had no intention of touching them. Since they wanted to gather intelligence, let them observe. He definitely wouldn't venture out until he had wiped out this group completely. The strongest weapon they possessed was likely the rocket launcher that had been used against him. As for that missile, it had only caused a mere point of durability damage to his outer wall. After ending the battle, Su Ming stretched comfortably and poured himself a glass of iced Americano. As for the methods of this group, they would probably 9 times out of 10 try to lure zombies to consume his ammunition just like and then he could farm points again. Thinking carefully, this life is truly promising. What the heck, aren't these people going to act? Looking at the 2 little red dots on the radar that were still monitoring him, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. 2 days have already passed, yet these people still showed no intention of taking action. For a moment, Su Ming couldn't help but reminisce about the lovely residents of the Golden Residence Garden. Those people were so proactive. They all knew how to lure zombies to consume their own bullets. But what about this group? Clearly there were plenty of zombie resources nearby, yet they just wouldn't utilize them. The current situation was completely a stalemate, staring at each other. Forget it, I might as well train my mental strength properly. Feeling bored, Su Ming ultimately decided to focus on training his mental strength. He could now easily lift objects weighing up to 10 kilograms. Moreover, with continuous training, Su Ming felt that his mental energy consumption was gradually decreasing. He believed that in the near future he would be able to easily snap the necks of zombies with his mental strength. As night fell, the two little red dots on the radar remained in place. In his boredom, Su Ming also started browsing the point store in the system. What is this? Ever since discovering that the point store updates items regularly, Su Ming would check it from time to time for any updates. This time Su Ming indeed found an item particularly suitable for his current situation. Zombie Bait Bomb. 5,000 points, contains bait that can attract zombies and can spread up to 10 kilometers after use. Wow, this is great. After seeing the introduction of the Zombie Bait Bomb, Su Ming exclaimed. With this item, he wouldn't have to rely on others' strength anymore. He'll definitely exchange for one to try. After deducting 5,000 points, a zombie bait bomb the size of a mortar shell quietly lay in the system space. To Su Ming's surprise, besides this zombie bait bomb, there was also a launching tube for it in his system space. This service is quite comprehensive. After glancing at the radar on the screen and confirming there were no enemies or zombies nearby, Su Ming went to the balcony on the 3rd floor. The use of this launching tube was the same as that of a mortar. After setting it up, Su Ming placed the landing point of the zombie bait bomb 200 meters from the entrance of his shelter. Puff! After placing the bait bomb into the launching tube, with a muffled sound the bait bomb traced a perfect parabola in the air, ultimately landing precisely at the point Su Ming calculated. Looks like tonight is going to be another night of vigilance. The zombie bait bomb did not explode violently like an ordinary mortar shell, but instead it continuously emitted smoke like a large smoke grenade. Seeing this scene, Su Ming quickly returned to his shelter waiting for the arrival of the zombie horde. As time passed second by second, Su Ming soon saw a large number of yellow dots approaching him on the radar. Moreover, judging by the speed of these yellow dots, they were clearly moving much faster than the zombies that had rushed over upon hearing the explosions earlier. Is this thing really that attractive to zombies? Watching the still smoking bait bomb on the surveillance screen, Su Ming felt a bit curious. Logically, zombies cannot resist raw meat the most. Could it be that the smoke smells like raw meat? Of course, while Su Ming was very curious about what the smell outside was really like, he ultimately chose not to open the window. First, he was afraid that the smoke might be harmful to humans. Second, he wasn't a zombie, so how could he possibly enjoy such a smell? Oh no, they're coming. In less than 20 minutes, Su Ming saw a large number of zombies appear on the surveillance screen. Facing the situation before him, Su Ming first placed a cup of iced Americano on the weapon control desk, then skillfully activated all the Gatling guns on the 1st and 2nd floors. I'm about to start. My god, that's way too many. After a night of struggle, Su Ming completely gave up on controlling and chose to let the guns fire automatically. I must say the zombie bait bomb is really incredible. It's as if all the zombies within a 20-mile radius have come running to the scent. Spending these 5,000 points was truly worth it. In just half an hour since the battle began, Su Ming managed to break even. For the remaining 7.5 hours, Su Ming was basically in a situation of guaranteed profit. By the time the sun rose the next day, the radar still showed a large number of zombies heading in his direction. With the zombie bait bomb, Su Ming truly achieved self-sufficiency. Finally, he could actively lure zombies. No, I need to sleep for a bit. Su Ming now felt that he could hardly hold on. It's worth noting that before deploying the zombie bait bomb, Su Ming had undergone extensive mental training. He originally only intended to test the effectiveness of the bait bomb, but unexpectedly, it was like chewing gum. He simply couldn't stop. After replenishing all his weapons and ammunition, Su Ming directly collapsed onto the bed and fell fast asleep. Meanwhile, Brother Nan naturally received intelligence from his subordinates. When he heard that a large number of zombies were surrounding that villa, Brother Nan was actually very pleased. However, his subordinates then informed him that those zombies couldn't break through the villa's firepower blockade. And this morning, when his subordinates told him that the villa continued to fire at the zombies, Brother Nan could no longer sit still. What kind of villa is this? First, it inexplicably appeared in the activity square. Both the walls and the glass are besides these, this villa also possesses powerful firepower. It even shot continuously throughout the night without any signs of stopping. My god, this is simply a fortress. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Brother Nan could hardly believe his ears. Even if the ammunition supply is sufficient, shouldn't they consider the issue of overheated barrels? Could it be? Thinking of this, Brother Nan couldn't help but gasp. If his subordinates hadn't exaggerated anything, then it could only mean that there were at least 20 people hidden in that villa. Only through alternating shooting could they have fought against those terrifying zombies for a whole night. At this rate, the zombies nearby might be cleared out soon. Although he didn't know why these zombies were desperately rushing towards the villa, after thinking for a moment, Brother Nan decided to report this situation to the mysterious boss. Hey boss, I have new information to report to you. It's time to get back to work. Due to the enhancement of Su Ming's body, he no longer needs the typical 7. After sleeping for 4 hours, Su Ming returned to the window. Wow, it's still not over. Looking at the dark horde of corpses outside, Su Ming realized he had been too naive. This was the most bustling area of Lingnan City, with at least hundreds of thousands of zombies gathered within a 20-mile radius. Su Ming glanced at the radar and found that a significant number of yellow dots were still approaching him. Now this is what I call becoming rich overnight. Faced with nearly 500,000 points, Su Ming's hands couldn't. Upgrading to a level 5 shelter only required 1600 points, and given the current situation, it seemed the battle would not completely end until tomorrow morning. Ding ding ding. Just as Su Ming was about to ponder what to eat, his phone, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly chimed with a text message. Su Ming, don't think I don't know that the villa at the activity square is your home. Although I don't know what means you used to move your house here this time, you definitely aren't as lucky as last time. I will definitely avenge that shot from before. Su Ming was taken aback by the contents of the message. The one who knows my name and my villa must be a resident of Jinju Garden. But hadn't I already killed all the residents of Jinju Garden? A shot of vengeance. It seems there were still some fish that slipped through the net that night. However, this person is somewhat of an old... Although he didn't know who sent the message, Su Ming still replied very politely. Although I don't know how you escaped from my pursuit that night, perhaps I forgot to reload my gun, but I am still looking forward to your new round of attacks. After all, I want to see what kind of destruction this rat hiding in the dark can cause. By the way, I still have a lot of supplies and weaponry at home, but I look forward to your visit, you little rat. After sending the polite reply, Su Ming set his phone aside. I really didn't expect to run into an acquaintance. In this zombie-infested world, Su Ming could barely consider it a reunion in a foreign land. To be fair, Su Ming was genuinely looking forward to it. He wondered what kind of surprises this old acquaintance would bring him. Meanwhile, this old acquaintance Su Ming mentioned was staring blankly at the text message he received. If Wei were still alive, he would definitely recognize that the person before him was his former boss Lu Weiguo. However, Lu Weiguo looked much paler than before, and his appearance had also become much younger. It seems Wei and the others must have died at Su Ming's hands. The thought of Wei made Lu Weiguo's heart feel quite calm. Without the betrayal of Wei and the others, he would have never gained the abilities of rejuvenation and controlling zombies. In a sense, Lu Weiguo was somewhat grateful to Wei. However, a traitor is still a traitor. Despite his gratitude, Lu Weiguo never considered sparing Wei and his companions. But now that they were all dead at Su Ming's hands, it could be seen as a form of retribution. Su Ming, I will definitely avenge that shot from back then. Recalling how he had been shot when fleeing the neighborhood, Lu Weiguo's hatred for Su Ming deepened. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of mice immediately caught Lu Weiguo's attention. That's right. I am no longer the same as before. Looking at the mice passing in front of him, an idea suddenly flashed in Lu Weiguo's mind. With the zombies occupying the city, the streets were now filled with mice and cockroaches. These mice and cockroaches were precisely the keys to breaking through Su Ming's defenses. Hee, Su Ming, didn't you say I'm a rat person? Then let the mice and cockroaches be the vanguard to break into your villa. With a thought, Lu Weiguo commanded several nearby zombies to move. Soon 2 mice were presented before him. Hello, little darling. Lu Weiguo picked up one mouse by its tail and bit its paw. Squeak, squeak. Feeling the pain, the mouse struggled desperately, but how could its tiny body break free? Gradually, the mouse ceased to struggle, lying still, as if dead. Facing this scene, Lu Weiguo gently placed it on the ground. Soon the mouse he had bitten opened its eyes once more. Looking at the successfully revived mouse on the ground, Lu Weiguo placed the other mouse in front of it. Upon seeing its kind, the resurrected mouse immediately began to gnaw on its fellow's flesh as if it had found food. Squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak. Lu Weiguo nodded in satisfaction as he watched the mouse he had successfully transformed into a zombie mouse. He tried to control it with his mind, and the next second the zombie mouse that was still gnawing on its kind immediately froze. I truly am a genius. Looking at the zombie mouse he had controlled, a cold smile appeared on Lu Weiguo's face. Soon the other mouse was also infected and became a zombie mouse. Now the plan is already halfway successful. However, Lu Weiguo knew that it would be nearly impossible for these mindless zombie mice to enter the villa on their own. The only way was to rely on his ability to control zombies to manipulate these 2 zombie mice. Lu Weiguo quietly sat on the sofa, focusing on controlling the 2 zombie mice as they crawled towards Su Ming's villa. Although Su Ming possessed powerful firepower and a sturdy villa, he still had no way to deal with creatures like mice. After all, mice could compress their bodies to the extreme to slip through various wall gaps. Since it was a house, there must be all sorts of ventilation ducts. As long as he could control these 2 zombie mice to burrow into the ducts, they could bite Su Ming inside the villa. Once Su Ming was infected, everything would be over. At that point, Lu Weiguo would be able to directly control the zombified Su Ming to open the villa's front door and ultimately obtain all his weapons and supplies. Su Ming, I wonder if you can defend against this move of mine. To ensure the smooth execution of his plan, Lu Weiguo established a visual connection with one of the zombie mice. Thus, the 2 controlled zombie mice continued to crawl towards Su Ming's villa. System, congratulations, host. You have slain a common infected. Reward 5 points. System, congratulations, host. You have slain a common infected rat. Reward 5 points. System, congratulations, host. You have slain a common infected rat. Reward 5 points. System, Great, now I can upgrade all the weapons another round. Su Ming paid no heed to the barrage of kill notifications echoing in his mind, failing to notice that 2 different zombified rats had slipped into the mix. His objective was simple: to amass more points. The group he now faced was not like the residents in the previous neighborhood. They possessed far greater tactical acumen and would not like the Jinju Huayuan residents silently swarm and besiege. Through Su Ming's exertions, he finally eliminated all the zombies lured by the bait grenades. I must admit, these bait grenades are remarkably effective. A grand total of 8,300 points. More than enough even to elevate the shelter to level 6. System, upgrade the weapon systems. Per Su Ming's plan, the 8 defensive machine guns on the first and second floors were upgraded, each converted into a large. To better strike any future mutant zombies, Su Ming chose to install new weapon modules. On the third floor rooftop, he installed 2 anti-aircraft machine guns and an anti-aircraft cannon and added a sniper weapon module. Those 3 additions alone cost him 2,000 points. For the 4 flamethrowers on the third floor exterior wall, Su Ming spent 1,600 points to raise their power and flame temperature by another tier. After all this, the 8 3,000 points he had accumulated dwindled to just 3,100. Yet Su Ming did not hesitate and opened the shelter system in his mind. Upgrade shelter to level 5. System 16,000 points deducted, commencing shelter upgrade. System level 5 shelter upgrade complete. Please designate the drone base location. Responding to the system prompt, Su Ming decided to place the drone base on the open-air balcony of the third floor. System confirm placement of the drone base at this location. Confirm. At his command, a massive silver metal module materialized on the open balcony. As the metal module unfolded, the wooden floor of the balcony was swiftly overlaid by metal. Well, LB, is this what they call a drone base? Faced with the scene before him, Su Ming grew curious about the drone's true appearance. At that moment, the system's prompt, System drone base placement complete. Please confirm the drone control console. For the drone control console's location, Su Ming naturally chose to place it beside the radar system and the weapons control console on the second floor. System confirm placement of the drone control console here. Confirm. After witnessing the console's deployment, Su Ming opened the shelter system icon in his mind. Level 5 shelter. Points required to reach level 6, 32000. Wall durability 50005000. Courtyard gate durability 50005000. Main gate durability 50005000. First floor east outer wall durability 50005000. To Su Ming's surprise, the defenses and durability of the level 4 and level 5 shelters were identical. It turned out his 1600 points had essentially been spent on the drone functionality alone. Still, on reflection, buying air superiority for 1600 points was not a bad bargain. Fine, let's see what kinds of drones there are. Su Ming reluctantly exited the shelter interface and dropped into the seat in front of the drone control console. Following the system's usage instructions, Su Ming reviewed the drone's current status. Drone 1. Level 1 durability 10001000, weapon 7. 62mm machine gun. Ammunition 300,300. Airspeed 80 km/h. Flight altitude 150 m. Flight radius 5 km. Cost 4,000 points to upgrade this drone to level 2. Drone 2. Level 1 durability data truncated. Su Ming blurted, what a ripoff. Seeing the figures on the console, Su Ming was thoroughly disappointed. He currently owned 3 drones in total. Aren't these just ordinary military drones? They were neither fast nor well-armed, merely outfitted with 7 62mm machine guns. Worse, their frames were painfully fragile. According to the system, even the most commonplace pistol could damage a level 1. So his 1600 points had bought these 3 worthless craft. Oh well, upgrade 1 and see. Su Ming no longer held much hope. He had imagined that unlocking the drone system would make him invincible. Now he realized he had been overly optimistic. After deducting 4,000 points, Su Ming glanced at the drone that had been upgraded to level 2. Drone 1. Level 2 durability 2000, weapon 7. 62mm machine gun. Ammunition 600,600. Airspeed 120 km/h. Flight altitude 200 m. Flight radius 5 km. Cost 8,000 points to upgrade to level 3. He sat in stunned silence for a long moment, then muttered a single bemused 6. It had to be said, even after spending 4,000 points to upgrade, the drone remained utterly mediocre. Forget it. I won't pin my hopes on it. Facing the drone, Su Ming sighed. So he had spent 2,000 points and gotten this. It seems such drones could only mow down mindless zombies. If he used them to ambush the new neighbors, a single missile would likely bring them down. Shall I try again? Gazing at his remaining little over 9,000 points, a curious notion surfaced. For some reason, Su Ming felt the next upgrade might bring a pleasant surprise. Fine, let's try it then. After a bout of hesitation, Su Ming pressed the upgrade button on the screen. Drone 1. Level 3 durability 5000, weapon 12. 7mm machine gun and defender missiles. Machine gun ammunition 1000. Decoy grenades 120. Airspeed 200 km/h. Flight altitude 500 m. Flight radius 10 km. Cost 1600 points to upgrade to level 4. That'll have to do. Looking at the hard numbers on the console, Su Ming felt equal parts amused and exasperated. Although the upgraded drone fell short of his expectations, it was serviceable. In a zombie-ravaged world, possessing air superiority was already a considerable advantage. What more could he ask for? Staring at his remaining little over 1,000 points, Su Ming forced a rueful smile, as if returned to square one overnight. This drone system really is a ripoff. He trailed off. Mr. Su, what's wrong? Fan Xuan gazed at Su Ming, whose expression had grown unusually grim, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that Su Ming found the zombies overwhelming? The zombie swarm 2 days prior had indeed left Fan Zhuan deeply shaken. Yet he couldn't fathom why Su Ming, who had always taken exhilarating pleasure in hunting zombies, would now appear unsettled. Nothing serious, just a touchboard. I've come down to play with little Xingxing. In response to Fan Zhuan's concern, Su Ming waved his hand dismissively, then strolled over to Fan Xingxing's side. Little Xingxing, what are you drawing? Su Ming picked up her masterpiece and studied it intently. I'm drawing the zombies outside. Fan Xingxing beamed at Su Ming, eyes alight with eager anticipation, clearly hoping for praise. Oh, I see. So this is a zombie. Staring at the child's artwork, a surreal composition of overlapping amorphous circles, Su Ming struggled to recognize it as a depiction of a zombie. To nurture the child's confidence, Su Ming nodded approvingly. It's quite impressive, but even more lifelike would be splendid. Yet Fan Xingxing pouted, clearly unimpressed by his gentle critique. She thrust her paintbrush toward him and declared, Then Uncle Su, draw one for me. Su Ming was utterly unprepared. Fan Xingxing's bluntness mirrored her father's uncannily. And truth be told, he couldn't draw at all. He'd spent weeks mastering just 4 classical characters. Virtue bears all, with an ink brush. Ahem. Su Ming cleared his throat twice, smiled warmly, and gently deflected the offered brush, pointing instead to a set of building blocks on the nearby table. How about we build something together, Xingxing? He'd hoped the suggestion would divert her attention, but Fan Xingxing remained utterly unmoved. No, I want to watch Uncle Su draw. Undeterred, she extended the brush once more. With no recourse, Su Ming reluctantly accepted it and began sketching on the notepad. Su Ming, I wonder how you'll handle these adorable little creatures this time. Meanwhile, Lu Weiguo stood poised before his latest invention, the zombie cockroach. After Su Ming incinerated his 2 zombie rats with a flamethrower, Lu Weiguo had pivoted to cockroaches, smaller, stealthier, and, most crucially, capable of flight. Compared to rats, cockroaches were far more compact and possessed terrifying aerial agility. With careful deployment, infiltrating Su Ming's villa would be effortless. This time, Lu Weiguo first deployed zombie rats to excavate a subterranean tunnel, then sent the zombie cockroaches crawling through it. Though their mandibles could scarcely pierce human skin, he intended to command them to enter Su Ming's airway while he slept. Even if the attempt failed, the psychological trauma would be profound, and a few well-timed threatening text messages would shatter Su Ming's mental fortitude entirely. At the thought of Su Ming crumbling under the terror of these grotesque pests, a cruel, twisted smile curled across Lu Weiguo's lips. Slowly, he extended his palm, guiding 3 zombie cockroaches onto it. Su Ming, now begins the true hunt. Since Lu Weiguo could only control 3 zombies simultaneously, he'd spent the past 2 days directing zombie rats to dig the tunnel. Now that the passage to Su Ming's villa was complete, the cockroaches' moment had arrived. Under his command, the 3 zombie cockroaches traversed the tunnel and reached the villa's outer wall, only to find no visible crevice through which to slip. I refuse to believe it. There must be ventilation shafts or drainage outlets. Failing to locate a gap in the wall, Lu Weiguo shifted strategy. Even the most impregnable fortress required airflow and waste disposal. So with unwavering resolve, he scoured the rooftop and soon discovered a ventilation duct on the 3rd floor. Excellent. Now all that remains is to crawl inside. Encouraging himself, Lu Weiguo guided the cockroaches into the duct. After navigating countless winding pipes, they finally breached the villa he had long coveted. Though his vision rendered only grayscale, the interior layout filled Lu Weiguo with exhilaration. Now to locate Su Ming. He first verified his floor level by glancing out a window, when suddenly laughter echoed from outside. Uncle Su's drawing is so ugly. Dad, look. Xingxing, no rudeness. Uncle Su. At that name, Lu Weiguo instantly recognized the speaker. Almost certainly, Su Ming himself. Guided by the sound, he steered the cockroaches forward, and there unmistakable was the face he loathed above all others. Su Ming. So it is you. Lu Weiguo maneuvered the cockroaches beneath the television cabinet. His original plan, to wait until Su Ming retired to bed, then send the cockroaches into his airway, shifted upon noticing the little girl beside him. Rather than infect Su Ming directly, he would first infect the girl, inflicting agony upon him. Lu Weiguo sensed Su Ming held deep affection for her. Moreover, a child's delicate skin would yield effortlessly to a cockroach's bite. He burned with anticipation. How would Su Ming react when this innocent girl transformed before his eyes? All right. I should return to my calligraphy practice. Sweet Xingxing, get some rest early too. Once Su Ming ascended to the 2nd floor, Lu Weiguo glanced at the girl's father, busy cooking in the kitchen, and realized the perfect moment had arrived. Under his silent command, the 3 zombie cockroaches began inching steadily toward the little girl. Meanwhile, back on the 2nd floor, Su Ming habitually checked his radar screen, only to spot 3 tiny red dots. Their coordinates placed them squarely within his shelter. Could they be infected birds or other animals? Su Ming remained calm, unfazed by the anomaly. He activated the shelter's detection function, a complementary feature granted with the shelter system that projected real-time images of nearby zombies directly into his mind. The instant he engaged it, a piercing alarm shrieked inside his skull. No way. Stunned, Su Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could process it, the shelter system flashed the intruder's images and precise locations into his consciousness. 3 cockroaches, fully zombified. Damn it. Spotting their location, Su Ming sprinted downstairs, only to hear Fan Xingxing's shrill scream echoing from below as he flung open his door. Huh. I succeeded. Lu Wei was sprang to his feet, exhilarated. Moments ago, the 3 zombie cockroaches he controlled had managed to bite the little girl. Although a second later Su Ming stamped the 3 zombie cockroaches to death, Lu Weiguo's scheme had already borne fruit. All that remained was to wait for Su Ming to make a painful choice. To watch helpless the one he cherished transform into a zombie. Such a sensation filled him with perverse delight. What's wrong? Fan Ziyuan, cooking in the kitchen, heard his daughter's scream and dashed back to the living room at once. Mr. Su. Faced with his crying daughter and Su Ming's ashen face, Fan Ziyuan sounded puzzled. Xiao Xingqing was bitten by cockroaches that turned into zombies. Su Ming's expression darkened. After all this time together, he had come to regard Fan Xingqing almost as family. Now staring at the wound on Fan Xingqing's ankle, where blood was beginning to seep, Su Ming was overcome with guilt. What? Hearing that his daughter had been infected, Fan Ziyuan panicked. He shoved past Su Ming and rushed to his child. Xingqing, let Daddy see. His voice trembled, confronted with the wound. His eyes reddened. Daddy, am I going to become a zombie? Fan Xingqing sobbed as she saw her father's and Su Ming's grim faces. No, you won't. Daddy will clean the wound right now. You'll be all right. Fan Ziyuan scooped up his daughter, ran to the bathroom, and frantically rinsed her ankle under the tap. Su Ming stood frozen, speechless. His momentary laxity had allowed the reanimated cockroaches to slip inside. The steady patter of running water deepened Su Ming's gloom. Of course, point shop. The sudden chaos had left him off guard. He had even forgotten about the point shop. Realizing this, Su Ming hurriedly opened the system's point shop. Medicine to cure infection. I must have it. He flipped through the pages until on the 8th he found the relevant item. Anti-infection drug, 5000 points. A medicine capable of resisting the zombie virus. Once taken, it grants permanent resistance to zombie infection. Must be taken within 1 hour of infection. Redeem. As 5000 points were deducted, a single black capsule materialized in Su Ming's system inventory. Holding the quiet capsule in his palm, Su Ming let out a breath he had been holding. At last, Fan Xingqing might be saved. Mr. Su, I'm sorry about earlier. Fan Ziyuan had regained some composure. He carried Fan Xingqing back into the living room, still pale with worry. It's all right, I understand. Su Ming waved off the apology and offered the capsule to Fan Ziyuan. I have medicine that cures the zombie virus. Really? At the news, a flicker of hope appeared in Fan Ziyuan's previously despairing eyes. It's real. Give this to Xiao Xingqing and she'll be fine. Su Ming trusted anything dispensed by his system. After giving the capsule to Fan Xingqing, and just as Su Ming moved to clear the corpses, his phone buzzed with a message. How is it? Were you surprised? I'm curious whether you'd watch that little girl mutate or simply throw her out. I can't wait. Reading the text, Su Ming finally understood why 3 zombie cockroaches had infiltrated his shelter. It turned out the entire thing had been orchestrated by the sender. Mr. Su, are you all right? Fan Ziyuan, noticing Su Ming's disturbed expression, asked anxiously. Is it the medicine? The medicine is certainly fine. Don't worry. Let Xiao Xingqing sleep and she'll recover. Hearing Su Ming's assurance, Fan Ziyuan finally exhaled. All right, you go soothe her to sleep. I'll check the ducts. Do you need my help? Fan Ziyuan asked. Su Ming shook his head. I can handle it. You should focus on comforting your daughter. She needs her father's presence now. With that said, Su Ming climbed the stairs again. System, activate all shelter detection systems. Detection system. After tonight, he had learned a harsh lesson. It was not only humans who could become zombies. Any animal, any insect, even plants might be transformed. Fortunately, he had not squandered all his points. That saved Fan Xingqing's life. Staring at the message on his phone, Su Ming's gaze grew colder still. Whoever you are will find you. Yet Su Ming knew he was facing someone with supernatural ability. Their power must be the control of the undead, which explained how the reanimated cockroaches had been guided into his refuge. Although Su Ming did not know the person's true identity, he was certain the culprit was among his new neighbors. He did not rush to reply to the taunting message. He planned to record a video and send it once Fan Xingqing woke the next day. He had thought the matter closed, but unexpectedly Fan Xingqing ran a fever that night. Daddy, Uncle Su, I'm so cold. Am I dying? No, Uncle Su won't lie to you. Endure this. Seeing Fan Xingqing's cheeks flushed with fever, Su Ming hurried to comfort her. When the sun rises tomorrow, you'll be all right. Trust Uncle Su, okay? Okay. Fan Xingqing's words trailed off as she slipped into unconsciousness. Mr. Su, does that medicine really work? Faced with Fan Ziyuan's anxiety, Su Ming felt uncertain. He had never used that anti-infection drug himself and did not know its side effects. But he had no other option and had to place his hope in the system. The medicine does work. This is merely a normal drug. In the end, Su Ming chose a compassionate lie to soothe Fan Ziyuan. He'll stay with you tonight to look after Xiao Xingqing. To prevent any mishap, he remained at Fan Ziyuan's side. Now Fan Xingqing's temperature had exceeded what the human body could normally endure. All Su Ming could do was vigilantly monitor her vital signs. Whether she would live or die would depend entirely on Fan Xingqing's fate. To Su Ming's surprise, Fan Xingqing burned with fever for a whole day and night. During this time, neither Fan Ziyuan nor Su Ming had any way to help and could only use a damp towel to keep Fan Xingqing cool. This situation continued until the early hours of the next day when Fan Xingqing's temperature gradually came down. Facing Fan Ziyuan's inquiry, Su Ming couldn't help but shake his head. To be honest, I don't know either, but at least she is still alive, and as long as she is alive, she won't turn into a zombie, right? Looking at the still unconscious Fan Xingqing on the bed, Fan Ziyuan couldn't help but sigh. She is my only hope to survive. I understand. Su Ming nodded in response to Fan Ziyuan's words. After spending so much time together, Su Ming naturally understood that Fan Ziyuan's thoughts were entirely focused on his daughter. He could endure grievances himself, but if anyone tried to harm his daughter, Fan Ziyuan would definitely fight back fiercely. Su Ming. This incident was man-made, right? Fan Ziyuan's words caught Su Ming off guard, but he still nodded. By now he did not intend to hide anything anymore. Once a Special Forces soldier, Fan Ziyuan quickly realized that something was off about this incident after calming down. How could a newly built villa located in an open activity square possibly have zombies or cockroaches appear here? Yes, indeed, there was a fish that slipped through the net from Jinju Garden. He should possess the ability to control zombies and is mingling among our new neighbors. After hearing Su Ming acknowledge that the zombie cockroach incident was indeed man-made, Fan Ziyuan took a deep breath, his gaze firmly fixed on Su Ming. Su Ming, I have a request. Speak up. If my daughter really, please allow me to go out for revenge. Even if it is. Facing Fan Ziyuan's request, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. All right, I agree to your request. Thank you. I will always remember your kindness, Su Ming. After thanking Su Ming, Fan Ziyuan continued to stand by the bed in silence, staring blankly at the unconscious Fan Xingqing. Seeing this scene, Su Ming knew that he couldn't help much now, so he could only take out some food from the system's space and hand it to Fan Ziyuan. Eat something, or your body won't be able to hold up. Okay. Fan Ziyuan numbly took the food handed to him by Su Ming, but merely held it in his hand, while still staring at the unconscious Fan Xingqing on the bed. Sigh. Su Ming had been inquiring within his mind to the system, but this broken system would never respond to him. Apart from issuing tasks and necessary inquiries, the system never answered any of his questions. Just as Su Ming was about to head to the living room for a breather, he suddenly heard Fan Ziyuan's excited voice from behind. Xingqing, how are you? Hearing the voice, Su Ming quickly turned his head and discovered that Fan Xingqing, who had been unconscious, had now opened her eyes. Daddy, Uncle Su, I'm hungry. There is food. Uncle will get it for you right away. Su Ming quickly stopped Fan Ziyuan's hand that was holding food, then turned around to serve a bowl of egg and beef porridge from the kitchen. Old Fan, what you have in your hand isn't suitable for her to eat right now. I'll let her have some porridge first. After handing the porridge to Fan Ziyuan, watching Fan Xingqing swallow the porridge bite by bite, Su Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Fan Xingqing seemed to be fine now. However, Su Ming still found it quite strange as to why Fan Xingqing had such a long fever. Logically speaking, this antibiotic should not cause fever-like symptoms. Forget it, as long as she's fine now, that's good. Su Ming was too lazy to dwell on why the antibiotic made Fan Xingqing feverish. After resting upstairs for a while, when Su Ming walked down again, he could already hear Fan Xingqing's laughter from below. Uncle Su. As soon as Fan Xingqing saw Su Ming's figure, she immediately rushed toward him. Moi. Before Su Ming could react, Fan Xingqing was already in front of him, grabbing his hand and shaking it. Uncle Su, will you play chase with me? Daddy can't catch me, it's no fun. Faced with the adorable Fan Xingqing, Su Ming had only one thought in his mind. What incredible speed. Just a moment ago, he had been over 10 meters away from Fan Xingqing, yet this little girl, not even 6 years old, had appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Moreover, Su Ming could clearly see that Fan Xingqing had run over step by step. Su Ming, my daughter seems a bit different. Fan Ziyuan, panting heavily, came before Su Ming, glancing helplessly at his daughter. Ever since this morning, her speed has suddenly increased a lot. I can't keep up with her at all. Facing Fan Ziyuan's words, Su Ming carefully examined Fan Xingqing in front of him. Could it be that she awakened superpowers because she was bitten by the zombie cockroaches? But that sounds too far-fetched. While having superpowers is a good thing, being infected by cockroaches to gain superpowers always seemed strange to Su Ming. Moreover, Su Ming clearly remembered that the 3 cockroaches were American cockroaches, the kind that can fly. Could it be that Fan Xingqing would grow wings in the future, and then? Just thinking about that scenario gave Su Ming goosebumps all over. He slowly squatted down, carefully checking Fan Xingqing's arms and hands, and after finding no signs of non-human changes, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Su, can you really play with me? Facing Fan Xingqing's request, Su Ming smiled and nodded. All right, I'll play with you, but if you notice any changes in your body in the future, you must tell me and your dad immediately. Okay. Fan Xingqing naturally did not understand the true meaning of Su Ming's words. In her world, she only heard that Su Ming was willing to play with her. As for the rest, she would just agree for now. Uncle Su, come catch me. Watching Fan Xingqing already run to the center of the living room, Su Ming smiled and nodded. Coming. Uncle Su is a bad guy. He doesn't let me win at all. Fan Xingqing sulked on the sofa, stuffing snacks into her mouth to vent her dissatisfaction. It had been a good several dozen times. Each time she barely ran for 2 seconds before being easily caught by Su Ming. Even if the roles were reversed with Su Ming chasing her, it would still be futile. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't touch the hem of Su Ming's clothes. In the end, Fan Xingqing chose to sulk on the sofa while munching on snacks. Haha, old Fan, your daughter can't take a loss. Seeing Fan Xingqing's sulking yet sneaky glances at him, Su Ming couldn't help but tease. She will definitely be able to control her future boyfriend, a look she's still waiting for me to comfort her. After being exposed by Su Ming, Fan Xingqing's face immediately turned red, and she hugged the snacks in front of her and dashed back to her bedroom. Alright, old fan, I'm going upstairs too. Seeing that Fan Xingxing had indeed turned her misfortune into a blessing, Su Ming decided to head upstairs to continue training his spiritual energy. However, before that, Su Ming naturally had to inform that old acquaintance that everything here was fine. The cameras in the room had already recorded the playful moments of Fan Ziyuan and his daughter, and now he needed to edit these moments and send them to that old acquaintance. Thank you for your zombie cockroach. Did you see that little girl's terrifying speed? That's right. She has become a superpowered being, all thanks to you. What? Lu Weiguo looked at the video sent by Su Ming in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. He originally thought his flawless plan was perfect, but now it not only ended up being in vain, but also unexpectedly helped this little girl awaken her superpower. Lu Weiguo watched the video several more times only to find that it was not edited or sped up. The man's movements in the video were at a normal speed. It was indeed the little girl's speed that had increased significantly. Fearing that he wouldn't believe it was real, Su Ming even specifically placed a timer beside him to record. Could it really be a superpower generated by mutation? Regarding the speed exhibited by the little girl in the video, Lu Weiguo was filled with envy. After all, with such speed, he wouldn't have to hide in the dark corner and manipulate zombies to control Nangu and his group from afar. In fact, Lu Weiguo believed that the zombie virus could produce superpowers, as he himself was a beneficiary of the zombie. Although he did not know why he could survive in the mouths of zombies, he indeed gained the ability to control them. Seeing the little girl's terrifying speed in the video, Lu Weiguo suddenly had a bold idea. If turning animals into zombies allows them to bite people and generate superpowers, could he infect all his subordinates to become superpowered beings? From the video, it was evident that the little girl possessed the terrifying speed of a cockroach. If he were to use other animals that turned into zombies to infect his subordinates, wouldn't that create a bunch of superpowered individuals? Of course, Lu Weiguo also knew that becoming a superpowered being was a low-probability event. Therefore, he needed to find more volunteers and make sufficient preparations. Otherwise, if these people became superpowered beings, the first to be eliminated would probably be him. And during this time, besides leaving some people to monitor the villa, have your subordinates help me catch some survivors and animals. Controlling the zombie locked in the house, Lu Weiguo gave Nangu an order from afar. By the way, have your subordinates find something like belts and help me make those explosive collars that can be fitted around the neck. Okay, boss. Nangu was clearly taken aback when he heard about the explosive collars, but seeing the fierce zombie in front of him, he forced down his doubts. Alright, you go ahead. After giving Nangu his orders, Lu Weiguo began using zombies to search for animals hiding in the dark corners of the city. Undoubtedly, this was a great plan. As long as he used explosive collars on the necks of those volunteers, they would have to obey. By then, he would have a team composed of superpowered individuals, and Su Ming's villa would be easily crushed. The more Lu Weiguo thought about it, the more excited he became, quickly finding paper and a pen from the desk in the room. According to his plan, he must maximize the special abilities of these superpowered beings. Besides cockroaches, felines could also be considered. Lingnan Wildlife Park. Just then, Lu Weiguo suddenly remembered that there was a wildlife park in Lingnan City. With the outbreak of zombies, those animals must have also turned into zombies. If he mixed his blood with the blood of those zombie animals, would it be enough to create even more perfect superpowered beings? Without hesitation, Lu Weiguo packed some dry food and headed towards the Lingnan City Wildlife Park. Boss, we have captured more than 30 survivors in the past few days, and they have all been locked in room 302. We have also caught quite a few animals you wanted, and I have already made 10 collars. Please, big brother. I beg you, let me go. Don't be nervous, I'm just going to make you a better version of yourself. Facing the survivors, please, Lu Weiguo controlled the zombie to pick up the explosive collar made from a grenade, and this is an explosive collar. As long as you listen to me, I want detonate the bomb on it. Upon hearing that the collar around his neck could explode, the survivor's pale face turned even paler. However, his body was firmly held by two zombies unable to move, and he could only watch helplessly as the collar was fitted around his neck. Alright, the next process might hurt a little, but as long as you get through this, you will become a better version of yourself. Seeing that the survivor in front of him was so scared that he couldn't move, Lu Weiguo picked up the syringe that was set aside. The syringe contained a scarlet liquid, a mixture of his own blood and the flesh and blood of zombie animals. There was no choice. After such a long time since the outbreak, Lu Weiguo could only take tissues from those animals and grind them into paste to mix with his blood. Since it was his first experiment, Lu Weiguo chose to use tissue from a monkey rather than from a large feline. Monkeys possess strong climbing skills. If the experiment succeeds, scaling walls will definitely not be an issue. Don't worry, you will soon welcome a brand new transformation. After controlling the zombies to inject the mixture into the survivor, Lu Weiguo kept a close eye on the status of this. An hour gradually passed, and the once conscious volunteer was now twitching on the ground. It's alright, it's only been an hour. Upon seeing the experimental subject collapse to the ground, Lu Weiguo did not feel anything was amiss. After all, the little girl in Su Ming's villa took more than 2 days to awaken her superpower. In Lu Weiguo's view, this could very likely be the darkness before dawn. Moreover, since it was an experiment, there was a chance of failure. Besides, what he was doing was a truly great experiment. Once successful, no survivor organization would be able to stop his advance. At that moment, Lu Weiguo's mind was filled with images of him leading a group of superpowered individuals, directly becoming the overlord of this apocalypse. By then, those who would be around him would be the humans bowing beneath his feet. The beautiful women would be embraced in his arms. He Lu Weigua couldn't help but laugh out loud. But when he looked at the volunteer through the zombie's perspective, he found that the person had already turned into a zombie and was slowly getting up. It failed. Then let's move on to the next one. After using the remote to deactivate the explosive collar, Lu Weigua controlled the zombies to remove the collar from the survivor's neck. If Su Ming knew what Lu Weigua was doing at that moment, he would definitely send a text to mock him. It should be noted that Fan Xingqing did not turn into a zombie because she took anti-infection medication. As for awakening superpowers, that was completely an accident. After several days of observation, Su Ming speculated that it was highly likely that the zombie virus, mixed with some genes from cockroaches, had undergone changes in Fan Xingqing's body, which led to her awakening superpowers. Due to Lu Weigua being obsessed with his grand experiment during this time, Su Ming felt extremely bored. Aside from the 4 individuals who were constantly rotating shifts at the shelter, most of his new neighbors remained stationary for the majority of the time. Of course, not long ago, Su Ming had seen many new red dots appear on the radar. Originally thinking that his new neighbors had expanded their strength, he did not understand why several red dots turned yellow. Xingqing, you won't be able to catch me. Today, Uncle Su, I will definitely catch you. Facing Su Ming's disdain, Fan Xingqing's eyes were filled with determination. Ever since Fan Xingqing awakened her superpowers, she would almost daily cling to Su Ming to play a game of tag. Although she never managed to catch Su Ming after a night's rest, Fan Xingqing would wake up the next day, filled with confidence. Moreover, Su Ming also noticed that Fan Xingqing's speed seemed to be getting faster. Although the increase wasn't significant, Su Ming suspected her speed was likely comparable to his own mental strength. As long as she underwent long-term training, she would continuously break through her limits. Currently, the most bored was without any superpowers, he could only helplessly sit on the sofa watching his daughter play energetically with Su Ming. That terrifying speed even made Fan Yuan feel a bit dizzy. I say, you two, can you take a break? My head is spinning. In response to his father's request, the competitive Fan Xingqing immediately transformed into an excited little cotton-padded jacket. Dad, if you're dizzy, you can go back to your room to sleep, or you can read my books. Today I will definitely catch Uncle Su. Fan Yuan looked at Su Ming, his eyes filled with pleading. Old Fan, don't even think about it. Su Ming retorted while dodging Fan Xingqing's pursuit. I will never let you win. Moreover, little Xingqing also doesn't want me to let her win on purpose. Uncle Su is right. Watching the two chase each other wildly in the room, Fan Yuan was left utterly speechless. If this continues, his daughter would almost become Su Ming's daughter. With a helpless sigh, Fan Yuan quietly got up and walked into the bedroom. All right, time's up. Just as he lay down on the bed, Su Ming's voice echoed from outside. Upon hearing Su Ming announce the end, Fan Yuan immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Dad, I want to hear a story. Sure enough, after failing to catch Su Ming, his daughter unleashed all her grievances onto him. Faced with his daughter's pitiful expression, Fan Yuan climbed up from the bed with a mournful face and slowly picked up the storybook placed on the table. Come on, let's continue the story of the little duck once upon a time. Su Ming watched as Fan Yuan gritted his teeth to tell the story in the room, suppressing a laugh as he returned to the second floor. Now he spends half an hour every day accompanying Fan Xingqing to play the game of tag. Rather than saying it's a game, it's more about training Fan Xingqing's superpowers. Moreover, during the game, Su Ming also receives the necessary exercise, making it a win-win situation. He was very Returning to the second floor, Su Ming habitually glanced at the radar, and seeing that the red dots on the screen remained the same, he turned to the study to practice writing. But at that moment, the long silent system issued a task once again. Ding. Detected that the host is currently idle, starting to issue a task. Idle. Hearing this reason, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. It must be said that the system was quite accurate. He was indeed in an idle state. Task: crazy high knees. Task introduction: the host enjoys playing tag with children so much that one must have good physical fitness to keep up. Please complete over 6,000 high knees within 5 minutes. This task must be completed within 1 hour. If successful, the AI system of this system will be activated. If failed, the system space will be reclaimed. What the heck? Is this going to make me fly, eh? Upon seeing the task issued by the system, Su Ming was taken aback. Completing 6,000 high knees in 5 minutes meant he would have to do at least 20 high knees every second. Su Ming was genuinely worried that he might actually fly into the air. But after seeing the rewards for this task, he decided if he unlocked the AI system, he would be able to inquire about things he didn't understand promptly in the future. I'm going for it. After trying a few times, Su Ming took a deep breath and officially started the task. 1 minute. 3 minutes. At this moment, Su Ming was too focused to care about how many high knees he had done. For the sake of the AI system, he just wanted to give it his all. As the 5-minute countdown ended, Su Ming looked at the counter in his mind. 6,947. He had indeed broken through his limits. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, crazy high knees. Now starting to send rewards. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the AI system. When the system's voice reverberated in Su Ming's mind, he noticed a new icon appeared next to the shelter icon. Above the icon, there was a distinct drawing of a robot. With a strong curiosity, he clicked into it, and a sweet female voice echoed in his mind. Hello, I am your AI intelligence system. Xiao Yin, feel free to consult me with any questions. Su Ming never expected that his AI system even had a name set for itself. Why are you called Xiao Yin? Can it be changed? Sorry, my name cannot be modified. Then why are you called Xiao Yin? Because you are one of the few individuals in this apocalypse untouched by the zombie virus, it resembles the line in the lotus seed out of the mud, yet untainted, washed by the clear water, yet not alluring. Su Ming was shocked by Xiao Lian's explanation. This was quite something. Ahem, Xiao Lian, can you help me check a little girl's physical condition? Yes, but my authority is limited to checking the subject's physical condition and providing feedback to you. I do not possess imaging functions such as X-ray vision. Hearing Xiao Lian's explanation, Su Ming was left speechless. What on earth was this? Why did he feel like a creepy uncle in front of this clueless AI? Alright, I will take you to see the person I want to check right away. Although he found Xiao Lian's response rather nonsensical due to his concern for Fan Xingqing's health, Su Ming still headed towards the room of Fan Ziyuan and his daughter. The current subject is in good health, and due to a genetic mutation during the infection, this subject possesses an extraordinary ability for recovery and speed. Upon hearing classmate Xiao Lian announce that Fan Xingqing was indeed not seriously injured, Su Ming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Uncle Su is a big bad guy. Without a doubt, Fan Xingqing was still immersed in her recent defeat. Seeing Fan Xingqing sulking with her lips pouted, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, don't be angry. Uncle Su brought you jelly. Noticing that Fan Xingqing was ignoring him, Su Ming pulled out a bag of jelly from behind. Wow. The moment she saw the jelly, Fan Xingqing's eyes lit up. However, she soon realized that she was still angry and immediately pouted her lips again. If I don't want it. Su Ming had a great fondness for this adorable little girl. He carefully peeled open a jelly and held it out to Fan Xingqing. Here, eat the jelly, and maybe tomorrow you can catch me. Faced with the jelly so close, Fan Xingqing couldn't help but However, in order to maintain her aloof image, Fan Xingqing still wore a sullen face and said, then Uncle Su can't let me win tomorrow. I will definitely win with my own strength. Alright, I won't let you win. Upon hearing Su Ming agree to her condition, Fan Xingqing immediately cupped the jelly with her little hands and began to eat happily. I'm going up first, you can continue telling the story, old Fan. After confirming that Fan Xingqing was indeed fine, Su Ming's anxious heart finally relaxed. Meanwhile, over at Lu Weiguo's side, he was nervously staring at his 37th experimental subject. Hearing the groaning of the experimental subject on the ground, resembling a zombie, Lu Weiguo's face, which was once filled with hope, suddenly turned gloomy. Without a doubt, he had failed once again. Damn it, how could this happen? Lu Weiguo angrily pressed the detonation button on the remote, directly blowing off the head of the 37th experimental subject. A total of 37 experiments, each one ending in failure. Even using zombie cockroaches, Lu Weiguo still could not understand why it led to one failure after another. Now only the 38th subject remained. If this one fails too, he would have to ask his subordinates to help catch survive. Could it be? Because there is too much flesh and blood from these animals. Glancing at his scribbled notes, Lu Weiguo began to analyze the reasons for his failures. He must be able to suppress the zombie virus, otherwise he would have already turned into a mindless corpse that only knows how to So the problem must lie with these animals and the experimental subjects. It is said that different blood types can cause rejection. How could it be an issue with the blood? After all, the zombie cockroaches he controlled had bitten a little girl. After some thought, Lu Weiguo decided to take an opposite. If the flesh and blood of these zombie animals don't work, then why not first turn the living animals into zombies, and then have them bite the experimental subjects? Without hesitation, Lu Weiguo quickly ordered the zombies to catch a cat that was locked in a cage. Looking at the struggling cat in his hands, Lu Weiguo showed no hesitation. He picked up a razor and shaved a spot on the cat, then bit down. Meow. Feeling the pain, the cat thrashed wildly, trying to escape Lu Weiguo's grip. Seeing the blood seeping from the spot he had bitten, Lu Weiguo tossed the cat back onto the ground. The cat was now successfully infected. All he had to do was wait for it to turn into a zombie. As time ticked by, the cat completely transformed into a zombie cat. Lu Weiguo controlled the zombie cat to walk up to him and petted its head. You are my only hope. This time Lu Weiguo did not catch anyone from the room, but instead controlled the zombie cat to end. This 38th survivor had already been fitted with an explosive collar, and now there was only him left in the entire house, so Lu Weiguo found it unnecessary to catch him separately. After controlling the cat to bite the survivor, it was just a matter of waiting. This survivor could be considered the last hope of this experiment. If he failed again, Lu Weiguo would have to send his subordinates to catch survivors. As for using his subordinates for experiments, that was out of the question unless the experiment succeeded. His superpower could at most control 3 zombies, and usually he relied on lies to create fear, which prevented Nangu and his group from acting rashly. However, once they were pushed to their limits, Nangu and his group could leave, and Lu Weiguo couldn't stop them. An hour quickly passed, and the survivor lay on the ground convulsing. Failed again. Seeing this scene, Lu Weiguo let out a disappointed sigh. He wasn't a professional scientist, so he could only— It seemed that this great experiment of his would have to be shelved. Sigh. Let Anan catch me some survivors. Lu Weiguo picked up the remote control on the table. Just as he was about to detonate the explosive collar on the survivor's neck, he heard a tragic scream. Liao. This mournful scream sounded as if it was emitted by both a human and a cat, which was extremely eerie. At the same time, Lu Weiguo noticed that the survivor actually stood up with a leap. Is this a success? Seeing the survivor get up with a leap, Lu Weiguo was overjoyed. After all, zombies wouldn't rise in such a manner. After 38 experiments, Lu Weiguo felt he had finally succeeded. To prevent any accidents, he hurriedly tried to control the survivor with his superpower. Can't control. Upon realizing he couldn't control the survivor at all, Lu Weiguo's heart surged with excitement. I succeeded. Lu Weiguo joyfully stood up from the sofa and quickly controlled the zombie to head towards room 302. Now only the final step remained. As long as he explained the stakes clearly, this survivor would become his most loyal subordinate. However, just as Lu Weiguo was controlling the zombie to push open the door, the scene transmitted back from the zombie's perspective left him momentarily stunned. What is going on? Looking at the transmitted scene, Lu Weiguo was dumbfounded. The survivor's muscles were swelling and a large amount of cat-like fur grew on his bare arms. At the same time, sharp claws sprouted from his hands and he gasped heavily in place. Facing this scene, Lu Weiguo knew he had completely succeeded this time. But just as he was about to control the zombie to give commands from afar, the scene in his mind suddenly went black. What? He actually dares to attack the zombies. Lu Weiguo never expected that the superhuman he had nurtured would be so brutal. In just a second, he effortlessly took down a zombie. A cry echoed through the corridor, a sound that was neither human. At this moment, Nangu was inside the room, continuing to make explosive collars. Hearing the eerie howl from the corridor, he paused his work and looked at his two panicked subordinates. You two go out and see what happened. Yes. Though reluctant, the two subordinates braced themselves and stepped out. However, as soon as they opened the door, they saw a figure standing not far from them. Who are you? One of the subordinates shouted at the figure holding a submachine gun. But in response to the subordinate's question, the figure let out another sharp howl. Open fire. Seeing the situation was not right, the other subordinate shouted loudly and immediately raised his submachine gun, firing wildly at the figure. With the simultaneous gunfire of the two submachine guns, the corridor was suddenly filled with the sound of gunfire. What surprised the two was that in such a narrow corridor, their bullets completely failed to hit the strange figure in front of them. Their actions also thoroughly enraged the figure. As it approached them, they finally got a clear look at its face. The creature was covered in yellow fur with sharp claws and crimson eyes that sent chills down their spines. What on earth is this monster? I have no bullets left. Faced with this scene, the two were frozen in fear, unable to move, with one of them collapsed. Bang! Just as the two despaired, a gunshot suddenly rang out from inside the room. The bullet hit the monster's chest accurately, the immense impact knocking it to the ground. You bunch of useless fools. Nangu, holding a shotgun, burst through the door and glanced at the monster struggling in pain on the ground. Just as he was about to finish it off, he noticed that the monster had a homemade explosive collar around its neck. But in that moment of distraction, the creature leapt up and lunged at Nangu. Nangu was knocked to the ground by the tremendous force. Facing the monster on top of him, he suppressed his inner panic, pushing against the monster's jaw with his arm while reaching for the pistol at his waist. However, the monster had no intention of giving Nangu a chance to draw his gun, extending its claws and piercing through the hand that was trying to reach for the weapon. Feeling the immense pain in his arm, Nangu was thoroughly panicked this time. At this moment, he felt like a lamb facing a tiger with no room for resistance, only to be slaughtered. As for the two subordinates, they had long since taken the chance to flee. Am I going to die, eh? Watching the monster's claws growing larger in his sight, Nangu knew he had no chance of survival. However, vengeful as he was, he chose to take the monster down with him. Let's die together. After pulling the pin from the grenade on his chest, a fierce look filled Nangu's eyes. Boom. With the sound of an explosion, the corridor fell silent again. Is it over? Seeing that there was no movement in the corridor for a long time, Lu Weiguo once again used his ability to control zombies to send one into the corridor where the explosion had occurred. Looking at the wreckage in the corridor and the two motionless corpses, he was about to control the zombie to deal with the bodies. However, in the next second, the furry monster slowly rose again. Faced with this scene, Lu Weiguo could hardly believe his eyes. Thinking of the terrifying actions of the monster, just now Lu Weiguo quickly pressed the detonation button on the remote control. Boom. With the collar around the monster's neck exploding, a large amount of blood sprayed out. But as the smoke from the explosion gradually cleared, Lu Weiguo was astonished to find that the monster was still alive. Even more bizarre was that the wound on its neck was visibly healing. At this moment, Lu Weiguo finally realized the seriousness of the situation. His grand experiment had created a monster, and now the situation had completely spiraled out of control. This time it seems I can only. Knowing that his thoughts were cut off once again, Lu Weiguo understood that he could only lead the monster to Su Ming to resolve, but how to lure it. This monster would slaughter anyone it encountered, be it humans or zombies. At this point, Lu Weiguo could only use zombie cockroaches to observe the monster's behavior. Controlling the zombie cockroaches, he followed the monster's movements, curious about what it would do next. The commotion in the corridor also attracted all the remaining subordinates in the room. The monster, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, slaughtered them mercilessly, leaving them dead in its wake. My God! Faced with this scene, Lu Weiguo was completely at a loss. Now, apart from the two still monitoring Su Ming's villa, he had become utterly powerless. At this moment, Lu Weiguo finally realized how foolish his ideas had been. Seeing the monster continuously searching in the corridor, Lu Weiguo hurriedly controlled a zombie wandering downstairs to make it emit a series of growls towards the upper floor. The zombie's sounds quickly attracted the monster on the third floor. Roaring in anger at the zombie provoking it, the creature jumped straight out of the window. Phew, finally gone. Seeing the monster begin to chase the zombie, he controlled Lu Weiguo quickly directed the zombie to run towards Su Ming's villa. However, how could an ordinary zombie outrun that monster? Not even 200 meters away, the zombie, under Lu Weiguo's control, was pierced through the head by the monster's claws. The situation left Lu Weiguo completely at a loss. He could only once again use zombie cockroaches to observe the situation of the monster below. Seeing that the monster had no intention of leaving, Lu Weiguo's heart sank. After all, if this creature decided to stay here, it would soon starve to death due to a lack of food. But just then the monster seemed to have caught a whiff of something special, suddenly dashing towards Su Ming's villa. Su Ming gazed at the strange figure outside the window, scratching his head. I must say the little creature indeed possessed a rather unique appearance. According to the feedback from the radar, although this thing was covered in hair, it should still be a zombie. Moreover, from its actions, Su Ming also observed the characteristics of a zombie, attacking humans. After this creature arrived near his shelter, Su Ming witnessed it climbing a nearby building barehanded, then throwing down the two people who were monitoring from the rooftop. That's right. It simply tossed those two down from the building. According to zombie behavior, it should have directly devoured the humans upon seeing them, yet this creature just smashed them into a pile of flesh. But if I were to insist that this thing is a zombie, well, that doesn't seem entirely accurate. Before this, Su Ming had never seen a zombie actively attack its own kind. However, this creature directly dealt with the wandering zombies outside the shelter. Strangely, it seemed to know that the zombies' weakness was their heads, and its strikes were clean and precise. Xiaolian, I'm here. Helpless Su Ming could only turn to the AI system in his mind. What is this zombie? It attacking humans is one thing, but it even attacks its own kind. This is a zombie artificially modified, mixed with the blood of a superpower user during its creation, resulting in this zombie mutating and acquiring the abilities of an infected. Upon hearing Xiao Lian's explanation of the monster before him, a thought suddenly flashed through Su Ming's mind. Could it be that the video I sent made that old acquaintance think he could create superpower users? 6. Watching the zombie outside constantly searching for its next target, Su Ming felt somewhat speechless. He silently activated the weapon control system, intending to give this zombie a quick end. However, to his surprise, just as he turned on the Gatling gun, he saw the zombie on the screen hiding behind a nearby destroyed. Xiao Lian, does this creature have intelligence? Yes, host, this zombie retains some intelligence from its past life. Although it has now become a zombie, it possesses all its memories from before. Upon hearing Xiao Lian's explanation, a bold idea suddenly emerged in Su Ming's mind. Since this zombie has memories from its past life, can I make it capture that old acquaintance of mine? This zombie before me is at most worth 20 points, and that's me being generous. But if I could use it to draw out the hidden mastermind that would truly be making the most of it. After all, it's not the thief stealing that worries me, but the thief's plotting. With such an old acquaintance lurking in the shadows, Su Ming still felt somewhat uneasy. Having figured this out, Su Ming stood up and walked to the window, picking up the loudspeaker hanging on the wall. Hey there, brother. I know you were turned into a zombie by someone. So your main task right now should be to eliminate that person. Am I right? Hearing the voice coming from the direction of the shelter, the zombie cautiously poked its head out. But within less than a second, seeing its cautious demeanor, Su Ming couldn't help but feel speechless. I have to admit, my old acquaintance truly is a... Don't worry, I won't attack you. Not knowing what to say to reassure the zombie, Su Ming felt a bit at a loss. However, to show his sincerity, Su Ming still retracted the exposed Gatling gun on the shelter wall. Alright, see, I've put the gun away, you can come out safely now. Upon hearing Su Ming's shout, the zombie poked its head out again. After confirming that the gun barrel on the outer wall had been retracted, it slowly walked out from behind the statue. I can't help you much, but I believe that revenge should be something you accomplish yourself. Roar. In response to Su Ming's words, the zombie let out another howl, and then sprinted off into the distance. Watching its retreating figure, Su Ming also picked up his phone. You really are talented. How did you come up with the idea of using yourself to create superpower users? Could it really be because of that video I sent you? You actually believe you can create superpower users? This is truly Su Ming's fingers danced across the screen. Without a doubt, this was a perfect opportunity for mockery. As one message after another was sent out, Lu Weiguo's phone was buzzing incessantly. Damn, this Su Ming. Seeing the screen filled with mocking messages, Lu Weiguo's face turned green with anger. Undoubtedly, Su Ming was openly provoking him. Yet what could he do at this point? He had already become the laughingstock of Su Ming, but fortunately Su Ming did not know. Fine. Su Ming, you just keep being proud. Lu Weiguo ignored Su Ming's provocation and began rummaging through the supplies. This place was no longer safe, the only thing he could do was run. As long as he reached a safe location, he could once again use his ability to control zombies to manipulate new survivors to work for him. But just then Lu Weiguo suddenly heard the sound of footsteps coming from the hallway. How could it be so fast? Facing the footsteps in the hallway, Lu Weiguo immediately guessed that it was likely the monster he created. Didn't it go to find... How could it? Ding ding ding. Just then Lu Weiguo's phone suddenly chimed with a message notification. Bang. Before Lu Weiguo could react, the tightly shut door was kicked open from the outside. Seeing the monster appear before him, Lu Weiguo hurriedly tried to grab the gun beside him, but the next second, he was kicked away. Ding ding ding. Lying on the ground, Lu Weiguo heard another message notification in his ears, but before he could react, he felt his vision spinning wildly. Then, Lu Weiguo saw his own headless body spewing blood. And his phone, which continued to ring with message notifications. Since the last zombie left, Su Ming had not seen it again. However, it could be confirmed that his old acquaintance had been eliminated. After all, Su Ming clearly saw through the radar that the little red, which had been hiding in place, was directly taken out by a small yellow dot. To ensure everything was foolproof, Su Ming had called that number several times. Without exception, each time was met, well, it seems that the upcoming days are going to be boring again. Su Ming looked at the few scattered yellow dots on the screen and couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Now he had less than 10,000 points left, and the surrounding zombies had almost been cleared out. Even using zombie bait bombs, it was unlikely to attract many zombies. Do I have to move again? Looking at the high-speed armed helicopter in the system's space, Su Ming felt a headache. This helicopter had no issues elsewhere, but the problem was that the bait bombs were used up. Without bait bombs, Su Ming was certainly unwilling to fly it to relocate. After all, helicopters are not like fighter jets who, once under attack, the chances of survival for the pilot are virtually negligible. Su Ming also checked the points needed in the points mall for bait bombs. However, the result shocked Su Ming. To fully replenish the bait bombs, a total of 6,000 points was required. Naturally, such a price was hard for Su Ming to accept. One should know that a brand new high-speed armed helicopter only costs 8,000 points. Moreover, replenishing bait bombs required him to leave the shelter and do it manually, which undoubtedly increased the danger. Isn't this messing with people's minds? Just then a spark of inspiration suddenly flashed in Su Ming's mind. Don't I still have the drone? If he could use the drone to attract the zombies, it might not be impossible. This time Su Ming didn't have too many demands. He just hoped to accumulate enough points to exchange for an armed helicopter and leave this place. As the one drone slowly took off from the helipad, Su Ming first practiced above the shelter until he was familiar with the controls, then maneuvered the drone towards the distance. There was no choice. This drone was all of Su Ming's hope. The drone flew towards its maximum cruising range of 10 kilometers, but to Su Ming's surprise, after flying less than 7 kilometers, he saw the nearby streets filled with wandering zombies. Do zombies migrate too? Facing the images transmitted by the drone, Su Ming couldn't help but feel. As the image slowly rotated, Su Ming was unexpectedly surprised to see that among these wandering zombies there were several towering giant zombies. Let's deal with this wave first. Although Su Ming didn't understand the current situation, he decided to lure this part of the zombies over first. After pressing the fire button, the machine gun on the drone unleashed a burst of gunfire towards the horde below, instantly killing several unfortunate zombies with headshots. Congratulations to the host for killing a common infected. Reward 5 points. Congratulations. Faced with the kill notification echoing in his mind, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh helplessly. This drone was good at everything except its accuracy was too poor. That burst of bullets just now only managed to kill. Hearing the gunfire, the zombies immediately turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, especially those giant zombies who even roared angrily towards the direction of the drone. Hey, you dare to shout. Su Ming quickly fired a burst at the loudest giant zombie, then directly piloted the drone to slowly fly back towards the shelter. Roar. The giant zombie that had taken a burst of bullets roared, waving its arms and sprinting towards the direction where the drone was leaving. Under the leadership of this giant zombie, the wandering zombies on the street seemed to have heard its command, each one following in its footsteps and rushing forward. Wow, these zombies actually have a leader. Seeing the images returned by the drone, Su Ming was greatly shocked. Originally thinking that these ordinary zombies were just mindless flesh eaters, it now appeared he was mistaken. These zombies showed absolute obedience when faced with more powerful zombies. Alright, it's time to use the shelter's defensive machine guns to finish this. Seeing the drone bring back so many zombies on its first mission, Su Ming was also extremely excited. Finally, this is the real function of the drone. After landing the drone on the helipad and descending into the base, Su Ming directly activated the automatic targeting function of the weapon control system. Under the powerful firepower, these zombies were quickly eliminated. That's over 20,000 points. Seeing that he had actually earned over 20,000 points this time, Su Ming was filled with fighting spirit. After checking that there were no zombies around his shelter, Su Ming opened the drone control panel again. Whoa. Thus Su Ming busied himself back and forth until night, even directly canceling his gaming time with Fan Qingqing. There was no choice. The feeling of grinding points was just too exhilarating. Now only 2 directions remained to be cleared. Looking at his points soaring to 16000 in his mind, Su Ming's lips curled into a satisfied smile. All along he had misunderstood the usage of the drone. Originally thinking that the drone's role was to attack those survivors who plotted against his shelter, Su Ming had always been quite dissatisfied with it. After all, this thing was just too fragile. However, from the drone's performance today, Su Ming realized he was gravely. This is the real use of the drone. I should also think about what to eat. After a busy day, Su Ming couldn't help but stretch and thought about what to have for dinner. But just at that moment, a plane symbol appeared on the radar screen in front of him. There's actually a plane now. Faced with this unknown aircraft, Su Ming hurriedly activated the shelter's anti-aircraft cannons and control machine guns, while also extinguishing all the lights in the shelter. Watching the aircraft on the radar screen getting closer and closer, Su Ming felt a twinge of anxiety. At this time, those who could take flights must be some extraordinary figures. Damn, it really did descend. Su Ming watched the helicopter slowly land near his shelter, his lips twitched. Truly the very thing he feared had materialized. As several figures emerged from the helicopter, Su Ming's expression darkened further. According to surveillance footage, the five wore sleek black combat suits reinforced with exoskeletal armor resembling metallic skeletal frameworks. They carried futuristic assault rifles and wore advanced headgear akin to high-end night vision systems. Cross-referencing through his neural AI interface, Su Ming confirmed that neither the helicopter nor their equipment belonged to any known nation-state. These five individuals therefore answered to an organization operating entirely outside national jurisdiction. Well now, their origins are anything but ordinary. Clearly searching for something, they swept mysterious scanning devices repeatedly through the surrounding air. Soon as if detecting a trace, they began advancing deliberately toward the shelter. Oh come on, do I really have to be this unlucky? Watching them draw ever closer, Su Ming knew inaction would condemn him to perpetual peril. Yet he remained baffled. What about his shelter could possibly interest them? It seems hiding is no longer an option. This time I won't cower inside the shelter, not until I uncover the truth. Though he could easily eliminate them using the shelter's arsenal, extracting intelligence demanded direct confrontation. Xiao Lian, can you determine whether these five possess superhuman abilities? Master, none of the five outside your shelter exhibit paranormal capabilities, but their physical conditioning matches elite special forces operatives. Good. Then I'm at ease. Hearing Xiao Lian's assessment, Su Ming exhaled softly. Elite special forces. Hardly a concern. After all, Fan Ziyuan, residing within the shelter, was himself such an operative. Yet during playful chases with Fan Xingqing, he'd often retreat to sleep, utterly unable to track their movements. Nonetheless, for strategic certainty, Su Ming opted for a diversionary strike using the shelter's weaponry. Radar data revealed 2 additional heat signatures aboard the helicopter, the pilots. Fine then, you'll serve as my first distraction. Su Ming activated the weapons console, deploying the second-floor Gatling gun. After programming its target and firing sequence, he donned tactical gear and strode to the third-floor balcony door. BRRRT. Precisely on cue, the Gatling gun unleashed torrents of fire toward the helicopter. Under such withering barrage, the aircraft disintegrated into perforated wreckage. Boom! At the explosion's thunderous echo, Su Ming wrenched open the balcony door and surged outward. Veiled by night's embrace, he descended like a phantom to ground level. ZZZT. Seizing the moment of their unpreparedness, he stunned one operative instantly with his electrified baton. Before the remaining 4 could react, Su Ming vanished, leaving only their unconscious comrades sprawled motionless. Their leader swiftly sensed something deeply amiss. At his sharp command, the quartet instantly formed a tight back-to-back defensive formation. Impressive, remarkably composed under pressure. From his concealed vantage, Su Ming withdrew a flashbang grenade from his system space, pulled its pin, and hurled it squarely toward the group. Clink clink. Hearing the metallic clatter upon impact, one operative instinctively glanced downward. Crockum. The detonation seared their vision with blinding agony. A soul-rattling tinnitus instantly paralyzed their capacity to resist. Pop-a-pop. Pop-a-pop. Blind and deafened, they fired wildly into the void. Before their senses could recover, Su Ming, moving at blurring speed, rendered all 4 unconscious. Mission accomplished. He swung open the shelter's garage bay, retrieved a jeep from his system space, then deposited all 5 captives inside the cavernous chamber. Facing his prisoners, Su Ming began stripping their gear, only to freeze upon removing the first man's helmet and face mask. Golden hair, emerald eyes, a foreigner. What the hell? Removing the others' masks confirmed it, all 4 were foreigners too. So, is this zombie outbreak a foreign conspiracy? This revelation stirred suspicion. Perhaps the entire crisis was engineered against Daxia. Yet if so, why were their equipment origins untraceable? Stranger still, each suit bore an enigmatic. The emblem resembled a stylized fruit, like an apple, but whole, not bitten. Coiled around its circumference was. Su Ming inspected their gear closely. Both the exoskeletal frames and the futuristic rifles bore the identical. An Aplean Serpent variant of Umbrella Corporation. The symbol remained utterly inscrutable. His sole recourse now was to revive them and extract answers one way or another. Securing the 5, Su Ming summoned Fan Ziyuan from the house. Interrogation demanded a classic good cop back. As Fan Ziyuan entered puzzled, Su Ming recounted everything he'd uncovered. All right, Mr. Su, just tell me what you need me to do. No need to fret. You play the benevolent one. I'll handle the persuasion. With a chilling smile, Su Ming produced an array of implements from his system space, laying them out before the captives. He even jury-rigged a crude iron bar stool from household furniture. His palpable enthusiasm left Fan Ziyuan wondering, had Su Ming harbored such proclivities all along? All right, old Fan, you're up. As the voice of reason. Fully prepared, Su Ming seized a bucket of ice water and doused the unconscious operatives without hesitation. What the hell? God, where am I? Damn it. As a bucket of ice water was poured down, the 5 individuals were forcibly awakened. They continuously cursed with a barrage of foul language, but soon they became aware of their current situation. Cough, cough. Su Ming lightly coughed twice, casting a sly smile towards the 5. From the garbage talk they had just blurted out, Su Ming could tell it was English. Gentlemen, I have a chance for you to live, which is to answer my questions. Seeing that this person before them could speak English fluently, the 5 immediately fell silent. Truly the trained warriors, I'm starting to admire you a little. Su Ming was not surprised by the reaction of the 5. But at the same time he would not show any mercy. He picked up a screwdriver in front of him and directly plunged it into Oh, damn. FK. Seeing the person in front of him scream in pain, Su Ming still wore a trace of elegant smile. As a warrior, isn't it inappropriate to scream like this over such minor pain? As Su Ming spoke, he kept twisting the screwdriver in his hand, causing the other four to shiver in fear. You really aren't screaming anymore. Noticing that the person actually stopped shouting, Su Ming quietly withdrew the Not bad, not bad. While expressing his admiration, Su Ming poured a bottle of potion onto that person's wound. This was a hemostatic medicine that Su Ming exchanged for 5 points, and its effect was remarkably good. In less than 3 seconds, the wound that had been bleeding profusely immediately scabbed over. Alright, let's proceed to the person who had been tortured saw Su Ming stop, and just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he immediately shouted, Why are you only torturing me? That's a good point. Faced with the person's protest, Su Ming nodded in agreement, but the next second, he directly picked up a red-hot iron and thrust it against the inner thigh of that person. FK, do you dare to protest now? As Su Ming twisted the iron in his hand, he muttered, I'll give you something to complain about. Under the tremendous pain, the man quickly fainted. However, Su Ming did not intend to let him off, but instead poured another bucket of cold water over him. Oh, I said everything. Awakened again by the cold water, the man completely lost the will to be Seeing that the man before him was willing to confess, Su Ming said to Fan Ziyuan, you take him to the living room for interrogation, and I'll continue to ask the next one. Okay. Fan Ziyuan knew that Su Ming was doing this to prevent them from colluding. The four watched helplessly as their companion was taken away, and one of them wanted to say something, but was stopped by a nearby comrade. Oh, it seems this warrior has something to say. Su Ming smiled at the person who wanted to speak, quietly picking up the red-hot iron. Why don't you tell me? I'm a bit curious about what you want to say. Faced with Su Ming holding the iron, that person was trying to come up with an excuse to get out of it, but the next second, he felt a sharp pain in his thigh. Oh, whatever you thought of, just say it. Why hesitate? Now I'm not interested anymore. Wait a bit. Su Ming let out a helpless sigh, and then walked towards the person who had just stopped him from speaking. Please don't. Seeing the weakling before him, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. Alright, I will definitely not do that to you. Then Su Ming raised his foot and kicked him unconscious. Then he turned his gaze to the remaining 2. Thus, Su Ming was responsible for torturing the remaining 4 in the garage, while Fan Ziyuan focused on interrogating. After a busy night, the 2 finally clarified the origins of these 5. This was an organization called Eden, which appeared in Country M a month after the zombie outbreak. According to them, this zombie outbreak was orchestrated by the Eden organization with the purpose of reselecting humanity. Eden. It is indeed quite illustrative. Looking at the emblem embroidered on their combat suits, Su Ming couldn't help but admire that the design was indeed quite meaningful. It was the apple that the serpent tempted Adam and Eve to eat, and now the apple was intact, yet Adam and Eve were nowhere. My goodness, it seems this organization wants to turn all humanity into walking corpses. Mr. Suichi. At this moment, Fan Ziyuan was also somewhat worried, for these 5 were merely the lowest tier soldiers in the entire Eden organization. After working for an hour, he hadn't obtained any useful intelligence. The purpose of these 5 coming here was to search for survivors and train them to become soldiers like them. As for why they did this, as the lowest tier soldiers, they received mission information through the computer each time, and if there were no missions, they would obediently stay in the base not far from here. What can we do? We have to move. In response to Fan Ziyuan's question, Su Ming shrugged helplessly. That helicopter outside must have a tracking system. Although they are just cannon fodder, we should still move first just in case. Regarding the Eden organization that had emerged, Su Ming chose to face it cautiously. He increasingly felt that this Eden was akin to the Umbrella Corporation in the Resident Evil movie. However, Su Ming was very curious, since the zombies burst forth in a deploying manner. How did this Eden organization bypass the military of various countries? After all, this is not a scene from a movie. The armies of various countries are not to be trifled with. Deploying so many zombies to various countries on Blue Star is an exceptionally difficult task. Mr. So I'll take care of those 5 people in the garage first. When Fan Ziyuan voluntarily offered to deal with the 5, Su Ming quickly refused. Old Fan, you have a daughter, it's not suitable for you to kill. Just clean up this place, I'll handle it. After all, each person is worth 5 points. Moreover, Su Ming also planned to earn double points, so he naturally had to handle it personally. As for the Eden organization, Su Ming decided to give up on researching how they managed it. Currently, his own strength was not powerful enough, and even if he knew, it would probably be of no use. Rather than getting tangled up with the Eden organization, he might as well find another place to earn points. Mr. Su, where shall we go next? Into Donghai City, I suppose. In response to Fan Ziyuan's question, Su Ming pondered for a moment and ultimately decided on Donghai City, which is not far from Lingnan City. This is also a city with a large population. Unlike Lingnan City, the high population of Donghai City is due to the influx of many migrant workers. This place has various factories, undoubtedly gathering a large number of zombies. And are you going there to hunt zombies, Mr.? Upon hearing that, Mr. Su's destination was Donghai City, Fan Ziyuan guessed Su Ming's intention. And of course, I'm going there to hunt zombies. Mr. Su, should we find a place to hide? NSU Ming naturally sensed Fan Ziyuan. After all, upon learning about the terrifying organization known as Eden, anyone would instinctively think of hiding. Old Fan, hiding won't solve the problem. How can you guarantee that we won't be found in the end? Su Ming knew this reason would not convince Fan Ziyuan, but he still earnestly spun a tale. Actually, my company specializes in biotechnology, which is also why I possess the antidote. To gain superpowers, one must break through oneself in adversity. There is a laboratory on the third floor of my shelter where I am researching a drug to unlock the genetic locks within us, and during this process, I must relieve stress by hunting zombies. Su Ming's words left Fan Ziyuan speechless. In relieving stress by hunting zombies. Such nonsense could hardly fool even a 3-year-old. However, for Fan Ziyuan, there were no options left. Ni's daughter was now a superpowered individual, and the future might very well be a world of superhumans. Moreover, he could feel that Su Ming genuinely cared for his daughter. And alright, I will help you gain superpowers as quickly as possible. Seeing Fan Ziyuan silent, Su Ming thought he was contemplating the matter of superpowers and quickly reassured him, I just need to continue my research and I will achieve a breakthrough soon. Okay, then I will trouble you, Mr. Su. At this point, Fan Ziyuan no longer said much. And he was still an ordinary person and could no longer protect his daughter. Based on his understanding of Su Ming, as long as Su Ming promised something, he would definitely keep his word. And no worries, as long as we can kill zombies, the drugs will eventually be developed. In response to Fan Ziyuan's gratitude, Su Ming felt little. And after all, for him, as long as he had points, he could exchange for potions in the point store. If it weren't for the point store not refreshing higher-level potions, Su Ming would have likely given Fan Ziyuan the serum he had previously used. As for the so-called Eden organization, Su Ming knew that as long as he upgraded the shelter to level 6 quickly, he would possess the ability to contend with them. According to the system's description, a level 6 shelter is a watershed. It has a larger land area and multiple buildings resembling a military base from a sci-fi movie. Not only does it have independent turrets, but it also possesses combat robots. And moreover, the most important aspect is that a level 6 shelter can directly unlock an escape plane. According to the system's introduction, this plane not only has the most advanced stealth capabilities and a maximum speed of 10 Mach, and moreover it is equipped with a protective shield. Although it can only last for 3 minutes, within those 3 minutes, unless using massive weapons like mushroom bombs, no missile can penetrate the shield. So as long as he has enough points, Su Ming would certainly not fear that so-called Eden organization. Ding ding ding. While Su Ming was focused on piloting the helicopter, the onboard reconnaissance radar suddenly emitted a sound. Looking at the light spots appearing on the screen, Su Ming couldn't help but frown. And according to the radar, these light spots were not planes or helicopters, but animals resembling birds. However, Su Ming also realized that these were likely flying zombies. Old fan, keep an eye on Xiao Xingqing, we might have to face zombies soon. Zombies. And upon hearing Su Ming's words, Fan Ziyuan thought Su Ming was going to engage with the wandering zombies on the ground. But soon he discovered that Su Ming had not lowered the height of the helicopter. Yes, flying zombies. And after activating the fire control radar, Su Ming flew towards the direction of... Originally, he planned to avoid these light spots, but then thought that it might not be a bad idea to witness flying zombies now. As he got closer, Su Ming quickly discovered the true appearance of those light spots on the radar. And indeed, they were a group of flying zombies, but their appearance disappointed Su Ming greatly. Initially thinking that these flying zombies would be similar to those in movies, he found that what lay before him was merely a group of bird-like humans. Their arms had somehow transformed into bird wings while the rest of their bodies still resembled humans. And goodness, it's the Cloud Monarch. Looking at the bird-like humans before him, Su Ming immediately recalled the hero from a game who could walk through walls. And then Su Ming pressed the machine gun button. Da-da-da, da-da-da. And congratulations, host, for killing a flying infected, reward 10 points. And congratulations. And faced with the kill notification resounding in his mind, Su Ming felt no surprise. And these creatures were certainly not powerful zombies, and getting 10 points was already quite good. However, Su Ming couldn't shake the feeling that these zombies were somewhat similar to the monster he had encountered last time. It was as if they were a shoddy imitation. It seems that besides that familiar big brain, there were indeed others choosing to modify zombies. And forget it. This is just too boring. After cleaning up the group of bird zombies in the air, Su Ming was just about to continue flying towards Donghai City when he saw a figure soaring up from the ground. And watching that figure rush directly towards him, Su Ming felt utterly speechless. The machine gun unleashed a barrage of fire, shredding the figure into several pieces. And congratulations, host, for killing the flying infected king, reward 15 points. This thing actually dares to call itself a king. And facing the kill notification in his mind, Su Ming was momentarily incredulous. Ding ding ding. And before Su Ming could continue his complaints, he heard the missile proximity alarm blaring. And what the heck, more are coming. Su Ming quickly deployed a decoy and avoided the explosion. And looking at the building below and the person on the rooftop launching missiles at him, Su Ming suddenly seemed to understand something. It seems everything was just as he had guessed. Those bird zombies were all artificial. And below was the factory that produced. Although Su Ming did not know how they manufactured such bird zombies, he was certain that modifying zombies required the use of living people. However, at this moment, Su Ming was too lazy to continue entangling with them and directly fired a missile at the building below. And congratulations. And regarding the kill notification ringing in his mind, Su Ming was also too lazy to pay it any mind. And the urgent matter at hand was to reach Donghai City and continue killing zombies to earn points. The building below was clearly just a factory built in the suburbs, and there was no need to linger here. And however, Su Ming indeed did not expect that many clever ones would choose to play with zombie modifications. Time to wrap it up. Su Ming piloted the helicopter away grandly, leaving only the building still burning. Nearby the building there lay half a human corpse, and the clothing of the corpse bore a striking emblem of a snake wrap. This is the place where we will live in the future. Fang Xingqing blinked her adorable big eyes, looking at Su Ming with a naive expression. Uncle Su, why are we moving? Because Uncle Su likes to travel. In response to Su Ming's answer, Fang Xingqing, this place is too remote. There isn't even a building taller than 10 stories. Faced with Fang Xingqing's complaint, Su Ming was left speechless. Perhaps to this little one the absence of skyscrapers represented a lack of prosperity here. Alright, Xingqing, hurry up and go. Familiar with Su Ming's habits, Fang Ziyuan naturally knew that he would soon lure the zombies over to deal with them. To prevent his daughter from witnessing this, Fang Ziyuan carried her to the bedroom. Okay, I'll head upstairs first. Su Ming greeted Fang Ziyuan and headed straight to the second floor. The reason for choosing this location for the shelter was simply because it was the area with the highest concentration of factories in Donghai City. Although this was a factory area, Su Ming knew that there were at least hundreds of thousands of workers here. It indeed looks like there are no survivors here. After turning on the radar, Su Ming saw a multitude of small yellow dots on the screen, and he couldn't help but nod. However, what puzzled Su Ming was that although these yellow dots were numerous, they were distributed in a very orderly manner, as if they were all inside buildings. Forget it, let's just use the zombie bait bomb directly. Su Ming was too lazy to ponder what had happened here. Since this was a factory area, it was normal for the zombies to be present. After launching the zombie bait bomb, Su Ming activated all the weapons in the shelter, waiting for the zombie horde to arrive. Why isn't there any response? As time passed, Su Ming noticed that the small yellow dots on the radar showed no signs of forget it, let's use the drone to see what's going on. With no other choice, Su Ming opted to utilize the drone for a closer look. As the drone flew toward the factory area, Su Ming discovered that all the factories nearby were tightly shut and devoid of any personnel. This is unscientific. Su Ming glanced at the small yellow dots on the radar screen, and then at the footage from the drone. Could it be that these zombies were trapped inside the factories? But if that were the case, how did they get in? Su Ming was completely baffled by what was happening before him. Holding on to a sense of experimentation, Su Ming used the drone to fire a missile at the largest factory. Boom. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, an unexpected event occurred. The missile had successfully created a hole in the wall, and before he could see what was inside, the damaged wall was directly smashed open by a tremendous force. What the hell? No way. Countless zombies crawled out from the breached wall, then began to rush towards his shelter. What surprised Su Ming even more was that these zombies were not the ordinary ones he was accustomed to in Lingnan City, but rather more robust, mutated zombies. Although they did not reach the exaggerated height of giant zombies, their speed was much faster than that of the giant infected ones. Wow. Are all the zombies here mutated? Faced with the footage returned by the drone, Su Ming was completely dumbfounded. No wonder the zombie bait bomb had no effect. It turned out these zombies were trapped in the factory. So am I actually breaking into a den of thieves? Su Ming maneuvered the drone to circle around, but found no guard. In other words, had he stumbled into the very heart of Eden by sheer accident? As for why he thought it was the heart of Eden, it was because apart from the Eden organization, Su Ming had no idea if there were any other groups researching zombies. Congratulations, host, for killing the muscular infected. Reward 10 points. Congratulations. Just as Su Ming was controlling the drone to survey the area, the group of mutated zombies he had released earlier had already arrived at the shelter. Hearing the kill notification in his mind, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a bit excited. As long as he upgraded his shelter to level 6, even facing the siege from Eden, he could retreat unscathed. Alright, fortune favors the bold. Faced with the huge risks and temptations, Su Ming once again used the drone's missiles to blast open the walls of 3 factories, then flew straight back to the second floor of the shelter to replenish missiles. Although a Defender missile cost 2,000 points, Su Ming knew this deal was definitely worth it. Su Ming switched all the weapons in the shelter to automatic fire mode, while he focused on piloting the drone back and forth between the factories and the helipad. As more and more mutated zombies rushed toward the shelter, Su Ming's heart raced with excitement. 200,000, 300,000 points. The points in his mind were rapidly increasing. After clearing all the mutated zombies around the shelter, Su Ming's current points had reached a staggering 460. Moreover, through the radar, Su Ming knew there were still dozens of factories with a large number of mutated zombies. One could say this place was simply a zombie manufacturing factory. Goodness, I really hit the jackpot this time. After a busy afternoon, Su Ming looked at the gradually darkening sky outside and couldn't help but shrug. Since it had already turned to night, Su Ming, who was used to balancing work and rest, decided not to continue working hard. After turning off all the lights in the shelter, Su Ming first opened the shelter system. 3,200 points have been deducted. Upgrading shelter. Estimated upgrade time 1 hour. Does it really take an hour this time? The level 6 shelter was indeed a watershed. Normally upgrading the shelter was completed in a second, but this time it surprisingly took an hour. Then I might as well check the points shop. After deducting 3,200 points, Su Ming still had 1,400 points left. And with the points in hand, Su Ming naturally wanted to see if there were any suitable potions in the point shop. Faced with the dazzling array of products in the point shop, he quickly discovered a potion he had never seen before. According to the system, the effect of this potion is to enhance one's mental strength. Currently, Su Ming can also sense that his mental strength is indeed progressing slowly. Ever since he could lift a 20-kilogram object telekinetically, no matter how much he practiced, it seemed to have little effect. Without hesitation, Su Ming exchanged for this potion, glancing at the blue liquid in the system's space, seriously doubting whether this thing also had a fruity flavor. Xiao Lian, will there be any special reactions after consuming this? To be cautious, Su Ming decided to consult the AI system in his mind. After all, he might currently be in the heart of the entire Eden. If he consumed it and fell into a deep sleep like last time, he feared that when he woke up the shelter would have collapsed. Rest assured, host, the mental strength enhancement potion is a growth-type potion, and there will be no side effects after consumption. As time goes by, you will find your mental strength becoming increasingly powerful. That's good. Since Xiao Lian had provided an answer, Su Ming felt completely relieved. He took the potion out of the system space, directly twisted open the cap, and drank it. Indeed, it has a blueberry flavor. Su Ming was not surprised by the taste of the potion. It seemed that the potions produced in this points mall all liked to use fruity flavors. Alright, it's time to enhance Fan Ziyuan's strength. Su Ming spent another 100 points to exchange for a genetic mutation serum, planning to give it to Fan Ziyuan once everything was settled. The reaction after consuming the genetic mutation serum was indeed quite memorable for Su Ming. It was equivalent to entering a weakened state. If he really encountered the Eden forces, Su Ming did not want to be carrying such a big man around. As for the remaining 8,000 points, based on his previous experience with the drone system, Su Ming did not plan to spend them in the points mall. Who knows what bizarre charge items this level 6 shelter system might come up with. Level 6 shelter upgrade complete. Please set the new layout for the shelter. Faced with the system's prompt in his mind, Su Ming was momentarily stunned. A new layout? What on earth is that? After checking the system's introduction to the level 6 shelter, Su Ming finally understood. The level 6 shelter is a significant milestone. In addition to Su Ming's current shelter, it also includes 2 independent buildings and 4 independent turrets. These 2 independent buildings are the mechanical barracks and the nuclear fusion power plant. The so-called new layout means choosing where to place these buildings, similar to games like Red Alert. What is all this? Looking at the 3D diagram in his mind, Su Ming realized that his shelter had increased in size several times. While this is just like Red Alert, right? Faced with the introduction of these 2 buildings, Su Ming seriously suspected that after reaching level 7 shelter, there would be a so-called vehicle factory unlocked. Forget it, let's get these buildings placed first. Su Ming set aside the random thoughts in his mind and focused on how to position these buildings. The 4 independent turrets must be placed in the 4 corners of the shelter. However, he struggled with how to position the mechanical barracks and the nuclear fusion power plant. Although Su Ming was not a top student, he understood what nuclear fusion meant. If this thing were destroyed, it would be a catastrophe. Su Ming did not believe he could become stronger through radiation mutation. The odds were simply too low. Damn, this thing is like installing a bomb next to me. But when Su Ming saw the system's introduction about the nuclear fusion power plant, he suddenly realized he was overthinking. Nuclear fusion power plant level 1 requires 5,000 points to upgrade to level 2 shelter durability. Description has powerful defenses and can provide continuous power supply to the shelter. When durability drops to 0, a violent explosion will occur. This nuclear fusion power plant actually has a durability of 1,000. It's worth noting that the outer wall durability of his level 5 shelter was only 5,000. Moreover, according to the shelter system's behavior, as long as his points were sufficient, even when facing powerful attacks, this nuclear fusion power plant could be revived. Goodness, what was I worried about? After seeing this introduction, Su Ming positioned the nuclear fusion power plant to the left. As for the building called the mechanical barracks, Su Ming placed it next to the nuclear fusion power plant. The helipad for the escape plane is underground. In case of an emergency, Su Ming can easily reach the helipad through the underground tunnel. After determining the positions of the buildings, Su Ming pressed the completion button according to the system's prompt. Do you want to build according to the current design? Yes. Construction in progress. As the system's prompt sounded, Su Ming suddenly felt a violent shaking. What the heck? Su Ming hurried to the window and saw that outside the villa 2 buildings rose from the ground, completing the deployment in less than 30 seconds. Immediately after, the 4 turrets also emerged from the 4 corners of the shelter. Finally, the outer walls and gates. As the walls connected all 4 turrets, the level 6 shelter was finally completed. Goodness. This shelter system was inspired by Red Alert, right? The scene before him genuinely left Su Ming both amused and exasperated, but he suddenly realized something terrifying. Wait a minute. Do my defensive weapons no longer work? Before the level 5 shelter, those defensive weapons were all installed on the walls. However, the current shelter was completely different from before. Thinking of this, Su Ming hurriedly opened the shelter system. Level 6 shelter requires 6,400 points to upgrade to level 7 shelter, main base durability, 15,000, level 1 nuclear fusion power plant durability, 1,000, level 1 mechanical barracks durability, 1,000, wall durability, 1,000, turret 1 durability, 1,000, turret 2. What Su Ming did not expect was that the data displayed by the shelter system had undergone earth-shattering changes. His villa had been classified as the main base, and the durability was calculated based on the entire building. After checking the weapon control system, Su Ming learned that all the weapons on his villa except for the anti-aircraft cannon and anti-aircraft machine gun had been transferred to the 4 turrets. Now each turret is equipped with 2 Gatling defense machine guns and 1 flamethrower, while the sniper weapon module he spent 500 points on was randomly placed on turret 1. Goodness. Truly worthy of being a level 6 shelter. Faced with this scene, Su Ming the system owner took out a cup of iced Americano from the system space to calm his nerves. Mr. Su, what exactly is happening outside? Just as Su Ming stepped down the stairs, he saw Fan Ziyuan rushing towards him, anxiously inquiring. There is no doubt that the violent shaking earlier had frightened Fan Ziyuan and his daughter quite a bit. Su Ming glanced towards the direction of the bedroom on the first floor and found that Fan Xingqing had wrapped herself completely in her blanket. Don't worry, this was all caused by me. I forgot to inform you in advance. So that's how it is. Faced with Su Ming's explanation, all that remained in Fan Ziyuan's heart was shock. Such a miracle could it really not be from an immortal? Fan Ziyuan only knew that superpowered individuals could demolish buildings, but he had never heard of any superpowered person capable of building one in an instant. You go comfort little Xingqing, I have something to attend to upstairs. Su Ming handed the jelly in his hand to Fan Ziyuan and then turned to head up to the 2nd floor. He had not fully studied this brand new shelter. If it weren't for worrying about the 2 below, Su Ming wouldn't have bothered to come. Returning to the 2nd floor, Su Ming first checked the changes on the radar. With the shelter's level reaching level 6, the radar's maximum detection radius also extended to 10 kilometers. After checking the other functions, Su Ming began to study this mechanical barracks. Having learned from the lesson of the previous drone, although Su Ming didn't hold much hope for his current points, he still opened the mechanical barracks panel through the control console. Guardian Mechanical Soldier 100 points, Assassin Mechanical Soldier 100 points, Assault Mechanical Soldier 100 points. Currently, Su Ming's mechanical barracks could only produce these 3 types of mechanical soldiers. The rest were marked with a large unlocked sign. Good heavens, this is simply a giant beast that swallows points. According to the shelter system, upgrading the mechanical barracks required points the same as upgrading the nuclear fusion power plant, both needing 500 points to upgrade. At this moment, Su Ming also realized that his demand for points was growing increasingly large. Currently, he still had over 800 points, and he could not help but check the introductions of these 3 mechanical soldiers. Guardian Mechanical Soldier Durability 500 description possesses strong anti-air capabilities and robust defense capable of effectively striking aerial units. Assassin Mechanical Soldier Durability 200 description equipped with a silenced sniper rifle capable of effectively striking long-range units while also having strong concealment capabilities. Assault Mechanical Soldier Durability 300 description fitted with the most advanced assault rifle possessing powerful offensive capabilities and proficient in using various firearms. Upon seeing that the assault soldier could use various firearms, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. After all, he had hoarded a pile of arms during the zombie outbreak and was now troubled by not having a place to use them. If this assault soldier could truly use the firearms in his system space, it would be excellent news for Su Ming. After all, if things continued to develop like this, the stockpile of assault rifles and handguns he had would soon become useless in the fight against zombies. Moreover, the weapons in the point store were astonishingly cheap. Su Ming could easily redeem a bunch to keep in the system. How about I just get one of each for now? Although Su Ming had a great fondness for the assault soldier, he still chose to get one of each mechanical soldier first. After consuming 300 points, the control console quickly displayed a message indicating that construction was complete. I must go out and take a look. After glancing at the radar screen, the eager Su Ming directly opened the balcony door on the 2nd floor and jumped out of the main base. However, when Su Ming saw the 3 figures standing before the mechanical barracks, he was momentarily stunned. Are these mechanical soldiers? In Su Ming's view, the 3 figures before him had human-like shapes and skin, with the only difference being the equipment they wore. Upon seeing Su Ming approach, the 3 mechanical soldiers immediately saluted him. Commander. Faced with the synchronized greeting from the 3 mechanical soldiers, Su Ming, who had never experienced such treatment, couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. However, Su Ming still found it hard to believe that the 3 figures before him were mechanical soldiers. Are you really mechanical soldiers? Su Ming asked cautiously. Yes, Commander. The 3 figures echoed in unison, then they uniformly removed their heads with both hands and held them against their chests. We are indeed mechanical soldiers. 6. After a moment of silence upon witnessing the scene before him, Su Ming finally managed to squeeze out a 6 from between his teeth. He never expected that these 3 metal dummies would prove themselves by removing their heads. This was truly a shock that left him stunned, shocked to the core. Looking at the electric wires on their necks, Su Ming hastily commanded, all right, put your heads back on quickly. Once again, they moved in perfect unison. The 3 mechanical soldiers promptly reattached their heads. It could be said that each of these 3 types of mechanical soldiers had their own strengths. The assault soldier possessed the fastest movement speed suitable for patrolling the shelter and launching future offensive action. Although the assassin had a full movement speed and its durability was pitifully low, it was coated with a cloaking layer and could change its color according to the environment, making it perfect for sniping from a distance. The Guardian had powerful anti-air firepower and the highest durability among the 3 types of mechanical soldiers, truly serving as a mobile anti-air weapon. After conducting some experiments, Su Ming discovered that the assault mechanical soldier could proficiently use the lightweight weapons he had stored in his system space. He then consumed another 3 points to manufacture 3 assault soldiers and had them all stand on the wall carrying a pile of military supplies. For the manufactured assassin, Su Ming assigned it to stand on turret number 2 to be responsible for sniping. As for the Guardian, Su Ming stationed it beside his power plant as security. After arranging everything properly, Su Ming once again controlled the drone to head towards the factory near the shelter. After using the drone's missiles to blast through the wall, waves of mutated zombies began to surge towards the shelter. The mechanical soldiers on the wall and the 4 turrets opened fire wildly with zombies falling like wheat being harvested. Congratulations, host, for killing the strongman infected. Facing the series of kill notifications ringing in his mind again, Su Ming got up, stretched lazily, and then returned to his study to continue practicing his calligraphy. Finally, they have arrived. Looking at the small red and yellow dots approaching on the radar screen, Su Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. Su Ming naturally knew that these small red dots were most likely soldiers from the Eden organization. He had been waiting here for a week, aiming to formally confront this organization. His shelter had reached level 6, and he was curious to see what the outcome of the confrontation would be. He felt no surprise regarding the small yellow dots next to the red ones on the screen. After all, the Eden organization was responsible for the zombie crisis. It was not surprising that they possessed the ability to control the zombies. After eliminating all the zombies in the nearby factory, Su Ming used the points he earned to install 2 anti-aircraft machine guns and 1 anti-aircraft cannon on the rooftop of the mechanical barracks. To ensure sufficient anti-aircraft firepower, he not only created 4 guardians in the barracks, but also installed anti-aircraft missiles on the rooftop of his villa, which served as the main base. Of course, one important reason Su Ming dared to stay here and face the situation was that the level 6 shelter had with the plane's protective shield lasting for 3 minutes and its top speed of Mach 10, Su Ming felt confident in retreating from the shelter if necessary. For Su Ming, it was simple: if he couldn't win, he would run. Besides, this wasn't fleeing, it was a strategic retreat. As the Eden troops drew closer, Su Ming eagerly made his way to the balcony on the 3rd floor. What a surprise. It turned out to be those bird-like zombies. Su Ming didn't expect that the scouts would be the same group of bird zombies he had encountered before. Originally, he thought these creatures were produced by some genius from the Great Xia Kingdom, but it seemed that Eden's manufacturing technology wasn't very advanced either. Bang, bang, bang. The anti-aircraft machine guns on the rooftop unleashed torrents of fire, and the dense firepower turned these bird zombies into piles of shredded meat. Chunks of flesh were raining down from the sky, with many landing directly inside the shelter. Seeing this scene, Su Ming couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. This was a bit hasty. The battle continued, and the bird zombies couldn't break through the blockade of the anti-aircraft machine guns. At that moment, Su Ming spotted Eden's helicopter slowly appearing in the sky. Finally, something interesting has arrived. As he saw these familiar helicopters, Su Ming's mouth couldn't help but curve into a slight smile. As the anti-aircraft missiles were launched from the rooftop, although the helicopters were equipped with decoy flares, several were still shot down by the dense barrage of missiles. However, to Su Ming's surprise, although these helicopters were shot down moments before the missiles struck, several figures jumped out of the helicopters and flew toward his main base. Oh, is this Eden's individual soldier equipment? Through his binoculars, Su Ming clearly saw that these soldiers were all wearing gliding wings gliding toward the walls of his shelter. However, their speed was still no match for the Gatling guns and flamethrowers on the turrets. Once they descended to a certain height, the defensive weapons on the turrets detected their presence. As the flamethrowers and Gatling guns opened fire continuously, these soldiers in gliding wings were either turned into minced meat or transformed into fireballs crashing to the ground. Is this it? Su Ming seriously doubted whether he had leveled up too quickly. This was simply a complete mass. Boom, boom, boom. The remaining helicopters, having avoided the missiles, launched their own missiles in retaliation. As each missile exploded inside the shelter, Su Ming quickly checked the durability. Level 6 shelter 640 points needed to upgrade to level 7 shelter main base durability 1500 level 1 fusion power plant durability 999990 level 1 mechanical barracks durability 999990 wall durability 99997100 turret 1 durability 999990 turret 2 durability 99997100. This is just a scratch. After checking the shelter system, Su Ming found that his worries were completely unnecessary. So many missiles exploded inside the shelter, and they lost less than 10 durability points. Even if Su Ming turned off all the weapon systems and let them fire at will, they probably couldn't break through his defenses. I really overthought this. Now Su Ming had no interest in continuing to watch this one-sided battle. He slowly walked downstairs and glanced at Fan Ziyuan, who was still drawing with his daughter. With Su Ming's help, he had undergone a dramatic change in physique and could finally play games with his daughter. Cough, cough. Old Fan. Hearing Su Ming call him Fan, Ziyuan looked up at Su Ming in confusion. What's wrong, mister? Su. Seeing Su Ming's awkward expression, Fan Ziyuan was also puzzled. He had been paying attention to the battle outside, which was utterly one-sided. I'm afraid I will need your help to clean up outside soon. Alright, Fan Ziyuan agreed, but Su Ming could clearly see him twitching at the corners of his mouth. The current level 6 shelter was much larger than the previous one. More importantly, many bird zombies and Eden soldiers had been shot down from the sky. In the past, Fan Ziyuan only needed to clean the ground and maybe guess the walls. But today was different. The entire shelter was filled with corpses and bloodstains. If Fan Ziyuan hadn't undergone physical enhancements, he might take days to finish this cleanup. Thank you for your hard work. Su Ming opened the fridge, handed him a can of beer, and then turned to head back upstairs, leaving Fan Ziyuan standing there. After nearly 2 hours of battle, the Eden troops were completely annihilated. In fact, Su Ming found today's battle. These people knew they were no match, yet still chose to fight to the bitter end until they were completely wiped out. Didn't they understand what retreat meant? Finally, it has come to an end. Su Ming sighed as he looked at Fan Ziyuan's lonely figure outside the window. Su Ming originally wanted to use the mechanical soldiers to help Fan Ziyuan clean the shelter, but those clumsy machines didn't understand cleaning. They could only perform preset tasks. As for the point shop, besides finding a bionic woman robot with special functions, Su Ming couldn't find any robots with cleaning capabilities. Indeed, it was time to consider recruiting some help. After all, there would likely be countless battles against Eden in the future, and if only Fan Ziyuan was responsible for cleaning the shelter, there wouldn't be enough manpower. Having realized this, Su Ming began to plan in his mind where to recruit some help. Mr. Su, where are we going? Fan Ziyuan was bewildered. He had only just finished clearing the refuge from top to bottom when Su Ming announced they were leaving. He had assumed Su Ming feared Eden Yuan would bring more forces to retaliate, and that moving was meant to find a densely populated city to continue hunting the undead. Yet the plane descended straight to a rural outskirts. At Su Ming's arrangement, the three of them boarded a jeep and drove along a scarcely traveled road. Press-ganging recruits. You actually plan to handle the entire shelter's clearing by yourself? Huh. Faced with Fan Ziyuan's astonishment, Su Ming lounged contentedly in the passenger seat. What are you jabbering about? Just concentrate on driving. Thank you, Mr. Su. Hearing that Su Ming had come out here to recruit men, Fan Ziyuan felt a surge of gratitude. Just keep your focus on driving. Eden Yuan's forces are concentrated in the big cities. Survivors here likely lack decent arms and equipment. We'll head toward Shuifeng County. Shuifeng County is a small district near Donghai City, whose remote geography has long stunted its economic development. Thus, Su Ming surmised Shuifeng County might well have become a sanctuary for survivors. Though he intended to recruit, he still held to his own principles. As long as Shufeng survivors did not attack him first, he would not set his sights on them. But should they insist on courting death, Su Ming would not mind putting them to work. Su Ming glanced at the map. 3 more kilometers, and they would reach Shuifeng County. Then he noticed a coach lying across the road up ahead. Old Fan, looks like our recruits have shown up. Su Ming teased, but Fan Ziyuan could not mirror his lightness of heart. His daughter was still in the vehicle. Fan Ziyuan would not allow any carelessness to put her in harm's way. A sudden gunshot split the air. With the shot, dozens of figures poured from the woods lining the road, hemming the jeep in on every side. Well, we'll be damned, they actually dare to surround us. Su Ming glanced at the window and saw them holding various crude implements. Some carried fire axes, others gripped baseball bats, and a few even brandished homemade spears. Get out, they shouted. Get out of the car now. As the mob closed and Su Ming stretched leisurely. Old Fan, you handle these primitives, I'll take the one with the gun. With that, he opened the door and stepped out. He seized the nearest survivor, hoisted him single-handedly, and used him as a human shield. Bang, bang, bang. Shots rang from the coach again. To Su Ming's surprise, the shooter clearly had no notion how to aim. None of the 3 bullets struck near him, one even lodged in an owlie's arm. I truly overestimated you, he muttered. Su Ming rolled his eyes in resignation, lifted his living shield higher, and charged toward the direction of the gunfire. Meanwhile, seeing Su Ming exit, Fan Ziyuan gave his daughter a quick instruction, then grabbed his short baton and stepped out. Confronting these ordinary people, Fan Ziyuan dared not strike too hard. His body had been strengthened by serum. A misjudged blow could maim them. Su Ming had explicitly ordered that they be kept alive, so Fan fought with restraint, hesitating amid the dozens. Then a small figure flashed through the crowd like an apparition, weaving among the attackers and quickly laying them all low. Xingqing. Only then did Fan Ziyuan realize the figure was his daughter, Fan Xingqing. Hadn't she been in the car? Dad, wasn't I amazing? Fan Xingqing stood before him with the devoted expression of a child who had earned perfect marks and waited for praise. Who told you to get out? Seeing his daughter disobey, Fan Ziyuan's face fell. I wanted to help you. You helped me. At her father's rebuke, Fan Xingqing went pale and tears streamed down her. Come on, old Fan, enough of that. Su Ming had just dealt with the gunman by the coach when he heard Fan scolding his daughter. Su Ming understood that Fan's reaction sprang from nothing more than fear for his child's safety. Mr. Su, this is my daughter, you. Fan began. You what? Su Ming rolled his eyes at Fan Ziyuan's fumbling explanation. Old Fan, do you know I agreed to help recruit only because of your daughter? If she hadn't quietly told me yesterday that she didn't want you to be so tired, I wouldn't have bothered making the trip. Su Ming glanced at the still sobbing Fan Xingqing and said calmly, besides, old Fan, do you plan to let her hide behind you for the rest of her life? Fan fell silent. Thinking it over, he realized his daughter was indeed no longer the same. Even after taking the mutative serum, he could not match her speed. Su Ming ignored Fan's silence and crouched to wipe the tears from Fan Xingqing's face. You did very well, little Xingqing. Here, Uncle has a jelly for you. With a flourish as if by sleight of hand, Su Ming produced a pouch of jelly and handed it to Fan Xingqing. Wow, she cried. Thank you, Uncle Su. Still a child at heart, Fan Xingqing immediately forgot the earlier upset at the sight of her favorite. All right, go sit with your father in the car and wait for me, okay? Su Ming affectionately ruffled her hair and gave Fan Ziyu. After watching the father and daughter return to the vehicle, Su Ming surveyed the men sprawled on the ground. I reckon only half of them are useful. Nearly 30 lay sprawled, but only about half met Su Ming's standards. For the rest, he drew a bayonet from the system space and drove it through their skulls. After kicking the bodies into the roadside grass, Su Ming bound the remaining 15 with rope. If only the system space could hold living people, he muttered. The thought of loading 15 bodies onto the plane made his head throw. Old Fan, come down and help me move them. From the car, Fan's daughter urged him on before he could even respond to Su Ming. Daddy, hurry and help Uncle Su. Are you his daughter or mine? Why do you always make me do the work? Fan Ziyuan faced with his little drafty coat of a daughter. Fan Ziyuan sighed helplessly and climbed back down from the vehicle. Fan Ziyuan had to admit that he truly could not fathom what Su Ming was thinking. Initially, he believed that after recruiting enough able-bodied men, Su Ming would seek out a new large city to continue slaying zombies, but he never expected Su Ming to return to Lingnan City. What surprised Fan Ziyuan even more was that Su Ming chose to place the shelter in the location of the activity square. He had actually asked Su Ming if such a move was too conspicuous. Yet Su Ming provided him with an irrefutable answer. What are you afraid of? Worst case, we just fly away. That escape plane could reach a maximum speed of 10 Mach, and indeed no other aircraft could catch up. Most importantly, his daughter did not show any signs of motion sickness while aboard that escape plane. After witnessing the attack on Eden with his own eyes, Fan Ziyuan fully understood that if he wanted to survive, he could only rely on Su Ming. Although Su Ming often teamed up with his daughter to bully him, she was still his little darling. Since she was his little darling, a little wind leakage was acceptable. Su Ming looked at the 15 able-bodied men who were still unconscious and couldn't help but sigh. There was no way. His shelter currently had no spare rooms for these 15 men. Moreover, what standard did they have? Staying in the same shelter as him. To be honest, Su Ming felt he was being quite merciful. If it weren't for these people trying to take advantage of him, he wouldn't have recruited them as able-bodied men. Another 3,000 points wasted. After checking the buildable structures in the shelter system, Su Ming ultimately decided to construct the cheapest warehouse as their dormitory. Although this warehouse had a durability of only 5.0, Su Ming felt it was more than sufficient. They were just able-bodied men. If they died, he could always capture more. After the warehouse was built, Su Ming first called Fan Ziyuan over, and then directly splashed cold water on these men to wake them up. What do you want to do? Damn it, what skill is it to sneak attack someone? Let go of me. Faced with the curses from this group, Su Ming was too lazy to argue with them. Since they were all tied together and soaked with water, Su Ming directly picked up a cattle prod and zapped one of them. Zzz. A powerful current instantly coursed through the bodies of the 15 men. To torment them, Su Ming even deliberately set the cattle prod to the lowest setting. After about half a minute of shocking, most of the 15 men who had been full of energy became somewhat listless. Seeing someone still planning to curse at him, Su Ming once again jabbed the cattle prod at him. Zzz. After enduring repeated torment, these 15 men were completely drained of energy, with some even losing control of their bodily functions from the shock. Not bad. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction at the scene before him. From now on, you will be my able-bodied men. As long as you keep the area around the shelter clean, I will ensure you won't starve. Hearing Su Ming's words, several of them looked around at their environment. It seemed quite clean here. However, after their earlier experience, none of the 15 dared to ask questions. Alright, next I will introduce you to your superior, Officer Fan. When Su Ming noticed that the 15 men were silent, his expression instantly darkened. You won't even greet the officer when you see him. After saying this, Su Ming jabbed the cattle prod into one of the men again. Zzz. The sound of electricity crackled again, and the 15 men received another shock from Su Ming. Good day, officer. This time, everyone was thoroughly frightened. The young man wielding the cattle prod before them was simply a thunder god. To avoid another shock, they all strained their voices to greet Fan Ziyuan. Alright, Officer Fan, it's all yours from here. Su Ming smiled as he handed the cattle prod, a symbol of authority, to Fan Ziyuan. Congratulations on your promotion. Remember to charge the cattle prod. Got it, don't worry. In response to Su Ming's reminder, Fan Ziyuan nodded, and then looked at the 15 men who were now completely immobilized. Your task is to come out and clean the shelter when needed. When you're not needed, just stay put in that building. Do you understand? Understood. Seeing the listless expressions of the 15 men, Fan Ziyuan frowned and pointed at the ground beneath. You have half an hour to clean the floor, and then you get back to the warehouse. If I see you in half an hour. Saying this, Fan Ziyuan raised the cattle prod. I will make you truly understand what real pain is. Goodness, Officer Fan is quite ruthless. Watching the 15 men being obediently subdued by Fan Ziyuan, Su Ming finally felt at ease. Sigh. I wonder when this period will come to an end. Just thinking about the mysterious Eden organization made This was an organization capable of deploying zombies all across Blue Star simultaneously. Although the Eden army he had encountered so far was rather weak, Su Ming did not dare to underestimate this organization. The reason he was able to live so comfortably in this life was entirely due to his rebirth and the awakening of the system. If he had missed either, he wouldn't have made it this far. As for the future, Su Ming decided to focus on accumulating points while also using the opportunity to gather more information. Uncle Su, what are you doing? Hearing the voice of Fan Xingqing from behind, Su Ming adjusted his expression and turned to Uncle is enjoying the scenery. Uncle Su, I drew a picture. Do you think it looks good? Su Ming took the drawing from Fan Xingqing and saw a large house depicted. Inside were two adults and a child surrounded by strange stick figures. Although Fan Xingqing's drawing style was childish, Su Ming could still tell that the people inside the house were Fan Ziyuan and his daughter along with himself, while the strange stick figures outside were zombies. Xingqing, you draw wonderfully. Su Ming smiled as he patted Fan Xingqing's head. Uncle, will you play blocks with me? Looking at the eager little eyes of Fan Xingqing, Su Ming smiled and nodded. It had been nearly half a year since the outbreak of the zombies. The presence of Fan Ziyuan and Fan Xingqing brought Su Ming a great deal of comfort. Humans are such strange creatures. Often they enjoy solitude, yet they cannot completely be alone. Su Ming could hardly imagine what the outcome would be if he were the only one guarding this vast shelter. Perhaps he was not a cultivator, so he naturally could not enter a closed-door meditation for 100 years like those cultivators in novels. Even if his body and mind were strengthened, Su Ming clearly understood that he remained human. The reason Su Ming chose to stay in Lingnan City was not only due to the abundance of zombies yet to be cleared, but also because of another significant reason. That is, there is a base of Eden on the outskirts of Lingnan City. Given that Lingnan City is built by the sea, this Eden base in the suburbs is likely one of their springboards for advancing into the Great Xia Kingdom. In order to locate this base, Su Ming dispatched a team of 3 assault soldiers to search for intelligence regarding Eden. Ordinary zombies would not attack these mechanical soldiers. As for those mutated zombies, Su Ming observed over the past few days that as long as the mechanical soldiers did not fire their weapons, these mutated zombies would not take the initiative to attack them. Moreover, these mutated zombies are currently not that powerful. Even if their heads could withstand 5.56 and 7.62 caliber rounds, they certainly could not resist 12.7. Faced with the current situation, Su Ming adjusted his strategy. Initially, he planned to establish the shelter in place and wait for the zombie army to migrate, but gradually Su Ming realized that this method was far too inefficient. With the shelter system, he could retract the shelter into space and release it again at any time, so it would be better to move a few more times. Lingnan City is not only a first-tier city, but also an advanced civilization city in the Great Xia Kingdom. Even with a large population, there are always enough parks or activity squares planned for residents in the city. Thus, Su Ming pushed the shelter through Lingnan City while continuously improving the facilities of his shelter and increasing the number of mechanical soldiers. After 2 weeks of effort, the shelter not only acquired more advanced defense measures, but also had 3 teams dispatched. Ding! Upon hearing the notification from the communication station, Su Ming thought it was news from the dispatch team about the location of the Eden base, and he quickly opened the message. 3 survivors found should they be brought back to the shelter. Survivors. Upon realizing that it was not information about the Eden base, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Nevertheless, in response to the inquiry from the second team, Su Ming issued the order to bring them back. After all the strong laborers he had captured earlier had accidentally been killed by him. For this, Su Ming swore he was definitely not doing it on purpose. There was one time he forgot to release those strong laborers when retracting the shelter, and by the time he realized it was already too late. All 15 strong laborers had died in the warehouse. Although Su Ming knew that his system space could not store living beings, he still immediately asked the little lotus in his mind. After all, having to drive out the people inside every time he retracted the shelter was indeed quite troublesome. However, in response to Su Ming's question, the little lotus did not provide any solution. Helpless Su Ming could only remind himself to be more careful next time. Under the cover of the second team, the 3 survivors were safely brought to Su Ming's shelter. However, the appearance of these 3 made Su Ming somewhat incredulous that they were survivors. Although they looked a bit ragged, their complexion was quite invigorated. One middle-aged man, appearing quite portly, immediately tried to shake Su Ming's hand. Stop, or he'll shoot. Seeing the middle-aged man approaching, the 2 assault soldiers behind Su Ming raised their guns in unison. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The middle-aged man, suddenly facing the dark muzzles, quickly raised his hands to indicate he meant no harm. I just wanted to express my gratitude. What should I call you, officer? Which army were you from? Just call me Su Ming, as for the rest I can't tell you. In response to the middle-aged man's inquiry, Su Ming had no intention of hiding his name. Thank you so much, Officer Su. If it weren't for your subordinate saving me, I would probably be done for. You're welcome. Su Ming did not plan to engage in too much conversation with this middle-aged man. The reason he had the second team bring them back was to recruit them as strong laborers. However, this middle-aged man did not seem like a typical survivor who had been trapped for nearly half a year, and Su Ming also noticed that the man's eyes seemed to be constantly observing the structures within the shelter. Officer Su, would you care for a cigarette? Seemingly noticing the atmosphere was a bit silent, the middle-aged man took the initiative to offer a cigarette. Su Ming lightly shook his head in response to the cigarette offered by the middle-aged man. Seeing that Su Ming did not take his cigarette, the middle-aged man began to smoke by himself. Officer Su, your environment, but I don't remember any buildings like this in Lingnan City. These were built by my soldiers. Oh, Is that true? That's wonderful. Hearing that this shelter was built by Su Ming and his subordinates, a hint of surprise immediately appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. Wow, this wall is really thick. As the middle-aged man toured the structures within the shelter, he couldn't help but express it. Faced with the strange actions of this middle-aged man, Su Ming quickly asked the little lotus in his mind to scan the three individuals before him. Apart from this middle-aged man, the physical condition of the other two has reached the highest level of humanity. The conclusion given by the little lotus left Su Ming momentarily stunned. It seems this middle-aged man's identity is not simple. Moreover, Su Ming felt that he looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. Great Officer Su, with such a shelter the citizens of Lingnan City are saved. After touring around, the middle-aged man came back to Su Ming. Officer Su, my name is Zheng Haitao, the vice mayor. Hearing the middle-aged man's self-introduction, Su Ming suddenly realized. No wonder he felt the person in front of him looked familiar. It turned out he was Vice Mayor Zheng Haitao. Yet Su Ming was still puzzled as to why Vice Mayor Zheng Haitao would be accompanied by two elite soldiers. Nevertheless, on the surface, Su Ming maintained a facade of surprise. So it's Vice Mayor Zheng. Ooh, I have long admired you. Enough pleasantries. Officer Su, do you know about Eden? In response to Zheng Haitao's question, Su Ming pretended to be unaware and shook his head. This sudden appearance of Vice Mayor Zheng was quite suspicious. Although Su Ming couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, he felt that things were not that simple. Officer Su, this zombie outbreak was orchestrated by an organization called Eden. And there is an Eden base right here. Oh, where is it? Su Ming was taken aback upon hearing Zheng Haitao's words, never expecting that Zheng not only knew about Eden, but also the location of the base. Officer Su, since you are military personnel, I won't hide it from you. I see there are only this few people in your shelter, and it is likely not enough to take on that Eden base. Why not send more subordinates to search for survivors during this time? Once we have enough people, we can organize an attack. Alright then, Vice Mayor Zheng, please stay here for now. Once I find enough survivors, I will go and take down the Eden base. Seeing that Zheng Haitao did not directly answer his question, Su Ming understood that this matter was likely not as simple as it appeared. After arranging for Zheng Haitao and his companions to stay in the warehouse, Su Ming returned to his main base and activated the listening mode. However, since Zheng Haitao claimed to know the location of the Eden base, Su Ming naturally wanted to see what he was really up to. To Su Ming's surprise, he had not intercepted any valuable intelligence for 3 consecutive days. This Vice Mayor Zheng seemed to only think about how to attack the Eden base every day or inquiring about the progress of his search for survivors. As for the communication devices, Su Ming hadn't even seen Zheng Haitao and the other two take them out. On my commander Su, you finally came out. Zheng Haitao was extremely frustrated. He had originally planned to directly find Su Ming, but the 2 soldiers guarding the entrance refused to let him through. Even when Zheng Haitao claimed to be the vice mayor, the 2 soldiers remained unmoved. What made Zheng Haitao even more annoyed was that this Commander Su was like a shootin', truly able to stay inside for 3 days without coming out. Oh, it's Vice Mayor Zheng. Is there something urgent you need to discuss with me? Seeing Zheng Haitao's anxious expression, Su Ming couldn't help but feel curious. On my Commander Su, it's been 3 days. Why haven't we found a single survivor? Vice Mayor Zheng, please don't rush. Searching for survivors is not that easy, and besides, I have to ensure the safety of my subordinates, right? Commander Su, that's not how it works. Facing Su Ming's explanation, Zheng Haitao's expression immediately became, those are citizens of our Daxiao country. How can you give up the search just because of fear for your own lives? Hearing Zheng Haitao's words, 2 characters immediately flashed in Su Ming's mind. Saint Mother. However, Su Ming knew that Zheng Haitao was definitely more than just a Saint Mother. This person must have some connection, however small, with Eden. Currently, the location of the Eden base was still unclear, so Su Ming could only continue to play along with Zheng Haitao. But you've seen it, ew, I really only have this many people. I see you have 2 subordinates. Why not send them out to organize this? That won't do. Su Ming's suggestion made Zheng Haitao shake his head repeatedly. Commander Su, you don't understand. They are both ordinary people who can't even hold a gun. Oh, sending them out would be like sending them to their deaths. Oh, I see. Su Ming pretended to look enlightened on the surface, but inwardly, he was sneering. Ordinary people. Ordinary people whose physical attributes had reached the limits of humanity. However, Su Ming still did not expose Zheng Haitao's words, and instead said with a slightly troubled expression, then Vice Mayor Zheng may have to wait a bit longer. All the people I can send out have already been sent out. Commander Su, you jest. Don't you have 2 soldiers at the entrance of your base? And I also saw that there are quite a few patrolling soldiers on the walls. If you send them out, it will definitely increase the search efforts significantly. Is he trying to steal from me? Upon hearing Zheng Haitao's words, Su Ming's first reaction was that this guy was trying to steal from him. One must know that the buildings and weapons on the turret of his refuge were usually kept hidden. So is Zheng Haitao trying to withdraw all the soldiers and then have his 2 subordinates subdue him to gain command? However, this conclusion was quickly denied by Su Ming. Zheng Haitao was likely trying to withdraw those soldiers and then collaborate with the military in Eden to stage an internal and external attack. As for why he was concerned about the search for survivors, it was probably because he wanted to offer these people to Eden for experiments. After figuring this out, Su Ming decided to play along. Well, you have a point, Vice Mayor Zheng. Su Ming glanced at the patrolling soldiers on his walls, pondering. Since the zombies in this area have been cleared out, I think leaving 4 soldiers to stand guard should be enough. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Zheng Haitao's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Commander Su, I thank you on behalf of the citizens of Lingnan City. No need to be polite. This is what we soldiers should do. Seeing Zheng Haitao acting so seriously, Su Ming also got into character. Under Su Ming's arrangement, all the mechanical soldiers responsible for patrolling the walls were dispatched. However, these soldiers did not leave the range of the refuge, but instead hid in nearby buildings ready to respond at any time. As for Zheng Haitao, upon seeing that Su Ming really sent all the patrolling soldiers on the walls out, he would occasionally run to the entrance of Su Ming's base to chat with the two soldiers on guard during the day. Which unit are you from, little brother? Sorry, that's a secret. How old are you, this your little brother? Sorry, that's a secret. Then what's your name, little brother? Sorry, that's a secret. Can I go in, little brother? No way. Zheng Haitao, who kept hitting walls, could only return to the warehouse in frustration, and this scene made Su Ming, who was watching the surveillance, nearly laugh himself to death. These mechanical soldiers were semi-artificial intelligence. It was naturally impossible for Zheng Haitao to extract information from their mouths. However, since Zheng Haitao was trying to extract information from the mechanical soldiers, how could Su Ming not satisfy his request? After taking control of one of the mechanical soldiers, Su Ming manipulated it to walk towards the warehouse, where Zheng Haitao was. Vice Mayor Zheng, this is your food quota for the next 2 days. After controlling the mechanical soldier to place a box of instant noodles in front of Zheng Haitao, Su Ming quickly spoke through the soldier. This is all we have for now, so please bear with us. Indeed, upon hearing this, Zheng Haitao's eyes immediately brightened. Little brother, is this what you usually eat? When Su Ming, controlling the mechanical soldier from a distance, heard this, he realized that Zheng Haitao was likely about to offer him a way out. Yes, in this day and age, it's already good to have something to eat like this. Sigh. That's true. Zheng Haitao pretended to agree and then suddenly changed the subject. Little brother, would you be willing to participate in the search for survivors? After all, many citizens in Lingnan City may still be struggling in panic, surrounded by zombies. Goodness, he really is an old fox. Su Ming, controlling the mechanical soldier in the base, couldn't help but feel helpless upon hearing Zheng Haitao's words. However, it made sense. In Zheng Haitao's view, these soldiers were his subordinates, so how could he easily reveal his truth? Actually, Vice Mayor Zheng, I have to follow the commander's orders, right? I understand, but I think at this time we can't be afraid of death. The guns in your hands should protect the citizens, not yourselves. Looking at Zheng Haitao's human-centered demeanor, Su Ming knew that he probably wouldn't be able to extract any intelligence today. After casually brushing him off, he manipulated the soldier to leave the warehouse, where Zheng Haitao was. Goodness, one really can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Su Ming felt a bit pained as he took out a piece of beefsteak from the system space. Even though there were still over 20,000 pieces of this quality in the system space, he still felt a pinch. After wrapping it in a black plastic bag, Su Ming called for Fan Xingqing, asking her to deliver the steak to Zheng Haitao. Xingqing remembered to. In the coming 2 days, Su Ming arranged for Fan Xingqing to deliver a steak to Zheng Haitao every day. As for Fan Xingqing's safety, Su Ming was not worried at all. Although Fan Xingqing was only 5 years old, her abilities were more than sufficient to deal with his 2 subordinates. Moreover, Su Ming knew that Zheng Haitao's intentions were far from simple. He would definitely not harm Fan Xingqing. Indeed, during these 2 days, Zheng Haitao only occasionally inquired about the progress of the search and engaged in casual chats with the mechanical soldiers stationed at the entrance. The mechanical soldiers at the entrance had already been taken over by Su Ming's system. Actually, Vice Mayor Zheng, I'm not afraid to tell you, we only have a total of. Vice Mayor Zheng, we are on duty, please respect our work. Our commander Su Ming, actually. I said please respect our work. Whenever one soldier was about to say something crucial, he would immediately control another soldier to interrupt. After several rounds of this operation, Zheng Haitao felt like his mentality was about to collapse. On the evening of the second day, Su Ming walked out of the base and directly made that mechanical soldier squat in front of Zheng Haitao. The reason for the punishment was lack of focus while on duty. Sure enough, when Su Ming controlled the mechanical soldier who had been interrupted repeatedly to deliver instant noodles to Zheng Haitao hurriedly approached. Little brother, you can talk to me now. As soon as he entered, the mechanical soldier was pulled aside by Zheng Haitao. Sigh. Vice Mayor Zheng, why do you have to ask me while I'm on duty? My legs still hurt. I'm really sorry, this matter is... Zheng Haitao pretended to be very apologetic on the surface while in reality, he was overjoyed. And seeing this scene in the base, Su Ming decided to add fuel to the fire. Forget it, actually, this is not your fault. Su Ming was just a squad leader before. If it weren't for the outbreak of zombies, could he be so impressive now? Vice Commander Su was just a squad leader. He told me he was a regiment commander. Off you. Su Ming suppressed his laughter while controlling the mechanical soldier to start a self-mockery mode. He's a regiment commander. Just look at how young he is. If you provoke me, I will simply take his position. Who doesn't want to be the master themselves? So that's how it is. Hearing the soldier's complaint, Zheng Haitao knew his opportunity had come. Little brother, I'm not afraid of you reporting me. To be honest, Su Ming is indeed not kind. He has been delivering steaks to me every day these past 2 days. To prevent the soldier from not believing him, Zheng Haitao even deliberately showcased the leftover steak as evidence. Seeing this scene, Su Ming quickly controlled the soldier to aim his gun and head outside. It must be said that the mechanical soldiers produced by this system were remarkably lifelike. Even their angry expressions were perfectly imitated. Little brother, wait. Seeing the soldier about to leave, Zheng Haitao hurriedly stopped him. What's wrong? Have you been bribed by... Facing the soldier's angry question, Zheng Haitao quickly waved his hand saying, of course not, but have you considered the consequences of going out alone to confront Su Ming? What consequences? I'll just fight him. You can't say that casually. Hearing this, Zheng Haitao quickly pulled the soldier aside, and then asked with a mysterious expression, little brother, do you want to break free from Su Ming's control? The fox's tail has finally been exposed. Upon hearing this, Su Ming in the base quickly controlled the mechanical... Okay then, little brother, I'll speak frankly with you. Zheng Haitao signaled his two subordinates to stand guard at the door, and then revealed a sincere smile. Let me tell you. Wow, Zheng Haitao's inner thoughts are indeed quite dark. Su Ming, speechless, revoked the control over the mechanical soldier and shook his head helplessly. First he lured the tiger away from the mountain, and now he was using a counter-espionage strategy. What was even worse was that Zheng Haitao actually wanted to turn his shelter into a facade for receiving survivors, while in reality, it was to assist Eden in researching zombies as a biochemical laboratory. No wonder Zheng Haitao was so concerned about the search progress for survivors. It was all to provide subjects for experiments to Eden. At the same time, Su Ming learned the name of the plan for the zombie outbreak, Project New Noah's Ark. It must be said that this Eden organization's name is quite religious in nature. The God Jehovah who created all things saw the earth filled with corruption, violence, and lawlessness, and planned to use a flood to eliminate the wicked. At the same time, he discovered that there was a good man named Noah among humans. Thus, a gigantic ark was built according to God's instructions with the purpose of allowing Noah, his family, and various land creatures in the world to escape a flood brought upon by divine punishment. The current Project New Noah's Ark seems to be Eden's attempt to use zombies to exterminate the majority of humanity, thereby only preserving their own followers. However, Su Ming was still puzzled. Since zombies had already exterminated most of humanity, why did Eden still want to establish a biochemical laboratory to study mutated zombies? Of course, he also knew that someone of Zheng Haitao's level would definitely not be able to answer these questions. After all, which big shot would travel thousands of miles to the Great Xia Nation to personally carry out a task? Through the recent remote control, Su Ming had already learned about Zheng Haitao's entire plan. Tomorrow, Zheng Haitao would notify the Eden base to send troops to attack his shelter. It must be said that Zheng Haitao's schemes were quite brilliant. He probably thought that all the patrolling soldiers in his shelter had been sent out for search missions, and among the remaining 4 soldiers, one had been successfully turned to his side. Just thinking about Zheng Haitao's confident expression from earlier made Su Ming unable to hold back his laughter. I wonder if this guy will be so excited that he can't sleep. Now that Zheng Haitao's foxtail had been exposed, Su Ming naturally did not plan to alert him. Instead, he would let Zheng Haitao see what a true surprise looked like. In preparation for the impending assault from the Eden base, Su Ming woke up early. He had originally thought the Eden army would choose to attack in the morning, but by noon, there were still no red dots appearing on the radar screen. The lack of aggression in the attack indicates a problem with their mindset. Su Ming had no fondness for the Eden style. However, when he saw the large dark circles under Zheng Haitao's eyes, he felt a sense of balance in his heart. Without a doubt, Zheng Haitao was even more eager for the arrival of the Eden army than Su Ming was. The two continued to wait from day until night. They even crossed paths at noon. Deputy Mayor Zheng, did you not sleep well? Facing Su Ming's question, Zheng Haitao waved his hands repeatedly. No, I was thinking about where there might be more survivors last night, and before I realized that dawn had arrived. I see, Deputy Mayor Zheng, you have truly worked hard. Su Ming couldn't help but sneer inwardly at Zheng Haitao's excuse, fully aware of his plan. This guy is quite the performer. Yet on the surface, Su Ming maintained a facade of surprise. Deputy Mayor Zheng, you are truly dedicated to the matter of the survivors. Your spirit is something I should learn from. No, this is what I should do. In response to Su Ming's praise, Zheng Haitao also waved his hands. Commander Su, you are also very responsible, actually dispatching all the soldiers to search for survivors. Of course. Upon hearing this, Su Ming eagerly seized the opportunity to continue. Deputy Mayor Zheng, I must be honest with you. Right now, my biggest fear is a large-scale migration of the zombie tide. Commander Su, you worry too much. The nearby zombies have all been cleared out by you. There is no large-scale zombie tide. Looking at Su Ming's worried expression, Zheng Haitao feigned comfort while inside, he was nearly bursting with joy. All right, Deputy Mayor Zheng, I will take my leave for now. Commander Su, take care. Beep, beep, beeped. Seeing a multitude of red dots appear on the radar screen, Su Ming glanced at the time displayed. It was now 1140 p.m. Finally, they have arrived. Su Ming put down his iced Americano and pressed a button on the control panel. This button served to lock all exits of the warehouse where Zheng Haitao was located. To ensure Zheng Haitao could witness the most spectacular show, Su Ming had gone to great lengths. After all, he had already lost 2 stakes. At this moment, Zheng Haitao inside the warehouse was completely unaware of the despair that awaited him. Upon receiving the news of the attack from the Eden base, he was overjoyed. Great, now we can finally have a fixed base to provide survivors for Eden. As long as the Eden army takes Su Ming's refuge, then Zheng Haitao would be the first contributor. As for the future, his position in Eden would surely be elevated due to this incident. It's coming. With the roar of engines echoing from outside the warehouse, Zheng Haitao hurried to the window to check the situation outside. As an unarmed individual, he certainly couldn't go out and fight. The only thing he needed to do now was quietly await the arrival of hope. Watching the Eden helicopters gradually reach the airspace above the refuge, Zheng Haitao's eyes were filled with hope. Today is a good day, I can feel it. Boom. However, before he could finish humming his little tune, a violent explosion interrupted him. Following the direction of the explosion, he saw that the helicopter that had just been flying in the night sky had now transformed into a fireball plummeting straight down. How could this happen? Witnessing this scene, Zheng Haitao was filled with disbelief. Didn't Su Ming relocate all the troops outside the city? Then where did this missile come from? Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Before Zheng Haitao could react, a barrage of gunfire erupted. He saw dozens of anti-aircraft machine guns forming a dense network of fire in the sky, ruthlessly cutting down the Eden helicopter formation. Many Eden soldiers were even shot to pieces before they could deploy their gliding wings. Numerous pieces of flesh fell into the surrounding walls, and even an arm stuck directly to the glass in front of him. Facing this scene, Zheng Haitao's first reaction was to run. However, when he reached the door and tried to pull it open to escape, he found that the warehouse's main door had already been locked. I was deceived. Only now did Zheng Haitao finally realize that Su Ming had not actually moved all the troops outside the city. No, I still have hope. Zheng Haitao hurriedly took out his phone and messaged the soldier on duty who had been punished. The situation has changed. Hurry and infiltrate the base to kill Su Ming. As long as he dies, his army will be ours. After seeing the message sent successfully, Zheng Haitao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Su Ming did not relocate all the troops, as long as he died, the soldiers under him would surely descend into chaos. Then if Eden were to send ground forces to attack, they could still occupy this refuge. And Zheng Haitao would still be a ding ding ding. Just as Zheng Haitao nervously watched the battle in the night sky, his phone in hand suddenly rang. Could it be that the soldier has succeeded? Looking at the video call displayed on the screen, Zheng Haitao was overjoyed and quickly pressed the answer button. You succeeded, right? The moment the call connected, Zheng Haitao eagerly asked without even having time to see the screen. Deputy Mayor Zheng, how can you treat me this way after I gave you 2 steaks? You? Hearing Su Ming's teasing voice from the phone, Zheng Haitao finally realized that Su Ming was grinning at him from the screen, and behind Su Ming stood that soldier. What? Deputy Mayor Zheng seems quite surprised. The moment he saw Su Ming appear on the screen, Zheng Haitao, however, he was unwilling to accept defeat. Brother, hurry up and take down Su Ming. This is the best opportunity. Zheng Haitao almost shouted this out in a frenzy, yet the soldier behind Su Ming remained unmoved. Do you want to know why? Faced with Su Ming's question, Zheng Haitao was left speechless. The difference between hope and despair can often be just a moment. However, Su Ming did not intend to miss the opportunity to strike Zheng Haitao down. He simply snapped his fingers. In the next second, the soldier behind him directly removed his own head. These soldiers are advanced synthetic robots. Immediately after Su Ming hung up the phone. This is a robot. Zheng Haitao stared blankly at the screen, unable to move for a long time. It's over. Everything is completely over. Watching the helicopters being shot down one after another in the night sky, Zheng Haitao knew he had completely lost all chances of victory. It is time to go speak with Zheng Haitao. Watching the red blips on the radar fade away, Su Ming pressed the warehouse door button once more. He was genuinely curious to see how Zheng Haitao would react. Uncle Su, I want to see too. Seeing Su Ming descend, Fan Xingqing blurred forward and materialized before him. Su Ming had already warned her that the 3 new men were dangerous. Her father had also told her that the fireballs that fell from the sky had been sent by those very men. Now that the outside had quieted, she naturally wanted to watch the commotion. Old Fan this. Seeing Fan Xingqing eager to follow him, a look of dilemma crossed Su Ming's face. After the recent skirmish, although most of Yidianyuan's soldiers had been kept beyond the walls, a number of severed limbs still lay inside the enclosure. Su Ming felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of Fan Xingqing seeing such bloody sights, and after all, she was not yet 6 years old. It's fine. Let her go with you. She should be aware of the world she lives in. To Su Ming's surprise, Fan Ziyuan did not object this time. He even supported Fan Xingqing going out to see the fallen. Very well, I'll take her to have a look. Since Fan Ziyuan had consented, Su Ming had no further reason to refuse. No sooner had the two reached the warehouse entrance than Zheng Haitao's 2 henchmen charged straight at them. Facing the assault, Su Ming promptly felled both attackers. What Deputy Mayor Zheng too frightened to come out. Su Ming strode into the warehouse, his expression composed as he fixed his gaze on Zheng Haitao. You, don't come near me. Zheng trembled like chaff, his voice quivering with fear. If Yidianyuan accepts a waste like you, the organization is hardly admirable. Seeing Zheng frozen with terror, Su Ming dispensed with words and casually tossed him out of the warehouse. What? Weren't you just threatening to kill me? Why the hesitation now? Watching Zheng's cowardice, Su Ming walked out. Su. Officer Su. Zheng scrambled to his feet, forcing a smile. Please be magnanimous and let me go. Don't kill me. I had no choice. Hearing Zheng's plea, Su Ming produced a handgun from the system space. Bang. The bullet landed a centimeter from Zheng's foot. The near miss sent him sliding to the ground, utterly terrified. You wear the badge of deputy mayor, and yet you joined Yidianyuan plotting to trade the lives of Lingnan city citizens for your promotion. I suspect beneath your skin there is nothing but a beast. Face to face with Su Ming's scorn, Zheng had no reply. Enough. Tell me plainly. Where is Yidianyuan's base? Su Ming watched Zheng's cringing form with an unruffled gaze. As Zhang prepared to speak, he suddenly noticed the little girl who had been delivering his meals a few days ago, standing before him. I won't tell you a damn thing. Confronted with the turn of events, Zhang felt his reflexes surge as never before. He lunged forward, snatching Fan Xingqing to his side. Don't move. If you do, we'll strangle this little girl. Su Ming was speechless to see Zhang take Fan Xingqing hostage. The man seemed positively reckless in courting his own ruin. Although barely 6, Fan Xingqing was a psychic whose speed and strength far surpassed human limits. Su Ming had tested her. A casual punch could deliver the force of a ton. Uncle Su, I'm so frightened. Say, I'm scared. Uncle Su, hurry and save me. Playing the part of the helpless hostage, Fan cried out and stayed. Yet Su Ming clearly saw the triumphant smile on her small face. Su Ming, if you don't want this little girl to die, let me go at once. Because Fan's back faced Zhang, he could not see her expression. All he knew was that the girl mattered deeply to Su Ming. Holding the girl's life in his grip would cow Su Ming into an action. Uncle Su, make him go. I'm so scared. Su Ming watched Fan's grin stretch to the extremes and could only shake his head. Had he not seen it himself today, he would never have suspected she had such a mischievous streak. Oh no, rescue. Good luck to you. Seeing her struggle to suppress laughter, Su Ming rolled his eyes in helpless amusement. Uncle Su is the big villain. When Su Ming refused to play along, Fan huffed with affected indignation. Refusing to be toyed with any longer, Fan would not let the man keep his hand at her throat. Uncle, then I won't play with you either. Before Zhang could react to her words, the grip on Fan's neck was wrenched open as her right arm was torn free. How could such a little girl possess such strength? As his hold was broken, Zhang's vision swam, and a piercing pain exploded in his groin. How dare you threaten Uncle Su? He'll make you the villain. You choke my neck with your hands. Fan hammered with her deceptively fragile fists, unleashing blow after blow upon Zhang's crotch. A sharp hiss escaped Su Ming as a coldness rose between his legs at the sight. This is no fun. When Zhang collapsed unconscious from the intensity of the pain, Fan finally stopped. She turned to the watching Su Ming and pulled a playful face at him. Uncle Su is a big bad guy too. Watching Fan bound away, Su Ming glanced at the now fainted Zhang Haitao and said, you truly have a talent for courting death. Su Ming could not imagine what state Zhang's body was in after taking several of Fan's blows. He figured to himself that the man's pelvis was probably shattered. Goodness, this Zhang Haitao really is a spineless coward. Su Ming couldn't help but feel speechless as he watched the footage returned by the soldier team he had dispatched. After waking Zhang Haitao, before Su Ming could even impose any punishment, he immediately confessed everything he knew in detail. Based on the address he provided, Su Ming easily located the Eden base situated on the outskirts of Lingnan City. However, what gave Su Ming a headache was that this Eden base was built underground with only a factory on the surface. Although Zhang Haitao roughly sketched the layout of the underground base, Su Ming still dared not launch an attack on the Eden base lightly. Of course, he also did not wish to put his mechanical soldiers at risk. Each of those mechanical soldiers was worth 1,000 points. As for Zhang Haitao and the two individuals he brought, Su Ming naturally did not want to waste them. How could he let such people die? Currently, many buildings in the entire shelter were adorned with severed limbs, making it quite appropriate for them to be assigned. Moreover, the two individuals brought by Zhang Haitao were both robust and strong, so he had to ensure they max. In order to prevent their escape, Su Ming specifically spent 30 points in the points mall to equip each of the three with an electric shock collar. Once they crossed the walls of the shelter, the electric shock collars would release a current rendering them completely unconscious, while simultaneously triggering an alarm. Why am I planning to watch a TV series again? Su Ming then realized that he had unknowingly turned on the... I must admit, during this time I have indeed fallen into a slump. Not only did I not practice my calligraphy, but I also became addicted to watching dramas. I haven't even exercised my mental strength much. Of course, Su Ming often reminded himself before sleeping that he absolutely could not continue like this the next day. But when the next day truly arrived, how about just playing for a while? Just a little while. Damn, how is it already noon? How about I eat first? Damn, it's dark already. In order to avoid being left behind by the times, Su Ming decided to check if there was any cutting-edge technology in the system's points mall. I hope the cutting-edge technology in this points mall can give me some motivation. To Su Ming's surprise, there was a huge title on the homepage of the points mall. Some items are on a limited time offer for 5 points. Seeing that his points mall had adopted an e-commerce model, Su Ming felt a bit speechless. However, when he curiously clicked in, he found that the products were exactly what he needed. Anti-zombie transformation potion, original price, 100 points, now only 5 points for a flash sale. Description: after use it will neutralize the zombie virus in the body. If infected by a zombie, one will die within an hour, and there will be no transformation afterwards. This product is limited to 100 units. I can definitely get this. Upon seeing the anti-zombie transformation potion, Su Ming did not hesitate and immediately bought 100 units to stock up. After all, Su Ming had always been concerned about the physical condition of the laborers. If one of them were to die due to personal reasons, it would spell disaster for all the laborers in the warehouse. With the anti-zombie transformation potion, Su Ming no longer had to worry about this issue. If a laborer truly died due to weak constitution, it would not affect others. After exchanging for the anti-zombie transformation potion, Su Ming looked at other products in the points mall. It must be said that this points mall had indeed updated many cutting-edge technologies. For instance, a flame Fong fighter jet that can take off vertically. Ever since the upgrade to a level 6 shelter, the shelter system had begun to evolve towards a military base. Forget it'll just wait and see for now. Although Su Ming was very eager to have a military force equipped with such cutting, however, considering the current situation, Su Ming still focused on enhancing his personal strength. Although Eden's research on mutated zombies was still in its most basic state, Su Ming knew that as time went by, more terrifying zombies would undoubtedly emerge in the future. After browsing through the points mall, Su Ming found that there were no potions available to enhance his personal strength. Since there were none, Su Ming naturally shifted his focus back to the shelter. Through this period of steady progress and the recent battle with the Eden army, Su Ming's total points had reached 940. System upgrade to level 7 shelter. 640 points have been deducted, upgrading the shelter. Estimated upgrade time, 24 hours. Upon hearing that upgrading to a level 7 shelter would take a full day, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. However, upon careful consideration, it made sense. The level 7 shelter not only provided a protective shield that could last for an hour and enhance defenses, but also encompassed a larger area. It was normal for it to take a day. However, Su Ming also understood that the level 7 shelter was sufficient for him at this moment, and he would focus the next points on strengthening turrets and various buildings. For example, Su Ming was quite looking forward to what new varieties of mechanical soldiers would emerge after upgrading the Since the shelter was currently upgrading, no upgrades could be made to the shelter's buildings during this period. Bored, Su Ming turned his gaze to the window. I must say Zheng Haitao is indeed quite skilled at his work. Although his walking style looks a bit strange at the moment, he is indeed excellent at his tasks. Not bad, not bad. If they were to die like this, it would truly be too easy on the three of them. As Su Ming murmured, he sat back down on the sofa. Just as he turned on the television, he heard the system in his mind, which had been quiet, emit a sound again. Ding. Detected that the host is planning to slack off again, commencing task assignment. Holding the remote control, Su Ming was stunned on the spot upon hearing the reason for the system's task assignment this time. It seems I have indeed gone too far lately. Even the system in my mind can't stand it anymore. Task: do another 1000 push-ups. Task description: since the host enjoys slacking off so much, why not get up and exercise? Please complete 1000 push-ups within 1 hour, starting the timer now. If successful, the reward will be the second system space, which can store living creatures and will automatically recognize living creatures when the host recovers the shelter. If failed, the host will self-destruct on the spot, completely ascending to the heavens. Goodness, this task is way too simple. Facing the countdown in his mind, Su Ming couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. His physical condition is not what it used to be, let alone 100 in an hour, even double, that Su Ming could handle. However, when he saw the rewards and punishments of this task, he instantly understood why. This task was clearly aimed at Zheng Haitao and the other two. It seems these three indeed have committed numerous heinous acts. Even the system doesn't allow them to die. Level 7 shelter. Points required to upgrade to level 8, 12800. Main base durability 2500, 25000. Level 2 nuclear fusion power plant durability 2000. Level 3 mechanized barracks durability 2000. Level 2 airport durability 2000. Level 2 armored vehicle depot durability 2000. Perimeter wall durability 2000. Turret no. 1 durability 1500. Turret no. 2. Good heavens, this truly is a point-devouring behemoth. Su Ming sighed, gazing upon his newly upgraded from 300 points down to fewer than 200. He'd spent it all in under 5 minutes. Reaching level 8 was now utterly out of reach, at least for the foreseeable future. After a series of upgrades, the shelter had finally taken on the formidable scale of a genuine military base. Yet the airport and armored vehicle depot served only as storage facilities. They could not manufacture aircraft or tanks directly. Tanks could be acquired solely by redeeming points in the point exchange market. As for drivers, upgrading the mechanized barracks to levels 2 and 3 unlocked 2 new units: mechanized armored vehicle operators and mechanized aircraft pilots. As for their designations, the mechanized soldiers capable of operating armored vehicles were named land unit, costing 300 points apiece. Those qualified to pilot aircraft were designated aviation unit, priced at 500 points each. Su Ming knew well that training a human pilot demanded enormous investment. Yet he never imagined the mechanized barracks would impose such exorbitant costs upon him too. Moreover, the barracks also unlocked the Dove unit, a medic-class mechanized soldier capable not only of repairing fellow mechanized troops, but also delivering emergency battlefield triage and life-saving interventions for humans. Good heavens, looks like another relocation is inevitable. Su Ming sighed again, staring at his dwindling point. Every personnel unit and every piece of equipment had been purchased with hard-earned points. Su Ming refused to squander precious weaponry and armor assaulting an unknown base shrouded in uncertainty. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Su Ming pondered his next destination, the radar emitted a sharp series of alerts. 5 small red blips appeared on the screen, and curiosity stirred within him. Could they be survivors scavenging for supplies? Su Ming found himself deeply intrigued by these 5 figures. With the shelter's recent expansion, its perimeter now enlarged by a full circle, Su Ming wished to recruit these 5 individuals, sparing Zheng Haitao and his 2 companions from burnout. Of course their treatment would differ significantly from Zheng Haitao's. Strangely, Su Ming's system had even listed energy bars identical to those from the film Snowpiercer in the point exchange market. Indeed, the very same bars made from cockroaches. Most astonishingly, they cost merely 1 point for 10 units. Naturally, Su Ming always rationed a single bar among the 3 men. After all, according to the film, passengers in the tail section consumed these bars and still possessed enough vitality to stage a rebellion, proof enough of their extraordinary caloric density. And indeed, splitting 1 bar among 3 caused no serious issues, only mild lightheadedness. Deploy first and second squads to encircle the target position. Having issued the orders, Su Ming settled before the control console, watching the feed unfold on screen. As 6 mechanized soldiers slowly converged upon the 5 red blips, the live footage they transmitted left him momentarily stunned. These 5 were no ordinary survivors. They were soldiers of the Great Xia Nation. Moreover, their tactical discipline and advanced gear unmistakably marked them as elite operatives. Truth be told, this was the first time since the zombie outbreak that Su Ming had encountered soldiers of the Great Xia Nation. He had long wondered how such a formidable military power had succumbed so swiftly. Now finally encountering its soldiers, he seized the opportunity without hesitation. "Brother, what unit are you?" To demonstrate goodwill, Su Ming remotely commanded 1 mechanized soldier to lower its weapon, then raised both hands high while stepping out from between the buildings. "Who are you?" At the sight of this figure clad in unfamiliar military attire, the 5 soldiers instantly raised their rifles, aiming squarely at him. "I mean no harm. You've seen I've already lowered my weapon, haven't you?" Su Ming fully understood their wariness. Given the sudden appearance of a stranger in unidentifiable uniform, it was nothing short of miraculous they hadn't opened fire already. "Sorry, I can't disclose that. If you're a survivor in this city, I advise you evacuate immediately to the outskirts. We're on active assignment." Assignment? Hearing the squad leader mention an active mission, Su Ming felt a flicker of puzzlement. Still, he suspected these 5 likely possessed vital intelligence about the zombie outbreak itself, perhaps even about the Eden base. Moreover, judging from their marching route, their objective was almost certainly the Eden base located on the city's outskirts. While conversing, Su Ming had already instructed Xiao Lian, a neural interface in his mind, to scan their physiologies. Unsurprisingly, all 5 exhibited the peak physical conditioning of elite special forces operatives. Simultaneously, Xiao Lian identified their unit affiliation, the Snow Wolf Special Assault Team. Snow Wolf Special Assault Team. That name sounds oddly familiar. Host Fan Ziyuan, the survivor you took in, formerly served in the Snow Wolf Special Assault Team. Upon hearing Xiao Lian's prompt, Su Ming's memory snapped into clarity. He hastily transferred remote control of the mechanized soldier to his tablet and sprinted downstairs. Old Fan, Mr. Su, what's wrong?" Fan Ziyuan, puzzled by Su Ming's frantic tablet-wielding arrival, looked up in bewilderment. "Quick, take a look. Do you recognize any of them? They're from the Snow Wolf Special Assault Team." "Huh." Fan Ziyuan accepted the tablet, bewildered. Before he could even focus on the screen, a voice erupted from its speaker. "Who exactly are you? And how do you know we're the Snow Wolf Special Assault Team?" Hearing the sharp interrogation blast from the tablet, Su Ming flushed with embarrassment. He'd forgotten to mute the microphone. His words had just blared over the mechanized soldier's external speaker. Su Ming glanced back at the screen. Sure enough, the 5 soldiers who'd momentarily relaxed their guard now pointed their rifles once more at the mechanized soldier. "Captain!" Fan Ziyuan gasped upon seeing the image, then burst out in Old Wu, "Gongzi, Xiao Xiao, and Brother Wei. Holy hell, you're all still alive." At that moment, the 5 Snow Wolf operatives stood utterly dumbfounded, stunned into silence. They simply couldn't fathom how this strange individual could project 2 entirely distinct voices, and with uncanny precision call out each of their 5 nicknames. "Allow Fan. It's truly wonderful that you are still alive. Yes, I never expected to see you all today." Upon seeing Fan Ziyuan, the 5 of them immediately embraced him tightly. It was evident that the excitement in their eyes proved they were brothers in life and death. Su Ming did not interrupt the reunion of the 6 people, but stayed beside Fan Xingqing drawing pictures. Although he was curious about the task of these 5 individuals, he thought it best to let them relish their excitement for a while. "Lao Fan, it's great to see you. You haven't forgotten your skills from back then, have you?" After some small talk, the man called Wei Gu touched Fan Ziyuan's muscles. "How could I forget? Those are my means of making a living." "That's good to hear. I wonder if you would be willing to join us for some fun." The man called Captain perked up at the mention of Fan Ziyuan, still maintaining his combat prowess. "Captain, I might need to consult Mr. Su." Upon hearing this, Fan Ziyuan's face showed a look of difficulty, and he turned his gaze towards Su Ming, who was still accompanying Fan Xingqing. "Mr. Su, little Xingqing, you continue drawing, and Uncle Su will come over to accompany you later." Seeing Fan Ziyuan mention him, Su Ming patted Fan Xingqing's head, and then stood up to face the 6 individuals. "Hello, Mr. Su." In the face of Su Ming, the captain no longer maintained the playful attitude he had with Fan Ziyuan, and instead, he saluted Su Ming solemnly. "You are too polite." Su Ming nodded lightly, his expression showing little fluctuation. "If Fan Ziyuan is willing to go with you, I naturally won't stop him. However, before that, I would like to know the objective of your mission." Facing Su Ming's question, the captain found himself at a loss for words. Their mission was confidential. How could they casually disclose it to Su Ming? Actually, if you are unwilling to share, you don't have to. But I must say, since I didn't attack you just now, it proves that our objectives are likely the same. If I'm not mistaken, your target should be the base of the Eden Garden in the outskirts, right? You know about Eden Garden. Of course, I had a run-in with them not long ago. If you don't believe me, you can ask Fan Ziyuan. Fan Ziyuan quickly nodded toward the captain. Captain, what Mr. Su said is true. Why don't you tell Mr. Su everything you know? The captain pondered seriously for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right, besides going to the Eden Garden base, we also need to locate and eliminate the deputy mayor of Lingnan City, Zheng Haitao. According to the intelligence we have received, he has already allied himself with Eden Garden. Zheng Haitao, huh? Upon hearing that the captain intended to eliminate Zheng Haitao, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. The Zheng Haitao you mentioned has already been captured by me and turned into a slave. If your only goal is to eliminate him, you might as well leave him to me as a slave. You captured Zheng Haitao. The captain looked at Su Ming in disbelief. In his view, Zheng Haitao was extremely cunning. How did Su Ming manage to capture him? Well, technically I can't say that I caught him myself, Su Ming replied with a helpless smile upon seeing the captain's puzzled expression. He was interested in my shelter, so he personally infiltrated it as an undercover agent. Can you take me to see him? At this moment, the captain still found it hard to believe Su Ming's words. All right. Under Su Ming's guidance, the group arrived at the warehouse door. As the large door of the warehouse slowly opened, the three individuals inside immediately huddled in the corner. Look, is this Zheng Haitao you are looking for? The captain frowned as he glanced at the three individuals in front of him. He didn't know if Zheng Haitao was among the three, but he was certain that Su Ming's claim of having 3 slaves was indeed true. Just as he was about to take out a photo for comparison, one of them suddenly fell to his knees in front of him. And that person was Zheng Haitao. Commander Su, I was wrong. Please don't let them kill me. I am willing to be your slave for life. Zheng Haitao's reaction stemmed entirely from seeing the national flag armband of the Great Xia on the captain's arm. He was well aware of the things he had done in the past. Let alone being executed, even being subjected to slow slicing would be a fitting punishment. If it really is you. After comparing the photo, the captain was completely certain that the person before him, resembling a beggar, was indeed the Zheng Haitao they were searching for. Now you can rest easy, right? I told you our goals are aligned. The captain nodded slightly in response to Su Ming's word. All right, then let this guy remain your slave. However, Mr. Su, I must remind you that this person is very cunning, so rest assured. Su Ming took out a remote control and pressed the button in front of the captain. Zzz. With a faint sound of electrical current, Zheng Haitao, who was still in a kneeling position, suddenly began to convulse. Watching Zheng Haitao, who was now stiff on the ground, even the battle-hardened captain of the Snow Wolf Special Assault Team felt a chill run down his spine. Su Ming truly had a knack for tormenting people. All right, since our objectives are aligned, could you please share your plans for your mission to the Eden Garden base? As Su Ming closed the warehouse door, he looked at the captain. Faced with Su Ming's inquiry, the captain no longer intended. Our objective is to destroy the Eden Garden base located in the outskirts of Lingnan City. Destroy. Upon learning that this special operations team aimed to destroy the base, Su Ming helplessly asked, do you have any intelligence regarding this base? No, the captain shook his head. Then how do you plan to destroy it? Are you just going to rush in with guns blazing? After a moment of silence, a hint of determination flashed in the captain's eyes. I don't know either, but we will do our utmost. Facing the captain's words, Su Ming fell silent. This was the belief of the soldiers of the Great Xia. Sigh. After a long time, Su Ming silently sighed. I know I cannot stop you, but I also do not want you to throw away your lives in vain. Since that base is built underground, there will definitely be people coming out. I have already sent someone to scout near the base. Why don't we observe for a few more days and see if we can disguise ourselves to infiltrate? These were soldiers of the Great Xia with faith, and Su Ming did not want them to sacrifice their lives in vain. Moreover, he believed that with a little more observation, they would surely find an opportunity. All right, if there is still no breakthrough within 3 days, I will have to lead my men to launch a strong assault. As the captain, he naturally knew that this mission had a high chance of being a one-way trip. If Su Ming really had a way, then that would indeed be a good choice. Seeing the captain soften, Su Ming let out a sigh of relief. All right, since it's like this, let's share some intelligence during this time. Facing Su Ming's sincere gaze, the captain finally nodded. 6 months ago. The captain's expression darkened at Xiao Zhao's inquiry. Xiao Zhao, did you not hear the strange sounds coming from the earpiece just now? No, I didn't. Captain, are you too tired? Seeing that Xiao Zhao truly hadn't heard anything, the captain turned his gaze to the other 3 team members. Captain, are you being a bit too sensitive? Exactly what big problems could arise? By the way, Gongzi, can you drive any faster? I need to get back to sleep. Old Wu only knows how to sleep. When it's time for a fight, do I need to prepare a sleeping bag for you? Gongzi rolled his eyes at the rearview mirror, but just then Wei Gu, who had been silent, spoke up. Captain, I heard it too. There was indeed a strange sound in the earpiece just now. What kind of sound? Old Wu and Gongzi immediately lost their playful mood upon hearing Wei Gu's words. Wei Gu was the most serious among the 5 of them. If he said he heard it, then he definitely heard it. I don't know how to describe the sound, but it was a bit like the feeling of having phlegm stuck in one's throat. That sound lasted less than 3 seconds, so I'm also not sure. Is that it? It's probably just someone from the command center clearing their throat and accidentally pressing the communication button. Exactly. We are the elite of the elite special forces. If something serious happens, they will definitely notify us first. Let's ask later who accidentally pressed the communication button. Gongzi, who was driving, didn't take the earlier incident to heart either. The group drove to the camp gate only to find that the camp, which should have been lively, was now eerily deserted. Not only were there no soldiers out for drills, but even the sentry at the gate had vanished. What's going on today? Where are the sentries? Upon seeing the empty duty room, a bad premonition arose in the captain's heart. All units alert. Hearing the captain's command, the other four also became alert. Captain, do you think our battalion is testing our combat readiness with a drill where our camp is occupied? I don't know. Regardless of whether this is a drill or not, we must treat it as real combat. Understood. Captain, we still can't contact the command center. Have you tried all frequencies? Yes, we even tried the emergency frequency, but we still can't get through. Gongzi's words caused a serious expression to flash across the captain's face. Bring all the live ammunition from the vehicle. It seems something has happened. Understood. The armed group began to advance into the camp, but after passing through the straight road of the camp, they suddenly heard a dog's mournful howl. What's this? Dog, Captain. Following the sound, they saw a military dog desperately running around the camp. Grr. Before they could comprehend what was happening, they saw a large group of people with very strange running postures chasing after the military dog, and the strange sounds were coming from their mouths. What the hell is going on here? The five of them were stunned at the scene in front of them. Finally, the military dog was completely surrounded by the group, followed by a series of mournful howls. They are going after Dog, Captain. Something's wrong, we need to retreat. Realizing that the situation was not right, the captain decisively gave the order to retreat. The group quickly withdrew outside the camp and began to call the other units using the vehicle's radio. No good. We can't contact anyone. After attempting to call all units, they finally realized the seriousness of the situation. What the hell is going on? Recalling the scene of the military dog being attacked, Xiao couldn't help but feel a chill run down his back. Do you think it's possible they are zombies? Zombies. Hearing Xiao's words, everyone was taken aback. They all knew the concept of zombies from movies, but aren't zombies usually taken down with a single shot to the head? This is a military camp. How could these zombies have managed to take out everyone? Regardless of whether they are zombies or not, we should conserve our strength and leave here first. Understood. The group thus drove their vehicles into the mountains. So you all escaped back then? Yes, Captain Wei sighed helplessly at Su Ming's words. Actually, we were just lucky. Those days we happened to be in night training. By the time we noticed something was wrong and returned to base, our comrades had all turned into zombies. Su Ming couldn't help but feel disappointed at the captain's words. This Snow Wolf Special Assault Team is truly the elite among special forces. If it weren't for the zombie outbreak, Su Ming, as a rich second generation, would never have had the chance to interact with them. He originally thought he would surely obtain the truth about the zombie outbreak from the captain. However, Su Ming didn't expect that the captain was also only partially informed about the outbreak. For a long time afterward, we couldn't contact any units, and even the satellites of the Daxia Kingdom became ineffective. We could only engage in guerrilla warfare on the outskirts of various cities until 2 months ago when we learned about the existence of the Eden organization from survivors. So that's how it is. After hearing the captain's account, Su Ming felt a chill run down his spine. The methods of this Eden organization were indeed terrifying. They had managed to incapacitate all the military forces of the Daxia Kingdom. Just as Su Ming was about to ask for more information, the tablet on the coffee table suddenly beeped with a message alert. See, I told you they would definitely come out. This message was sent by the mechanical soldier Su Ming had left outside the Eden base. Upon opening the real-time transmission screen, Su Ming discovered dozens of figures dressed in black combat gear appearing at the base. Moreover, judging by their appearance, they seemed to be waiting for something at the port near the base. There's more to come. Let's update 2 more chapters. I will take my men and deal with them right now. The captain realized that this was the perfect opportunity after seeing dozens of Eden soldiers emerge from the base. If I can capture all of them, not only will I gain more intelligence about Eden, but I can also disguise myself using their uniforms to infiltrate the base. Actually, there's no need to trouble you. Seeing the captain's anxious expression, Su Ming couldn't help but raise the tablet in his hand. My men are more than capable of handling this group. Su Ming had already learned from his little classmate who resided in his mind that these soldiers were just ordinary people. After entering remote commands for the mechanical soldiers, they immediately changed their weapons to non-lethal electric bolt. Facing the captain's worried gaze, Su Ming pointed at the tablet in his hand. Rest assured, this is a trivial matter for me. The 5 assassins stealthily approached the port using the terrain and their own advantages. Once they reached an appropriate distance, they opened fire on the group of Eden soldiers at the port. Caught off guard by the ambush from the assassins, the Eden soldiers had no time to react. In less than a minute, all 20 of them fell to the ground, unable to move. The captain watched the footage transmitted through the tablet, his eyes filled with shock. What kind of troop is this? Reflecting on the scene of Eden soldiers collapsing, the captain questioned himself, knowing he could never have achieved such a feat. So what do you think? I told you it was simple. Seeing that all the Eden soldiers at the port had been taken down, Su Ming hurriedly issued commands to the ambushers lying in wait nearby. Upon receiving the orders, the ambushers immediately activated their electronic jamming systems. This was a capability of the assault unit after upgrading the mechanical army to level 3, allowing it to deceive all monitoring and radar. With a dozen ambushing mechanical soldiers cooperating with the assassins, they loaded all the fallen Eden soldiers into the armored vehicles that had been prepared nearby. This has been taken care of. The reason Su Ming wanted to bring all these Eden soldiers back to the refuge was not only to gather more intelligence, but also to replenish the slaves in the refuge. After completing this, Su Ming disguised all the mechanical soldiers in Eden soldier uniforms and continued to, "Alright, now let's see what these people plan to do next." Su Ming set down the tablet, took a sip of the iced Americano on the coffee table, and noticed the captain looking at him with a peculiar expression. "Mr. Su, your soldiers. Oh, you mean them?" Facing the captain's question, Su Ming maintained his composure and began to spin a yarn. "I am the owner of a high-tech company. My usual business involves researching these peculiar technologies, and I never expected to use them at this moment. It's truly wonderful to have talents like Mr. Su in our Daxia country." The captain did not believe a single word of Su Ming's claims. If he really possessed such technology, Su Ming would have already made a name for himself throughout Daxia. However, he also understood that everyone has their own secrets. The captain had never mentioned the current situation of the Daxia command system to Su Ming. Their only common goal at present was aligned, but who could say for certain what the future held? "You're too kind, I'm just dabbling in research." Su Ming humbly waved his hand and focused on the tablet. The mechanical soldiers at the port had also arrived at their destination. A cargo ship loaded with containers slowly docked, followed by several men dressed in black suits disembarking from the ship. They first bowed slightly and then pointed at the boxes on the cargo ship behind them. "Your ordered items have arrived." Japanese. Upon hearing the words of the suited man, Su Ming couldn't help but feel somewhat astonished. He never expected that the men before him were actually Japanese. However, upon noticing the emblem of Eden pinned to their suits, Su Ming speculated that they should belong to the Eden branch in Japan. As for what the man said earlier, it meant the goods you requested have been delivered. Just as Su Ming was about to take control of one of the mechanical soldiers to communicate in Japanese, he noticed a figure stepping out behind the man, translating his words into English. Wow, impressive. Su Ming signaled to the captain beside him to remain silent and directly activated remote dialogue using the control system. After a lengthy conversation, Su Ming completely understood the purpose of these Japanese individuals' visit. Ever since the last time the Eden base suffered a setback at his refuge, they had arranged for their branch to begin researching more powerful zombies. The Japanese individuals before him were responsible for transporting the zombies. As containers were unloaded one after another from the cargo ship, the leading Japanese man began introducing the goods. "These are the corpses we have recently researched." Through translation, it was learned that this box contained the latest mutated zombies developed by the Japanese branch. The code name for the zombies, Ninja. According to the Japanese introduction, these ninjas possess extremely high mobility and powerful physiques. They not only use proficient swordsmanship, but also skillfully employ various ninja tools to create a certain degree of interference and ranged attacks against enemies. Most importantly, these ninja zombies are all equipped with chips in their heads, allowing them to follow the commands of their operators to attack designated targets, unlike ordinary zombies that only know how to feast on the living. After learning all the control methods for the ninja zombies, Su Ming did not eliminate the Eden members from the Japanese branch, but instead watched them leave by boat. Currently, he needed to deal with the Eden base located in Lingnan City. Acting impulsively and alarming the snake would not be worth the loss. Of course, while those suited men organized their crew to unload the cargo, Su Ming secretly ordered an assassin to install a metal corrosion device at the bottom of their ship. As for whether they could safely return to their homeland filled with cherry blossoms, that would depend on their luck. After controlling the mechanical soldiers to open one of the cargo boxes, 3 zombies dressed in black ninja attire wielding kunai were revealed inside. "Hey, do you think this Japanese branch is using these mutated zombies for cultural export?" Su Ming's teasing left the captain and others speechless. At such a time, Su Ming still had the mood to joke. "Mr. Su, how do you plan to deal with these ninja zombies?" "Of course, we will throw them all into the Eden base." In response to the captain's question, Su Ming pointed at the ninja zombies. "These are the crystallization of technology from the Japanese branch. It would be too wasteful to destroy them directly. Moreover, we can use these ninja zombies to probe the depths of the Eden base, can't we?" Su Ming's words left the captain and the others momentarily speechless. After spending some time together, they had realized that Su Ming was indeed someone who wouldn't act rashly without seeing results. However, just as Su Ming said, these ninja zombies could indeed be used to test the waters of the Eden base.